It was a strange world where auras were revived and ferocious beasts were rampant. In this vast and crisis-filled heaven and earth, martial arts became the power that dominated everything. Those powerful martial artists, they were as athletic as dragons, and their aura was as majestic as the sea. Every time they swung their fists, they carried the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, and with a single punch, they were able to instantly shatter demonic beasts that were tens of stories tall, and their might shook the heavens and moved the earth, making people's jaws drop. Because of this, martial artists in this world can be said to be a collection of thousands of halos. They are heroes admired by all, symbols of glory and power, attracting awe and envy wherever they go. However, for those who couldn't become martial artists, they had to struggle at the bottom of society every day just to survive. From the break of dawn to the depth of night, they engaged in heavy drudgery. Sweat soaked their clothes, exhaustion eroded their bodies and minds. But even so, from morning to night, nonstop labor. But the income is only $100 or so. This meager income is just enough to maintain the most basic survival in this cruel world. In stark contrast, those high and mighty martial artists who could easily obtain a generous payout of several $1,000s just by casually slaying one of the lowest level ferocious beasts. If one encounters a high-level ferocious beast, its value is even more astonishing and can be sold for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. And at this time, Yanhuang Country, Central State. On this neon-colored rainy night, skyscrapers stood in abundance, and commuters came and went noisily. The pattering rain slid down the black umbrella and pooled in the lowlands, reflecting the glittering bustle of this modern city. Under the black umbrella, I revealed a pair of dark eyes and surveyed the rain around me in a bit of a daze. Good Lord, where did this get me? Looking at the defense base tower that looked like a cross of stars not far away, my eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. But the next second, a large number of unfamiliar memory fragments flooded into my mind like a tidal wave, not caring about my feelings at all. Hiss! Not it! This is a world much like Earth, called Blue Star. But what shocked me is that this world is infested with ferocious beasts and martial arts are honored. So, I'm traveling through? After absorbing the memories, I blinked in a bit of disbelief. This body I'm traveling through has the same name as me, both named Lin Che, and even looks the same. And both are orphans. In my last life, my parents died in a car accident. In this life, his parents, who were city defenders, died defending the large base called Lorax. Because of this, the original owner entered the martial arts academy and practiced martial arts, wanting to one day kill all the ferocious beasts and avenge his parents. But fate did not favor him. During his 3 years in high school, the original owner spent almost all of his parents' millions of pensions on buying chi and blood potions for practicing martial arts. But no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't sense the heaven and earth vital energy and kept stopping at the martial apprentice realm. In the end, the original owner used her remaining savings to buy an expensive spiritual awakening potion. As a result, not only did he fail to sense the energy of heaven and earth, but he also got a rare side effect of the potion, and his spirit got worse and worse. It led to the National Martial Arts Student Examination this year, which was played poorly and fell short. After a series of blows, the original owner had a nervous breakdown, and I crossed over. Fuck, the sky is falling open. I was in tears, feeling hopeless in life. The money was gone, his body was broken, and he hadn't even gotten into the 10 Surefire Budo University. Damn it, which third-rate novelist wrote this script? Playing with me? I exasperatedly said. Just then there was a bit of a vibrating sensation. What's going on? I looked around, as full of confusion as any other passerby. Soon, the broadcast from the defense base tower made everyone's faces change. Warning! Unknown spatial fluctuations have been detected outside of Lakshan Base, and the base will enter a state of Level 1 combat readiness. All citizens are requested to proceed to the underground shelters in an orderly manner. No, you just crossed over and ran into a beast wave. I was a bit confused. The last time the base encountered a beast tide was the last time. Run. Go to the nearby underground shelter. Hearing the roar of the ferocious beasts and the sound of gunfire in the distance, many citizens panicked. Attention all personnel. This area has entered a state of first-level war readiness. All armed personnel are to be deployed immediately. After the broadcast finished ringing out, countless pillars of light shot out from the defense base towers, linking up with each other and turning into a white canopy that covered Lakshan Base. Below the defense base tower, giant doors opened and a giant armored vehicle rolled out, full of armed city defenders rushing to the front lines. Above, a drone fighter quickly took off, as bright as a night cross morning star. It didn't take long for sharp sonic booms to be heard in the air as several meteors streaked across the night to deliver fire strikes to the designated area. Boom! Dazzling flames shot up into the sky, and the hissing of ferocious beasts resounded through the night sky. Looking at the citizens running around, the Wuhan Wei responsible for the evacuation, and all kinds of noises, I stayed in place and had a kind of trance. Really? This is too exciting, right? Just then, I suddenly saw a behemoth appear in sight outside the base. The terrifying body of nearly 1,000 meters, like a moving basilisk war fortress, exuded a frightening aura. Warning! The base tower has detected an SSS-class beast intervening in the battlefield. Please have S-class or above armed personnel intercepted immediately. On the neon-colored rainy night, scarlet alarms echoed continuously. Shit, you're telling me that this nearly 1,000-meter contraption is a ferocious beast? Looking at the behemoth that could cover the sky, my eyes widened. Even if Ultraman came, he wouldn't necessarily be able to beat this thing, right? Martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, martial zone, martial god. I'm afraid that this thing can only be killed by a martial god-level powerhouse. But the Luo Xin base is in the hinterland of the Yanhuang country, so where is there a martial god-level powerhouse to guard it? Suddenly encountering this kind of SSS-level ferocious beast, even if the Luo Xin base can hold on, it will definitely suffer heavy losses. I don't know how many people will have to die. Thinking of this, I suppressed my uneasiness and also ran toward the nearest underground shelter. Boom! In the next moment, waves of black light fell from the sky. A good number of skyscrapers quickly melted away, dazzling flames shot into the sky, and violent explosions came with hurricanes. There was panic in the crowd. I was also in a cold sweat. The explosion was only a kilometer or two away from us. If it had been a little off, I would have died. I looked back, only to see the hideous beast high in the sky, indifferently watching all this. Under the bombardment of countless missiles, it didn't move at all, like a gigantic Xuan Wuyu. Oh no, the shield is broken. While the canopy shield was being repaired, many flying ferocious beasts took the opportunity to break into the base. Seeing this, the Cross Morningstar unmanned fighters stationed to patrol the air were quick to cooperate with the defense base towers, spreading a dazzling network of firepower in the air for a joint eradication. Meanwhile, on my way to the shelter, a flying ferocious beast several meters long landed just in front of me. This ferocious beast resembled a pterodactyl. Its entire body was pitch black, and its vertical pupils were scarlet and bloodthirsty, carrying a frightening tyranny. Its wings were covered with bullet holes and were shattered. At this moment, it was lying on its back in a pit full of muddy water. No! Thief god, you play me. I gulped, my voice shaking. I subconsciously took 2 steps back, suddenly remembered something, and turned to run. Soon, the pterodactyl rose from the puddle of standing water and let out a sharp hissing sound wave. Brother Long, don't chase. I was wrong. I shouldn't look at you. Ah! Brother Unity Z save. Ah! If you don't save, the people will be gone. I was scared. My whole body adrenaline soared, and I fled madly. Behind me, the pterodactyl was in hot pursuit, and if it hadn't been for its battered wings, I doubt I would have been long gone. The host call has been accepted, and the Marshall Way check-in system is officially activated. Detected that the host has encountered a special event, and the daily normal check-in has been upgraded to a special check-in. Ding! The number of check-ins for today has been refreshed. Is the host checking in immediately? Hearing the voice in my head, I rejoiced. Sign in immediately. Ding! The special sign-in was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a martial god level cultivation. I froze and slowed my pace by the commercial street. At the same time, a powerful force rapidly sublimated my entire body in all directions. In the martial artist realm, one senses the energy of heaven and earth and refines it in one's own chi. In the martial master realm, the spirit veins of the surrounding acupoints are fully open, and the chi intersects heaven and earth. At the martial zone realm, the yuan chi condenses and liquefies into the origin, penetrating all the bones and chakras and meridians. When the energy of the origin is sufficient, one can survive without food and travel through the air. This is the foundation for ascending to God. In just a few seconds, I traveled through these three major realms, and my aura skyrocketed. Pure white yuan, chi visible to the naked, I spread out in all directions, like a hurricane passing through, suppressing everything. I raised my eyes to the world. I will ascend to God. In the martial God realm, yuan chi and spiritual power intertwine and resonate, ascending to yuan shin power, opening the divine mansion, communicating with the heavens and the earth, and sympathizing with all things. A moment in time is an eternity. I took in the flow of the years and all things in heaven and earth. The enormous power of the yuan shun in my body condensed into a pure white divine nucleus, which was stored in the divine mansion. Afterwards, slowly opened his eyes. At this time, the B-grade winged dragon beast behind him had long been paralyzed and trembling under the martial god's pressure. Is this the power of the martial god? I looked at the winged dragon beast in front of me, the corners of my mouth rising crazily. Weren't you chasing after it happily just now? Now you're finished. I then gently clenched my fist, and in an instant, this pterodactyl beast exploded into a bloody mist. This is the greatness of the martial god. It's too good to be true. I retracted my power back into the divine mansion and couldn't help but leap with excitement inside. Martial god realm powerhouses, all of the countries in the entire blue planet combined, were no more than 3 in number and were veritable supreme powerhouses. Even though the Yanhuang kingdom had been established for more than 200 years since the cataclysm, the cumulative number of powerful martial god realm practitioners was only 33. Each martial god was a patriarch of the Yanhuang Senate and held a high position of power. Subsequently, my self-confidence was bursting, and I directly set my sights on the base's North City battlefield, the S-level hideous war behemoth. Ferocious beast, right? Let me take revenge on the original master. Luotian base, outside the first city wall defense line in the north of the city. All kinds of ferocious beasts surged like a tide, crawling on the ground and flying in the sky, constantly attacking the trench defense line constructed by the city defense forces relying on the moat. Holding off the front line were a dense concentration of armored artillery vehicles and city defense sergeants in black armor. At the same time, the rocket armies from the other bases in Central State locked onto the coordinates and continuously provided long-range fire support. Under the bombardment of such heavy artillery fire, many of the ferocious beasts were blown to pieces and their attacks declined. But with the moment the nearly 1,000-meter-long SSS-class war behemoth came out of the spatial rift, the hearts of all the warriors sank to the bottom. Even during the sudden beast tide 5 years ago, they had never seen such a terrifying, ferocious beast. Will we win this battle? There was fear and hesitation in the voices of some of the city guards. It will win. A firm voice rang out, again as soft as the spring breeze. We will win. Who is talking? When the guards of the city heard the voice, they hurriedly looked around, but only saw their teammates with puzzled faces. At the same time, ear-piercing alarms sounded on the battlefield. Warning! The base tower has detected SSS-class ferocious beasts intervening in the battlefield. Please have S-class or above armed personnel intercept them immediately. Quickly stop that ferocious beast. Never let it get close to the city walls. Full fire coverage. As the orders were given from the center console of the base tower, the commanders at all levels of the city defense army hissed even more vociferously. Several flares came on, illuminating the bleak night as bright as day, and the rain hung down like transparent silver threads. Countless ferocious beasts roared up, densely packed like a tidal wave. After coldly looking down at the battlefield, the hideous beast was like a war fortress as it opened its huge mouth of the abyss and continuously fired a large number of black inflammation balls. Boom! 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 Successive explosions rang out. For a while, the city's defense forces suffered heavy losses, with a large number of armored artillery vehicles destroyed and the city walls shattered. A large number of ferocious beasts also took advantage of the opportunity to rapidly advance forward like a tidal wave. Armed and ready. Just then, under the dull curtain of rain illuminated by flares, an old man with a beard sped up at breakneck speed. The old man threw out a golden cube that disintegrated into a golden-armed light gate. Warlord sequence. Blazing flame, brilliant, might SS. Arming complete. In an instant, a red and gold battle armor burning with flames appeared in front of the SSS-class beast. It's City Lord Xia. City Lord Xia is here. Brothers, hold on. The other defense line generals were overjoyed when they saw the visitor. As the strongest person in Luotian base, this old city master's strength had reached the late stage of martial zone, and he had once personally killed a SSS-class beast, so his strength was powerful. Get back to your world. Otherwise, I will behead you. Underneath the alloy battle armor mask, the Xia City Lord bellowed. The battle armor engine roared, and Yuan power completely exploded. Blazing flame cloud soared. In an instant, the blazing flame sword chi coalesced, and the dull sky under the curtain of rain was rendered into a golden red. Boom! When the dazzling blazing sword light dispersed, the hideous beast with a mountain on its back was actually intact and suspended in the sky. What? The Xia City Lord was slightly stunned when he saw this scene. With his own full-force strike, this monster was unharmed? The hideous beast grinned, its scarlet eyes revealing a sneer. In the next moment, it opened its abyssal mouth, and countless inflammatory balls shot out like machine guns. The snake head at the tail also quietly opened its scarlet eyes, sending out waves of black inflammation light at the gold and red battle armor in front of it. Damn it! The Xia City Lord, who had just dodged the black flame bomb, looked at this black flame spit, and his face changed drastically. Caught off guard, his own battle armor was slashed with dazzling sparks by the black flames, and he fell from a high altitude. Warning! Battle armor severely damaged. Warning! Underneath the iron armor mask, red danger signs kept appearing. The Summer City Lord was even like a bird with broken wings, falling straight down from the heights. But even more damaging was the fact that countless tracking black flame bombs were coming after them at breakneck speed. Not good. Old City Lord is in danger. Some of the guarding generals below saw this scene and immediately became distraught. Could it end here? The Xia City Lord looked at the black flame that was falling like a meteor and remembered the 10,000 lights behind him. No, I mustn't fall here. Third-degree bloodstorm. Down. A moment later, explosions rang out and black flames raged. Wait, what is this? The Summer City Lord looked above him with some consternation. He only saw an invisible barrier that covered his head like the realm of the sky. Even his body was dragged by an invisible force. Is this spiritual power? But how could it be so tough? The old city lord's eyes widened in some astonishment. You guys look, what kind of person is that? Right at this moment, the countless guarding warriors below fiercely noticed something. Only to see a figure faintly based in the sky, just gently waved his hand. The incoming flying beasts actually all turned into blood mist. Hey, it's my turn to play. I took out the spare black armor summoner that I had taken by hand and wore it around my waist. Black armor then covered my entire body. It was only mass-produced armor, but it was expensive to build. Not long after, arming completed. Fierce beasts, dare to invade my base. Then come be the whetstone for me after I ascend to godhood. I raised my eyes, and a tidal wave of divine might covered the entire field. In an instant, countless ferocious beasts trembled, and their battle power was greatly reduced. Warning! Unknown god-level life forms detected intervening in the battlefield. All members please pay attention. Unknown god-level life form. The woman in the white trench coat uniform at the center console of the central base tower was a little lost in thought. Lord Unseen, it has been detected that someone has forcibly accessed a pair of standard battle armor. A man in military uniform said, "Pull up the data for me." The woman's cool voice rang out. Yes. The man in uniform responded loudly. On the other side, on the frontline battlefield, countless warriors looked at this scene, shocked and disoriented. Martial God is a martial God level powerhouse. Roar! The hideous beast that was nearly 1,000 meters long also noticed this scene. It looked towards the black armored figure that was walking step by step, and deep scorn and trepidation flashed in its eyes. It felt the danger looming. In the next moment, the hideous beast opened its huge mouth of the abyss, and black flames converged. With a slight dodge, I dodged the incoming wave of light and appeared in front of this war beast near instantly. Avalanche fist. I clenched my fist with one hand and swung down violently. Countless heaven and earth energy was pulled in by Yuan Shin power. The battering mountain fist, which was only a martial apprentice ranked combat skill, was directly comparable to the power of an SSS ranked combat skill under the power of heaven and earth. Boom! Countless sonic boom air waves swept around, wrapped in a raging storm. The massive war fortress sank for the first time, hitting the ground hard and crushing an unknown number of ferocious beasts. Is this really a power that people can possess? Countless soldiers saw this scene, their mouths wide open. Roar! Under the dull, rainy night illuminated by flares, the war beast let out an angry hiss. The pitch-black giant mouth opened, and countless black inflammation bullets were sprayed like machine guns. Along the way, countless pitch-black flames exploded. Did I give you permission to shoot? Avalanche Mountain! I came to the behemoth's side at great speed and swung my fist out fiercely. Wrapped in the greatness of heaven and earth, the air waves sonically exploded. The war beast was powerless to fight back, and its huge body was once again sent flying tens of meters away. This scene made the crowd's hearts skip a beat as they watched. This was a monster comparable to a space mothership. Roar! The war beast hissed angrily. Its body erupted with black flames, like a hurricane that destroyed the sky and the earth. In the next moment, the huge body once again flew tens of meters backwards. I didn't stop, continuing to dispatch the great power of heaven and earth, mercilessly crushing the hideous beast with punch after punch. At this moment, the hideous beast, like a backwards war fortress, was beaten back, mercilessly crushing the surrounding tide of ferocious beasts. Finally, the predator beast could no longer stand it. Opening its huge mouth of the abyss, its entire body surging and converging with black inflammation energy. Waiting for this moment, with a flash of light in front of me, a large amount of Yuan Shin power converged on my hands and poured into the giant beast's abyssal maw in a single stream. The two forces surged and collided within the hideous beast, and the terrifying energy fluctuations tore through everything. The moment the critical point arrived, the terrifying explosion turned into a black mushroom cloud that shot up into the sky. The wind that was stirred up by the explosion spread out, strangling all the grass, trees, and beasts in the surroundings. At this moment, a few kilometers away in the sky, the three fighter mechs that had come to provide support were advancing at breakneck speed. However, they noticed the explosion fluctuation not far away, and the three ace mechs stopped in unison. At the head of the group was a humanoid mecha in icy blue, made from the remains of a divine beast, the ice dragon Crystalbone. Its chest was as thick as a shield, its left arm was equipped with a special pulse gun, and its right arm was equipped with a blue ice blade. The six ice dragon crystal wings on the back of the mech were like a cape, emitting a cold aura. The breath of the SSS-class ferocious beast is gradually failing, and that explosion, the mecha's icy blue eyes flickered slightly. Afterwards, the other two mechs said, "Captain, the wreckage of the SSS-class ferocious beast has been locked. Go take a look." On the bleak and rainy night, illumination lights up the sky from time to time. Next to the nearly 1,000-meter-long wreckage of the war behemoth, I stood quietly as the situation on the entire battlefield had entered the closing stages. This sudden wave of ferocious beasts should be able to come to a close. Just then I suddenly noticed something. Only 3 humanoid mechs glowing with neon light were seen descending from the sky, 5 or 6 meters tall, setting off a wave of air. Was this the legendary Dragon Rider war machine of Yanhuan country? The appearance was quite cool. I was slightly surprised. This was the first time that I had actually seen the heavy weapon of a great nation, the Huangzhou Dragon Rider Legion. There were only 300 elite mechs in the army, and each mech was made from the bones of S-class beasts or above, and all of them had the strength to kill S-class beasts on their own. They were the sharp blades of war that the Yanhuan kingdom had spent huge amounts of resources to cultivate. Their figures could be seen behind almost every beast-tide war. I have often seen the public revering and praising the Dragon Rider Corps in the online media. The Dragon Rider specialty is even the dream of countless martial arts high school students. The Black Armor Guard? Captain, he should be from the Luotian Base City Defense Force. The red-colored Dragon Sparrow mecha said so. Well, the eyes of the ice blue mech in the center flickered slightly suspicious. This was the beast-tide hinterland. How could an ordinary Black Armor Guard come here alone? And that explosion just now that was comparable to a god-level energy fluctuation? Well, you guys wouldn't be the ace of the aces of the Dragon Rider Legion, the Neverwinter Night Squad, would you? Earth Guardian Zhang Taiyong, Yanhuang Dragon Sparrow Zhang Hong Yuzu, and Neverwinter Night Apocalypse Ji Qinya. I surveyed them for a while before realizing that these ace mechs were deja vu. It is the one who has appeared in the mouth of the media many times, the leader of the new generation of martial artists. These people had just graduated from the University of Martial Arts and had enrolled in the Dragon Rider Legion Reserve Army, and had grown rapidly all the way through the experience of battle. At a young age, they were already Zhongshu level martial artists, so they could be described as exceptionally gifted. Hey, Captain, I think I met a fan? Inside the brown and black-colored mecha, Jean Taillon grinned. Who are you? Did you kill this SSS-class ferocious beast? Ji Qinya ignored his teammates' flirting and asked with suspicion. That's right, I killed him. I disarmed, revealing my teenage face, and smiled faintly. As for the identity, I'm just a passerby. Can you believe it? Just then, an armored car quickly sped by. Soon, an old man with a head full of white hair opened the car door and quickly walked over. Excitedly, he shook my hand. You are the unknown martial god lord, aren't you? At these words, the Eternal Night Squad was confused, and the black armored guards behind the old man were also filled with surprise. Are you the Old City Lord? I was a bit stunned. The last time this Old City Lord appeared on TV, he was still full of energy and red-faced. I didn't realize that he was aging so fast now. City Lord Xia, I'm sorry that our squad came too late, causing Luo Xin Base to suffer a major loss. On the side, Ji Qinya inside the ice blue mech said with an apology. No. The Old City Lord shook his head repeatedly, then looked at me with a face full of excitement. This time, it's thanks to this Lord Martial God who came to my aid. Wherever, I also have a responsibility in defending the Luo Xin Base. The corners of my mouth lifted up, not modest at all. On the side, Ji Qinya was a bit skeptical. City Lord Xia, is this teenager really a martial god level powerhouse? According to the database on our side, his name is Lin Che. He only has martial apprentice level strength, and he's also this year's senior exam candidate. Lin Ke, a martial arts disciple, a high school student. The Xia City Lord was a bit confused and took another close look at me. This can't be possible. It was this senior that I saw in the air a few minutes ago. I'm not old enough to be blind. Xia City Lord, Eternal Night Withering Ji Qinya is right. My name is indeed Lin Che, and I'm only 18 years old this year. I said with a smile. The corner of Ji Qinya's mouth twitched. This person could just call him by his name. Why did he have to carry a title? It sounded strange, but the next moment, his eyes were filled with shock, wondering if he was dreaming. But that unknown martial god, it is indeed me. A pure white Yuan Shen power appeared at my fingertips, emanating a terrifying might. Yuan Shen power. The Eternal Night Squad was collectively shocked, and even the Old City Lord had his mouth wide open, half speechless. They were all sovereign-level martial artists, so they naturally understood that it was the power of highly intermingled resonance between the power of the origin and the power of the spirit. It was more of a lifelong pursuit that they longed for, but was out of reach. But today, this power appeared in a teenager. A teenage martial god? This unbelievable thought occupied the brains of the crowd for a long time. Is this possible? Eventually, the returning Ji Qinya was the first to murmur softly. Unbelievable, yet staring for a long time. I know it's hard for people to believe, but I actually awakened by accident 5 years ago after that beast wave. I can clearly perceive the elements of heaven and earth and become one with them. Since then, my strength in martial arts has skyrocketed. Martial artist, martial master, martial zone, up to Deng Shun. Everything was so mellow and heavenly, I even felt that practicing martial arts was a breeze. I said without a blush or a skip in my step. The rest of them even looked at each other with shocked faces. This was not a genius. This was a born god. I suspect that I am the second possessor of the celestial elemental god-bodied. I lowered my voice. That's right. This is the heavenly Yuan divine body. The Old City Lord was even so excited that he hammered his palms. Our Yanhuang Kingdom has actually produced a martial artist with a heavenly Yuan divine body. The rest of the crowd wasn't calm either. The heavenly Yuan divine body. That was a special physique that ranked number 1 on the divine body list. It was speculated that the probability of it appearing was only 1 in 10 billion. More than 300 years ago, during the cataclysmic period, there had been a possessor of the heavenly Yuan divine body abroad. But unfortunately, he died in the midst of an extinction-level cataclysm 100 years ago. That's why you've been hiding your clumsiness before and didn't reveal your true strength until this beast tied. Ji Qinya nodded slightly, as if he understood something. Then Kichiyo gazed at me for a moment, as if to memorize my appearance. At that moment, the icy blue eyes of the Eternal Night Fading EX flickered slightly, and the body became active once again. Afterward, Ji Chinya said, City Lord Xia, since the beast tide has subsided, our squad will go back to deliver the mission first, and the subsequent matters will be discussed after they are submitted to the Senate for deliberation. Understood. Many thanks for coming to support Luo Shin base this time. After witnessing the departure of the Eternal Night Squad, the Xia City Lord's newly pressed mood became excited again. Lin Che, ascending to the central state. All things are clear. Good. Our central state has unexpectedly produced a supreme genius. This child of yours used to be too low-key. If you had said earlier, we in central state would have lifted the entire nation to provide for you. Don't lay low in the future. Everything in central state can be entrusted to you. Xia City Lord said excitedly. Ah! The corner of my mouth twitched. This old city lord, you're exaggerating too much. At 9 o'clock in the evening, I was back inside my family's villa. I pushed open the door to my second-floor bedroom, where the bed rested against floor-to-ceiling windows that looked out onto a busy shopping street in a drizzling rain. The streets, which were usually bustling with activity, had become cold and quiet at this time due to the beast tide. There were patrol cars on the road from time to time, and they were clearing the base city for any ferocious beasts mixed in, removing as many hidden dangers as possible. Junior friend Lin Che, your special physique has been known by the Senate. The Grand Elder and all the elders are paying a lot of attention to you, and it is estimated that within a few days, the Senate will grant you the treatment and position due to a martial spirit rank martial artist. So please get ready. Looking at the private message sent by the old city lord, I lay on my bed and pondered slightly. The Senate, as the highest authority in the Yanhuang Kingdom, had a total of 33 official elders, all of whom were martial god-level powerhouses. The three most famous of these elders as founding fathers are known as the Three Pillars. Whenever a new martial god appeared in the Yanhuang Kingdom, he would directly become a national patriarch according to tradition. The national patriarch? If this is the case, it just happens to be an opportunity to obtain more cultivation resources and quickly improve his strength. After all, the martial god might just be the beginning, and who knew if there would be an even more terrifying existence up there. The vastness of the stars aside, as of late, the blue planet has been experiencing a global-scale disaster almost every 100 years. Many martial god-level powerhouses fell each time, and even the once strongest man of Blue Star died in the disaster. And with more than 80 years having passed since the last global catastrophe, the next one could be coming soon. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel a little more urgency in my heart. No, I must rely on the system to become stronger quickly, preferably becoming an existence that surpasses the martial god in a short period of time. Only then can I gain the initiative in front of the upcoming global disaster. Shaking my head, I murmured in my mind, System, introduce your function. Ding! The function of the check-in system is being introduced. The host can make an ordinary check-in once a day. If he enters a special event or a special scene, the ordinary check-in will be refreshed into a special check-in, and the probability of appearing items of divine grade or above will be raised. The types of sign-in rewards are leveling up, feats, battle techniques, weapons, martial arts talents, and heavenly materials and treasures. Randomly, select one. The number of check-ins, refreshed at midnight every day. Okay, got it. After listening to the system introduction, I brightened up. It was just as I thought. Signing in once a day was straight up awesome. And there are still 2 or 3 hours until the next sign-in refresh, so I can sign in again then. This way down the line, I'll be able to rely on the sign-in rewards to get stronger quickly. I couldn't help but have some expectations in my heart. The special event of this beast tide invasion has ended, but the space rift where the beast tide appeared is still there. And that should be considered a special scene. Just as I was thinking, a voice rang in my head. Ding! There is a refresh in the host's information panel. Information panel? Nice, let me see what's good. Hearing the system's voice in my head, I hurriedly opened my information panel. A ghostly blue light curtain appeared in the dimly lit room. Name, Lin Che. Rank, First Guy of Martial Spirit Realm. Technique, Grade F Basic Guiding Technique. Grade F Basic Body Forging Technique. Battle Technique, Grade F Battering Mountain Fist. Basic Gun Application. Basic Boxing Technique. Basic Footwork. Basic Melee Weapons Application. Martial Talent, Wu Dao Tongshin, can dispatch heaven and earth's yuan-chi as he pleases. The feats and battle techniques were all learned in school before, the most basic ones, and the level wasn't very high. This talent of martial arts through was also acquired the moment I ascended to God. But I fixed my gaze on the column of rank. Regarding the division of the ranks of God-level powerhouses, The original owner knew very little from his memories. After all, it was too far away from him. There were also very few martial gods who spoke of their own or other martial gods' realms in public. System. Do you know the division of strength in the martial god realm? I asked. Ding, searching the database. Strong people in the martial god realm can condense Yuan Qi and spiritual power, sublimating it into Yuan Shin power and opening up the divine mansion. According to the strength of Yuan Shin power and the range of the divine mansion's capacity, the martial god realm can be divided into 9 heavens. After some detailed explanations from the system, I roughly understood the division of strength in the martial god realm. What about above the martial god realm? System. Do you know? Ding. Searching the database. The realms above the martial god realm have a total of the extinction god king realm, the immortal god lord realm, and the eternal realm lord realm. Hiss. This is too much, right? I didn't realize that the strongest martial god on this planet is just the beginning. I can't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Suddenly, a bold speculation popped up in my mind. Could the global catastrophe that occurs once every 100 years on the blue planet be dominated by a god king level ferocious beast? Thinking about this, I broke out in a cold sweat. No, I have to seize the time to become stronger and break through the martial god realm in a short period of time to become a god king level powerhouse. I don't want to become the sustenance for those god level ferocious beasts when a global disaster strikes. I then closed the system panel and opened the smart terminal. Soon, many pieces of news were directly pushed over. At 6 o'clock this evening, a spatial rift appeared in the vicinity of the Luotian base in Central State, suffering the impact of an SSS-class beast tide, causing thousands of soldiers to be injured and hundreds of soldiers to die. Looking at these messages, I lamented that this world is really unsafe. There are ferocious beasts everywhere. Luckily, I brought my own sign-in system, or else I'm afraid I wouldn't even survive past the first day. After that, I searched the internet for video information on global disasters, but unfortunately, I didn't get much substance. All you can do is brush up on your videos to pass the time and learn about Blue Star's culture industry in the process. By the time I blinked back, it was almost midnight. Boy, it's almost time to sign in again. Pack up and get ready to go. Although it was the middle of the night, I wasn't sleepy at all. The martial god level Yuan Shin power allowed me to get rid of the trouble of sleeping. Until today, I did not realize what is called double time, double happiness. Push open the door of the villa. Street lamps on the street side of the dim yellow. Drizzle tilted down. Body feels slightly cool. A quarter of an hour later, I bypassed the many barriers and arrived at the space rift at the periphery of the Luotian base. Under the darkness of the night, the spatial rift stood in midair like broken glass, hundreds of meters high, emitting a bit of ghostly light, extremely spectacular. However, this view was not something that ordinary people could see. All around the spatial rift, there were danger warning signs, and even a nearby national highway leading to Huangzhou was temporarily blocked. A few kilometers away in the distance was the temporary outpost of the Luotian Base City Defense Force, which was on high alert. From time to time, there were also 2 armed helicopters making regular inspections. I heard that spatial cracks will be automatically repaired by Blue Star. I just don't know how long it will take to repair this crack of hundreds of meters. Looking at the spectacular scene in front of me, I sighed a little. Ding! It has been detected that the host has entered the divine level scene broken space. The normal sign-in has been upgraded to a special sign-in. I thought I had to enter inside a spatial rift, but I didn't realize that being near a rift counts. It just saved me a lot of trouble. So I issued the command. System, I want to do today's check-in. Ding, the special signing was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Forbidden Talent Underworld Sky Candle Body. A forbidden talent. The Underworld Sky Candle Body. My eyes widened as I hurriedly opened the system panel to take a closer look. Martial arts talent. Underworld Sky Candle Body. Taboo physique. Can swallow the sky and devour the earth. Possesses the power to distort space and time. Strength is determined by the host's Yuan Shin power. Swallowing the sky and devouring the earth, distorting space and time, this physique is directly hanging. I sucked in a mouthful of cold air. In the next moment, an arcane aura covered my entire body like a tidal wave, filling all my limbs and bones. After a long time, I slowly opened my dark eyes, and my entire aura was like an abyss, so deep that I couldn't see the bottom. This is the forbidden physique, underworld, heavenly candle body. I extended my white palm, and a miniature black hole instantly appeared in the palm of my hand. as dark as the abyss on the inside and as bright as a heavenly candle on the outside. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi uncontrollably and crazily surged into the black hole, and even the large amount of wet soil on the ground was sucked over. Fuck, the suction is a bit strong. No way, can't take it anymore. Scared, I immediately closed the black hole in my palm. But in just those few seconds, just now, the yuan shin power within my divine mansion grew by several strands. That means I can use this physique to quickly upgrade? Returning to my senses, my eyes lit up and I hammered my palms. No wonder it's called a forbidden physique. This is too strong. Thinking of this, I once again opened the miniature black hole. Only this time the palm of my hand was upwards. Soon, the heaven and earth yuan qi, in a radius of 1,000 meters, rioted and madly surged into the black hole. In just a second or two, the surrounding yuan qi was absorbed and became very thin. SHID, the oxygen is sucked out too. Wait, it seems like I'm a god-level life form now and don't rely on oxygen to survive. There's a bit less meta around though. I spat. But suddenly, I subconsciously set my eyes on that spatial crack. Should we go in and take a look? It feels like the fierce beast world is full of energy. Thinking of this, I immediately took action, and with a few steps, I arrived in front of the ghostly blue spatial rift. Yuan Shin power could see a primitive and barbaric world, vast and boundless, through the cracks. It was late at night, and only nocturnal ferocious beasts were active in the primitive forest. The fierce beast world's yuan qi is really abundant. No wonder it keeps pouring into us. I was slightly staggered. Then I couldn't wait to open the black hole and frantically sucked in yuan qi against the crack. In an instant, a large amount of yuan qi swarmed in from the savage worlds, so dense that one could almost see the flow of yuan qi. At this time, the yuan shin power within my divine mansion was also increasing in strands at a rate visible to the naked eye. This kind of cultivation speed, when put in the outside world, could definitely shock the teeth of a group of martial gods. In just a few minutes, the influx of yuan qi was much thinner. It still feels like a drop in the bucket. Looking at the less than 1/10 of the yuan shin power within the divine mansion, I was slightly in trouble. It seems that without divine cultivation resources, it's still difficult to quickly raise the martial god rank. Such a large amount of heaven and earth yuan qi could only be converted into nearly 100 strands of yuan shin power. And I'm afraid it would be difficult to fill the divine mansion without tens of thousands of strands of yuan shin power. Forget it, let's go to the savage world to have a look, not going deep into the hinterland, just dabbling around the edges. Soon, I set foot in the savage world. I first anchored the location of the spatial rift with my yuan shin power, and then frantically sucked in yuan qi along the outskirts of the savage forest. The heavenly treasures and ungrateful ferocious beasts that I encountered along the way were also directly refined by me in a matter of moments. After strolling around, almost all of the places I had waded through were gleaned. It was a rewarding trip, with yuan shun power skyrocketing by nearly 3,000 strands and the divine mansion being filled by a third. 2 more trips in a while, and I'll be able to directly upgrade to the second heaven. Afterward, I returned to the Luo Shin base. The world of ferocious beasts is too deep for me to go. For the time being, after all, it is the land of ferocious beasts. Who knows what god-level ferocious beasts are hovering? The first stage is still obscene development is better. After all, I have hung. The growth rate must be fast. The early stage is still a steady hand. The next morning, as the sun rose, Luo Shin base gradually came to life. Due to the onslaught of the beast tide, the entire base was closed for 3 days, and many citizens were glad to have survived the robbery and went out for shopping sprees to relax. Among other things, the news of a suspected god-level powerhouse appearing to save the day at the Luo Shin base yesterday was spreading in countless groups, and there were many self-media bloggers on the internet who were frantically reporting on it and shooting blurry images. Regardless of whether the news was true or false, it caused an extremely high level of discussion in the cyberspace of Yanhuan country. After all, that was a martial god, a true god. Little friend Lin Che, are you at home? The Grand Elder is coming to the Luo Shun base today to personally pay a visit to see you. I, who was playing a game in the bedroom on the 2nd floor, was confused on the spot. What the hell? The Grand Elder of the Senate is going to personally pay a visit? Who is the Grand Elder of the Senate? The founding elder of the Yanhuan Kingdom, ranked as the head of the 3 pillars. A martial god-level powerhouse that had existed since more than 200 years ago He was a veritable living fossil that enjoyed supreme praise in Yanhuang Kingdom. At home. So, I immediately messaged back. Ding dong. Just then a bell rang outside the door. No way? It's coming so soon? I was a bit surprised. I didn't expect these guys to be so efficient. Coming to the first floor, I opened the door of the special alloy room. In front of my eyes was a white-clothed young man with long hair, a gentle smile rippling across his white, jade-like face, making people feel like spring breeze. The old city lord next to him even squeezed his eyebrows. Lin Che, this is the Grand Elder. Ah, hello, Great Elder. I was a bit surprised. I didn't expect that the legendary 200-plus-year-old Pillar Grand Elder would look so young. And there was no shelf at all, just like an old friend who hadn't been seen for many years and was now paying a visit to exchange pleasantries. Hello, little friend Lin Che. My name is Jianglu Li. You can just call me by my first name. Jianglu Li sized up the white-clothed, black-pants teenager in front of him, and his smiling eyes flashed with a trace of deep surprise. It turned out that Jianglu Li actually felt like he was facing that bottomless abyss. And what was even more frightening was that the abyss was also quietly watching him. This unknown feeling had not been experienced by Jianglu Li from other martial gods for a long time. Today, it seemed that this teenage heavenly pride with the heavenly Yuan divine body was by no means a falsehood. All right, Elder Luo Li, an old city lord, please come in. I wasn't formal and fell to inviting the two to enter as guests. I then added, I'll go get you all a cup of water. I don't have any tea in the house, so please excuse me. There's no need for that. Jianglu Li wanted to refuse, but I moved quickly. Jianglu Li could only look at each other with the old city lord and shake his head slightly. Soon, 3 glasses of water were placed on the coffee table, and I took a gentle sip before looking over at the two men. After some exchanges, Jianglu Li invited me to join the National Senate and serve as the Central State Town Councilor. Hearing this invitation, I gave a slight start. In the Yanhuang Kingdom, the hinterlands usually did not have this kind of envoy. For one, the pressure of the ferocious beasts was not that great. The second was that it had too much power, combining administrative, military, and financial power, and was only accountable to the Senate. Thus, the town councilor is like the lord of the fiefdom, the earthly emperor of the region, tens of thousands of people above and below the Senate. As for the National Senate elders, that is equivalent to enter the core of the highest power. National policy are collectively decided by the elders. And as an elder, there is also judicial immunity. No one dares to pursue ordinary illegal behavior. If there's a major offense, you have to get approval from the Senate to be held accountable. Little friend Lin Che, this is the benefits and conditions that our Senate has offered you. Please take a look. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, we can modify it specifically for you. Elder Jiang handed out a gilded red book, and on the cover were the 2 words Lin Che in Dragon's Flight. Looking at the eager eyes of the 2 men, I opened the red book and flipped through the pages. The only sound in the quiet living room was the sound of turning pages. The conditions offered by the Senate are very generous, and there are 2 options. The first, to become a formal elder of the Senate, enjoying decision-making power, legislative power, judicial immunity, etc. At the same time, he accepted the Senate's commission to serve as the Central State's town envoy, guarding one side and obtaining many god-level resources tilted. Lastly, the highest leadership body of the military, the Yanhuang Sword Enforcement Division, directly grants the rank of general and enjoys many privileges. The disadvantage is that you have to follow the Senate's decision-making guidelines, or you will be impeached, which can lead to accountability or removal from the ambassadorial post. The second, to become a full elder of the Senate, but not to hold an ambassadorial, military, or official position, but only to be granted the rank of honorary admiral. The advantages are less responsibility and more freedom. The disadvantages are poor benefits and the lack of the godly resources tilted towards making and military positions. Elder Jiang, City Lord Xia, would I be too young if I were to serve as the Central State's Town Guard ambassador? After all, I don't have much experience. I closed the red book and raised my eyes to inquire. The 2 of them sniffed and looked at each other, both revealing joyful colors. Elder Jiang slowly said, Junior friend Lin Che, you don't need to worry about this point. We will equip you with a secretarial think tank of 30 or more people who will specialize in assisting you in handling the day-to-day governmental affairs of the Central Prefecture, as well as taking care of your daily life. In addition, City Lord Xia is more familiar with the Central State, and he will also do his best to assist you. That's right, that's right. The old city lord nodded his head in a hurry and looked at me with bated breath. I see. I nodded slightly. I'll choose the first contract to become the Central State Town Guardian. In this dangerous world of high martial arts, strength is the most important thing. The first contract gives more divine resources, which meets my need to get stronger quickly. What's more, the town crier only had to answer to the Senate and still had a lot of freedom aside from the duty of holding down a side. Little friend Lin Che, thank you for your choice. Elder Jiang revealed a look of joy. The number of martial god-level powerhouses in the entire blue planet was sparse, with the 3 major countries plus some small countries that were lingering on, totaling less than 100. Every country is short of martial gods. In recent years, the ferocious beasts have become more and more active, especially the marine ferocious beasts. Not only are they huge in number, but the number of S-class ferocious beasts and above is also increasing day by day. The martial gods guarding the ocean borders all felt a sharp increase in pressure, making it difficult to withdraw. I am willing to serve as the Central State's town envoy to deal with the problem of ferocious beasts within the hinterland, which can be considered as a solution to the immediate problem. Soon, the crowd signed a series of state contracts in a relaxed atmosphere. From today onwards, I am officially an elder of the Senate, as well as a town guardian of the Central State. Little friend Lin Che, this is the welfare package prepared for you in all aspects this year. Elder Jiang took out a ring and handed it to me. This is... I questioned looking at the ring. Elder Jiang smiled and explained, this is a space ring with a total of 100 cubic meters of space, and it contains an unlimited amount of martial god black gold card, which can handle any spending within our country. The first black and gold chest contained 35 bottles of divine evolution potion, which could effectively enhance the strength of a martial god, and was the basic treatment for the country's patriarchs, town envoys, and admirals. The other silver case contained 30 bottles of SSS-grade repair potions and purification potions that could heal injuries and dispel negative effects. The last black gold chest is the SSS-class battle armor Black Scale Golden Feather prepared for me, which is made from an exceptionally gifted SSS-class beast. The white spirit ring next to it was the intelligent terminal for the martial god, the material and performance of which were all top-notch, and it could be turned into any shape according to one's preference. If the Senate holds a meeting, you can attend it through the spirit ring projection without leaving the township. The remaining 3 crystal tags, which can represent your identity, are the Golden Senator's Order, the Black Town Guard Ambassador's Order, and the Red Admiral's Order. Not long after, Elder Jiang took out another wooden treasure box and a black and gold chest. Then, Elder Jiang opened the wooden treasure box, a hardcover book with a pure white jade slip on top. Elder Jiang took the book and said to me, you just became a martial god. You will be lacking in terms of feats and battle techniques. This is a universal divine level feat mastered by our Yanhuang kingdom called the Tai Sacred Canon, which means supreme, and the Yuan Qi cultivated will be pure and yang, as if it were the sun that reigns over all things. This technique was deciphered by us from the relics of the number 1 super civilization, and it can be considered the mother of all techniques, as many of the divine techniques cultivated by the martial gods were deduced from the Tai Sacred Canon. Then, Elder Jiang opened the black gold chest, which was filled with 3 rows of pure white jade slips. Elder Jiang turned to me and then said, these are SSS grade battle skill inheritance jade slips, which allow you to quickly absorb the experience inside and raise the level of your battle skills. You can pick 3 of your favorite battle techniques to cultivate. As for the Xia City Lord on the side, his eyes were almost glazed over. This was because of how rare the battle skill inheritance jade slip was, and only martial artists who had made war achievements and possessed a large amount of merits could be exchanged in the national treasure trove. A simple inheritance jade slip could save a martial artist decades of hard training in battle techniques. It was simply a priceless treasure. Was this the treatment of the proud son of heaven? The Summer City Lord envied it fiercely. I was also a bit surprised and delighted, not realizing that this Grand Elder had given so much thought to the matter. Afterward, I used my Yuan Shin power to roughly scan through these SSS-grade jade slips. There were many types of battle techniques, including body techniques, fist techniques, sword techniques, and art techniques. After some selection, I took out 3 jade slips. Elder Jiang, I'll choose these 3 SSS-grade battle techniques. SSS-grade combat skill, 4 elements Yuan Wu Gang, condenses Yuan Qi and transforms it into 4 elephants: Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xuan Wu, with attack, defense, and speed increasing in 4 positions. SSS level combat skill, Instantaneous Prison Thunder Shadow Flash. The body transforms into instantaneous shadow, sounding like a thunder prison, the top explosive body technique. SSS grade combat skill, heavenly blade drawing technique. Blade intent is condensed and blossomed in a flash. The potential can cut the sky, top-level explosive blade technique. Offense and defense in one, with bursts and displacement, not bad, enough to deal with the ferocious beasts of the central state. Elder Jiang nodded slightly and said approvingly. One last thing, little friend Lin Che, this is the Yuan Spirit God Crystal, the rarest cultivation resource in our country, bar none. It can help God-level powerhouses to rapidly raise their Yuan Shun power. Only in the center of Jiang Lu Li's hand, a fist-sized Yuan Spirit God Crystal was silently suspended, surrounded by pure white light. Yuan Spirit Divine Crystal. I subconsciously held my breath and could feel that this tiny crystal contained energy as gentle as an ocean. If it can be absorbed, Elder Jiang smiled and said, this is the benefit of serving as a town envoy. 1 per year according to the regulations. Due to the recent ravages of the ferocious beasts in the central state, I'm applying in advance to release it to you. Elder Jiang, you've taken the trouble. I put the Yuan Spirit Divine Crystal inside my spatial ring and thanked heartily. In this short half hour, I directly harvested, not only obtained the merit law, battle skills, and armor, even the cultivation resources were also a bunch more. After agreeing to take office tomorrow, Elder Jiang and City Lord Xia offered to take their leave. I didn't retain them either. After all, both were busy people. Chapter 8 Comprehensive Strength Enhancement and New Rewards for Signing Up. Late night, Lin Che sat cross-legged on the bed, and the jade simplex of the Tai sacred cannon was suspended in front of him and was vibrating at a unique frequency. At this moment, within his divine mansion, a contemplation diagram that was constantly rotating and blooming like a white lotus flower was similarly vibrating at the same frequency. The Yuan Shin power within the divine mansion was pulled by the frequency and gradually merged into this lotus, transforming from ordinary Yuan Qi into Tai, a Yuan Qi. It was only after a long time that he slowly opened his eyes and took back the jade sketch of the Tai, a sacred cannon, within his spatial ring. Good Lord, the divine mansion's Yuan Shin power is missing 4/5 of it all of a sudden. Lin Che looked at the pure white light at his fingertips and was a little confused. This is Tai, a Yuan Shin power? It doesn't look much different from the ordinary Yuan Shin power I had before, huh? The conversion rate is surprisingly high at 5-1, which feels like a big loss. Forget it, keep practicing. After slightly shaking his head, Lin Che took out the divine evolution potion he obtained this morning. Gobble gobble, straight to the mouth and slammed, slightly refreshingly sweet, thankfully not bitter. After a few short seconds, a large amount of essence energy filled the body. Lin Che hurriedly concentrated on running the Tai, a sacred cannon, refining all of this essence energy into Yuan Shin power and storing it in the divine mansion. A bottle of divine evolution potion can actually refine more than 150 strands of Tai, a Yuan Shin power. This effect is a bit strong. I don't know what kind of precious medicine was used to refine it. Only after half an hour did Lin Che open his eyes. It's just that the refining time is a bit long. So why don't we try using the effects of the underworld sky candle body? Afterwards, Lin Che carefully opened an extremely tiny underworld black hole and continuously sucked in the divine evolution potion. In just a few seconds, hundreds of Yuan Shun powers appeared within his divine mansion. This refining speed is simply terrifying. Seeing this result, Lin Che couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. But inside, excitement leapt up. This refining ability meant that he was able to quickly improve himself with the help of cultivation resources. Thinking of this, Lin Che took out the remaining 33 bottles of divine evolution potion, one by one, and arranged them neatly. Watch me refine it in a moment. In less than 5 minutes, all of the energy contained in these divine grade potions was absorbed. Lin Che's divine mansion was also filled by a large portion, and the Tai, a Yuan divine power, was as high as 6,000 strands, rotating around the divine core like stars. It looks like we can impact the martial God's second sky tonight. Finally, Lin Che took out the Yuan Spirit God crystal, surrounded by pure white light. The pure energy contained inside was even more exciting. This kind of divine grade rare crystal could only be birthed in a divine grade Yuan spirit vein. And as far as Lin Che knew, Blue Star had yet to discover a divine grade Yuan spirit vein. So it was obvious that these divine items came from the world where the ferocious beasts lived. After opening the miniature underworld black hole, The pure energy of the Yuan Ling divine crystal was quickly attracted to it. The Yuan Shin power of Lin Che's divine mansion was also growing extremely fast at a rate of 100 strands per second. In less than a minute, the divine mansion was filled. Seeing this, Lin Che hurriedly dispatched his Yuan Shin power and continuously impacted the barriers at the borders of the divine mansion. Under the pure energy boost provided by the Yuan Ling divine crystal, tiny cracks appeared in the divine mansion's barriers, which then grew larger and larger. Bang! After a slight ringing sound, the barriers completely shattered and the divine mansion doubled in size from its original size. Success! Martial God's second heaven. Lin Che's expression was delighted as a large amount of Yuan Shun power traveled through his limbs and bones, warm and powerful, continuously moisturizing every cell in the body, every vein and spirit point, every body. At this time, the Yuan Ling divine crystal had been completely refined and turned into a pile of dust crystal powder. The Yuan Shin power within Lin Che's body was also as high as 12,000 strands, and each strand was equivalent to the full force of a martial zone level powerhouse. A single Yuan spirit divine crystal provides 6,000 strands of Tai, a Yuan divine power. If there's another one, won't I be able to reach the triple heaven soon? Thinking of this, Lin Che's heart was on fire. Yuan Ling divine crystals, in addition to being distributed annually for the town envoys, can also be exchanged through the National Vulcan Treasury. The National Treasure Trove was divided into 4 classes: the Martial Artist Treasure Trove, the Grandmaster Treasure Trove, the Patriarch Treasure Trove, and finally the Martial God Treasure Trove. The exchange conditions were also very simple: a first-class battle merit plus 10 million merits. Merits can be earned through hunting ferocious beasts in battlefields, completing national quests, etc. Battle merits, on the other hand, need to be earned for outstanding contributions on a particular battle. For example, the first-class battle merit requires outstanding contributions to state-level battles, which are reviewed by the Senate before it can be awarded. At the next level up, the special class battle merit is awarded for outstanding contributions in major battles at the national level. And in yesterday's Luotian-based defense battle, the top-tier SSS-ranked ferocious beasts that he had killed were worth as much as 30 million merit points. He also received the Order of the Lorax from the Lorax base as a second-class war merit. It's just that it's all being vetted and hasn't been officially released to his personal information base yet. Merit is easy to obtain. The hard part is the battle merit, which depends on whether or not the ferocious beasts are willing to give it a chance. Forget it, let's talk about it later. We have to officially take office as the town's ambassador tomorrow. Lin Che opened his personal panel with a thought. A name, Lin Qi. Level, Martial Spirit Realm Second Heaven. Technique, Divine Grade Taiya Sacred Cannon, slightly. Battle Skills, SSS Grade. Heavenly Sword Drawing, SSS Grade. Instant Prison Thunder Shadow Flash, SSS Grade. For Elements Martial Deity, slightly. Apparatus, SSS Class Battle Armor Black Scale, Golden Feather. Martial Arts Talent, Martial Arts, Underworld, Heavenly Candle Body. Looking at his perfect data panel, Lin Che nodded in satisfaction. In the morning, he was the first to receive the 3 battle technique Jade inheritances. Due to his strong Yuan Shun power, he didn't miss any information when receiving the battle technique inheritance. Therefore, these 3 major battle techniques directly skipped the introductory and minor accomplishment stages and came to the grand accomplishment stage, which was only 1 step away from the battle technique consummation. Ding! The daily check-in has been refreshed. It's already midnight. Lin Che was a bit surprised. He didn't expect time to pass so quickly when he was practicing. After packing up, he left his villa and followed the same old path he took yesterday, arriving within the spatial rift near the Luotian base. Ding! It is detected that the host has entered the god-level scene, Broken Space. The normal sign-in has been upgraded to a special sign-in. At this moment, a kilometer away from the space rift, several military tents were set up, and there were City Defense Force personnel maneuvering drones and conducting investigative operations. Lin Che quietly arrived near the spatial rift without alerting these military personnel. System, check-in. Ding. The special sign-in was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the god-level carrier Space Demon God Machine. It's a god tier again, with such a high burst rate. Lin Che was overjoyed, not realizing that the probability of this divine scene shipping was so high. He then checked up on the information of the Space Demon God Machine on the system panel. Space Magic Machine. a divine vehicle with the ability to jump through space. Jumping space? That's strong. Blinking, Lin Che arrived at a wilderness, then summoned the space demon god machine, only to see a nearly 10-meter-tall humanoid mecha half squatting under the dark night, all in black and white color scheme. Lin Che entered the wide cockpit and scanned the fuselage with his Yuan Shin power. Link in progress. The only host, Lin Che, is bound. Fuselage activated. Space jump module activated. Is this what it feels like to have a mental link with a mech? It's kind of marvelous. The space demon god machine's eyes lit up and then moved his arms and legs. Immediately after that, he took a step forward and his figure instantly appeared 10 meters away. A small range of spatial shifting, almost instantly. Spatial shifting more than 10 kilometers away, on the other hand, requires the use of Yuan Shin power to assist, and energy consumption is also higher. As for the 100-kilometer spatial shift across states, specific coordinates need to be provided and a large amount of energy consumed to make the spatial jump. After some tests, Lin Che roughly understood the performance of this space demon god machine. Then, with a thought, he instantly moved back to the vicinity of his villa. You will officially take office as the Central State Town Councilor tomorrow. Chapter 9. Formal appointment as Town Guard Envoy. Threats, divine-ranked fierce beasts. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. In front of the equilibrium mirror, Lin Che put on his special town envoy uniform and glowed. Black and white eyes were bitingly clear, good-looking, and a gilded black robe set off his slender and upright figure. Hey, master is so pretty. After briefly admiring it, Lin Che left the bedroom and walked out of the villa. Outside the door, a black sedan pulls quietly to the curb. It's time to walk the plank, Lord Townkeeper. Lord Xia Chung lowered the window and squeezed his eyebrows. This look is not like a dignified lord of a city, but more like an old boy. Good morning, Lord Citadel. Agu, don't dare. The vehicle starts smoothly and heads straight for the base center. A large base tower was erected in the center of the Lorax base. The shape is straight as a column, with a large platform at the bottom and a four-leaf flower-like center console at the top. The name is Lothian Ruling Center. As the core authority of Luotian Base, and even the entire Central State, this place was solemn and majestic. At this moment, the topmost floor of the base tower, in front of the gate called the Town Hall. The Chief Legionnaire of the City Defense Army, the Grand Elder of the Senate Branch, the head of the Judgment Division, and the leaders of the functional departments of the City Lord's office. A forest of more than 20 people, all of whom were present and waiting. Prepare to meet that legendary teenage martial arts god. After all, this was the first town guardian to take office in Central State in over 200 years. No one can afford to ignore, and no one was not curious about that young martial god. What was he really like? Identity verification in progress. Welcome, Lord Town Councilor. Just as the crowd was having their own thoughts, the heavy door to the aisle behind them slowly opened. Only a young man dressed in a gilded black robe was walking in stride. The old city lord followed close behind. Welcome, Lord Town Councilor. The crowd looked at the teenager who was like an abyss and felt like their souls were going to be swallowed up into it. Unable to help but be horrified in his heart, he hurriedly bowed his head and clasped his fists in salute, not daring to look at it more. No need to be formal. Lin Che waved his sleeve and said in a faint voice. Seeing this, the old city lord smiled faintly and began to introduce Lin Che to the people around him. This is the Chief Legionnaire of our City Defense Army, Wang Dalei. Greetings, Lord Town Councilor. This is... Soon, the major leaders who had been introduced by the old city lord came out one by one and respectfully saluted this teenage town envoy, sort of mixing it up in front of Lin Che. At the same time, no one dared to rise up in contempt due to the power of Lin Che's body. Ahem, this last one is the Secretary General of the Thinking Brain Corps Xiao Weiyang, who aided you, previously serving as the Secretary General in our City Lord's mansion, with outstanding working ability. Greetings, Lord Town Councilor. I will be the one to help you with your daily duties from now on. The woman in the white trench coat uniform lowered her eyes and clasped her fists in salute. I see. Lin Che nodded slightly, his expression flat. The rest of the leaders then left, leaving only Secretary General Xiao Weiyang and the old city lord to follow Lin Che inside the town hall. The town hall is divided into the daily work area, the living and entertainment area, and the daily cultivation area, the three major areas. Under Xiao Weiyang's leadership, Lin Che familiarized himself with the vast area of the townhouse. The usual routine is also simple: listening to reports on the work of the City Lord's office, the Senate branch, the Judgment Division, the City Defense Force, and other departments. If you need to give orders, we, the Thinking Brain Corps, will also provide you with decision-making services. Aside from leading the lower bodies, your own job, my lord, is to hold down the security of the Middle Kingdom. After this Secretary General's explanation, Lin Che gradually understood what he was doing. It sounds a bit tedious, but in reality, he only needs to do one thing well. That's the town's center state. The rest of the leadership tasks, paperwork, etc., can be left entirely to your own team of wise secretaries. In addition, we have an AI think tank at the Loki Ruling Center named Loki. Lord Town Guardian, if you want to know any information, you can ask Luo Shun. You have the highest authority. AI Brain Lorax? Okay, I get it. Arriving at the luxuriously decorated office area, Lin Che collected his aura, sitting at the coffee table with the old city lord. Next to the Secretary General Xia Weiyang skillfully made tea. You sit down too, Secretary General. Lin Che took a stool from the side and handed it to this cool woman. I'm sorry, Lord Town Councilor, it's my job. Xia Weiyang shook her head slightly. At the same time, it was the first time she had seen the teenage town crier in action. Unlike the terrifying figure that looked like an abyss just now, the teenager in front of him looked ordinary except for a billion points of handsomeness. It's as if it's a simple, ordinary person. Ahem, precious granddaughter, there are no outsiders here. If Lord Lin Che asks you to sit, you can sit. There's no need to be too formal. The old city lord took a sip of clear tea and said with a smile, Lord Citadel, please refer to your position at work. Yes, 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 Lord Secretary General. At those words, the old city lord's face instantly crossed over, like a frosted eggplant absent. Having said that, Xia Weiyang still took the stool and sat down. Lin Che wasn't surprised about the identities of the two. After all, the Xia family was also a famous martial arts family in Luotian base, with many family sons and daughters and deep roots. After some pleasantries, the old city lord began to complain to the recently appointed town envoy. The story goes back 5 years. At that time, although there were quite a few ferocious beasts roaming the wilderness of the central state, they were not yet enough to pose a threat to the human base. That was until the descent of a divine-level ferocious beast broke the rare calm of the people of the central state. There's a god-level ferocious beast prowling in the central state? Lin Che frowned slightly. This was the first time he had heard of this matter. That's right, that divine-grade fierce beast is named the six-winged amethyst Xianbird, and we named it based on its external features. The old city lord nodded, then opened his intelligent terminal. Luo Shun, help me retrieve the video data of the six-winged amethyst Xianbird. Okay, it's in the process of being retrieved for you. Soon a video screen was projected. One could only see several spatial cracks opening up within a human base, both large and small. At this moment, the black, giant bird with 6 wings was high in the sky, its body's complicated amethyst pattern flowing with energy, coldly looking down at everything. This is our Zhongnan base in Central State, which was similarly invaded by a large-scale ferocious beast 5 years ago. Those spatial cracks were opened by this divine-grade ferocious beast. It possesses a rare spatial talent and is extremely difficult to deal with. The scene shifted, and inside the base, several clan-level martial artists wearing battle armor were fighting against it. However, in the face of a divine-level ferocious beast capable of spatial teleportation, in just a few seconds, many martial sect members were heavily injured. In the end, the 6-winged amethyst Xianbird swallowed these 6 martial sect members one by one into its stomach as if it was eating a snack. This guy is devouring human martial artists? This scene made Lin Che look extremely uncomfortable, and a trace of coldness flashed across his eyes. Ugh! The old city lord sighed. That's right, to the ferocious beasts, we human martial artists are walking precious medicines that are greatly tonic when swallowed. In the human base, that's their hunting ground. The video screen shifted. A humanoid mech rushed to the battlefield, red and white in color, wearing a blazing cloak and holding a rapier. The one who rushed to support is the Dragon Rider Legion's Legion commander, also an inferno brilliant martial god named Pact Sacred Sword. On the screen, after the two sides had fought for 10 minutes, the 6-winged amethyst Xianbird, seeing that it was unbeatable, summoned a short-lived space gate and left in style. This is the end of the video. Chapter 10. the Beast God cult, and the official announcement video. Ever since this Central South defense battle 5 years ago, there have been more and more spatial cracks appearing in our central state, and it's absolutely impossible to get behind it without this divine-ranked fierce beast messing with it. The broken bird is cautious, and hasn't been down in person again in 5 years, as if he's watching for something. But for us, the people of the central states, this broken bird is like the sword of Damocles hanging over our heads, and who knows when the next disaster will strike. Ugh! The old city lord looked sad and sighed. City Lord Xia, what is the strength assessment of this divine, great, fierce beast? Lin Che took a sip of clear tea and inquired in a light voice. Since the other party had set their eyes on the place he was guarding, an encounter was naturally essential. Knowing the enemy and knowing himself was the only way to fight 100 battles. According to the assessment of the specialized instruments, it should be martial God's second heaven, up to third heaven at its peak, with spatial ability and purple-black flames. You can check the database for specific information, but of course this is 5 years old. Okay, I get it. Lord Town Guardian, you are still young, and your future is unlimited. If you really meet this ferocious beast, you must not fight to the death. After all, if you leave a green mountain behind, you're not afraid of having no wood to burn. The old city lord said a bit uneasily. Don't worry, I'm not a rash. Lin Che faintly laughed. With his growth rate, this divine, great, fierce beast was not something he placed in his eyes. Of course, having said that, it should be taken seriously. It wasn't long before City Lord Xia and the Secretary General left one after another to handle their work. Finally, it's all gone. I'm exhausted. Lin Che rubbed his cheeks, and his tight expression relaxed a lot. Right, Luo Shen. Help me retrieve the specific information of the six-winged amethyst Xian bird. Yes, Lord Town Councilor, it's being retrieved for you. A virtual portrait of an elegant woman in a dress was presented, and she waved her sleeve. Several virtual panels appeared in front of Lin Che, all of which recorded the various detailed data of that divine, great, ferocious beast. In the past 5 years in Central State, there have been a total of 16 beast-tide invasions, both large and small, at the major bases. Every time, a space crack torn apart by that god-level ferocious beast appeared. It was obvious that the other party had been coveting the Central State for a long time. Also involved in this data is an organization called the Beast God Cult. The Beast God Cult was a famous cult in the country of Yanhuang, and its followers believe in those god-ranked ferocious beasts that appeared in the Blue Star and took pride in spiritually linking to the beast god, often engaging in great blood sacrifices. On top of that, they experimented with human beings, studying the genetic coding of ferocious beasts and people, and using that to gain extraordinary power in inhuman ways. In recent years, this infamous cult group has gradually become active in the Central States and has appeared on various bases. It was obvious that the purpose of this cultist group was to link that divine-level ferocious beast. I just don't know if it's been a success. Luo Shun, help me retrieve all the information on the Beast God cult. The more detailed, the better. Yes, Lord Town Councilor. It's in the process of being retrieved for you. Soon, a large amount of Beast God sect information appeared in front of Lin Che, amounting to millions of words, recorded in incomparable detail. The Beast God cult had existed since before the Yanhuang Kingdom was even established, and as the minions of the Beast God, they had done nothing but evil in order to curry favor with the Beast God. For example, large-scale blood and flesh sacrifices, drug trafficking and profiteering to develop believers, human-animal unification through human experimentation to obtain transcendent powers, and so on. Also, the Beast God religion is polytheistic. Each patriarch believed in a different beast god, and there were even cases of believing in more than one beast god at the same time, and it was not uncommon. The beast god religion has developed and maintained some connection in the countries that still exist around the globe, but probably under different names. In terms of organizational structure, the beast god cult has a strict hierarchical feudal structure, which is divided into 4 major classes: patriarchs, elders, priests, followers. Nowadays, the Beast God sect master, who was active within the territory of the Yanhuang Kingdom, was the third, named Yang Yongshen. After half a lifetime of poverty, he suddenly had an epiphany one day, called himself a divine messenger, and joined the Beast God cult, from which he never got out of hand, and became the head of the Beast God cult in less than 10 years. After taking office, He claimed that those who believed in the beast god religion could have eternal life and enlisted a large number of believers from all walks of life through money and transcendental gene potions. After being severely cracked down by the officials, the beast god cult turned to clandestine development and is still lurking in all walks of life. After roughly touring the history of the development of this million beast god sect, Lin Che couldn't help but stretch his legs, take a sip of tea, and relax. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Come. Soon, Xiao Weiyang, who was holding the documents, entered inside this luxurious office. Lord Town Guardian, according to the usual practice, the Central Proclamation Department needs to officially proclaim you, the Town Guardian, to the Yanhuang populace officials. Do you need me to take the official announcement video? There's no need to go through so much trouble. Our secretarial team thinks this video of yours is just fine, and after post-production, it's perfectly fine as an official announcement video. A virtual projection video appeared in front of the two. Only a young man in a gilded black robe was seen stepping faintly inside the tall and magnificent central base tower with a steady and powerful pace. Behind him, the old city lord in a city lord's uniform followed closely behind. Just then, the teenager suddenly glanced back and turned to look behind him. The video also pulls back at the same time and cuts to a distant view of a thriving and peaceful city. The corners of Lin Che's mouth twitched, not realizing that the scene he was curious about down there at the time had been captured on film. Of course, if Lord Town Councilor is not satisfied, it is perfectly possible to retake the shot again as you requested. No, I think the video is just fine, so I'll leave it to you guys. Okay. After signing the papers, Xiao Weiyang turned around and left the office. Looking at this departing Secretary General, Lin Che suddenly remembered something. Luo Shun, help me retrieve all the information on the Xia family within the Luo Shun base. Yes, Lord Town Councilor, it's in the process of being retrieved for you. Soon, Lin Che was informed of all the information about the Xia family. As one of the top martial arts families in the Luo Shun base, the family had up to hundreds of members with a total of 3 generations. The old city lord was named Xia Guozhuang, a member of the first generation of the Xia family, nearly 70 years old, the current head of the Xia family, and at the 8th heavenly realm of martial zone. His direct granddaughter, Xiao Weiyang, was a member of the 3rd generation of the Xia family, 25 years old, and had studied at the top university, Yanhuang Academy. Instead of choosing to further his education after graduation, he passed the political officer exam and returned to the Lothian base. He currently serves as the Secretary General of the Town Hall and the Commander of the Central Base Tower, an official position and a civilian position in the army, with the strength of the 3rd heaven of the martial master. The other family members were all either rich or wealthy, either officials of the city's main government or members of the military, while some others ran family businesses. After briefly doing a little bit of understanding, Lin Che went to the cultivation area of the townhouse, opened the intelligent terminal, and started high-intensity surfing. At the same time, a large amount of Yuan Qi gathered by the Yuan gathering matrix was being rapidly devoured by the miniature underworld black hole. While swiping through the videos, his strength soared. Hey, cozy. Lin Che lay comfortably on the rotating seat and spun around a few times every now and then. Just then, the terminal buzzed and vibrated. Lin Che raised his eyes and glanced at it, realizing that it was a message sent from within his class group. Chapter 11. Official announcement. Shocked netizens of Yanhuang Nation. Class teacher Wang Yin at all members. Those who got into the Key Budo University this year. Meet me at the school tomorrow to receive their scholarships. System. Class teacher Wang Yin uploaded a picture. When this news came out, the senior class 9 group was buzzing with excitement. A small group without the presence of a classroom teacher. Of course. I didn't realize the school-wide report card came out so quickly. Alas, I didn't do well this year. And when I checked my scores on the evening of the 24th, I realized that I was still quite a bit short of Yanhuang Academy, so I could only go to a major university. 6, you kid is really Versailles. I only took more than 500. I can only go to an ordinary martial arts university. Holy shit, those bigwigs in our class did so well on their martial arts exams this year. What perverts? That's right, especially since our class's Goddess Nagara is straight first in the whole school, so the homeroom teacher is going to be happy now. Damn, fiercely envious. If I had this score, I'd directly enroll in Yanhuang University's Dragon Rider major. Messages appeared quickly in the class group, popping up one after the other. After diving for a while, Lin Che was just about to leave when he suddenly saw someone discussing him. Holy shit, The bottom of our class this year is actually Lin Che, that role king. Really fake? It can't be. With his strength, he can casually go to a major martial arts university. Look at the transcripts yourself if you don't believe me. Hiss. 386 points. This is what a student from our Heaven's Pride class can get. This score can't even get into an ordinary martial arts university, right? After taking a look, it's really that Lin Che from our class, but it's still a little hard to believe. After all, he's a top martial arts disciple, and his grades in other subjects are also good. So how could he possibly score this much on the test? At Lin Che, this score of yours, is it really fake? It's not like the Education Bureau screwed it up for you, is it? Soon, a few students who were familiar with Lin Che had aired up. Rincho, laying flat and weeping JPG. It was in a bad state, so I didn't do well on the exam. It's a bit outrageous, brother. The high school entrance exam slipped 300 points straight down, and I was wondering if someone had topped your test paper with you. Kaji, I doubt it too. Lin Shun, this is not your true strength. Looking at these messages, the corners of Lin Che's mouth faintly raised. Before obtaining the signing system, of course he would care about the college entrance exam results. After all, the better the martial arts university, the more resources for cultivation. But now, the top martial arts universities were no longer worth it to him. Just then, a private message was sent. Yun Chengle, Lin Che, what happened to your college entrance exam results? Do you want me to retrieve the college entrance examination process for you and re-verify it? After all, this score is too outrageous for you. Seeing this message, Lin Che slightly froze, and a delicate and cheerful young girl in white and black dress instantly appeared in his mind. As the school flower of the whole class, and even the whole school, the other party's gentle and bright personality was what made her the most popular goddess in the whole school, bar none. Lin Che had once been at the same table with the other party for a period of time, and at that time, he was still relatively high-strung or introverted, with only martial arts in his eyes. Still, with each other's warmth, they became more acquainted friends, the kind who could talk a little, only to drift apart later. Lin Che didn't expect the other party to specifically come and ask about it. Lin Che, no thank you. I was really in a poor state when I was conducting the martial arts high school exam, and this score isn't really a surprise. Cloud Chengle. Huh? That's fine. I just feel a bit sorry for you. After all, after fighting so hard for 3 years, in the end, you have nothing to show for it. Lin Che, perhaps this is fate. Mr. Yun Chengle, I wish you a happy university life and a high rise in martial arts. Cloud Chengle. Well, nah, thank you. This year's review class is also about to enroll. Lin Che student, I wish you the best of luck in next year's gold list. Rincho. Yes, I will. After replying to the message, Lin Che swiveled his seat and went to the floor-to-ceiling window. Looking at the rising sun and the bustling base, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Where exactly is my life headed? Let's wait and see. Lord Town Councilor, at 10 a.m., the video of your official announcement has been officially distributed to the Central and Central State official networks. The next day, inside the town hall of the Central Base Tower, Secretary General Xia Weiyang sent a message. I see. Lin Che opened his smart terminal, and in his heart, he was a little curious about how the netizens would react. Anyway, if you're sitting around, why don't you touch a fish and check out the comment section? After all, an 18-year-old junior martial god. This was also the first time when looking at the entire blue star. Yen Huang Shinzi, an 18-year-old junior martial god, officially serving as the Central State's town guardian. Looking at the official video title, Lin Che blinked. This is a bit of a high tone. Looking at the comment section that had just been released, but had hundreds of comments, Lin Che knew that this official video was going to explode all over the internet. After all, no one would associate a teenager with a martial arts god, much less a town envoy. When I opened the comment section, it was full of question marks. I don't get it, but I'm blown away. This is fake news, right? At Central State official. Looking at it, it's the official number, yes, but an 18-year-old junior martial god? SSSH. I must not be awake. Wake up and the world is upside down after all? No. Seriously, is this really the official number? It's outrageous, isn't it? Hundreds of comments quickly scanned. Many netizens are still shocked and skeptical mainly about him, the newly appointed town crier. And it's a story that continues to fester, with the video getting a frighteningly high number of retweets. After eating the special sumptuous lunch at the townhouse, Lin Che realized that there was already a flood of news about himself. Shocking. The Central State is shocked to see the emergence of a martial god town envoy. Only 18 years old, Unbelievable. An 18-year-old martial god powerhouse appears in the central state. He's directly appointed as the town guard envoy. Unbelievable. The Yanhuang Divine Sun has appeared in the central state. The strength is unbelievable, easily killing SSS-class beasts in seconds. Shocking. It turns out that the mysterious martial god powerhouse that appeared at the Luo Shun base is actually a teenager. About him, a young martial god, not only was the matter spreading wildly within the country, but even the Holy Union State and the Free Union State, these extranets, were also spreading the word. Only 2 or 3 hours passed, and this matter directly appeared on the first of the whole network's hot searches. Tens of thousands of people are talking about this after dinner. Major video platforms, major group chats, major posting. The comments on the official website were even flushed right out. The impact of this incident on the people of Yanhuang country was just too great. No less than dropping a nuclear bomb in cyberspace. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon of that day, the Central State officials also held a question and answer session with reporters inside the Luotian base. Formal response to online questions about the new town crier in Central State reveals a lot of information. This question and answer session was hosted by the Old City Lord of the Luotian base, accompanied by the ministers of various departments, and the scene was crowded and lively. Countless reporters were even more agitated and frantically stood up to ask questions. Lord City Lord, that mysterious powerhouse that came out to kill the SSS-class fierce beast last time, was it our Lord Town envoy? Yes, it is indeed our Lord Town counselor. Lord City Lord, is this town envoy really only 18 years old? That's right, the younger generation is fearful. Like when I was 18 years old, I had only just become a martial artist, while our Lord Town Guardian has become a martial god. Lord City Lord, Lord City Lord. How did this Lord Town envoy become a martial god so quickly, bearing in mind that he's only 18 years old? When these words came out, the whole room was quiet, and countless reporters held their breath in anticipation of the next answer. Even the pop-ups in the official broadcast room were subconsciously much less. All people in Yanhuang country respected martial arts and extremely worshipped strong people. And the teenager who was only 18 years old and had crossed the 3 realms of martial artist, martial master, and martial zone, becoming a martial god, had aroused curiosity and disbelief all over the internet. It was important to know that the last Yanhuang Kingdom's supreme genius was also long over 40 years old when he broke through to the martial god realm. And Lin Che, even if the other party had cultivated in his mother's womb, there was no way he could have become a martial god in just 18 years. Because this Lord Town Guard envoy is a born martial god, the possessor of the heavenly Yuan divine physique. The moment he awakened his physique, he was destined to quickly become a martial god. The press conference was in an uproar at this statement. Heavenly elemental divine body? Isn't it the legendary god body? I didn't think that there would really be martial artists with this kind of physique. Meanwhile, at the spatial rift near the Luo Shin base, Lin Che leisurely came here while watching the live broadcast of the press conference at his terminal. Within a few kilometers of the crack, the Luotian Bay City Defense Army has drawn a battalion of troops to be stationed here at the same time, launching an investigation and research into the world of ferocious beasts. System, I want to sign in. Ding, the special signing was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a random battle skill enhancement. Random battle technique boosts? Lin Che was a bit surprised that there was such a reward. In the next moment, a familiar yet unfamiliar sensation spread throughout his entire body. Ding, your SSS-class battle skill, Jintian battling technique, has been cultivated to the perfection realm. A reward similar to skill points? It doesn't feel bad. It saves a lot of time in practicing battle skills. It's a pity that it's not a divine cultivation resource. If you slowly cultivate, it's still too slow to break through to the third sky of the martial god realm. Forget it. There's no rush. I've only become a martial god for 3 or 4 days. Just then, a number of messages came from the smart terminal. Lin Che glanced at it and realized that it was a message from his high school class group. At Senior Class 9 Lin Che, holy shit, I just realized that the newly appointed Lord Town Guardian has the same name as you, and it said that he's only 18 years old this year, and he's directly become a martial god. Seeing this message, Lin Che blinked and didn't know what to say for a moment. At this point, there was also a quick discussion within the class group. I saw it too, the hot search just caught fire today. What a pervert, we just graduated and he directly became a martial god level powerhouse. Grass, compared to him, Our entire Yin Huang Kingdom's martial arts heavenly pride have all become clowns. Martial gods, Senate elder, Central State Town Guard envoy. All these I don't feel much. The key is to see that this Town Guard envoy is the same age as me. Shit. I broke my defense on the spot. I've been cultivating hard since I was a kid, and I've only just become a martial artist now. Is this the absolute genius in the novel? I've just seen today what it means to suppress all the heavenly prides of the world as soon as they come out of the world. I watched the official live stream, and it said that junior martial god's physique is the heavenly Yuan divine body, and cultivation is as simple as drinking water. Holy shit! The legendary heavenly elemental divine body? No wonder the cultivation speed is so fast. Is this the difference in martial talent? Sure enough, it's unreachable with hard work. Just then, a student uploaded a screenshot of the video. Look guys, does this person look like Lin Che from our class? Only on the tall platform of the central base tower, a clean-cut young man in a gilded black robe turned to look back. Where is this picture from? It feels a bit like it, and it's quite handsome. This is the Town Crier announcement video that was just released today, and I realized after watching it myself that the teenager on it is the new Town Crier. I'll go, really, it really looks quite like our class Lin Che. Wait, that Lord Town Guardian is also called Lin Che. Soon the class group was filled with question marks. Even the students who usually dive and were blown out by the unthinkable at this point. It can't be. He didn't even get into an ordinary martial arts university. How could he be a martial god-level powerhouse? But it's outrageous to have the same name, the same age, and the same look, isn't it? At senior class 9 Lin Che. Is this picture you? Holy shit, big brother Lin Che. You're not really a martial god, are you? Only that you've been hiding it from us. Looking at this one message at himself, Lin Che thought about it and decided to reply to the message. Lin Che, senior class 9. This photo is indeed me. The news was like a boulder that set off 1,000 waves. The discussion about Lin Che within the class group was even more intense, and there were many students who felt that it was unbelievable and couldn't believe it. Lin Che, male, 18, official elder of the Yin Huang Senate, town guardian of Zhongzhou, general rank, Yin Huang martial god, graduated from the first senior high school of Luotian Base. However, as one of the students in the class, from the Zhongzhou official website, peeled out the basic information made public by the new town guardian, an eerie silence fell over the class group. Deadly silence. The next moment, the class group completely exploded. The world is upside down after all. Help! I woke up to find out that my classmate is the Lord Town Councilor. A message popped up as quickly as it did, with 99 plus appearing in just a few seconds. At the same time, countless messages even appeared on Lin Che's private messages. Yun Changle. Honorable Town Guardian Lord Lin Che. It turns out that I'm the clown, Great Injustice JPG. Lin Che. Ahem, I'm rather low-key by nature, and I didn't mean to hide it. Yun Changle. Shocking JPG. So you really cultivated to the martial god realm? I still can't believe it even now. It's too unbelievable. Rincho. Maybe it's fate. Yun Changle. Damn it. Envied fiercely. Why didn't I awaken my god-level talent? Chapter 13. Dark Currents. Beast God Assembly. Countless news media and self-media frantically intercepted and forwarded, dividing this traffic feast while bringing an unrivaled shock to the people of Blue Star. Shocking. A true divine son has appeared in our Yin Huang Kingdom, already ascending to the divine throne at only 18 years of age. The savior of the new world has appeared. The Yin Huang Kingdom is surprised to see the emergence of a divine son, who became a martial god at the age of 18. He will surely lead our human race to defeat the ferocious beasts and reclaim the lost lands. Yin Huang Divine Son. At the age of 18, he was ordered to serve as the Central State's town guard, fighting against the ferocious beasts. The heat was so overwhelming that even some of the malls and stores in the streets immediately put up red banners, the warmly celebrate Lord Divine Son as the Central State Town Guardian. And during this time, Lin Che's private messages were going to be busted. In particular, the teachers and school leaders of their Los Angeles base first high school were unprecedentedly enthusiastic. Immediately after his consent, the largest and most prominent red banner was put up at the main entrance of the school. Warmly celebrate our school's graduate this year, Lin Che, as the Central State Town Guardian. Can't wait for the whole base to see it. Predictably, after today, he will be known all over the world. But Lin Che didn't care. He was a martial god who walked the world. Every move he made would cause the world to tremble, and it was only a matter of time before he became famous. South Central Base. As a famous secondary base in Central State, it was economically prosperous and had a large population. At night, the neon lights were bright in the busiest business district. At the very center, a building as straight as a sword stood proudly, with a view of all the buildings. Yuan's group building. Yin Huang Divine Sun? The Central State Town Guardian? Oh, interesting. Inside the luxurious office company on the highest floor, Chairman Yuan Hongji grinned, but his eyes were filled with jealousy and tyranny. If I possessed this kind of talent back then, my dear parents and brother, you wouldn't have to die. Huh? Ha ha ha. The secretary, wearing a hip-hugging black silk dress on the side, couldn't stop her body from trembling when she saw this, like she was recalling some horrible image. Go, contact the other priests. I want to call a beast god assembly. Yes, Mr. Chairman. A few minutes later, a low-profile, extravagant flying limousine pulled up to the penthouse building. The exquisitely beautifully made-up female secretary hurriedly took a few steps forward and opened the car door. The middle-aged man clad in a black overcoat sat in smoothly. At the end, he also glanced at his secretary and grinned. Don't worry, you're my favorite religious. You won't just get killed like those trash. Thank you, Lord Elder, for your love. The woman's pale face hurriedly squeezed out a pleasing smile. Who would have thought that this middle-aged man with an evil face in front of him was an 80-something-year-old beast god sect elder? Thinking of all the bloody and cruel experiments he had done in the past, the woman couldn't restrain the color of fear from surfacing in the bottom of her eyes. Inside a private manor on the outskirts of the city, the lights were bright and eye-catching. But within 10 kilometers of the estate, it was guarded by private armed forces, and the skies were constantly patrolled by drones. At night, a flying limousine pulled up to the estate. Honorable Elder Soma, the rest of the priests have arrived. The manor steward, dressed in a red priest uniform, respectfully handed over a set of black elder's clothes and a beast god mask. Go! Yuan Hongji quickly put on his black robe and walked towards the interior of the manor in large strides. Inside a bleak hall, candlelight glowed red. Rows and rows of gray-robed female devotees sat on their knees on either side, holding 3 sticks of incense, exposing their white, slender legs, glistening with beads of crystalline sweat. A dozen or so red-robed priests were using special raw materials to draw the Tongshan spell formations deep in the hall. At the center of the spell was the high-quality flesh and blood offered by the beast god sect, which still seemed to be pulsing like it was alive. Lord Elder arrived. Welcome to the presence of the Elder Lord. I wish the Elder Lord a boundless life and joyful immortality. A row of gray-robed religious men with downcast eyes and lowered brows chanted in unison. Lord Elder, the Tongshan spell formation has been drawn and can be activated at any time to communicate with Lord Beast God. Yes. Yuan Hongji waved his big hand. Light the Tongshan incense. At that, the red-robed steward walked over to this line of women religious and lit burning incense. Soon, an invisible aroma filled the entire hall. All the gray-robed devotees couldn't wait to inhale the aroma up, with a look of satisfaction on their faces. Beside the elder, the gray-robed female secretary was initially somewhat resistant to the aromas. But in the end, he could not resist the addiction in his body, and he inhaled it somewhat greedily, as if enjoying the supreme spiritual pleasure. Looking at these congregants, Yuan Hongji revealed a look of satisfaction. I declare the Beast God Assembly officially begins. After saying that, he knelt down in the spell and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. The rest of the congregation did likewise. With the activation of the Tongshan spell formation, Yuan Hongji's mouth began to recite odd syllables. The rest of the congregation followed the voice and recited the same. Under the blessing of the Tongshan incense, all of them were spiritually enlightened and united in mind, transforming into an invisible and powerful force that merged into Yuan Hongji's spiritual wave. O great beast god, hear the call of your faithful followers. We swear to follow you to the death. We will never turn our backs on you. The spiritual heart current became incomparably powerful under the augmentation of the great trumpet that was the Tongshan Dharma formation, which went straight to the heavens and spread in all directions. This process went on for 10 minutes or so before there was a response. What do you want from me, you little ant? Hearing this ethereal voice, Yuan Hongji was overjoyed and hurriedly issued another odd syllable. Oh, great beast god, thank you for listening. We, the Griffins, are overjoyed. In the realm where we mole crickets live, a god-level great medicine has appeared and has just been promoted. The coordinates are Zhongzhou Luotian. And when the time is right, we Griffins will inform you, Great Beast God. Goodness. At the end of the seance ceremony, the sacrificial flesh and blood in the center of the spell formation disappeared and was replaced by a drop of essence blood, which was vaguely visible as an ape-shaped ferocious beast roared, emanating a powerful might. The precious blood from the heart of an SSS class, ferocious beast. Yuan Hongji was overjoyed when he saw this scene. With the power of this drop of precious blood boosting him, his certainty of breaking through to the seventh heaven of the Sovereign Master was greatly increased. Thank you, Lord Beast God, for your blessings. Yuan Hongji kowtowed and bellowed. Thank you, Lord Beast God, for your blessings. Seeing this, the rest of the congregation kowtowed and knelt in the direction of the elder, their faces to joyful and flushed. After the ceremony of channeling the gods, Yuan Hongji stood up. To celebrate this memorable night, I declare the midnight feast officially begins. Just as he finished speaking, he smiled evilly and wrapped his arms around his secretary. The rest of the red-robed priests also had evil smiles on their faces as they walked towards the rows of female worshippers not far away. At this moment, under the rendering of the drug, Tong Shin Xiang, in the entire hall, everyone's spirits were highly aroused and their various desires were greatly enhanced. Soon, the swarm opened up. Luo Shin base, people came and went alongside the bustling commercial street. Lin Che stood in front of the bedroom's floor-to-ceiling window, faintly watching the scene. Just then he suddenly noticed something. Who's yelling on a public channel with a loudspeaker? Chapter 14. Signing in Reward, High-Grade Divine Martial Arts. Lo Shun, help me analyze this wave frequency to see what it is trying to convey. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Lin Che uploaded the intercepted information to the Martial God Terminal. Yes, Lord Town Counselor. It has been detected that this is the language of the Beast God, and the relevant data from the database is being extracted for translation. Beast language? Lin Che was a bit surprised. The Beast God language is an original language system of the Beast God religion, used to communicate with the Beast God during sacrifice ceremonies. Beast God cult? Shouting around on the public channel at this late hour. Do you really think my Jinjutsu is for show? I'd like to see what you're up to. Soon, Luo Shun translated all of this Beast God language. Oh, great Beast God, hear the call of your faithful followers. We swear to follow you to the death. We will never turn our backs on you. What do you want from me, you little ant? Oh, great Beast God, thank you for listening. We, the Griffins, are overjoyed. In the realm where we mole crickets live, a god-level great medicine has appeared and has just been promoted. The coordinates are Zhongzhou Luotian. When the time is right, we Griffins will inform you, Great Beast God. Goodness. A god-level pill? Just promoted? The corners of Lin Che's mouth twitched. Good Lord, this is hunting me as if I'm a precious medicine? Fine, play it that way, right? Then I'll use my body as bait to lure you, the fierce god, into the trap. I'd like to see who's the precious medicine then. The corner of Lin Che's mouth revealed a smirk, but his pitch-black eyes were filled with a morose coldness. Luo Shun, help me notify the Secretary General, the Old City Lord and Chief Legionnaire Wang Dalei. Yes, Lord Town Counselor. 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Daily check-in opportunities are refreshed on time. At this moment, Lin Che, who had arrived near the spatial rift, couldn't help but look forward to the signing rewards this time in his heart. System, sign in. Ding, the special sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine weapon Blade of Broken Void. A divine weapon? Lin Che was delighted in his heart. There weren't many forged weapons of this level in the entire Blue Star. Although he wanted to take out this divine weapon from within the system space right now, it wasn't the right time yet. Battalion Commander Lee, let's call it a day, and thank you for your company. In front of the ghostly blue spatial crack, Lin Che turned to look at this mid-level officer in his 30s and said indifferently, Lord Town Guardian, you are too polite. Accompanying you to inspect the spatial rift was originally my duty. Li Hao hurriedly said respectfully. After these tens of minutes together, his feeling towards this teenage town envoy was only 4 words, unfathomable. It was like spending time with an abyss into which even the soul could be plunged if one was not careful. Therefore, hearing that this town envoy was leaving this outpost, Li Hao couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, and his highly tensed spirit relaxed a bit. Lin Che was naturally aware of this battalion commander Lee's state. Although the aura he leaked out was not much, It was enough to instill awe in the heart of a battalion commander of the martial master realm. That's enough. After all, as a town crier, he has to be powerful and virtuous. To suppress a party is might, and to guard a party is virtue, so that the party is a town guardian. After leaving this outpost, Lin Che prepared to return to his townhouse, where the cultivation area was fully equipped. Greetings, Lord Town Councilor. Inside the central base tower of the Luo Shin base, although it was already late at night, there were still many departmental personnel working, and they greeted Lin Che after stumbling upon him. Lin Che responded one by one, and soon took the elevator and arrived inside the townhouse on the top floor of the base tower. Blade of Shattering the Void, a high-ranked divine martial art, possessing the power to shatter time and space. Inside the cultivation area, a lightsaber that emitted a ghostly blue light hung silently. Lin Che used his Yuan Shin power to refine it for a while before slowly pulling out this lightsaber. One could only see that the blade was long and slender, emitting a ghostly blue luster, extremely sharp, and it was unknown what kind of god-grade material it was made of. Next, Lin Che searched for various hard materials to test the knife. It was discovered that even the hardest SSS-grade adamantine alloy could not stop the blade of this divine weapon. It was even like cutting tofu, that easy. Hiss! It's worthy of being a high-grade divine martial, claiming to be able to shatter the void. This is indeed sharp. Seeing the final test results, Lin Che was really a bit surprised. If it weren't for the limitations of the venue, he would have wanted to take his newly arrived divine martial arts and wield it with all his might right now to see the true power of this blade. July midsummer. For a week now, the major bases in Central State have been calm. However, at the request of the newly appointed town envoy, every base was undergoing war preparations, ready to deal with any possible sudden beast tide events. In addition, even though a week had passed, the heat on the internet regarding Lin Che, the officially announced Yin Huang Divine Son, had remained high and the discussion was extremely high. Within the cultivation room, Lin Che didn't care about these online discussions about him. Instead, he had focused his mind on strength enhancement. This week, not only did he sign in for 2 battle skill boosts, he also signed in for a Yuan Ling Divine Crystal and a set of Divine Evolution Potion 10. The rest were some S-rank, SSS rank cultivation potions and weapons and equipment and such. After absorbing and refining these cultivation resources, he managed to break through to the martial god Third Sky. The Tai, a Yuan Shin power in his body, also came to 20,000 strands, occupying almost half of the Divine Mansion. System. Open my information panel. After the cultivation ended, Lin Che's mind moved. A virtual panel then appeared before his eyes. A name. Lin Qi. Level. Martial Spirit Realm, Triple Sky. Technique. Divine Grade, Tai, Sacred Cannon. Battle Skills. SSS Grade Perfection, Heavenly Sword Battling. SSS Grade Perfection, Instantaneous Prison Thunder Shadow Flash. SSS Grade Perfection, for Elements Yuan Wu Gang. Apparatus. SSS Grade Battle Armor Black Scale Golden Feather. High Grade Divine Weapon, Blade of Shattering the Void. Middle Grade Divine Vehicle Time and Space Demon Machine. Martial Arts Talent. Martial Arts, Underworld, Heavenly Candle Body. In just half a month, breaking through from Martial God First Heavenly Layer to Third Heavenly Layer, this cultivation speed is really gnarly and fierce. After closing the system panel, Lin Che opened the Martial God terminal and took a look. Lord Town Guardian. At 10:26 this morning, a supersized beast wave broke out in Huangzhou, and hundreds of bases were hit. Initial estimation, there are a total of 3 god-level ferocious beasts that have landed ashore with the help of storm winds in the North Sea. The situation is grim. All bases in Central State are currently on alert. Looking at the message and the live video sent by the Secretary General, Lin Che couldn't help but shrink the pupils of his eyes. A mega beast tide? I didn't expect this day to come so quickly. Luckily, my strength has recently skyrocketed just in time for me to come and try out the new divine martial arts. It's just that I don't know if that Damocles sword in the Central State will choose this moment to fall. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the sky suddenly dimmed and dark clouds rolled in. Chapter 15. The war resumes. Divine fierce beasts make their appearance. O great beast god, hear the call of your faithful followers. We swear to follow you to the death. We will never turn our backs on you. The right time has come for the tiny little ants. Precisely, my great beast god. The other great medicines of this hunting ground have been held by the hunters. And the location of that newly promoted great medicine is Zhengzhou Luotian. He is there, and always has been, waiting for you, great beast god, to come and forage. Goodness! Are these beast god cultists so impatient? It's only been less than a day since the Huangju Mega Beast Tide incident broke out, and you're letting that stupid bird come over to die. I wonder what's going on in the heads of these religious people. Late at night, inside the bedroom, Lin Che looked at this conversation that Luo Shun had translated, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No matter how this group of religious people plotted, he would make these people eat their words. That stupid bird too. The sooner it comes the better, just in time to use it to try out the new Shinobu. Luo Shun informed the Secretary General, the Old City Lord, and the Chief Legionnaire Wang Dalei of this information, so that they can make early preparations. Yes, Lord Town Councilor. Day 2. Inside the Town Hall's office, Secretary General Xia Weiyang walked over quickly. Although his face was calm, his eyes flashed with some anxiety. What happened? Lin Che subconsciously looked out the window, but the Luo Shin base was still sunny, without the slightest sign of suffering and invasion. Lord Town Guardian, multiple spatial cracks have appeared in sequence at several secondary bases such as the Central South Base, the Jiang Base, the Gujing Base, and many of the tertiary bases attached to them. And the defense base towers of these bases have detected signs of a massive beast tide invasion. Xia Weiyang said quickly, her voice sounding tremulous. It was the first time that she had encountered a situation where so many bases in Central State were invaded by a wave of beasts at the same time, and it was inevitable that she was a bit flustered. This silly bird is quite a big spender, making so many spatial cracks come out at once. Lin Che was slightly taken aback, then looked at the Secretary General and said in a faint voice, "Keep waiting and see what happens." Yes, Lord Town Councilor. As soon as the words fell, Lin Che's martial god terminal vibrated slightly, only to see a video call come in. After connecting, the virtual image of the chief of the General Army, Wang Dalei, an old army commander, appeared in the office. The voice was calm, but with a touch of urgency. Lord Town Guardian, the outpost has detected signs of large numbers of ferocious beast activities, and in 3 minutes, the Luotian base will be hit by a wave of beasts. Old Army Commander, have the garrison battalion at the outpost base quickly evacuate and fall back to man the first line of defense. At the same time, arrange for the city defense forces within the major base towers to quickly head to the front lines to strengthen the city's defenses. Yes, my lord understands. Just after he finished speaking, Lin Che looked at Xia Weiyang to the side. Secretary General, you quickly activate Kita's defenses and the city's emergency systems. Understood, Lord Town Councilor. After saying that, Xia Weiyang quickly turned around and headed to the center console, her thick black heels colliding with the ground and emitting a crisp and dense ringing sound. Come on, silly bird. Let's see just how violent a storm you've stirred up. Lin Che's gaze passed through the base and faintly gazed at the wave of beasts coming from the north. In his ears was the shrill sound of an alarm in the base tower. Warning! Unknown spatial fluctuations have been detected outside of the Lorax base. The base will enter a state of first-level wariness. All citizens are requested to proceed to the underground shelter in an orderly manner. Attention all personnel. This area is in a state of first-degree readiness. All armed personnel are to be mobilized immediately. Team leaders go to the center console to get their combat recorders and confirm mission objectives. In 30 seconds, this tower will enter an activated state. All personnel will leave the maintenance area immediately. Energy fill complete. Meta-ionic shield about to deploy in 3, 2. Countless pillars of light shot out from the defense base towers, linking up with each other and transforming into a white canopy that enveloped the Luotian base. The spacious roads of the base were filled with giant armored vehicles moving swiftly, loaded with armed city defenders rushing to the front lines. At the major defense base towers, a drone fighter quickly took off and entered combat. In less than 3 minutes, the front-line battlefield resounded with the sound of intense artillery fire. One could only see countless ferocious beasts of all kinds pass through the spatial cracks and roar, the strong vibrations lifting up the rolling gray mist. And behind these ferocious beasts, a brand new spatial crack was continuously appearing. Meanwhile, the armored vehicles of the city's defense forces kept sending out heavy artillery fire to block the attack. Just as the state of affairs on the battlefield was gradually becoming scorched, a 100-meter beast of S-class or above began to intervene in the battlefield. Warning: Kita has detected an SSS-class beast intervening in the battlefield. Please have S-class or higher armed personnel intercepted immediately. The finale appearance was a SSS-class giant firebird with red flame, magnificent feathers, and a body hundreds of meters long. As soon as it appeared, it was like a large fireball, emitting countless blazing flames and streams of light that pushed straight at the protective canopy of the Luotian base and the countless frontline city defense troops. Even the temperature of the battlefield plummeted several degrees, becoming unbearably hot. Finally, a big fish. On the first city wall, Lin Che looked at the fireball 100 meters in the air and came to be a little interested. Old City Lord, I'll leave the other S-ranked ferocious beasts to you, and I'll deal with this SSS-ranked firebird. Lin Che took out the summoner of the SSS grade battle armor black, scale, golden feather, entered his fingerprints, and entered the activation procedure. Lin Che permission to visit. In the next moment, the shadow of a ferocious beast shaped like a golden-winged Xian Jiao surrounded Lin Che. War General Sequence. Black Scale, Golden Feather SSS. Arming complete. Then I'll leave it to you, little friend Lin Che. Be careful of that divine-level ferocious beast that has yet to appear. To the side, the golden red battle armor that had also finished arming itself made a dull sound. I understand. Several streams of light flew in the sky above the large battlefield, as the strong martial zone-level people stationed at the Luotian base began to block the S-class or higher ferocious beasts that had appeared. At the same time, a tidal wave of divine might cover the entire field. Many ferocious beasts rose in instinctive fear, and the speed of the waves spread was greatly reduced. Brothers, it's Lord Martial God. Lord Martial God has struck. Go fuck those ferocious beasts. Let them know how powerful we are. The frontline generals stationed at the first line of defense were instantly demoralized and invigorated by the sight of this scene. One after another, they opened fire to kill the army of ferocious beasts that set off the wolf smoke not far away. In the sky, the red-feathered firebird that emitted blazing streams of light looked at the black and gold battle armor that emitted divine might, and its crimson eyes flashed with deep scorn. Shoo! Accompanied by a clear bird song, the red-feathered firebird began to spit out countless high, explosive fireballs as it chose to fly high into the sky. Is it observing my strength? Quite cautious. Lin Che's eyes were glazed over, as he could feel something peering at him from the shadows. Obviously, it's the godly stupid bird that hasn't made its debut yet. The other party was more cautious than he thought. Surprisingly, he would only use the strength of a newly promoted martial god First Sky. But to test me with an SSS-ranked bird, who are you looking down on? Lin Che raised his eyes and looked towards the countless fireballs that were attacking high in the sky. With just a movement of Yuan Shen power, these high-explosive fireballs instantly exploded as if they were brilliant fireworks. Afterward, his palms slowly clenched up, and the divine might emanating from the field was withdrawn by him. No more than 1,000 strands of Tai, a Yuan Shen power quickly condensed into channels of pure white chains. The red-feathered firebird looked at the chains that appeared out of nowhere nearby and was horrified, hastily stirring its feathers to get rid of them. However, with its strength, it was unable to break free from the chains and could only keep being pulled in front of Lin Che. Black Scale, Golden Feather Blade. Lin Che twisted his battle armor belt, and a black and gold battle sword appeared in front of him. Limit Drive. A ferocious beast silhouette shaped like a golden-feathered Xuanjiao appeared, exuding a terrifying might. It was then transformed into power that merged into the battle sword. The red-feathered firebird struggled frantically at the sight of this scene as it sensed death approaching. Right at this moment, the skies suddenly dimmed, and a terrifying divine might swept across the entire field like a violent wind and rain. The cohesive Yuan Shun chains also gradually broke under the influence of this divine might, and the red-feathered firebird took the opportunity to get rid of its bonds and quickly fled. Lin Che didn't care about it either, and only set his gaze on that upcoming god-level ferocious beast. Chapter 16. Signing in again and obtaining a divine-level battle technique. That's what? Below, countless generals on guard rolled their throats, and fear flashed in their eyes as they looked high into the sky, only to see a six-winged amethyst basilisk slowly descending from within the vortex gate under the suddenly dimming sky, carrying a divine might that nearly solidified space. It's a divine-grade fierce beast, a guard of the city said with a trembling voice. For a time, The atmosphere of the entire battlefield became incomparably heavy. No, this can't be. How could a divine-level ferocious beast descend from our central state? Shouldn't they all be stopped at the border? Some of the frontline generals stared at this scene with wide eyes in disbelief. That terrifying pressure almost made them about to lose their breath. Don't panic, we still have the Lord Town Councilor. A grassroots commander hurriedly shouted, trying to boost the morale of his teammates. The town envoy senior has only just become a martial god not long ago. Can he defeat this ferocious beast? And the war is also tight over in Huangzhou and the eastern continent. Who can come to support us? Many of the soldiers mumbled in disbelief, their eyes filled with confusion and despair. Assholes, pull yourselves together. Think of our families and comrades behind us. We must not retreat. No matter how powerful the ferocious beasts are, we must let them know that we are not to be messed with. Even if I have to bite them with my teeth, I'll bite their flesh off. Some grassroots commanders looked at this scene and became furious, quickly scolding. He then subconsciously looked at the black and gold figure high in the sky. At the same time, countless gazes on the battlefield converged on that figure. Lord Town Councilor, you must hold on. With the full descent of the six-winged amethyst Xian bird, the vortex door disappeared. High in the air, this giant bird let out a chirp, its six-winged, slender body stretching out, and the beast god power in its body bursting out completely. The amethyst pattern energy of the black body flowed, and the terrifying purple and black beast god power enveloped the entire sky. The space where the six-winged amethyst Xian bird was located was even more distorted due to the full bloom of power. It looked down on the beings from on high, its gaze fixed on the black and gold battle armor that faced its divine might directly, its pure black eyes emanating naked greed. If it could refine this one heavenly divine grade treasure pill, it would be able to save thousands of years of evolution time. Silly bird, I can wait for you for a long time. Feeling the other party's undisguised malice, Lin Che couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. At this moment, the Tai Yuan Shin power within his divine mansion blossomed out unabashedly. Pure white Yuan Shin power unfolded around Lin Che, stopping the beast god's mighty pressure in its entirety, and dividing the battlefield into two battlefields, the sky and the low altitude like a realm in the sky. That's the power of the Lord Town Councilor. This heaven and earth greatness is too powerful. Within the low-altitude battlefield, countless city defenders suddenly experienced a sudden reduction in pressure, and their hearts were instantly uplifted. Surprisingly divided, could it be that junior friend Lin Che has long since broken through the shackles of the first sky? The old city lord who was hunting SS-grade ferocious beasts in the battlefield noticed this scene and was instantly delighted in his heart. Confidence in winning this battle has also increased dramatically. Of the god-level life forms on both sides being observed and analyzed, the six-winged amethyst basilisk is currently in good condition, with energy fluctuations stabilizing at the beast god triple sky boundary. Lord Town Envoy is currently in good condition, with energy fluctuations stabilizing at the martial god triple sky boundary. Warning: the source of the data has been blocked by the power of the Jinjutsu. Unable to continue observation. Inside the center console of the central base tower, a steady stream of data from the front lines converged there to be analyzed by Luo Shun. Martial God Third Sky, Xiao Weiyang, who was located in the center of the center console, watched this scene and couldn't help but have his pupils quake. Was this the martial arts divine son who possessed the heavenly Yuan divine body? This kind of cultivation speed was too perverse. After a brief moment of shock, her tense body went much looser. If it was a Lord Town Envoy of the martial god Triple Sky, then the Luo Shun base wouldn't necessarily be breached. Lord Weiyang, the residents within the first wall of the North City have all been evacuated. Should we arrange for a second evacuation? Lord Weiyang, Armed Train K-13 destined for Nakayama Base requests departure. Lord Weiyang, the list of the Fire Seed program has all been listed. Please approve its implementation. Arrange it immediately, and at the same time retrieve the specific data of the underground shelters within one or two of the city walls for me. Agreed to depart. Fixing her mind, Xiao Weiyang coldly gave orders one by one. At this moment, the high-altitude battlefield outside the Luo Shin base. The six-winged amethyst Xian bird looked at the martial god below, deep shock and anger flashing through its eyes. What happened to the promised new godly great medicine? Why does the power almost match it? Those mole crickets who claimed to be believers had dared to deceive it. Mole crickets were indeed mole crickets. After an angry hiss, countless purple and black flame star swords appeared, densely packed, and spread all over the sky. With a gentle flap of his feathered wings, all of these sharp purple and black inflamed star swords fell, as loud as a group of stars falling. Instant prison thunder shadow flash. Lin Che instantly transformed into thousands of residual shadows, constantly instantaneously dodging these tracking incoming inferno star swords. 4 Elephant Yuan Wu Gang. At the same time, the Yuan Shin power within his body condensed into the 4 elephants of the Green Dragon: White Tiger, Xuanwu, and Vermilion Bird, encircling his surroundings. Quickly gain the 4-in-1 enchantment of attack, speed, defense, and increase, and your battle power skyrockets. While the Xuanwu Yuan deity resisted, the White Tiger Yuan deity merged into the battle sword, quickly crushing all of the incoming Inferno Star Swords. System, I want to do a check-in. During this process, Lin Che even had the leisure to carry out today's check-in. Ding! The special sign-in was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a random God-level skill enhancement. Ding! The SSS Grade Perfect Battle Skill, Jintian Badjutsu, has been upgraded to the Divine Grade Perfect Battle Skill, Jintian Badjutsu. Zanpakuto. Lin Che was slightly stunned, only to feel a wave of subtle information rapidly integrating into his entire body. In an instant, he had mastered this upgraded version of the Divine Beheading Drawing Technique, as if it was so skillful, as if he was born with it. All right, warm-up is over. Time to get to the point. Silly bird, come try out my new divine weapon. Lin Che raised his eyes to look at the 6-winged beast god high in the sky, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He reached out his hand, and a long knife emitting a ghostly blue light appeared in front of him, which he gently gripped. With just a casual wave of his hand, the sharp blade, Chi, spanned thousands of meters. High in the air, the eyes of the 6-winged amethyst Xian bird were startled. It actually smelled the aura of danger on that blade. It was the first time since it became a beast god 100 years ago that it had felt the danger that came to its face. This made it unable to help but retreat, wanting to use the spatial vortex to leave this place. However, when it thought of the preciousness of a divine grade treasure medicine, it was a bit reluctant to give up. Just as it was torn between gain and loss, an aura of death came swiftly. Zanjin Batajutsu. Chapter 17. Killing the 6-winged amethyst Xian bird. Only to see Lin Che instantly cross 1,000 meters in the air, swinging up to it and waving his sword in front of it. The ghostly blue blade awning spanned hundreds of meters, carrying a terrifying divine beheading blade intent as they came crashing down. The 6-winged amethyst Xian bird was horrified, as if a horrifying scene of countless beast gods being beheaded and falling had appeared in its eyes. However, the ferocious instincts of being a god-level ferocious beast still allowed it to overcome its fear and open the 3 spatial barriers at the moment of life and death. Each spatial barrier is equivalent to an isolated world. It didn't believe that the other party could break the 3 world barriers to kill it. But to its dismay, the next moment the spatial barrier it was so proud of quickly shattered. Before it could react, the terrifying blade Chi directly and heavily injured its huge body. Purple blood splashed in the air, and the slashes that were hundreds of meters long were deep enough to be seen in the bone. This time, the 6-winged amethyst Xian bird completely exploded, and its angry 6 wings swung, setting off countless sharp purple-black sword Chi. While pinching the Xuanwu Yuan deity in his hand to defend against it, Lin Che's body was like an instantaneous thunderclap as he quickly detached himself from the opponent's counterattack area. Holding the long, ghostly blue blade in his hand, he stood high in the air just as he was about to look for a moment to make another slash. He was dismayed to find that the giant bird actually waved its 3 pairs of wings and began to flee into the distance. And the figure also flickered instantaneously from time to time. Shit, this stupid bird. I'll let you run away. Space Magic Machine. Within the wilderness to the south of the Lohan base, an armed train was moving swiftly. Sunlight poured through the glass on the clean, neat desktop, and the sounds of intense artillery fire and ferocious beasts roaring came faintly from the distance. Emergency broadcast at 9:54 this morning. A number of bases and their subsidiary bases, including the Luotian base, the Zhongnan base, and the Jiang base in Central State, were hit by a large-scale beast tide. Let's follow the perspective of a frontline reporter to see exactly what's happening on the front lines. The atmosphere in the compartment was somewhat somber, and everyone was preoccupied. Ugh! The young girl in casual clothes and pants looked out the window at the speeding wilderness and sighed imperceptibly. Nice eyebrows were furrowed, as if they were thinking of something troubling. Nagar, don't worry, your grandfather and the others will be fine, and so will the base. The beautiful woman sitting on the side looked at her daughter like this, and couldn't help but hold her hand and comfort her. Surprisingly, why are we leaving the base? Wouldn't it be better to just stay in the shelter? Yun Changle was a bit puzzled. The family didn't arrange for the evacuation of them, the women, the old and the young, during the last beast tide. It made her mind vaguely uneasy. It's just a precaution. Don't see this beast wave really having the ability to breach the base. Despite saying this, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of Yunmu's mouth. If only I had the power to repel the tide of beasts, so we wouldn't have to abandon our homes. Yun Changle clenched his fists and said with some reluctance. Even if her high school martial arts grades were excellent, they were ultimately worthless in the face of disaster. At that moment, she suddenly remembered Lin Che, that god-level physique possessor. The other party should be participating in this battle as well. After all, he was the Lord Town Guardian of the Central State. But why did Grandpa let them leave even though it was clear that there was a martial god-level powerhouse guarding them? Was Lin Che too young to be able to utilize the power of a martial god? Or is this beast wave too scary? It was so terrifying that even a god-level powerhouse couldn't resist it. Changle, don't think too much. Your goal now is to go to the Yanwang Academy to train. There are abundant resources there. When the 4 years have passed, I'm sure my little Changle will be able to become a truly strong person. It's not too late to come to the defense of your home. Yunmu stroked her daughter's head, but in her eyes was the worry that could not be dispersed. Just then, a loud boom came from the sky, followed by a series of terrifying thunderclaps. What's that noise? Yun Changle was startled and hurriedly looked out the window. Only under the bright sunlight, the clouds were shattered by the aftermath, and two extremely fast figures were exchanging blows high in the sky. The terrifying collision of energies produced all sorts of visions. There were burning purple and black star swords, and there were gigantic fur elephants of Xuanwu, Qinglong, Vermilion Bird, and White Tiger. Even every time the figure moved at high speeds, thunderstorm noises were created out of thin air. Look, there are two powerful people fighting in the sky. Hiss, one of them is a giant flying ferocious beast, and the one fighting with it is a strong member of our human race. The fight is so intense. How's the battle going? How's the battle going? Let me see. The distance is too high and too far. You have to take a smart terminal to see it, otherwise it's too blurry. Inside the armed train, a number of people were agitated as they noticed the scene. Sky battlefield. The six-winged amethyst Xian bird was constantly chattering blood, and its body was strewn with slash marks. By this time, he had long been frightened and beaten without any temper. The strongest defensive technique it was proud of, the triple space barrier, could not even withstand the long blade in that human's hand. One must know that even when it was battling against other beast gods of the same rank against each other, its spatial barrier had never been pierced all the way through. Moreover, it wanted to pull some strings and keep some distance from the human, and it also found that it couldn't do it at all. This human race unexpectedly also had the ability of spatial instantaneous transfer, and the instantaneous burst of speed was even faster, easily several times the speed of sound. Fighting was not an option. Fleeing was not an option, which made the six-winged amethyst Xian bird's heart extremely suffocated. It vowed not to be a bird god without this revenge. Grab! A hissing sound rang out as the six-winged amethyst Xian bird incited its feathered wings, and countless beast god powers coalesced and rotated, transforming into a blazing tornado. It ran through heaven and earth, reaching thousands of meters high, setting off countless fierce purple and black astral winds, strangling everything around it with a tremendous sound. Inside the tornado, the six-winged amethyst basilisk bird flew smoothly to the top of the tornado, looking down high on the space demon god figure below. While controlling the purple-black dragon scroll to strangle and hold Lin Che, it summoned another spatial vortex. As it was about to leave, it glanced back at the territory. There was hatred in his eyes. Going back, it would share the coordinates of this divine, grade treasure medicine with the other beast gods, vowing to step on this place when the time came. When it thought of this, it became a little smug in its heart. If one beast god can't deal with this precious medicine, can a group of beast gods deal with it? Space jump being initiated. Just as the six-winged amethyst Xian bird had returned to the savage world with most of its body, it suddenly felt its body lurch. Only a giant hand condensed by Yuan Shin power was seen yanking its tail in a deadly grip. Did I give you permission to go? Silly bird. What? The six-winged amethyst Xian bird was startled. Panic rarely appeared in its eyes, and its six wings frantically incited, wanting to get rid of its bonds. But in the next moment, the entire hundreds of meters long massive body was directly yanked back from the spatial vortex by Lin Che. Come and go as you please. Do you really think this is your home? Let's get it over with here today. After flinging the six-winged amethyst Xian bird downwards viciously, the space demon god machine held the spectral blue light blade, countless forces converging and the light instantly shining hundreds of times brighter. Zanjin Batajutsu. Instantaneous prison thunder shadow flash. In an instant, the huge blade light penetrated through heaven and earth, and a wave of terrifying blade chi surged into the ferocious beast's body, rapidly wearing out the other party's vitality, until the vitality in the other party's body completely dissipated. However, Lin Che didn't let his guard down. He knew that this divine-level ferocious beast was dead, but not completely dead. Chapter 18. Devouring Divine Souls, Ancient Ruins. Only to see the resentful soul of the six-winged amethyst basilisk bird, wrapped around the crystal core overflowing with purple and black energy fluctuations, quickly fleeing from the wrecked body. But without the protection of a strong physical body, how could the fragile divine soul resist Lin Che's Yuan Shin power that spread throughout heaven and earth? With just a few pure white chains, the other party was completely sealed in this space, unable to move. Farewell forever, this beast god lord. Hunt others and be prepared to be hunted as well. Looking at the resentful souls that were still struggling madly, Lin Che faintly stretched out his white palm, and a netherworldly black hole quickly appeared and grew larger. The six-winged amethyst basilisk struggled frantically, unwillingly, and it wasn't over yet. It wants to be the sky overlord. How can it be devoured? It's not willing. But the moment the darkness came, its divine soul was quickly disintegrated and turned into nourishment for Lin Che's growth. At the same time, a mysterious aura entered his body. A picture also appeared in Lin Che's eyes. It was a pristine forest of tall, sky-high trees, with mountains running across it and swamps everywhere. A large basilisk raptor just soared freely in the sky. It was a raptor, the sky dominator of this territory. But the good times don't last long, the picture changes. It was defeated by another sky raptor and fell, badly injured, onto a huge mountain range covered in barren grass. The proud wings were also torn and bloodied, losing the ability to return to the sky again. But it's not willing to die like this, not willing to. It looked fondly at the blue sky and just slowly crept. The scene shifts. It was within a tech-filled ruin, and the basilisk crept here covered in blood. In front of it was a purple crystal core, laid out in the center container of the energy chamber. This is a beast god crystal core. And what's the deal with this tech-filled ruin? Seeing this scene, Lin Che was horrified in his heart. The world of ferocious beasts even has civilization relics? Are they alien or indigenous civilizations? And to be able to defeat a god-level ferocious beast, the technology of this civilization was definitely not low. The scene continues to play out scene by scene. The Xian bird that absorbed the energy of the crystal core not only recovered from its injuries, but also gained a mutation and evolution. Purple veins appeared all over his body, and his wings evolved into 4 wings, becoming an S-class ferocious beast. Afterwards, it leaves the ruins and kills the previous raptor, gaining a larger territory. Being able to enjoy all the heavenly treasures in the territory, the strength increases step by step. As it completely absorbed the purple crystal core, it also evolved into a beast god that surpassed the SSS class and gained powerful spatial abilities. In the time that followed, the six-winged amethyst basilisk continued to expand its territory and inevitably cross paths with other beast gods. With its powerful spatial abilities, it was innately invincible. Either they devoured all sorts of precious medicines and beast god crystal cores, or they really couldn't fight and had to give up. And so 100 years passed by. It wasn't until it heard that the Griffin world had divine grade treasure pills and descended to the central state. It came to an abrupt end. Is this the world of ferocious beasts? It's really weak and strong. As for the ruins of that ancient civilization, I must go and take a look when I have time. Although the picture time is long, the real world is but a moment. Lin Che looked at the huge beast god's remains that had been lifted up by the Taurus, and first put away the most precious divine cores, and took a few bottles of divine level heart blood. He didn't immediately devour and refine it, but drew away. After all, the Luotian battlefield side was still waiting for him to return. A few minutes late, and countless soldiers could have lost their lives, and countless families lost their breadwinners. The wilderness below, inside a fast-moving armed train. The roaring vibrations have disappeared. Is it too far away? Or is the battle over? In his seat, Yun Chang'e looked out somewhat uneasily, but unfortunately, he couldn't see anything except the sky shrouded in purple and black energy. Look, you guys, the gale seems to have stopped, and there's no more thunder. Is the battle over? How is it possible? It's only been a few minutes. You have to know that when that level of powerhouse fights, it's possible to fight for a few days and nights. That's true, alas. I don't know what's going on with the Luotian base now. I hope the walls won't be breached. Inside the train, a number of people murmured inwardly with anxiety. Holy shit, you guys, look at that! Just then, suddenly a passenger at the window exclaimed in surprise. One could only see the corpse of a giant ferocious beast hundreds of meters long falling from the sky, ruthlessly crashing into the wilderness and stirring up dust. A huge six-winged raptor, like a space battleship. Is this a ferocious beast? It's too shocking. Wait, this ferocious beast isn't dead, is it? I think I saw the corpse separated. Seems like it. I saw it too. Many passengers excitedly leaned over the glass to get a closer look at the shocking scene. I'll be damned. Who on earth has the ability to kill such a huge monster in such a short period of time? It's too strong. Based on the scale and size of the battle, just now, the level of this ferocious beast is at least SSS class, and one that can be killed in such a short period of time. It can't be that freshly appointed town councilor Sama. My goodness. I heard that that town envoy Sama is only 18 years old and just graduated from high school. Oh my goodness, no wonder it's officially called the Yin Huang Divine Sun. This is too strong. Link. On a side seat, Yun Chang'e subconsciously murmured, his mood unable to calm down for a long time. In this moment, she thought a lot. When will she become so strong? Obviously, everyone is the same age. Luo Shun battlefield. The first line of defense had been torn through by the ferocious beasts. Many buildings were broken. Houses collapsed. Fires and black smoke rolled out, and corpses were everywhere. Countless black armored guardsmen fought and withdrew as they made their way through the alleyway, working to converge on the second line of defense in accordance with their combat mission. In the sky, several defense-based towers combined with Morning Star fighters to form a firepower network, constantly strangling a large number of ferocious beasts. Fortunately, the base shield was not completely broken. Otherwise, the consequences of countless sky ferocious beasts pouring in would be unimaginable. On the periphery of the base, many elite generals, who had not yet completely withdrawn, were still struggling to defend the stronghold with blood. All around them were ferocious beasts, tearing and taking their lives. In the sky, apart from the warplanes and rescue shuttles that were shuttling through the line of fire, there were also several strong Marshal Zone-level people that were intercepting S-class or above ferocious beasts. At this moment, the Old City Lord was fighting two SSS-ranked beasts alone, a red feathered firebird and a blazing scaly dragon. In just a few minutes, the golden-red battle armor on his body was broken in many places, and he was in a difficult situation. But even so, he didn't take half a step back. Instead, holding his sword and shield, he fought more and more bravely, fighting for his life. He was born in the middle of a small army, and all of his achievements came from bloody battles. So how has he ever been greedy and afraid of death? Putting his life on the line is a rule he has believed in all his life. Just then, a divine might quickly covered the entire field. The ferocious beasts that felt the pressure were terrified in their hearts and raised their heads to the sky, only to see a black and gold battle armor stepping step by step through the void to the heights. Each step seemed to step on their hearts, and the pressure increased dramatically. It's Lord Town Guard. Lord Town Guard, he's back. It's Lord Town Counselor, who's back. Great. Countless city guard armor guards instantly burst into tears of excitement when they saw this scene. Lord Town Counselor, you're back. The old city lord trembled with excitement. This scene brought back memories of his bloody battle in the Eastern Continent battlefield 30 years ago, where that pillar martial god had descended in the same manner step by step to turn the tide. "Well, I'm back." Lin Che looked at the many generals who were fighting in blood and said softly, "In this era where the greatness of heaven and earth was all in one place, he mercilessly sentenced these ferocious beasts to death." Chapter 19. Solving the Beast Tide, Beast God Cult Rampant. And at this point, countless ferocious beasts had begun to panic, many wanting to turn back and flee back to the spatial rift, while some drilled into the ground and fled or hid themselves. In the sky, the two massive SSS-class ferocious beasts also panicked inwardly, an innate fear of more advanced life forms. At this moment, they didn't care to manage the army of ferocious beasts that had been unleashed and frantically fled backwards. However, Lin Che's Yuan-Shin power had long been spread throughout the diffusion of heaven and earth, so how could he let this loach and bird escape? Several chains coalesced to blockade and intercept, and then Lin Che faintly waved a blade light, instantly obliterating these two beast kings and countless flying ferocious beasts. Below, many generals left their strongholds and bravely chased up the fleeing ferocious beasts. Under Lin Che's intervention, most of the ferocious beasts were killed, with only a small portion remaining to escape back to the rift or to hide. But before he could catch his breath, a communication linked his battle armor. Lin Che connected, and Xiao Weiyang's cool figure appeared in front of him, her voice somewhat anxious. "Lord Town Guardian, a large number of Beast God followers have appeared within the Central South base, and the situation is critical." A live video then appeared in front of Lin Che's eyes, only to see a huge demonic tree growing rampantly in the center of the busy area inside the Zhongnan base. Countless branches and vines with barbs madly slaughtering the surrounding citizens. Many women, old and young, tried desperately to escape, but in the end, they were penetrated one by one to draw blood and were reduced to shriveled corpses to be discarded. And on the outermost periphery were many beast god cultists dressed in gray robes and transformed into beast men, driving the citizens to the demon tree-infested area like sheep. There were cries everywhere, and the laughter of demons, like hell on earth. It's simply intolerable. Lord Town Guardian, this is the beast god cult's blood sacrifice demon tree. These beasts are really good, taking advantage of the beast tide invasion to sacrifice ordinary people. Anger churned in Lin Che's heart, his gaze icy cold. "Secretary General, I'll immediately go to the South Central base for support. I'll leave the follow-up situation here to you." "Understood, Lord Town Councilor." Inside the South Central base, a tree with 50 or 60 stories high stood proudly in the city, with a black body, such as veins like blood vessels all over the body, constantly conveying the blood drawn. At this moment, it was wielding countless vines with barbed tree roots, spreading for several kilometers around, like a shark that smelled blood and frantically hunted and killed the citizens who had been driven here. Yuan Hongji stood at the top of the high-rise building and watched the scene, his black robe inspired by the hunting wind. "What a wonderful sound, Scream. Scream to your heart's content. Give your all for the birth of wonderful fruit." He listened to the cries of chaos below him, and the corners of his mouth under the mask of the beast god broke into an intoxicated, perverted smile. "Lord Elder, the front line has drawn two contingents back inside the base and are killing our congregation. The two leading captains both have the strength of late martial masters." Just then, the voice of a red-robed priest from the periphery came through the headphones. "A bunch of things that don't know how to die, not staying at the front line to fight against the ferocious beasts, running here to seek death. Just as well, let's use them as sustenance for the sacred tree and dedicate ourselves to the birth of the sacred fruit." Yuan Hongji looked playful, a disdainful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Two martial master ranked captains. He pressed them into his eyes. At this time, the major urban areas of the base were in chaos. Many ordinary worshippers transformed into orcs, led by the red-clothed priests, wantonly brutalized ordinary citizens to create panic and drove these ordinary people to designated areas. Any ordinary martial artist who dared to resist would experience what was meant by the most brutal death. It smells so good. It's been a while since I've eaten like this. I really miss it." In the area against the north, a red-robed priest who had transformed into a bear-shaped savage beast was gnawing on a WSA officer alive, chewing even the bones. He had an agonized look on his face, just begging for a relief, but it was too long and hard. All around him, broken limbs and debris littered the area, and the ravaging laughter of the gray-clad orcs was everywhere. usually held back and suppressed for too long. Now they could use a good vent. But any citizen who runs slowly and dies a painful death will be torn apart directly by them. And if not, they had better pray that they are not so tenacious of life. Even the nearby underground shelters were tainted and driven away by the beast god cultists. This method of displacing the public through violent panic is undoubtedly concise and effective. And the citizens who ran fast would never have imagined the other hell that awaited them. Just then, the red-robed priest orc instantly let out a miserable scream, only to see a palm-sized burst bullet hit it instantly, blowing off half of its head. Nope. Ah. The red-robed priest held its head and wailed in pain. Its genetically modified tenacity was causing it to suffer immensely at the moment. But there was nothing to change the fact that it was about to die. Ha ha, the city defense force is back. You're finished, you're finished. The WSA officer who was being gnawed on let out a big, smug laugh at the sight. After laughing, he shed tears and looked at the azure sky, his eyes gradually lax. The rest of the ravaging congregants looked at this scene and became panicked, ready to run in all directions. But before he could run a few steps, he was shot into a hornet's nest by a hail of bullets and died a slow death. Keep moving. Keep clearing out these evil devils. Inside a 5-man task force, the green-armored man with the giant sniper rifle looked around warily. Captain, these citizens... Some of the team members looked at those lying on the ground moaning in pain and were a little too happy to do so. Not long to live. The young man named Captain shook his head and said in a cold voice, "Don't waste your time here. There are more living people waiting to be saved." Tisk TSK. What a heartless thing to do, not rescuing people in trouble when they're clearly right in front of you. What man? Hearing the voice, the entire squad was instantly alert. The 9th elder of the Beast God sect. Only the black-robed man with the Beast God mask slowly walked over. 9th elder. The hearts of the entire squad instantly sank to the bottom. The Beast God sect's elder-level figures. Those were all strong at the martial zone realm, not something they could deal with. He looked at the task force in front of him and shook his head, a look of regret appearing at the corners of his mouth. Duh. It's a pity that you have to come to die when you clearly have a lot of time to enjoy. TSK. Retreat! The captain in green battle armor bellowed and quickly raised his sniper to fire. If you want to leave, how can it be so easy? Obediently become the sustenance of the sacred tree. A sneer. Yuan Hongji dodged the bursting bullets, and the black and red Yuan Qi in his body quickly solidified into a fist and lunged at the squad. In just a few seconds, the entire squad suffered heavy damage, slumping to the ground and disintegrating their battle armor. See? This is the strength that the Beast God cult has given me. Yuan Hongji spread his hands wide, revealing a maniacal smile. You are all young, yet you all possess the strength of a martial master. So you must all be the proud sons of heaven who graduated from top institutions. And I, for one, hate geniuses. As soon as the words left his mouth, the team member who was trying to stand up once again suffered a heavy blow and was blasted to the ground. You asshole! The captain's eyes were wide with rage, and he desperately struggled to get up and try to fight back, but it was futile in the face of the powerful force. Have I given you permission to get up? Yuan Hongji sneered disdainfully, then said playfully, "Don't worry, I've never been one to kill my enemies in pain, so I've kept my hands to myself. What do you say I twist your limbs off and feed them to the sacred tree? That scene is going to be fantastic." Hearing this, the squad members all glared angrily, itching to get up and bite him. And yet there is nothing to be done about it. Then it's settled. Which team member will start first? This captain. I'll leave the decision to you. Yuan Hongji gave a devilish grin. Chapter 20. Resolving the Beast God cult, calming the beast tide. Don't you dare! 3 degrees of violent blood. A gnashing of teeth rang out. The young man with glasses quickly stormed up, the terrifying green-colored gale, Yuan Qi converging in the center of his fist, striking out extremely swiftly. What? Yuan Hongji was a bit stunned and caught off guard. He solidly received a full-force strike from a martial master-level powerhouse. Snap! The beast god mask on his face was directly shattered as he took several steps backward along with his inertia. Asshole! Yuan Hongji touched his slightly red and swollen cheeks and instantly became furious. It was a strange shame that he would be injured by a martial master-level martial artist. A black limiter appeared in his hand and was imprinted directly into the heart of his left hand. Restrictions lifted. In the next moment, The ferocious beast factor in his body was no longer inhibited. The entire person's figure skyrocketed 7 or 8 meters, transforming into a terrifying four-armed devil ape surrounded by black and red ferocious aura. I'm going to tear you to pieces. A hoarse, brutal voice rang out. With a flash of his body, the demon ape firmly clutched the young man in his hands. Captain, the other teammates were suddenly alarmed and anxious. Oh, Yuan Hongji, what a surprise. Base well-known entrepreneur. The young man said with difficulty, the terrifying force almost suffocating him. I can't believe you accidentally found out, but so what? The corner of the devil ape's mouth grinned, revealing a wry smile. And who will know when I have killed you all? I would know. In the sky, a voice faintly sounded. Who? The devil ape looked towards the sky in dismay, only to see a black and gold armor stepping into the sky at some point, emitting a terrifying pressure. The newest god-level treasure medicine you're talking about. In an instant, the devil ape's face became extremely ugly. Did that beast god miss? But how is that possible? How could a newly minted martial god defeat a veteran beast god? Let me leave the central state, or they will all die. Yuan Hongji's brain turned extremely fast. It raised the hostage in its hand and threatened. Lord Town Guardian, don't let this beast leave, or there will be endless consequences. The young man said with difficulty. You seek death. Yuan Hongji's face suddenly turned gloomy, and the strength of his grip on the young man increased by a few more points. But it was dismayed to find that it couldn't hold it. Friend me? With just a tiny SS-class ferocious beast like you? Are you worthy? Lin Che sneered, and his Yuan Shun power directly shook the demonic ape's fist and palm away. Damn! Yuan Hongji's face changed greatly, and he immediately chose to turn around and flee with all his might. Facing the martial god, it didn't even have the courage to fight. Oh, wanna run? Did I give you permission to run? Several pure white chains appeared, hanging the neck of this demonic ape firmly in midair. But, damn it, I'm an elder of the beast god sect. Our sect master will never let you go. The countless great beast gods will never let you go either. Yuan Hongji used his forearms to pick at the chains, struggling frantically. Are you done with the last words? It's time to hit the road. The chains suddenly tightened. No, you can't kill me. I know many things, Lord Town Guardian. I am useful to you. You can't kill me. Facing the threat of death, Yuan Hongji was instantly scared and wailed madly, his huge body struggling nonstop. Captain, are you okay? All right. The task force then watched the scene with a great deal of relief. I didn't expect that the unbeatable, arrogant, and cruel beast god sect elder just now would have such a day. By the way, Lord Town Crier, there's a demon tree in the center that's slaughtering the citizens, and there are other evil demoniacs that are brutalizing the citizens as well. Suddenly, the squad leader remembered something and looked up at the martial god in the air and said, Well, I have understood the specifics. You guys have worked hard. Just leave it to me next. Lin Che looked towards the center of the base's bustling area and said in a faint voice. In fact, he had just arrived at the South Central base and had already radiated his Yuan Shun power to form his own energy field. It's just about time to close the net. He slowly clenched his left hand into a fist, and the cultists who had been wreaking havoc within the base were instantly lifted out of thin air. Their eyes were wide and full of terror as they covered their necks and kept struggling, feeling like they couldn't breathe. Many of the citizens who were driven and brutalized by them are still in shock at the sight of this scene, not knowing what happened. At the same time, Lin Che quickly arrived at the top of Yuan's mansion. One could only see the branches of hundreds of meters of heavenly demon tree writhing in front of him, surrounded by shriveled corpses with horrified faces. There were old and young, densely packed throughout the busy neighborhood. A few of the victims have tens of thousands of the beast god cult, right? I'll make a note of this bloody battle. This scene was extremely physically uncomfortable to watch Lin Che. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger that was churning in his heart. While gripping hard with his left hand, his right hand held the long, ghostly blue blade, and from top to bottom, he chopped this sacrificial demon tree in half with a single slash. At the same time, the many cultists in the base completely suffocated and died, their bodies falling heavily. However, Lin Che still left some of them alive. For example, some of the gray-clothed congregants, as well as 4 red-clothed priests of higher status, and 1 black-clothed elder, were prepared to be interrogated before being beheaded. to uncover all the beast god cult members lurking in the major bases in central China. After dealing with the internal beast god cult riots, Lin Che rushed to the outer battlefield of the South Central Base. Due to that bloody battle 5 years ago, there were only two Marshal Zone-level powerhouses left in the South Central Base to date, a city lord and a city defense army chief. As a result, the battle was also fought extremely hard. Each of the martial artists was faced with ferocious beasts several times their size, and the martial artists and masters relied on defensive strongholds, as well as heavy fire cover to hold out. As for the two Wu Zone-level powerhouses high in the sky, they could only grit their teeth and drag on, praying for support to come quickly. Fortunately, both of them were relatively resistant to beatings, and Lin Che was still alive and well when he rushed to support them. Soon, under the pressure of his divine might, many of the ferocious beasts instantly panicked, and their battle strength was greatly reduced. Lin Che casually swung a few slashes and killed 7 S-rank or higher ferocious beasts. For a while, the morale of the defending city guards was boosted, and they took the opportunity to organize a counterattack to kill the ferocious beasts and recover the lost strongholds of the city walls. In just less than a quarter of an hour, the South Central Base repelled this beast tide. Moving on to the mopping up phase. It's when the city lord returned to the busy area of the base, with Lin Che immediately stared at the wide eyes, unbelievably looking at the corpses all over the place. The joy of the retreating tide of beasts was instantly gone. "Sorry, City Lord Liu, I'm a little late." Lin Che shook his head slightly. Whenever he saw this scene, his heart couldn't let go of it for a long time. "No, it's not your fault, Lord Town Guardian. It's that group of beast god cults that are too animalistic." A bitter smile appeared at the corner of City Lord Liu Shiwei's mouth. "It's me who's sorry for those generals who fought in the front line in blood." Hearing this, Lin Che was also somewhat silent. Those who fought in the front line of the generals desperately want to guard is not precisely behind the lights of the family, but now, City Lord Liu, we can't change what happened in the past, but we can make it so that this event won't repeat itself in the future. I captured quite a few of the backbone members of the beast god cult, including 4 red-robed priests and 1 black-robed elder. Through these followers, I will be able to remove the beast god cult's minions in the central state in one fell swoop. But I need your cooperation to thoroughly cleanse the base of all those involved with the beast god cult. Understood, Lord Town Guardian. I will definitely fully cooperate with your investigation. Never let any of the brutes off the hook. Liu Shiwei clenched his fists hard, and indignation flowed from his eyes. Chapter 21. Yuan Hongji, Reading Memories. Inside the South Central Base, the black-robed elders and the 4 red-robed priests of the beast god cult were all secretly transferred to the holding area. Many of the gray-clad congregations, on the other hand, are commonly incarcerated. In order to wipe out the beast god cultists lurking in the central state, the news of their elders' accident couldn't be leaked yet. The red-robed priests were handed over to the Judgment Division for arraignment, while the black-robed elders were interrogated by Lin Che himself. Inside the holding room, Yuan Hongji had regained his human form and was covered in special shackles that specialized in restricting dangerous felons above S-class. "How about we make a deal? This honorable Lord Town envoy." His face was young and handsome, and he wore a leisurely smile at the corners of his mouth, as if this were not a prison, but his home. Lin Che didn't pay any attention to him, but sat on a chair, crossing his legs and idly flipping through the information about this 9th elder. 9 elders of the beast god cult. Original name, Yuan Hongji. Gender male. Age 86. When he was 43 years old, his parents and the then older brother of the family died unexpectedly. After that, he served as the head of the Yuan family, chairman of the Yuan Group, and other important positions of the Yuan family, and was a famous entrepreneur in the South Central Base. What surprised Lin Che was that this Yuan family head had joined the beast god cult in his youth. At that time, Yuan Hongji was compelled by the beast god cultists due to his own poor martial arts talent and his inner desire for great power. Less than a year later, he was arrested and imprisoned by the Judicial Division during a bestiality event. After a month of incarceration, he was bailed out by his parents. But it also resulted in a 3-year grounding. For the next 10 years, Yuan Hongji worked within the family business, frequenting various business events. It wasn't until his parents and elder brother were outside the base and accidentally died in the mouth of a beast that he gradually took control of the entire Yuan family and secretly developed the beast god cult. It seems that there are quite a few officials within this city lord's mansion that have been corrupted by your use of money and force. After airing out the other party for a few minutes, Lin Che closed the information and raised his eyes to look at Yuan Hongji in the restraint chair. Lord Town Councilor is joking. I would be able to corrupt them, but it's just a confession. At this moment, Yuan Hongji was extremely annoyed and indignant inside, but still showed a smile on his face. He had been rampaging in the Central State for many years, and now he was actually treated like this by a brat. Don't let him wait for his chance. If he doesn't take this revenge, he's not Yuan Hongji. You seem to be very hard on me, Elder Yuan. The voice that seemed to be laughing came from Yuan Hongji. Yuan Hongji was suddenly startled, and his eyes that were as grim as vipers instantly cleared up. Hastily, he flashed a curt smile. Lord Town Guardian is joking. I'm just a prisoner of the rank. How would I dare to be cruel to a Yin Huang divine son like you? You probably don't know that people in the martial god realm are very sensitive to energies like emotions, and I know exactly what emotions you're feeling no matter what you're moving. Lin Che picked up the tea and took a light sip, his eyes as dark and devouring as an abyss. Yuan Hongji's fearfulness was spreading in his heart, and his cold sweat unknowingly dampened his lapel. He was only seen forcing himself to be calm. Lord Town Councilor, I am willing to tell you everything I know, and only ask that you keep me alive and let me live out the rest of my life in prison. It's not necessary. Lin Che faintly put down his teacup and pronounced his judgment like a god of death. Those 70,000 to 80,000 innocent lives are still yours to pay for. You've had a lot of good times over the years. It's time to pay your debts. No, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you won't get a single piece of information. I'll never tell you. Now Yuan Hongji's inner trepidation could no longer be suppressed, and his voice was hysterical. He must not die. He still had so much wealth, so much beauty, so much life left to enjoy. How could it come to a screeching halt just today? Don't worry. I would have known even if you hadn't told me. Lin Che walked in front of Yuan Hongji, and the finger pointing to the center of his eyebrow bloomed with white light. After all, what business is it of yours if I read your memories? In an instant, a huge Yuan Shun power forced its way into Yuan Hongji's Sea of Consciousness. In the center area of the Sea of Consciousness was the Sea of Memory, where countless memory information floated. Yuan Shun power was like a vast wave of flowing light, quickly reading these memory messages. Some memories are pressed so deep that perhaps even Yuan Hongji himself has long forgotten them. But Lin Che would remind him, collectively, of what he had done over the past 80 years. While Lin Che was reading these memories, Yuan Hongji recalled his own life in his mind. Although he was the young master of the Yuan family, enjoying all the glory and wealth, his talent in martial arts was poor. Coupled with his lazy nature, he was often overwhelmed by his own big brother. The jealousy within and the secret taunts of others had birthed in him a desire for power, preferably the kind that boosts your power quickly. One day at the bar, he was approached by a priest of the beast god cult who claimed to be able to help him get stronger quickly. Since then, he joined the beast god cult and has continued to grow stronger through genetic modification technology. At the same time, he also utilized the Yuan family's funds and connections to help the beast god sect develop secretly in exchange for more resources and status within the sect. But as his strength increased, the little resources he had at his disposal were no longer enough. In order to continue to trade for rarer resources and higher status within the religion, he set his sights on the position of head of the family. If he could become the head of the Yuan family, he would be able to grasp all of the Yuan family's connections and resources. So, at an opportune moment, he utilized the power of the beast god cult to brutally murder his parents and older brother in the wilderness who were standing in his way. After successfully becoming the head of the Yuan family, he utilized various means to eradicate the elders of the Yuan family who hindered him. After taking full control of the Yuan family, he used money to open the way and coercion from his family members to successfully rope in a group of city lords' office officials to serve as an umbrella for the beast god cult's covert development, creating a wilderness research and development base, developing psychotropic drugs, kidnapping and controlling developmentalists, conducting inhumane human experiments, blood sacrifices. It's a bad thing to do over the years. Finished reminiscing? How does it feel, Elder Yuan? Lin Che gazed at him coldly, as if he was looking at a complete trash. Asshole, what's the difference between you, a yellow boy, and me? You're just luckier than me, possessing a supreme talent that allows you to become stronger quickly. If I possessed your heavenly elemental divine body, how would I have done these evil deeds? And don't you put on your high and mighty face. You're nothing without your talent. Understanding that all the dirty things were all exposed, Yuan Hongji was completely infuriated and hysterically roared. I can be humble as dust, but never twisted as a worm. Looking at Yuan Hongji, who was constantly struggling and growling, Lin Che's eyes were cold as he turned around and left. After that, he summoned the city lord, army chief, and a host of other high-ranking personnel from the South Central Base and launched a major arrest in accordance with the consolidated list. This included the Beast God cult's secret positions within the base, various hidden personnel, and many of the city lord's officials. During this period of time, Lin Che also contacted the major bases in Central State and ordered them to launch military operations against all of the Beast God sect's secret strongholds and secret laboratories in Central State. The military operation, called Beast Hunt, lasted for 3 days before coming to a successful conclusion. Lin Che also spent 3 days at the South Central Base. After he personally finished judging these Beast God cultists, this Central State Beast Tide incident could be declared completely over. At that time, he would be able to free up time to personally investigate the ruins of that ultra-ancient civilization and the memories of the six-winged amethyst Xian bird. Chapter 22, Judgmental Beast God Cults and Conferences. According to the official statement of the Central State, the Beast Tide incident that affected dozens of bases has subsided, and the Central State is currently counting the number of people affected. According to the investigation, a large number of cultists were found to be active behind this Beast Tide, and the current criminal leader of the Beast God cult has been captured by the officials and will be shot with his party members in a matter of days. It is also hoped that the general public will be wary of cultists and report and resist the spread and development of cults. Inside the big screen in the Central Plaza, the host was broadcasting the recent news. Nearby, a military transport vehicle carrying cultists and corrupt criminals was driven to an open-air torture chamber. Near the execution ground, many citizens full of indignation and with red eyes had already arrived. They were all victims of this sacrifice, surrounded by family members, loved ones, and children who were or have been poisoned. The heart hated to be able to eat these cultists alive. After seeing each and every cultist with trembling bodies and fearful eyes being escorted to the designated position in the execution ground, the emotions of the people at the scene were instantly ignited. Some people hugged their heads and cried with fear and grief. Some people were so enraged that they broke down and cursed them as animals. There were also people whose eyes were red and who desperately went forward to try to tear these cultists alive. The scene was a mess. Fortunately, there were many black armored guards stationed around the perimeter, maintaining order in the execution ground. In the sky, several drones flew by, broadcasting live from multiple angles. The number of people in the official live broadcast room was also growing by leaps and bounds, and many people came to watch, quickly breaking the 100 million mark. Soon, the Inquisitor began to read out the sins of these cultists one by one. The sound spread across the room like a tidal wave, clearly audible. With each recitation, a gunshot rang out. Some cultists are genetically engineered to be resilient and require a few additional shots to die. For a while, there were screams, sounds of fear, and pleas for mercy. Many members of the public and spectators, who have clapped their hands, can abhor these cultists. No, you guys can't kill me. I'm a late-stage martial master powerhouse. I'm useful to the country. I can take the credit for my crimes. Soon, a red-robed priest was escorted over, his face terrified and sweating coldly. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to his pleas for mercy. After the Inquisitor had read him the charges, he was shot straight to death with a single bullet. In addition to these cultists, dozens of corrupt officials from various departments of the Central South Base were even more ashen-faced and cried bitterly when they faced trial. Unfortunately, it's too late to repent when you're dead. The grand finale was the Beast God sect's elder-level figure, Yuan Hongji. Not only were there all sorts of shackles restricting Yuan Qi on his body, there were also Yuan Shin chains that Lin Che had personally imposed. As a well-known figure in the business community of the Central South Base, he was scolded as soon as he arrived at the penal colony. Yuan Hongji looked at everything around him unwillingly, desperately thinking of every way to survive. Yuan Hongji, gender male, age 86, ninth elder of the Beast God sect, once served as... As the Inquisitor began to read out the charges, Yuan Hongji was escorted to his knees by the black armored soldiers. Looking at the black hole muzzle aimed at his brow, Yuan Hongji trembled. His heart was filled with fear, and he felt that the blood in his body was going to freeze. No, I can't die. I'm a Grandmaster level powerhouse. I have endless glory and riches. Yuan Hongji desperately shook his head, his gaze finally locking onto the black-robed teenager in the center of the judgment stand. Lord Town Guardian, I know I'm wrong. The old man really knows he's wrong. Please be generous and spare my life. I'm a martial zone level powerhouse, and I'm willing to be your slave for life as a town guardian lord, serving you as a dog and horse, just to be able to atone for my sins. I only ask that I can help the people I hurt before, and I beg the Lord Town Councilor to give me a chance. I'm still useful. I'm willing to atone for my sins. I really know I'm wrong. Yuan Hongji kept kowtowing and crying his eyes out. It was simply sad to hear and tearful to see. However, the people at the scene were not buying it, and they were loudly rebuking the shameless old dog, no backbone of a martial artist at all. Lord Godson, don't listen to this beast. How many people has he brutally hurt? At this point in the live broadcast, the pop-ups were also densely packed. But the pop-up wasn't about this cult elder. Instead, it was that 18-year-old Central State Town Guardian, the most prestigious, newly promoted martial god Yan Huang Divine Son. Holy shit, that's awesome. Take more shots. I want to see Lord Godson. I don't want to see that evil man. Eha Kamiko-sama, I want to give you monkeys. 666. Too awesome. Suppressing the entire beast god sect with your own strength. Dense pop-ups continued to tumble. Fortunately, Lin Che didn't see these contents, or else his face, which was so hard to make serious, would definitely not be able to strain to laugh. On the trial stage, many of the base executives looked at the black-robed teenager in the center. Lin Che didn't even raise his eyelids. He just said faintly, "The original sentence is upheld." Yes, Lord Town Councilor. The trial judge's face was joyful, and he immediately ordered, "The sentence is pronounced. Execute the shooting immediately." Yuan Hongji's face was pale, his eyes full of resentment, his voice hysterical and, Linke, you're so cruel. I sincerely repent. Yet you only want me to die. I am the martial zone realm. I am the martial zone realm. Why don't you give me the chance to atone for my sins? I am sincerely trying to atone for my sins. I am sincerely repenting. Hearing these words, Lin Che raised his eyes to look at this beast god sect elder and shook his head with a cold smile. You're genuinely repentant? Meh, you just know you're going to die. No. As a series of gunshots rang out, this evil beast god cult elder completely breathed his last. This divine beast-tide incident also officially came to an end. This Yan Huang Divine Son, is so powerful. Our beast god sex elder was killed just by saying so. An 18-year-old martial god suddenly came out of nowhere, firebombed the entire internet, and took our layout in the Central State by storm. This story is really outrageous. Honorable sect leader, the elders of our beast god sect are not cabbages to be killed without any indication. That's right. If this were to spread out, wouldn't this be a disgrace to our reputation? Does our beast god sect still recruit members? Within the virtual space of the beast god sect's secret liaison, a dozen or so black-robed elders were seated around a round table, with a word from you and a word from me. The descent of the beast god is a general trend, a progress in history, and whoever dares to stop it will inevitably be crushed into the dust of history. A mere newly promoted low-rank martial god, he can't block the great power. It can't be stopped. Outside the round table, the pacing black-robed sect leader of the Red Phoenix had his hands raised in the air with a maniacal expression. It was a long time before he regained his composure and turned to look at the black-robed woman fiddling with her nails. Third Elder, I'll trouble you to go to the hinterland of the Yanhuang Kingdom this time. Rerun our fundamentals. As for that what's-his-name, Yanhuang Divine Son, we will fully cooperate with you to get rid of him when we have the chance. Yes, Your Eminence. A lazy and melodious voice rang out, and the black-robed woman raised her red eyes slightly, playing with her white hair in a bored manner. I think I'll heart it. Chapter 23, Strength Breakthrough, Acquiring Spatial Talent. The afternoon of the day of the trial. After bidding farewell to the senior management of the South Central Base and the enthusiastic people, Lin Che returned to the townhouse of the Central State Luotian Base. He also listened to a series of reports from Secretary General Xiao Weiyang on this divine beast-tide incident, including death pensions, battlefield merit statistics, resettlement of disaster victims, reconstruction plans for some bases, and many other issues. For the remains of the hundreds of meters long god-level fierce beast, Luotian Base also made a deal. Most of the remains would be handed over to the major special laboratories of the Yanhuang Kingdom for joint research to make potions or equip battle armor. The hundreds of millions of merit points that were exchanged for the god tier remains went to Lin Che, which could be exchanged for various national resources. As for the whereabouts of the beast god crystalline nuclei, Lin Che lied that he had transiently moved away. In response, no one questioned his words. After all, the six-winged amethyst basilisk bird was known to possess spatial abilities. And he lied about it because he wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, something like a beast god crystal core, which contained a large amount of harmful beast element, could not be absorbed by ordinary martial gods at all, and could only be given to a laboratory for research. If people knew they were keeping it, it would inevitably cause some unwanted prying eyes and suspicion. It's better for him to keep a low profile up front, and when he develops quickly, it's not too late to hit him hard. By the way, is the battle between Huangzhou and East Continent over this time? Not really. The North Sea and East Sea regions are still in the standoff phase, and the major bases have not been lifted from level 1 alert. Okay, I get it. Well, Lord Town Councilor, I'll take my leave now. Please contact me if there's anything. Looking at Xia Weiyang's departing back, Lin Che could clearly feel that this Secretary General's level of respect for himself had risen another level. In fact, it was not only the Secretary General, but also the staff at all levels who passed by when he returned to the central base tower. After a bit of unintentional overhearing, he realized that his deeds of slaying God-ranked ferocious beasts and killing several SSS-ranked ferocious beasts in seconds were already well known. Invariably, his prestige rose another notch. Shaking his head, Lin Che arrived at the cultivation area of the townhouse. It's important to practice. It's important to practice. Within the closed cultivation room, Lin Che looked at the purple-black crystal core suspended in his hand, his eyes somewhat excited. I wonder how much this beast god crystal core can raise me? According to the energy contained within, breaking through to the fourth sky of martial god should be no problem. In a month's time, breaking through from the martial apprentice realm to the martial god's fourth sky, this speed was definitely unprecedented. But he believes that this is just the beginning of his future journey to the stars. After the breakthrough, we'll go to the ruins of that ultra-ancient civilization to take a look, and maybe we'll even see aliens. After slightly shaking his head and collecting his distracting thoughts, a miniature black hole appeared out of nowhere below the crystal core. It began to absorb and decompose the energy contained in it. During the absorption process, the Yuan Shin power within Lin Che's divine mansion was also increasing rapidly and in large quantities. At the same time, he quickly revolved the Tai, a sacred cannon, and began to refine these Yuan Shin powers. In less than half an hour, the divine mansion in his body was filled with 40,000 strands of Tai, a Yuan Shin power. Seeing this, Lin Che again followed the frequency of the Holy Cannon's mantra, compressing and condensing the Tai, a Yuan Shin power, to impact the bottleneck of the martial god's third sky. With the massive energy supply provided by the beast god crystal core, the breakthrough went smoothly. On the 9th time he hit the bottleneck, he managed to advance to the martial god's fourth sky, opening up the divine mansion's range by more than double. Even the outer color of the Tai, a Yuan Shin power, transformed from pure white to inner gold and outer white, emitting a fiery aura. It's done! Martial God Fourth Heaven. Lin Che opened his eyes and felt the power rushing through his body, and was instantly somewhat excited. He then looked at the beast god crystal core that had shrunk by 2/3, his eyes blazing. After absorbing all the rest, it should be able to reach 50,000 strands of Yuan Shin power. As the remaining crystal cores were devoured, an arcane aura appeared within Lin Che's body. When he came back to his senses, a system voice rang in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring the beast god's crystal core and obtaining a divine level spatial talent. Spatial talent? Lin Che opened his personal panel with a thought. A name, Lin Ke. Level, Martial Spirit Realm 4th Heaven. Technique, Divine Grade, Tai, a Sacred Cannon. Battle Skills, Divine Grade Perfection, Zhen Shun Batu Technique. SSS Grade Perfection, Instant Prison Thunder Shadow Flash. SSS Grade Perfection for Elements Yuan Wu Gang. Apparatus, SSS Class Battle Armor Black Scale and Golden Feather. High-ranking Divine Weapon Blade of Shattered Space. Middle-ranking Divine Weapon Time and Space Magic Machine. Martial Arts Talents, Wu Dao Tong Shin. Underworld Sky Candle Body, Taboo, Space Talent. Is this an incidental effect of the underworld sky candle body? Devouring divine cores can actually gain the other party's talent. Then won't I be invincible? With more and more talent, the more I fight. Thinking of this, Lin Che couldn't help but stand up and take a step forward. He only saw a distortion of space in front of him, and in the next moment, he left the cultivation chamber. Come to the cultivation hall of the town hall. Taking another step, his figure directly instantaneously moved to the large battle skill cultivation room. Spatial barrier, spatial chop, spatial transit. Next, Lin Che tried all the spatial skills that the six-winged amethyst Xian bird had used. Have fun with it. 9 o'clock at night. Lin Che left the central base tower and returned to the bedroom on the second floor of the villa. After showering and changing into his pajamas, he lay down on the bed and stretched hard. He had been so busy dealing with the beast god cult these past few days that he hadn't even had a proper lazy day. Even the 3 or 4 days of system check-ins didn't result in anything good. All of them are some equipment and cultivation resources below SSS level. For him now, it's better than nothing. Opening his cell phone, Lin Che searched for Yin Huang Shinzi within a big fire short video platform. Soon tons of short videos about him appeared in the list bar. Lin Che brushed it off with such gusto that the corners of his mouth couldn't be pressed down at all. Soon, it came to 10 o'clock at night. A central, booked communication called, Ahem. Yu Ran organized his expression before leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window and answering this communication. Little friend Lin Che, I'm really sorry to disturb your rest at this late hour. The other side of the video. The young-faced elder Jiang sat in his office with a mild smile that was slightly apologetic on his face. No interruptions, no interruptions. Lin Che shook his head slightly. Although there was a vague guess in his mind, he still asked curiously, Is Elder Jiang looking for me this time for something? Well, there are indeed a few things to bother you about, little friend. First of all, I'm really grateful to you, little friend Lin Che, for your great contribution in this Central State Beast Tide disaster. If it weren't for you guarding the Central State, we would have been so busy this time around that we wouldn't have been able to take care of our heads. Elder Jiang, you've overstated it. This is just my due diligence. Lin Che shook his head slightly, spoiling himself and showing his calm nature. Regardless, your contribution is indelible, and the review of your war service and merit for this incident has already gone through the Green Channel, and it will be issued soon. Little friend Lin Che, you pay attention to checking your receipt. You can exchange it for the resources you need within the martial god's treasure trove. Elder Jiang's brows smiled, and the more he looked at Lin Che, the more he found it pleasing to his eyes. If the other party's martial arts talent was not too astounding, he would have wanted to take him as a disciple and teach him personally. Unfortunately, he didn't have the qualifications after all. In addition, I had the researchers at the Science and Technology Academy create a pair of divine grade battle armor for you, forged from the remains of that divine grade ferocious beast you decapitated in the Central State. It will be delivered for you in about a month. Divine battle armor? Just in time for the transition. Okay. Thank you, Elder Jiang, for your favor. Well, one more thing about the feral beast world. Fierce beast world. Lin Che's heart moved slightly. Chapter 24. Harvest hidden base in the world of fierce beasts. That's right, for the fierce beast world, we have also sent teams to explore it. There is an abundance of transcendent resources there, which can lead to the rapid evolution of us humans, but there are ferocious beasts stationed in almost every area. Now that the six-winged amethyst Xian bird, a divine-ranked ferocious beast, has died, I would like to ask you to pay more attention to the large swathes of territorial resources it left behind. Even if your army is not stationed in a lot of territories, the resources it gets are abundant, I think. Enough to take your Central State's army to another level. Well, don't worry, Elder Jiang. I've given some thought regarding this point and won't be sloppy. Lin Che nodded. He also had the intention of exploring the fierce beast world. Good. In addition to the beast god cult, you should also pay more attention. Those cultists will not rest easily. Understood. I'll be on my guard in that regard. All right, little friend Lin Che. Then I won't disturb your rest. Take care. It wasn't long after the video footage ended that several messages were sent. Sent it so soon? Lin Che swept a glance. It was certainly about the battle merit of this Central State Beast Tide, as well as the information on the issuance of merit. In terms of battle merits, there were 3 first-class merits, which were repelling a divine-level beast tide, killing a divine-level ferocious beast, and suppressing the beast god cult. There are also 2 second-class honors for the Lothian Base Guard and the South Central Base Guard. In terms of merits, 1 god-ranked ferocious beast, 6 SSS-ranked ferocious beasts, and 13 SS-ranked ferocious beasts. A total of 460 million merit value. Luo Shun, help me open the martial god's treasury. Yes, Lord Town Counselor. Soon, after heavy identity verification, a virtual goods interface appeared in front of Lin Che. It was filled with all sorts of heavenly materials and treasures. These treasures could not be bought in the outside world, no matter how much money was spent, and were a service that the country specialized in providing for martial god-level powerhouses. What should I change? The battle honors and merits came down, but Lin Che was having trouble choosing. For a while, it was hard to know what to change. Forget it, let's start with 3 of the most precious god-rank resources, the Yuan Ling Divine Crystals. Glancing at his 3 first-class merits, and that 460 million merit value, Lin Che's bravado grew. Take the plunge and just order. The 3 first-class merits and 30 million merit values were gone in an instant. It doesn't feel like it hurts to spend it. Is the value too big to be senseless anymore? Looking at the 430 million merits left, as well as the 3 second-class merits, Lin Che blinked. Again, I don't know what to change. Luo Shun, help me pick out some cultivation resources that are suitable for me. Yes, Lord Town Counselor. Soon, under Luo Shun's powerful calculations and data analysis abilities, nearly 10 pieces of divine level cultivation resources were listed, including Divine Evolution Potion, Yuan Shindan, God Concentrating Dao Fruit, Tian Yuan Agar. Moreover, there were many ordinary God-level cultivation resources that had no battle merit restrictions and could be exchanged for merit alone. In the end, Lin Che spent 100 million merits and 2 second-class merits to exchange each of the above-listed divine cultivation resources several times. I'm going to buy it and try the results. The next few days, Lin Che began to prepare for a special legion with Secretary General Xiao Weiyang, Old City Lord, Chief Legionnaire Wang Dalai, and a few others. The legion was named by Lin Che and was called the Luo Shin Legion. The size was finalized at 900 men, and the Special Corps contained 3 battalions of 10 groups of 10 3-man squads each. The Special Corps was born to carry out feral world exploration missions and to utilize the resources of the feral world to feed the Corps, to achieve the purpose of raising war with war, thus increasing the war power of the Central State Army. The Luo Shin Legion's candidates, on the other hand, selected the young and middle-aged backbones from the city defense forces of the major bases in the Central State, so as to achieve the selection of the best among the best. In terms of treatment, housing, living funds, martial arts cultivation resources, and so on are even more pulling all the stops. Everything is based on the Yin Huang Army, a special legion in Huangzhou, as a reference point. Can Central State's finances support such a high standard of treatment? It's not a problem either. During this period of time, the Central State officials had made a fortune by relying on a large amount of ferocious beast materials, fully capable of feeding the Lorax for 2.5 years. In addition, during these 3 days, Lin Che had also signed out a Yuan Spirit Divine Crystal and an SSS Grade Spirit Crystal Stone, as well as 1 random Godly Battle Skill Boost. The 4-elephant Yuan Wugang was promoted to the consummate 4-elephant Shin Wugang. The time after that, during the period when the Luo Shin Legion was making intensive preparations, Lin Che arrived at the fierce beast world. What met his eyes was a large, ancient forest, tall and dense, rising up into the sky. All kinds of ferocious beasts are active among them, hunting each other or fighting for precious medicines. Various kinds of heaven and earth energy that were hard to see with the naked eye filled this world, constantly nourishing everything and breeding all kinds of heavenly materials and treasures. If it was placed in the past, Lin Che would definitely explore and scavenge. But right now, he had a more important goal to do, and that was to explore the ancient relics in the 6-winged amethyst Xian bird's memories. But where's a good place to start exploring? Lin Che looked at the vast land and mountains, and for a moment, he was flooded with difficulties. From memory, as a divine-level ferocious beast, the territory occupied by the 6-winged amethyst Xian bird was extremely vast. Within the territory, there were even countless high-grade ferocious beasts that had submitted to it and obtained fiefdoms of their own. If it's a fiefdom, that 6-winged amethyst Xian bird will definitely not distribute the relics to other ferocious beasts. I'll just go directly to the territory under the direct jurisdiction of the 6-winged amethyst basilisk itself. There should be traces of the ruins there. Lin Che's eyes lit up as he summoned the space demon god machine as a carrier. Directly at a flying speed of Mach 10, He quickly rushed towards the direct territory of the six-winged amethyst basilisk. This should be the place. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had crossed hundreds of kilometers to the six-winged amethyst basilisk territory in his memory. The iconic structure was the huge god-king tree that rose straight up into the sky, nearly 10,000 meters high and thousands of meters wide at the waist. The canopy is lush and green, like an umbrella shrouding the canopy. That's right, it's here. The divine king tree is the lair of the six-winged amethyst Xian bird. Right at this moment, several silver-colored flying machines suddenly appeared around the divine king tree. Strange, why is there a flying machine here? According to the color, it's not the base's morning star flyer either. Huh? Lin Che was instantly a bit puzzled in his heart, but he didn't act rashly and just waited to see what would happen. One could only see that the several silver-colored craft were carrying out collection operations, targeting the fruit sap from the God King tree. After the collection was completed, several silver-colored crafts quickly rushed inside a certain large mountain. Seeing this, Lin Che quickly piloted the space demon god machine to follow closely behind. Inside the rolling mountains, a stone wall suddenly split apart, and several silver-colored fighters entered the mountain in turn. It should be a base inside, but who built this base? Aliens or someone from another power? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Lin Che released his Yuan Shin power and began to scan the entire mountain. Only a small, well-lit base appeared inside the mountain, more than 30 meters high and covering dozens of square kilometers. And this base was still constantly absorbing Earth vein energy as the base's energy support supply. Chapter 25, Faust, the Organization Against Humanity. Inside the base. After the Silver Flyer has completed its collection operations, several researchers in white coats and gas masks rushed over. They put the collected juice of the God King fruit into vessels and brought them back to the large laboratory at the grassroots level. The center of a large laboratory. Hundreds of ferocious beasts kept banging against the high-pressure iron cages that held them alone, making ear-splitting hissing noises. And in the center of the console, several researchers were mixing different potions. These people mixed the divine king fruit juice into different juice vessels to create several different potions. And through large syringes, these agents are injected into the anesthetized and bound ferocious beasts. The different reactions of these ferocious beasts were then recorded by observing the controls. Or die violently, or intensify, or shrivel up. These people are blonde, and a lot of the security is black, and they look like they're from the Free Union State. But what do these foreigners want to do if they don't stay in their own countries and come to our Yanhuang country to secretly do experiments? Outside the mountain, Lin Che couldn't help but frown. Is it hard to believe it's Faust, the anti-human organization? The Free Union State was formerly the infamous Lighthouse State, known as the world's policeman. But since the cataclysm, the country has been torn apart on the spot due to various conflicts that have erupted. Later, during the cataclysm, the major business oligarchs cooperated with each other and reorganized a loose state. The name is Liberty Union State, and Faust, the anti-human organization made up of people from the Lighthouse State, appearing all over the world all year round, and through the extraordinary factors of ferocious beasts and precious medicines, often engaging in human experiments in a big way. In order to gain power, various orcs, phytosporians, mutants were researched, and all sorts of other anti-human stuff. And it is experimenting on the bodies of innocent people in other countries, without their consent. It caused Faust to become infamous in the United Nations, and was called a demonic organization by countless blue stars. Eventually, Faustus and the Beast God cult were listed as anti-human organizations. But this did not keep Faust in check, and instead he was still often active behind the scenes in major countries with great fanfare, taking advantage of the ferocious beast's rampage to engage in some nasty little maneuver. In response, the Free Union State is insisting that Faust, an anti-human organization, has not a single thing to do with their country. But who believes it? The people are yours, and the scientific research that was done through the forbidden experiments, you own the next day. You're saying your country isn't inextricably linked to Faust? A fool wouldn't believe it. Is it Faust or not? With a skeptical attitude, Lin Che continued to scan the interior of the base again. Soon he found direct evidence, only to see an old man clad in black robes walk inside the lab bench with an imposing manner. The other experimenters saluted at the sight. What attracted the most attention was the platinum demonic badge that the old man wore on his chest. As far as Lin Che knew from the internal information he had consulted, This badge was one of the symbols of Faust's senior management. Brass, phantom silver, platinum, star. These four demonic breastplates are the very hierarchical divisions of Faust as an organization. How's the research on that divine tree going? Any results? On the lab console, the old man asked the lead researcher next to him. Back to Lord Supervisor. The fruit of that divine king tree has a factor that promotes biological transmutation. But the medicinal properties are too violent, and we're studying how to reconcile the medicinal properties. Boys, you're great, and besides, there's a new move on the central state side of the Yanhuang Kingdom, so you need to hurry up. Understood, Lord Superintendent. The gathering team will be leaving again soon. We are not leaving any resources for those inferior yellow people. The words were full of superiority. Haha, excellent boy. You're really great. I'll put in a good word for you in front of the executive officer Sama. Just as the two were filled with complacency, violent spatial fluctuations suddenly appeared in the lab. Warning! Unknown energy fluctuations detected at base. Oh, Vark, what a situation! Could it be that we've been discovered by the Yin Huang people? The smile on the blonde's face froze, and he was so angry that he cursed. The other fellows followed suit and panicked, their faces no longer as full of ambition as they had been a moment ago. Inferior yellow people? Let's show you rats who's the inferior one today. A cold voice echoed back, only to see a huge demon god machine walk out of the space. What? What are you? The old man forced himself to be calm, but his constantly trembling body still revealed his panicked heart. Yin Huang martial god. What? The researchers inside the base were in a complete panic. Anti-human organizations like them have long been wanted by all countries. Once caught, it's simply certain death. Space slice. But before they could even think about escaping, dozens of spatial blades scattered in all directions like a hurricane, sweeping all research and security personnel throughout the base. In less than a minute, the entire base was killed in blood and crows. You demons, you yellowskins are demons. Demons! The only surviving old man kept hissing, venting his inner fear. Heh, it's ironic that a top level of an organization that can sell everything for power would call me a demon. Lin Che sneered. In the next moment, Yuan Shin power surged into the old man's brow. No, what do you want? You can't steal my memories. It's my privacy. Cut the crap. The memory reader was still invented by your lighthouse nation's Vorpal. A few minutes later, the old man's body fell down, his face bleeding from all 7 holes. Phew. Lin Che let out a deep breath. Looking at this kind of earthly devil's memories was simply polluting his eyes. The cruelty of these people doing human experiments can simply be compared to the pre-cataclysmic 733. But there were many benefits. At least he knew about the 3 secret experimental bases that this supervisor had set up in the central state, and the network system of human traffickers that serves Faust. Go back, and you can send the army to eradicate these tumors. But one of Faust's newly minted execs turned up, still searching for nearby mineral ruins. If the other party obtained that ancient relic, then I wouldn't have come for nothing. The space demon god's eyes flickered slightly. Immediately, he left the interior of this base and instantly moved to the outside of the mountain. Then he began to quickly search for the location of that ancient relic. According to the picture comparison in the memory of the 6-winged amethyst basilisk bird, in less than an hour, Lin Che found the mountain where that relic was located. Not much of an area from what it looked like 100 years ago, again all overgrown with weeds and rocks. Well, is this? With a sweep of Yuan Shin power, Lin Che discovered that there were human tracks nearby. Could it be Faust's people? These Lighthouse Nation guys are pretty efficient. Lin Che's figure flashed and followed the tracks to find the entrance of the relic cave. It then went straight into the interior of the ruins. Chapter 26, Faustian Executive Brian. Inside the ruins, the light was dim. There was a musty smell in the air. The alloy walls around the passage were speckled with moldy rust. The corners were covered with the same barren grass as outside. This tech-filled relic kind of looks like a starship from a movie. I just wonder how many years it's been abandoned. Lin Che walked within the spacious alloy passageway, using his Yuan Shin power to constantly scan and observe his surroundings. It didn't take him long to see a line of Lighthouse Nation people below the battleship through the power of his Jinjutsu. At the head of the group was a young blonde man in a black leather jacket with his hands in his pockets and a cynical smile on his lips. Next to him, 5 armed combatants were wielding hot weapons, bursting into dazzling tongues of fire as they continued to kill the incoming relic guards. Just then, The blond man suddenly looked back, and then his mouth smiled playfully as he said, "Looks like there's bugs mixed in. Honorable Executive Officer Sama, do you mean someone has entered the ruins?" The black armed reformer at the top, with a body as strong as an ox's, twisted his head curiously and asked, "Lord Executive Officer, could it be one of our Faustians?" "Oh, how is that possible? We've only just discovered this ancient relic. Could it be those inferior monkeys from the Yanhuang kingdom? Haha, if those yellow-skinned monkeys dare to come, let's kill them in the process." At that moment, the other four armed men of the lighthouse state were also talking in tongues. They fought and chatted at the same time, completely ignoring the machine guards within the ruins. Indeed, it is a yellow monkey and not very old. The young blonde executive shrugged and laughed in a contemptuous tone. What's even more strange to me is that he's clearly spotted us, and yet he's still coming in our direction. Oh God, I've never met a teenager as brave as him. Hey, Executive Officer Sama, want to give this yellow-skinned monkey a little color? That's right, find us some fun to play with as well. This relic is too boring with only machines. Several of the armed men from the lighthouse state looked at each other and hemmed and hawed, as if they had thought of something funny. "Oh, since my dear minions want to play, let's wait for him," the blonde youth said indifferently. Since obtaining the true god form 3 months ago, there was no one in the world who could threaten him except those old martial gods. This mental fluctuation, is it the newly promoted executive that the supervisor remembers? Brian Newhouse, a nobleman at the age of 28, was parachuted into the Yanhuang kingdom a month ago as a war zone executive. Then during the Central State Beast Tide, the advancement of the major forbidden experiments was intensified, and exploration of the fierce beast world behind the rift began. On the uppermost level of the star battleship ruins, Lin Che recalled the memories of the old man that he had just read not long ago. Generally speaking, executives who wear the Star Demon badge have strength comparable to that of a martial god. Was it not long ago that Faust's newest executive officer was promoted to martial god? If that's the case, it's a pity you were unlucky enough to meet me. Lin Che's eyes flashed as he directly descended to the 3rd floor of the battleship through the elevator shaft. On the 3rd level of the battleship, the wide, dark hall was filled with smoke. The remains of the relic guards were everywhere around them. The Lighthouse Nation line is resting and relaxing. Just then, Faust Executive Brian suddenly opened his blue eyes and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, he actually came over. What courage." "Yeah, that's what I thought." Before the Lighthouse Nation crowd could react, a clear voice came from outside the gate of the ruins. Only a teenager wearing a black trench coat walked in faintly. "That's pretty arrogant." Blonde Brian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but sneer. "Lord Executive Officer, this ungrateful yellow-skinned monkey has come just in time." "That's right, this is going to be fun." The remaining 5 armed reformers had their fists pumping with excitement. "Yellow-skinned monkey, let your father give you a good look." Only a tall black reformer, grinning with large white teeth, spoke a mouthful of awkward Yanhuang dialect. Waving his casserole-sized fist, he quickly charged towards Lin Che. Several other Lighthouse Nation martial artists had expressions of watching the show. That nigger was the strongest amongst the martial arts officers, with a strength comparable to that of an SSS class. If not for the overdraft and depletion of their physical potential, the other party would have been qualified to become a reserve executive officer. No! But the next moment, a scream of misery came. It made the Faustian military officials, who were ready to watch the show, instantly blush in disbelief. How? How is this possible? Only to see that the black reformer, who had just been arrogant, was directly twisted into a ball by the powerful Yuan Shin power. All the bones in his body were cracked, and he was almost an invalid. Could it be that you're the martial god of the Yanhuang kingdom? No. How could a martial god just leave their quarters? At the sight of this scene, there were a number of Faustian military officials whose voices trembled. A bit interesting, you wouldn't be that what's his name, Yanhuang Divine Son, that came out of nowhere some time ago, would you? I should have thought of that. I thought you were still tussling with that god bird. It looks as if you overcame it. That's nice. Blonde Brian walked out slowly, a look of excitement on his face. Countless ghostly blue arcs of electricity surrounded his body, rapidly spreading all around him, separating him from the platinum Yuan Shin power. "Come on, get out of here." The other 4 Faustian military officers turned and prepared to flee the scene. 2 martial gods fighting, no matter who lost or won. The aftermath alone could cause them both to die for sure. Have I given you permission to leave? Lin Che's cold voice echoed. The platinum yuan shin power quickly broke through the blockade of the ghostly blue arcs of electricity and pinched each of the 4 Faustian military officials to death. Seek death. Executive Officer Brian's face quickly darkened. Although he didn't really care if his men died or lived, wouldn't it make him look like a loser to get them killed in front of him? Looks like you're even stronger than I thought. Worthy of my full strength. Let's show you my true god form. Brian's voice covered the room like a tidal wave. His hands turned into sharp claws, his figure skyrocketed to 10 meters, and his entire body was covered in a layer of ghostly blue scales. Even his forehead sprouted 2 long, ghostly blue horns. The terrifying, ghostly blue arc of electricity even skyrocketed several times, sweeping across the entire field. How about my true god form, Divine Sun Sama? Brian took out his tailor-made trident, his dark blue eyes full of smugness. Not how, compared to the true god form, calling it the beast god form is more like it. Lin Che said carelessly, with the strength of a martial god second sky, plus your beast god talent, your battle power is comparable to a martial god fourth sky. Is that all you've got? If so, it's only to the extent of warming up. Hearing this, Brian blushed and, who doesn't know how to say big words, the real strength is still to be known only after the battle. It raised its trident, and countless ghostly blue and purple electricity surrounded it, transforming into a thunderbolt that cleaved at the black-clothed teenager in front of it. Chapter 27, True God Potion, New Talent. Instant Prison Thunder Shadow Flash. Lin Che's figure flickered at extreme speeds, as if he was idly walking in a thunder pool. He raised his eyes to the behemoth, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. It's been almost a week since I've been in a fight, so I just happened to take you to move your muscles. Arrogant. I'll see how you can dodge this strike. Thousands of stars fall. Brian's voice rang out like a thunderous monarch in the sky. One could only see the ghostly blue and purple electricity coalesce into countless tridents, like a swarm of stars falling to the earth. If you can't hide, then don't hide, Xuanwu, divine deity. A faint voice rang out. Countless platinum yuan shin power condensed and transformed into a Xuanwu elephant to defend against the front. LV4. Noticing Lin Che's true strength, Brian's face changed. With a difference of 2 equal steps, it was no wonder the other party was so comfortable. But it's not over. It's not certain who the goddess of victory will favor until the last moment of the battle. Stonewall. The ghostly blue-purple electricity once again condensed in large quantities and merged into the trident, and his figure instantly soared tens of meters. It smashed straight towards Lin Che, who was protected by the Xuanwu elephant. Boom! Terrifying purple electric energy ravaged the entire field. The Xuanwu elephant shattered after supporting it for 3 seconds. Even the hard alloy floor broke one after another under this halberd, revealing a huge cavity leading to several underground levels. Brian gasped and looked at the power of his blow with a satisfied smile. So what if a 4 heavens martial god didn't have armor? And if he ate this strike, he was bound to be seriously injured. Just then, his afterglow suddenly noticed something and jerked around to look, only to see Lin Che appear behind him unharmed, not even dirtying the corners of his clothes. Impossible. Even an LV4 martial god couldn't take this blow from me unharmed. Brian waved his massive trident and growled incredulously. You do have quite a bit of power, but that's about it. Well, I won't play with you anymore. I have to explore the ruins. Lin Che raised his eyes and casually took out a phantom blue Chinese sword. Seeing that knife, Brian's huge body subconsciously took a step back. It sensed extreme danger, and its biological instincts reminded it that it absolutely could not stay any longer. What? Scared? But where can you run in such a small space with your size? A sarcastic voice rang out. Brian burst into a rage, and it growled. I am a warrior, a true warrior who never retreats in battle. Yeah? Well, let's see how determined you are. Brian Newhouse. Countless yuan shun power converged as Lin Che swung out a terrifying blade. Yewa. Brian gathered his entire body's energy and raised his trident to charge forward. Boom! The trident fell, and Brian's massive frame stumbled helplessly to the ground. Terrifying slash marks spread throughout its body, devouring the remnants of life. You are a true warrior, Brian Newhouse. Lin Che came in front of it. Brian's ghostly blue eyes flashed. Thank you for your recognition. Honorable Lord Yin Huang Divine Son. Farewell. He slowly closed his eyes, no longer attached to the world. The power of the body also began to gradually dissipate into the heavens and earth. Phew! Lin Che let out a deep breath, looked at the divine skeleton in front of him, stretched out his right hand, and become part of my power, Brian. The black hole of the underworld appeared out of nowhere and quickly devoured this divine skeleton. At the same time, a large number of memory fragments quickly appeared in front of him. Brian Newhouse, from one of the top families in the Free Union State, the Newhouses. The family sits on hundreds of billions of dollars in assets while monopolizing the dissemination of public opinion and culture in the Free Union State. As the future heir of the family, Brian grew up with an elite noble education and countless cultivation resources. Coupled with his own outstanding martial arts talent, he had cultivated to the realm of martial zone perfection at the young age of 28. In the months that followed, with the power of the Newhouse family, Brian was given a bottle of the potion. The name is True God Potion. It was Faust who extracted the power of the beast god's crystal core by extracting it and tempering it through other precious medicines. An experimental potion obtained only after countless human trials. It has been proven that the agent has a 1 in 4 failure rate. Once it failed, it would be reduced to a ferocious beast with no sense and power infinitely close to the divine level. True God Potion, it can allow a martial zone level powerhouse to break through to the martial god level. Seeing this scene, Lin Che's gaze slightly condensed. As far as he knew, there was no such potion in Yanhuang country. For the application of divine props like beast god crystal cores, it was more in the area of building divine mechs. It was then handed over to a strong martial artist to pilot. The memory screen continues to play. Brian managed to break through to the martial god stage after receiving the True God Potion Phantom Blue Thunder Magic Dragon. And he also obtained the racial talent of the Phantom Blue Thunder Demon Dragon, increasing his strength greatly. Afterwards, the patriarch of Newhouse's family, Grandpa Brian, took him to see an immensely honorable lord. It was a secret military base on the west coast of the Free Union State. The elevator descended all the way down to the 100th basement level, then slowly opened. Beep! Memory images quickly blur into snowflakes. What's going on here? Is this memory blocked? Seeing this scene, Lin Che was somewhat surprised. What kind of honorable big shot? You have to block out memories when you meet? Also a little irritated. I was reading the highlights and was about to find out the boss behind the scenes when the internet suddenly went dead on this part. It's very hard to not be on top of it. Well, it didn't take long for the memory screen to return to normal. Only Brian and his group had already left the 100 underground floors and were back inside the military base. After that, Brian went straight to become Faust's 13th executive officer, awarding the Star Demon Breastplate, and parachuted into the Yanhuang War Zone to join the other 2 execs on Faust's mission. The specific aspect of the mission is that it utilizes the various resources of the Yanhuang Kingdom for forbidden research, including and not limited to genetic modification, immortality mysteries, extraordinary powers, biological evolution, mechanical armament. So, this group of miscreants came to Yanhuang country to hobnob. Brian serves as the top executive for the 2 regions, Central States and Jersey. He also commanded his men to build various secret bases, capture ferocious beasts, collect precious medicines and minerals, and conduct all kinds of research. Afterwards, various experimental data were collected by purchasing trafficked nationals and testing drug modifications on them. For each result of the research, Faust was rewarded with a high price. The memory images just continue to this day. It came to an abrupt end when he met him, Lin Che. No wonder it's been designated as an anti-human organization, but it's not a bad thing at all. Lin Che couldn't help but shake his head after watching the memory screen. There wasn't much to say about Brian, the noble son of the Lighthouse State. A pure soldier? Maybe. Ding. Congratulations to the host for devouring the beast god's crystal core and obtaining the god-level talent Phantom Blue Magic Power. Ding. The talent is being analyzed and adjusted. It has been adapted to the host's energy and adjusted to the god-level talent Brilliant Mighty Thunder. Brilliant Mighty Divine Thunder? I didn't realize that talents could be adjusted. Haha. After absorbing the divine core, Lin Che looked at the golden arcs of electricity jumping in the palm of his hand, and his heart leapt with joy. The Yuan Shin power within the divine mansion has also come to 70,000 strands, 10,000 strands short of 4 heavens perfection. When we go back and wait for those Yuan spirit divine crystals to arrive, we should be able to break through to the fifth heavenly layer. Let's continue exploring this ancient ruin now. After Lin Che adjusted his state, he turned around and left the messy scene. Chapter 28, Shia Civilization, Divine King-class star battleships. Hundreds of meters underground on the west coast of the Free Union State. The vast underground city was brightly lit, and everything was in order, running according to the rules set by the High Priestess. In the center of the city, a large obsidian pyramid stands silently, invisibly converging all the energy emanating from the surrounding earth veins and converting it into electrical energy. Provide a constant supply of energy to the entire underground city. At this time, inside this obsidian pyramid, an old lizard man sitting inside the chamber slowly opened his eyes. The gray-green vertical pupils were cold and majestic, without any emotional coloring. The human is dead, and his secrets are being pried into. It clutched the scepter in its hand and slowly rose to its feet, making an ancient, hoarse sound. The attendants around them knelt down and presented the honored old man with the high priest crown. There's a change in the east, but he can't hold back the coming of a new era. This azure planet will once again be under our command. Inside the dark alloy passage, stepping over the mechanical debris all over the ground, Lin Che arrived at another hall inside the battleship. Just see the hall, full of technology hibernation silo everywhere dense. And the vast majority of the hibernation bins had ruptured, revealing a black skeleton that had oxidized. These skeletons are also larger than humans. According to Lin Che's visual estimation, these aliens were at least 2 to 3 meters tall. What the hell is going on here? Why did this super starship crash here again? Walking between these hibernation barns, all Lin Che saw were huge skeletons that had already died. Just then, he suddenly realized that a few of the hibernation barns were wide open, and there were no skeletons present inside. Is it hard to believe that there are still alien remnants surviving? Lin Che blinked, and his Yuan Shin power quickly spread out. The entire 20,000-meter-long starship was quickly scanned by him. But not even a ghost, let alone a living person, was found. The entire relic was horribly silent. Did they leave the battleship? Or did they all die of old age inside the battleship? Suppress the doubt in your mind. Lin Che left the hibernation hall and arrived inside the main cockpit of this starship. Inside the wide driving, many precision instruments could be seen flowing with an ethereal blue luster. At the center of the cab is a center console tens of meters long. A softly glowing energy crystal hovers over the center matrix of the center console. In front of the crystal, a large 2 to 3 meter tall, three-eyed skeleton sat on the ground, seemingly waiting quietly for death. This is the remains of an alien civilization's warship. Lin Che was silent for a long time. In this vast and endless universe, perhaps mankind is never alone. He walked up the center console to the remains and scanned the energy crystal with his genjutsu power. In an instant, he instantly saw countless massive amounts of data and information that traveled through like streams of light. Shia's civilization, Empress, Spirit, Chaos Abyss, Escape Spark. After just a cursory glance, a large amount of information flooded into his mind. Phew, too much information. Lin Che withdrew his Yuan Shin power and couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. Lo Shun, scan this information crystal for me. Yes, Lord Town Counselor. The Vulcan terminal projected the image of a dignified and elegant woman, 1 foot tall, with a blue court dress. Large information resource detected. Is information acceptance permitted? Permission granted. Yes, Lord Town Counselor. Soon, Luo Shin arrived in front of the soft light crystal and lightly touched it with her veiled hand. At the same time, a progress bar of information acceptance popped up above her head. 0.01%. 0.02%. More than 8 full hours passed before the progress bar pulled up to 100%. Losen. On the center console, the meditating Lin Che opened his pitch-black eyes and lightly called out. Lord Town Counselor, I am. How's the message being received? Lin Che looked up and down at the pocket projection in front of him, feeling that the other party was more agile and intelligent than before. Has it been upgraded again? Lord Town Guardian, I've absorbed all the fire information left behind by the Shia civilization. Luo Shin gently clapped her palms. The next moment, all the lights in the entire cockpit came on. Awesome. Lin Che's eyes lit up. You're able to control this starship? Not really, Lord Town Crier. Luotian shook her head slightly. This first Taiya battleship is badly damaged in multiple places. I can't fully grasp it. Okay, I get it. Lin Che nodded slightly. I need to know the ins and outs of this first battleship, as well as the Shia civilization behind it. As you wish, Lord Town Councilor. Luo Shun smiled faintly, then waved her sleeve. A virtual projection was instantly presented in front of Lin Che's eyes, only to see a huge star warship that was 20,000 meters long fall from the sky in the ancient barbaric world. Like a burning meteorite, it was majestic. What's in the picture is the Yuan Central Realm from 10,000 years ago. The Metacentral Realm? Yes, the Shia civilization named this world full of ferocious beasts the Savage Star after exploration. The Savage Star is the size of 4 Earths, with an abundance of dark energy, and is initially divided into 4 major realms: the Yuan Central Realm, the Divine Sea Realm, the Savage Realm, and the Glacier Realm. When the Shia civilization was invaded by the Chaos Abyss, it had sprinkled hundreds of civilization fires that flew to all parts of the galaxy. This first Taiya battleship is one of the fires, and is now preparing to land on the Savage Star. The picture continues. It was only when this first interstellar warship forced its way down to the domain of the Divine King Tree in the Yuan Central Realm that it suddenly encountered an attack from a large purple-black bird on the Divine King Tree. This large purple-black bird was thousands of meters long and had 6 wings, allowing it to travel freely through space. The bird! Lin Che blinked, instantly recalling the divine grade crystal core that the 6-winged amethyst Xian bird had obtained. According to the database, this giant bird possesses the strength of the 7th heaven of the martial god, mastering the spatial talent and the inferno flame, not to be underestimated. Lorcan explained. On the screen, the Taiya battleship held up an energy shield against the attack of the giant bird of space. It then transformed directly into a giant steel samurai in the air, with a reddish-white appearance. No way a battleship this big can transform? Seeing this scene, Lin Che was actually shocked for a small moment. The Taiya battleship does exist in another form called the Taiya battleship god, possessing a strength comparable to that of a god-king level primordial realm. Above the martial god, at the beginning of the divine king realm, Lin Che was silent for a moment. What the hell was that chaotic abyss? Civilizations above the martial gods were all beaten and fled. The fierce battle continues on the screen. With the absolute difference in strength, the Taiya war god quickly locked on to prejudge the location where the space giant bird would appear. Reaching down, he grabbed the giant bird and quickly snapped it toward the rolling hills below. Boom! The 2 behemoths quickly plummeted downward. The mountain could not withstand the pressure and collapsed directly, raising dust in the sky. After the tie, a Vulcan took control of the space giant bird. The pulse cannon in his chest quickly emitted a dazzling beam of light, instantly obliterating this beast god. Even the other party's beast god crystalline core was also included in the Taiya martial god's energy chamber. Afterward, the Taiya Vulcan stood up against the setting sun. The gigantic mountain ranges around them, thousands of meters high, only reached the calves of this martial god. Why did such a powerful God-King-class starship become like this in the end? Looking at the projected image, Lin Che was somewhat incredulous. Chapter 29. Shia's Sacred Cannon, signing to the Xianhuang Dragon Battle Body. This is because this CC civilization has encountered a divine, king-level, ferocious beast. Also the current sector master of the Yuan Central Sector, one of the strongest life forms on this planet, the Red Lotus Hell Dragon Phoenix. Luo Shin slightly raised her hand, and an extremely distorted video image appeared. However, it was still vaguely discernible that there was an overwhelmingly ferocious beast hidden behind that blazingly hot red flames. The dragon's head had 5 claws, the phoenix's body had tail feathers, and it was surrounded by red flames, just like a big blazing star. The ferocious beast possesses the power to exterminate the world and can easily destroy an epoch of civilization. Even the Taiya battleship developed by the Shia civilization is no match for that ferocious beast. Extermination-level ferocious beasts. Lin Che couldn't help but frown. If this ferocious beast suddenly descended on Blue Star, I'm afraid no one would be able to resist it. It reminded him of the global catastrophes that occurred every 100 years. But would the Blue Star civilization have lasted as long as it has if such a ferocious beast had struck during a global catastrophe? The footage continues to play. The Tai war god transformed into a Tai, a battleship docked over the star, after resolving the divine-ranked ferocious beasts in that territory. At the same time, microvehicles were sent out to explore and collect the various resources of the planet. But the good times don't last long. The Red Lotus Hell Dragon Phoenix, who was the Yuan's Central Realm Lord, had long since noticed this extraterrestrial civilization. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. The emergence of this civilization has seriously threatened the security of its territory. So a vicious battle broke out. This alien war of tens of thousands of years ago had lasted for 3 whole days and 3 nights. In the end, the Red Lotus Hell Dragon and Phoenix left with injuries. The Tia battleship was sunk in space and crashed into the middle of a mountain range. Gradually, over the course of the 10,000 years, it was covered with dirt, lawn, gravel. The wrecked battleships were also reduced to ancient relics. Phew, is this the ins and outs of this relic? By the way, is there any more detailed information on the Shiha civilization behind the Tai battleship? Yes, Lord Town Counselor. The fire information contains the various spiritual cultures of the Shiha civilization, in addition to some information materials from other civilizations in the galaxy. But for the chaotic abyss, not much is recorded in the Fire Seed. Luo Shun organized this information one by one and sent it to Lin Che. By the way, Lord Town Counselor, in the culture of the CC civilization, there is a supreme sacred text that needs your attention. Supreme sacred canon? Could it be a cultivation technique? Lin Che was a bit surprised. Yes, this holy canon is called the Shiha Holy Canon, and it records the cultivation paths of the various realms of martial god and divine king. Lord Town Guardian, the divine grade technique you cultivate, the Tai sacred canon, is precisely a part of the Shiha sacred canon. Lorcan explained. If I remember correctly, it seems like the Tai sacred canon was brought back from the Blue Star ruins. Could it be that a branch of the Shiha civilization had once reached the Blue Star? Lin Che stroked his chin and made a bold guess. That's a strong possibility, but it still needs to be corroborated by more evidence. Luo Shun's ethereal and clear voice rang out. All right, let's go back to the base and take our time organizing. It's been a day. When he was about to go back, Lin Che looked at the time, 05 in the morning. The heart of the moment was in the right place, and he murmured, sign in. The host is detected in the God King level scene, Tai battleship ruins. The normal sign-in has been upgraded to a special sign-in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the Divine King level talent, Xian Huang Dragon Battle Body. Xian Huang Dragon Battle Body. The dragon fights in the wild. Its blood is Xian Huang. Upon activation of the battle body, the Xian Huang treasure blood boils and can be augmented by the divine power of the Ying Long Dragon. In an instant, a fiery and powerful aura surged into all of his limbs and bones, constantly and continuously strengthening Lin Che's bloodline and body. God King level physical talent? Lin Che was delighted in his heart. Worthy of being a God King level special scene, this increase in the probability of producing good goods was just fierce. Soon, the Xian Huang Dragon Battle Body's talent strengthening was completed. Every ounce of his blood and every cell seemed to contain incomparable power. This feeling, after leaving the ruins, Lin Che put on his battle armor and couldn't help but run wildly at breakneck speeds through the ancient forest, constantly testing the limits of the body. With each landing and firing, it sped swiftly like a rocket, bringing out a series of sonic booms. Damn, this power, this speed, it feels like I can directly harden myself against an average martial god with the power of my body alone. I'll have to try it sometime. Day 2. Lin Che returned to work inside the townhouse on time. While it was fine for him to sneak out of work for a day or two, he still had to check in with his Secretary General if it was for an extended period of time, just in case there's an emergency in Central State and the top leaders can't be found. Lord Town Guardian, this is the list of the Luo Shin Legion. Please take a look at it. Contains a list of specific candidates for the Deputy Regimental Commander, Battalion Commander, Team Leader, Captain, and team members. According to your requirements, they are all young adults and have excellent martial arts talent, and 72 of them possess special physical qualities. It didn't take long for Secretary General Xiao Weiyang to walk over and hand the red book in his hand to Lin Che. In addition, there are also establishment benefits for different military positions on it, including pay, housing, medical care, pension, cultivation, military armor, battle skills, and other various benefits. Let me know if there are any changes that need to be made. Lin Che took the red book and flipped through it carefully. The army chief was personally held by him, and the deputy army chief was the chief of the Central State City Defense Army, Wang Dalai, a rather prestigious old army chief, who also served as the chief of the army. The other military positions and legionnaires were also excellent young and strong martial artists selected from the city defense forces of each base. The weakest in strength was a martial master First Heaven. It can be said that it is a veritable special army of the Central State. There's basically nothing to change, so I'll sign it and submit it to the Senate for review. Okay. A clear and cold voice line rang out as Xiao Weiyang picked up the red book and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Lord Town Councilor, do you have something to say? Ahem. Looking at the puzzled gazes cast at him, Lin Che cleared his throat. I went to the feral world yesterday with Lorcan and found Faust. Faust? Xiao Weiyang's expression instantly became serious, although it was usually quite cold. Well, there's also an alien relic. Next, Lin Che briefly talked about his experiences and encounters yesterday. Lord Town Councilor, you mean that you wiped out all of Faust's executives and supervisors in the Central State? And by the way, it also allowed Luo Shun to inherit the information of the civilization within an interstellar battleship. Xiao Weiyang's eyes widened. Her cool and good-looking features filled with disbelief. However, when she thought about the other party's spirited performance when she interacted with Luo Shun today, she still believed a few points. No, calm down, must be calm. Xiao Weiyang kept taking deep breaths as her full breasts continued to rise and fall. Aha! Lin Che picked up a cup of tea and took a light sip, nodding with interest. He then removed the two Faustian badges one by one. Chapter 30, Divine Researcher Lu Qingzhou. It's the Star Demon badge of the Faustian executive and the Platinum Demon badge of the top executives. Although he had prepared himself mentally, when he really saw this scene, Xiao Weiyang still felt his soul receive a shock. Faust's executive officer was a martial god level powerhouse. A martial god had fallen so easily. Well, I have the locations of the secret bases Faust set up in Zhongzhou and Zizhou, as well as the network system of human traffickers. I want to use the power of the Loki Legion to remove these tumors. As for the Zizhou side, let's leave it to Cloud Dream-based city Lord Chu Anrid. Ah, I see. Lord Town Councilor, the Central State aspect is not a problem. After freezing for a while, Xiao Weiyang slowly said, but it may be difficult to do both on the Zephyr side. Why? It can't be that the problem of the ferocious beasts infesting Zephyr State hasn't been solved yet, right? When he had just crossed over, he had seen news that the ferocious beasts in Zephyr State were ravaging the area, and he hadn't realized that so much time had passed, and it hadn't yet been resolved. Yes. Looking at the black-robed teenager who was full of surprise, Xiao Weiyang explained. Now that the flood season is in full swing, Zephyr State has a lot of torrential rains. Flooding is serious, and many water-attributed ferocious beasts are wreaking havoc. Many of the bases in Zephyr are heavily rated and severely under strength. All right, I get it, so let's shovel the Central States first. Yes, Lord Town Councilor, I'll make the arrangements. Xiao Weiyang hugged the red book and nodded. Just as she turned around, she suddenly remembered something. By the way, Lord Town Councilor, that alien battleship relic. Report it to the Senate to deal with it, and have a tech professional come and study it. Lin Che held his teacup and looked out the window at the sunrise, his voice ghostly. A big disaster may come in the near future. A little more technological power will make it less sad when it does. I understand, Lord Town Crier. Xiao Weiyang looked at the teenager who was draped in a golden veil, and her mood suddenly became much heavier. The Senate reviewed the application quickly, and by mid-afternoon, all elements of the Central States application had been responded to, including the construction treatment of the Luo Shin Legion, the remains of ancient warships within the Savage Star Yuan Central Realm. Because of the matter of the ancient battleship ruins, Grand Elder Jiang Li had also specifically contacted Lin Che to inquire about the specifics. In the end, the two agreed to send Dr. Liu, the chief researcher of the Yan Huang Academy of Science, to lead the research team. The time is set for 10 a.m. tomorrow. This Yan Huang country's chief researcher, Lu Qingzhou, Lin Che had also often seen in the major propaganda media. The other party could be considered a national treasure of the Yan Huang kingdom, with a status comparable to that of a martial god-level powerhouse guarding a side. Like the large-scale gathering array that solved the base's energy problem, the divine evolution potion, the performance design of the Dragon Rider fighter, and many other extraordinary technological inventions, all designed by this chief researcher. I have never been an inventor or creator, merely discovering and arranging them into combinations. This line is even more so because it's the other person's catchphrase, thus setting the internet on fire. In the Yanhuang Kingdom, the back-end researchers were divided into equal ranks just like the martial artists. And at only 28 years old, this Dr. Liu had become the youngest god-level researcher in the Yanhuang Kingdom through a number of major scientific achievements. Known across the internet as the Land God. It was even rumored that she had once obtained the inheritance of the relics of an alien civilization. That's why numerous major scientific achievements have been developed consecutively during the university and master's degree programs. But in any case, this Dr. Liu is a national priority. Hailed by the nation as a Yanhuang scholar, a divine scholar, a national treasure. In addition, the plan of action to eliminate the secret bases set up by Faust in the Central States and, incidentally, to clean up the human trafficking network. It is also moving forward in an organized manner, with the operation codenamed Divine Punishment. Activation of the designated area of operations is expected early this morning. To enhance operational confidentiality, this plan was only known to a handful of the town hall's top brass and the top brass of the Luotian Legion. Even the more than 800 special fighters of the Luotian army who had been gathered together were not sure what mission they were about to carry out. Within the Central State, there are 3 Faustian research bases, all hidden in deep mountains and dense forests. In order to wipe out this group of demonic disciples doing forbidden experiments on human beings, not only did the Luotian Legion go out in full force, and carrying tons of transcendental instruments, combat robots, unmanned warplanes, unmanned aerial vehicles, and so on, within the mountains and forests near the base, a dragnet was laid. At 3 a.m., after the entire army had been set up, the battle was fought on time. In front of sophisticated detection instruments, Faust hid the base facilities as well as personnel arming within the deep mountains, all exposed to the Lothlorien Legion. Countless Luotian army warriors wearing advanced biological battle armor, 3 to a team, quickly broke through the defense line according to the plan and arrived at their designated positions. These armor-bearing warriors were all the elite of the Central State, with a strength of at least the first heaven of the martial master realm, and their weapons and equipment were the most advanced in the Central State. The limited security forces of the 3 bases were quickly breached under the powerful firepower suppression. The Lothlorien Legion combat groups have taken over the base escape exits. Begin full-scale closing of the net. At 7 a.m., the combat mission, which lasted more than 3 hours, was declared successfully completed. All 3 scattered secret bases were pulled out. A total of 127 researchers were arrested and 233 armed and resisting researchers were killed. At the same time, 55 juvenile minors and children were rescued from detention. In addition, a large number of experimental logs and experimental data on genetic modification and biological evolution were seized before they could be destroyed. The battle was not over after the results were counted. Rather, it is an expansion, based on the inside information given by Lin Che and the information from the confessions held by the Luotian Legion. A human arrest operation combining the city defense forces of each base and the Armed Forces Security Bureau began with a bang. During the period in which the Lorax scaled up the results, Lin Che and Xia Weiyang drove the flying car and arrived inside the Luotian base's airfield. Behind the 2 of them, a number of black flying cars followed, seating the other high-ranking personnel of the Luotian base. All in preparation for the upcoming Yanhuang Kingdom's divine scientific research troops. The research team that came to Central State this time, including Lu Qingzhou, had a total of 4 god-level researchers. All of them are authoritative bulls in many new fields of transcendence, and the names of the country are like a thunderbolt. Soon the sky resounded with a humming boom. Only a private jet escorted by 2 large Dragon Rider mechs was seen quickly landing on the exclusive runway. It then slowed to a stop. 2 5 or 6 meter tall Dragon Rider mechs also stopped on either side of the plane, silently escorting it. The hatch opened, and the people from the research team stepped out in turn. At the forefront was a young man with an imposing appearance and extraordinary instrumentation. They were followed by 3 old men, all vigorous and red-faced with smiles on their faces despite their aging faces. Behind the old man was a woman in a white coat with short shoulder-length hair and a cold, delicate face. It was Lu Qingzhou, the leader of this research group. Behind the woman, a group of researchers followed, all assistants and students of the major professors. At this moment, their mouths were aglow with excitement, and they were curiously gazing at that legendary Yin Huang divine son. Chapter 31. Martial God Qin Langtian, Strength Breakthrough Again. You've all traveled a long way to get here, and you've had a hard journey. Inside the airport, Lin Che's gilded black robe swayed in the wind as he steadily walked to the cabin escalator. Behind them, a group of Central State executives followed closely. Where, Lord Godson, hello, my name is Qin Langtian. This time, I've come here specifically to escort the Scientific Research Corps and casually brought you the cultivation resources you exchanged at the Martial Gods Treasure Trove. The young man with an imposing appearance and extraordinary instrumentation first revealed a smile. Then he shook his head and laughed bitterly. Once I saw it today, I realized that there are people beyond the sky. 18-year-old martial god, in front of you. I don't even dare to call myself a martial genius anymore. It really fulfills the old saying that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past, and the waves of the past are tapped to death on the beach. Martial god Qin, you're too polite. I'm still a junior in front of you. The corner of Lin Che's mouth twitched as he humbly said. He had also heard of the previous generation martial god in front of him, who was still youthful in appearance. Qin Langtian, a middle-ranked martial god, the town guardian of the North Sea base of the Huangzhou Prefecture. Once a renowned martial arts genius of the Yin Huang Kingdom, he was adopted by the Grand Elder at a young age and became a martial artist as a teenager. He became a martial master just after college, and within a few years of graduating, he reached the martial zone realm at the age of 26. After that, he had been honing his skills in the Special Army, the Yin Huang Army, holding various military positions, official positions, and ambassadorial positions. It wasn't until he was around 40 years old that he built up his strength and broke through the shackles of the human body in one fell swoop, reaching the martial god realm. And relying on the massive amount of elemental accumulation from before, within a few years, he had broken through all the way to the middle stage martial god, a household legend, so to speak. Subsequently, under Qin Langtian's introduction, Lin Che got to know the 4 arriving god-level Yin Huang academicians one by one. After a few pleasantries, the crowd got into the special welcome car. During the conversation in the car, Lin Che also learned more information. Originally, it was Lu Qingzhou, a newborn academician, who had brought her team over to conduct research on the relics. But the other 3 old guys couldn't hold back their curiosity about the alien ruins and reported to the Senate, clamoring to come over and take a look. In the end, the Grand Elder was overwhelmed and agreed to let these 3 old academicians stay for 3 days to satisfy their curiosity. By the way, Qin Langtian, the town envoy of the North Sea base, was asked to act as the escort for the 4 national treasures this time. Is the beast tide in the Huangzhou and Eastern continent over? Hearing this, Lin Che was somewhat surprised. After all, town envoys were generally not allowed to leave the town at will. That's right, those god-level behemoths in the North and East Seas have already been beaten to death and crippled by us, with only a few small shrimps left bouncing around, unable to make any waves. Qin Langtian, who was sitting in the back row, smiled and said with a bit of laziness, "Is that so? But I've always had the feeling that those giants in the ocean are brewing something, and they've been attacking more and more frequently over the years." On the side, Lu Qingzhou, who was wearing a white coat, said indifferently, her white and slender fingers still blending something on the virtual ocean projection. "Diske, what are you afraid of? Soldiers come and go, water comes and goes. Hasn't it always been like this over the years?" Qin Langtian said with a carefree smile, full of confidence. "Maybe." Lu Qingzhou returned a non-committal reply. The ride was uneventful, and the car soon autopiloted itself inside the central base tower. The staff in the base tower, on the other hand, led the arriving research team members to their respective rooms to settle down. Afterward, these researchers got together again and paid a visit to Luo Shun, the intelligent brain AI of Luo Shun base. Asked her about the many information records about the Xia civilization, from the language system to culture and art to the scientific edifice. It was a long and tedious conversation that basically consisted of the research team asking questions, the Lorax answering them, and then the student assistants taking notes. Lin Che felt tired after listening for a while and didn't continue to accompany him. Qin Langtian was likewise the same. He had always been uninterested in all this culture, art, and technology, and only revered individual greatness. "Hey, Kamiko-sama, your delivery." On the corridor leading to the town guard envoy, Qin Langtian looked at the black-robed teenager in front of him and shouted aloud. Lin Che turned to look at him and smiled helplessly, Senior Qin, just call me Lin Che directly. There's no need to add these strange titles. Okay, I'll keep an eye out. Qin Langtian shrugged and took out a black technological box and handed it to Lin Che. The cultivation resources you redeemed. I almost forgot. It's been hard on you, Elder Qin. Lin Che took the box and scanned it. The 3 Yuan Ling divine crystals he had exchanged and a series of god-level resources were all present. Jinshou Envoy Lin, are you interested in finding a place to spar? It's idle anyway. Looking at the black-robed teenager in front of him, Qin Langtian asked with a smile. Senior Qin, this isn't appropriate, is it? You're a middle-rank martial god, and I've just been promoted to martial god not long ago. At those words, Lin Che retrieved the box and refused without moving. I heard from the other martial gods that you decapitated the 6-winged amethyst basilisk that ravaged the central state 5 years ago. It was just a fluke, and it allowed the other party to run away with the god core. Lin Che frowned imperceptibly. This Qin martial god seems to be secretly poking around in his strength. Is it jealousy or some other ulterior motive? It would make sense if it was jealousy. After all, has been excellent accustomed to, now suddenly appeared a more excellent, inevitably will be jealous, want to compete. If there is a secret conspiracy, the probability of this is still very low. After all, this Qin Wuxian was brought up by Elder Jiang, and the probability of being infiltrated by hostile forces from outside the country was almost zero. If it was an internal conspiracy against him, there was little motive for it. He had stayed in the central state and had not offended any other Yin Huang martial god or offended these martial gods, so people could not be guilty of targeting him. Moreover, the ferocious beasts had attacked more and more fiercely over the years, and it was simply impossible for the Yin Huang kingdom to engage in infighting, especially infighting at the martial god level. The slightest hint would be pressed down by the 3 pillar martial gods. After some rational analysis, Lin Che seriously suspected that this Qin martial god was jealous of his overwhelming talent. All right, Town Guard Envoy Lin, you cultivate well, and when you break through to the middle-ranked martial god, I'll find you to spar with again when I have the chance. Qin Langtian patted Lin Che on the shoulder and left straight away. Tisk! Looking at Qin Langtian's departing figure, Lin Che shook his head slightly. With his current growth rate, I'm afraid that it wouldn't take more than a year for the other party to be jealous even if they wanted to be. With these resources, breaking through to the 5th sky of martial god should be a sure thing. Inside the sealed cultivation room of the Jinshou mansion, Lin Che took out the divine-grade cultivation resources one by one. First, he absorbed and refined up some ordinary and rare divine-level resources, such as potions and heavenly yuan agar and the like. As these resources continued to be refined, his divine mansion was also filled up once again, reaching 80,000 strands of yuan shin power. There was also only one bottleneck obstruction away from the 5th heaven. He then took out 3 yuan ling divine crystals, while absorbing and refining them with the underworld black hole. He began to run his yuan shin power according to the complete version of the Taiya sacred canon, the Shihi sacred canon, to impact the bottleneck of the realm. The first yuan ling divine crystal went down, and a tiny crack appeared in the bottleneck. The second one went down, and the bottleneck shook and cracked all over. When the third one went down, the bottleneck broke like a dam, and the yuan shin power quickly surged into a wider space. It's done! Lin Che opened his personal panel with a thought. A name, Lin Qi. Level, Martial Spirit Realm, 5th Heaven. Technique, Divine King level, she hosts Sacred Canon. Battle skills, Divine Perfection, Divine Battling. SSS Perfection, Instant Prison Thunder Shadow Flash. Divine Perfection for Elements Divine Martial Gang. Apparatus, SSS Class Battle Armor Black Scale and Golden Feather. High-ranking Divine Weapon Blade of Shattering Space. Middle-ranking Divine Weapon, Time, and Space Magic Machine. Martial Arts Talents. Martial Arts through God. Underworld Heavenly Candle Body. Taboo. Spatial Talent, Brilliant Mighty Thunder. Xin Huang Dragon Battle Body. Divine King. In a little over a month's time, from the 1st heavenly layer to the 5th heavenly layer, this cultivation speed should be okay. But if I continue to maintain this cultivation speed, or even faster, I'll need Beast God Crystal Cores, more Beast God Crystal Cores. Lin Che walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and gazed at the hundreds of meters of spatial rift outside the base. Chapter 32, Returning to the Savage Planet. The next 2 or 3 days, the Luotian Legion's mission to clear out the Faust base in central China and the network of human traffickers ended successfully with a great harvest. Not only did he obtain a series of Faust's extraordinary technological materials, but he also rescued hundreds of trafficked children. In the meantime, several old academicians of the scientific research team, after answering the doubts in their minds and satisfying their curiosity about alien civilizations, also left. Only Dr. Liu and her team were left behind to prepare for the establishment of a scientific research base at that alien warship relic on the savage planet. Originally, several old academicians and their students also wanted to take a look inside the remains of the alien warship. But plans can't catch up. The situation in the eastern continent and Huangzhou had changed once again. The gang of giants hiding in the sea didn't even wait to nurse their wounds before returning to the battlefield once again to play an assault battle. I don't know what's in the gourd. However, in order to seek stability, Qin Langtian had been transferred back to his own town's North Sea base by the Senate and was personally present at the front lines. The three old academicians were also escorted back to the major research centers in Huangzhou by the Dragon Rider fighters to preside over the big picture. The situation in the eastern continent and Huangzhou was currently unrelated to Lin Che. As long as it wasn't an emergency situation, the Senate usually wouldn't transfer him to the front lines of the sea. After all, with the changing times, the hinterland of the Yanhuang Kingdom also needed a martial god to guard it. The first is to prevent the infiltration of the beast god religion and various foreign forces. The second is to protect the population and stabilize the economy and food security. During these few days, Lin Che also frequently traveled inside the alien relic Tai, a battleship, to sign in for his daily punch card. For others, a round trip of 1,000 kilometers per day may take a long time. But for him, with the space magic machine, it was just a matter of 10 minutes. Moreover, the probability of a God King level Tai battleship ruins scenario popping out God level items was far greater than the God level scenario broken space. In these 3 days alone, he had obtained 2 Yuan Ling divine crystals and an S-class cultivation elixir. S-class cultivation elixirs were of minimal use to him, though. But for the generals of the Luotian Legion under him, that S-class cultivation elixir was $1,000, a drug that was hard to find. It can be used to train outstanding martial artists within the military. Early in mid-August, the day after several of the older academicians left, the exploration program of the Savage Star Yuan Central Realm was officially launched. The Luotian Legion began to formally enter the territory of the Barbarian Star, Plains' six-winged amethyst shimbird. And step by step, it performs tasks such as base building, terrain mapping, and resource exploration. The first base was constructed within a mountain near the Space Rift and served as the main base for the usual activities of the Lothlorien Legion. The second base, on the other hand, is readily available and is none other than Faust's base inside that mountain near the alien ruins. But since that base was far from the Space Rift, Dr. Liu's team and the elite of the Lorax Legion in charge of security took several supersonic fighters before they all arrived safely. This is the Free Union State's polygon technology. Dimly lit mountains, inside a small base that covers a wide, well-lit area. Dr. Liu and her team of students curiously observed and surveyed the interior of the base, while the elite warriors in charge of security followed closely behind. That's right, but I slaughtered all the techs here at the time. If you're curious, you should be able to learn the technical details when the interrogation of the Faust members captured at the other bases is over. Lin Che, who was walking at the front and was wearing a black robe, turned around and smiled. Several assistant students behind Dr. Liu shrunk their heads at once. No wonder there were quite a few bloodstains and corpses here. So it was all the work of Kamiko-sama. No need. I'm still more curious about that alien warship relic than that. If it can be repaired, our nation's strategic underpinnings will increase dramatically. Lu Qingzhou shook his head slightly, looking somewhat expectant. Is it difficult to repair? That's a Godkin-class battleship after all. Lin Che asked curiously. With Luo Xin's assistance, the difficulty of the restoration project will be greatly reduced. What is really difficult is the research attack on the battleship's materials. After all, it's never easy to replicate this grade of material, and we don't always have it on the blue planet. All right, it's better to leave this kind of task to your professionals and talk to us, the Lorax Legion, if you have any difficulties. Good. Dr. Liu pushed up the lenses of his glasses and looked at the upright black-robed teenager in front of him with some surprise. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she really wouldn't have been able to believe that an 18-year-old would be so calm and divine. No words on the way. Lin Che and the crowd came to the center console of the base. Luo Xun then quickly inherited the data of this base and took control of all the electronic equipment in the entire base. This includes energy systems, defense systems, unmanned combat aircraft, automated robots, and more. The automated robots then began to clean up the entire base. Dr. Liu began to read the experiment logs that Luo Shun had compiled, his brows furrowing every now and then. A monster cobbled together from machinery and flesh and blood, devoid of natural beauty. Those Faustians are demons. They'll do anything in the pursuit of power. Lin Che shook his head slightly. It is also because of such extremes that the level of their transcendent technology has skyrocketed. Developing technology in such an unchecked manner will only open Pandora's box and induce even greater disasters. Lu Qingzhou pushed his glasses and said in a cold voice, "Besides, what this group of people is doing is nothing more than fishing with all their might, by overdrawing the unlimited potential of the future in exchange for short-lived power, a fool's errand. It can't be helped that farsightedness is the preserve of the wise. And how many people in reality can give up the immediate benefits at their fingertips for the long term? Not to mention a bunch of demons. Who cares about the flood when they die? After the base is tended to." Lu Qingzhou and the others entered the interior of the alien battleship ruins under Lin Che's leadership. Under Lorcan's control, parts of the battleship space weren't as dim as before, but they were still overgrown and needed a good deal of tending. And that's all for Dr. Liu and his party to think about now. Lin Che, on the other hand, bid farewell to the crowd and began to patrol this six-winged amethyst Xian bird's territory. After all, territorial battles broke out from time to time, and having other god-level ferocious beasts come and invade was also something that happened occasionally. In the memories of the six-winged amethyst Xian bird, it had frequently invaded the territories of other divine, grade fierce beasts. Relying on his innate, undefeatable spatial power, he snatched the divine, grade treasure medicine, thereby making a lot of enemies, in case this vast territory is eroded and occupied by other enemies. It can be a devastating blow to the Luo Shen Legion that explores the resources of this territory. Therefore, Lin Che needed to make his rounds from time to maintain the security of his territory. Just as he was patrolling his territory, he suddenly noticed a huge storm vortex slowly approaching in the distance under a bleak sky. Wherever he passed, the rainstorm and wind swept and raged, lifting up a tall tree. Lin Che's eyes stared at this scene. The mind instantly recalled one of the six-winged amethyst Xian bird's mortal enemies. Chapter 33, Divine Beast Storm-Winged Dragon King. Storm-Winged Dragon King. Lin Che stopped his stance and stood in midair, looking at the giant beast that loomed within the storm in the distance. The Storm-Winged Dragon King. As the mortal enemy and next-door neighbor of the six-winged amethyst Xian bird, the two would fight in the sky every few years, competing for each other's territories and godly resources. However, due to the more advanced spatial talent mastered by the six-winged amethyst Xian bird, the Storm-Winged Dragon King had never gained the upper hand. It's been crushed head-to-head every time. This time, when he rushed here in a hurry, he was bound to come to seek revenge. Previously, this divine grade fierce beast was of triple heavenly strength and didn't manage to gain any advantage in the hands of the six-winged amethyst Xian bird. This time, they violated the territory again with great fanfare, so it seems that their strength must have increased again. Did it become a middle-ranked divine ferocious beast? It just so happens that I can use it to test my strength after my breakthrough and remove the security risk in the process. Lin Che pulled out his black-scaled golden feather summoner, looked at the storm clouds and rain in the distance, and faintly laughed. Inside the giant storm cloud that runs through heaven and earth, the storm-winged dragon king, whose body size was nearly 1,000 meters long, stretched his power recklessly. Every now and then his voice roared loudly, giving vent to his majesty and relief. Near the storm cloud cluster, countless sky-high trees and dirt were uprooted and swept into the sky storm. Countless weaker, ferocious beasts were even frantically fleeing, desperately trying to get away from the storm. Those who were close by were terrorized by the pressure and hid on the ground, shivering. Looking at the tens of thousands of meters high heavenly god king tree in the distance, the storm-winged dragon king's green vertical pupils flashed with excitement and bloodlust. It had broken the shackles of life and had once again evolved, becoming a mid-stage divine beast. This time, it must tear that broken bird into pieces to avenge the last time it lost its territory. Warning! Energy fluctuation of a god-level life form detected. Inside the cockpit of the alien battleship's ruins, Luotian quickly presented the storm clouds detected by the battleship in an image. God-level energy body fluctuations? On the center console, Dr. Lu frowned as he looked at the virtual real-time image. This was the territory of the six-winged amethyst Xian bird, and there were even God-level ferocious beasts coming over. Could it be that they were fighting over the territory? Doctor, this storm seems to be coming towards us. We're not going to be spotted, are we? Is this the greatness of a divine-level ferocious beast? It can lift up such a terrifying tornado that simply penetrates heaven and earth. Is Lord Godson still around? Why don't we contact him? It feels like this storm is a bit dangerous. I don't think so. After all, we're hiding within the ruins. Besides, Lord Godson just became a martial god not long ago, so I really don't see how he can fight such a terrifying, ferocious beast. The research assistants around them leaned in and murmured. Dr. Lu, what happened? The leader of the Luotian Legion's guard group stationed here heard the commotion and walked over as well. There's a god-level ferocious beast that's approaching this side of the Divine King tree domain. According to the trajectory of this giant storm cloud, in 15 minutes, the other side will pass right by us. By that time, all the dirt, grass, and rocks in the outskirts of the ruins will be swept away, and this warship will be exposed to the eyes of that ferocious beast. Lu Qingzhou analyzed the data model built by Luo Shun and quickly said, if exposed, the battleship will most likely draw attention to that god-ranked ferocious beast The other assistant students were worried in their minds as they heard the words. Lo Shun, can you contact the Lord Town Councilor? The leader of the guard group takes a deep breath. A disaster of this caliber was no longer something their 30-man guard team could handle. That Lords must be contacted and asked for. The communication signal has not been interrupted, and the Lord Town Council has given new orders. He told us to do everything as usual, and he'll take care of that god-level ferocious beast. Luo Shun's ethereal and clear voice rang out. He'll handle it? Lu Qingzhou's brows furrowed slightly, a little suspicious. This divine, grade fierce beast is not weak. Can he handle it alone? Yes, although Lord Godchild has unparalleled talent. After all, he has just become a martial god for a month or so it's hard to be a match for those veteran ferocious beasts. Alas, right now, we can only hope that this divine, grade fierce beast's strength is weak, and that the divine Sun Lord will just lure it away. Others shook their heads and sighed. I didn't expect that on my first day on the job, I'd run into a god-level ferocious beast. Should have known better than to buy a couple of lottery tickets. Everyone, there's no need to be alarmed. Lord Town Guardian personally beheaded the god-ranked fierce beast of this territory a few weeks ago. His strength far exceeds our imagination. So don't worry too much, and trust the Lord Town Councilor. The head of the Legionnaires group said in a deep voice, his gaze unmistakable. Lu Qingzhou pondered for a moment, his gaze unconsciously looking at the virtual image presented by Luo Shun. Look guys, Lord Godson has struck. The others noticed the scene as well and stared with wide eyes. A battle between two martial god-level existences was not something that anyone could see, not to mention the godly battle that was at stake with their lives. Giant storm cloud front. The terrifying astral winds ravaged the surroundings, revolving so fast that they could easily roll away and tear apart the sky-high trees. Lin Che was clad in black and gold armor, and he loomed large in the gusty wind. The four elephants of the green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and Xuanwu surround the circumference, guarding the four directions. The power of the fifth sky of Yuan Shun spread all around him, forming a platinum blazing sun domain dominated by him. Inside the storm cloud cluster, the storm-winged dragon king also noticed this scene, and his green vertical pupil was filled with surprise. The territory of the six-winged amethyst Xian bird would even have other god-level beings in existence? But what the hell? To dare to stop in front of it was a naked provocation to it. Rumble. The sky was swarming with dark clouds like the end times were coming, and a violent storm swept over the sky. Boom! A roar comparable to that of thunder rang out, and a terrifying storm cloud twisted towards the black and gold battle armor in front of him. In just less than a minute, Lin Che was caught inside the storm cloud cluster. The wind here is extremely fierce. Just like a storm field, ordinary beasts will be torn into pieces in minutes. Lin Che cupped his hand to protect his body with the Xuanwu elephant while observing the figure of that storm-winged dragon king within the storm cloud cluster. It wasn't long before he saw an extremely fast and massive figure, moving swiftly to skim past within the storm. Seeing this, Lin Che did not move as if he were a mountain, choosing to respond to all changes with no change, constantly observing the storm-winged Dragon King's movement trajectory. During this time, the storm-winged Dragon King began to mobilize the biting astral winds, continuously condensing supersonic spiral storm bombs and extreme wind blades. Lin Che chose the vermilion bird elephant and the green dragon elephant to increase himself, constantly dodging and evading. At the same time, he used the Xuanwu elephant and the 5 spatial barriers to protect his body against the damage. Xian Huang Dragon Battle Body. After figuring out this storm-winged Dragon King's path of movement, Lin Che directly utilized his Divine King level talent. In an instant, the qi, blood, and Yuan Shin power around his body began to boil, materializing a 2-winged Yinglong. While his qi and blood and Yuan Shin power were rapidly depleting, his offense, defense, and speed began to soar dramatically. Afterwards, Lin Che took out a long, ghostly blue blade. With an instantaneous flash of his figure, he crossed countless storms and appeared around the storm-winged Dragon King. It's time to end it. Chapter 34, A New Talent. Zephyr sues for danger. What? The storm-winged Dragon King's green vertical pupil was full of astonishment, not expecting that this human race even mastered spatial abilities. But the next moment, it felt a deadly aura of danger, only to see a platinum blade, on spanning hundreds of meters, quickly breaking through its protective astral wind and scale armor, leaving a knife mark deep enough to see through to the bone. Boom! The storm-winged Dragon King let out a furious roar, constantly launching counterattacks as his body traveled between the storms. But in its anger, it was distraught. That weapon of the opponent could easily break through the astral wind and scale armor that it was so proud of. If it hadn't instantly accelerated and dodged most of the blade qi just now, I'm afraid it would have perished on the spot. Thinking of this, the storm-winged Dragon King began to intentionally control the distance, constantly wielding the astral winds to attack. Hide? Do you really think you can hide? Lin Che's eyes constantly locked onto the storm-winged Dragon King's location. Then he stepped forward with his sword. Each step crossed countless astral winds, and between the flashes of his figure, he pushed straight towards the storm-winged Dragon King. With the enhancement of the Xian Huang Dragon Battle Body and the Vermilion Bird Elephant, his flying speed was even no less than that of the Storm Dragon King. Soon enough, he was once again near the Storm-winged Dragon King. The opponent's massive figure of nearly 1,000 meters kept weaving in and out of the storm to counterattack. Lin Che, on the other hand, was constantly adjusting his stance with his spatial ability, looking for the best time to strike. After some passive observation, Lin Che once again predicted where his opponent might pass by. Spatial solidification. In an instant, thousands of meters of airspace were directly blocked. Like a fish trapped on the shore, the storm-winged Dragon King erupted with all its strength and quickly struggled. In just less than a second, the solidified space began to gradually collapse. But for Lin Che, this second of time was completely enough. Zanjin Batijutsu. Yuan Shin power condensed the white tiger blade deity and quickly surged into the long, ghostly blue blade. It was swung in a flash with the power of the Yinglong. Roar! The storm-winged Dragon King roared with unwillingness. The green vertical pupil reflected the figures of the 6-winged amethyst Xian bird, the phantom blue thunder demon dragon, and many other divine-level ferocious beasts. In the next second, its body was severed by the divine beheading blade qi, and even its divine soul was devoured by the remnants of a bunch of other god-level ferocious beasts. The huge body of nearly 1,000 meters could no longer ride the storm and could only be dragged by the surrounding storm. After Lin Che stopped the descending form of this god-level ferocious beast, summoning the underworld black hole began to devour this 4th heavenly beast god crystal core as well as the beast god essence blood. It's true that it's still devouring beast god crystal cores that grows strength fast. After devouring and refining these god-level resources, the Yuan Shin power in his body had increased by a full half, coming to 130,000 wisps. It was also only 30,000 strands of Yuan Shun power away from 5th heavenly perfection. At the same time, he also gained a brand new god-ranked talent Stormlord. The power of the storm can be mastered freely. As Lin Che looked around, The giant storm cloud cluster still hadn't dissipated after the death of the storm-winged Dragon King. The interior is still sustained by the energy provided by the storm pterodactyl king. After thinking about it, Lin Che decided that it was better to control it. After all, this massive storm was still too destructive to the resources in the territory. Soon, it didn't take long for the eye of the storm to stop spinning under the storm he provided in the opposite direction. The storm clouds around them also gradually dissolved into the sky and earth. Look, guys, that giant storm cloud is fading away. Does that mean the fight is over? By the looks of it, is it possible that the divine Sun Lord has decapitated or repelled that divine-ranked ferocious beast in the storm cloud cluster? Inside the alien battleship ruins, many researchers and members of the guard group watched the virtual image provided by Luo Shun and talked excitedly. Even Dr. Liu, who was on the side, put down his work and watched the real-time image. The mood, which had always been smooth, was inevitably slightly tense. After all, if anything happened to that teenage town envoy, her work schedule would inevitably be affected. Soon, the giant storm clouds dissipated almost completely. The figure in black and gold battle armor was also revealed, and in his hands, he was also carrying a gigantic divine skeleton of nearly 1,000 meters. The wings of the pterodactyl drooped limply, and the headless corpse dropped hundreds of meters to the sky and earth, close to the valley. This is the divine-ranked ferocious beast from the storm. Just how strong is Lord Godson? It's only been less than half an hour, and a god-level ferocious beast died in his hands. Inside the alien battleship ruins, countless people watched this scene, shocked for a long time. Even the brain is a little foggy. Luo Shun, ahem. Noticing that his voice was a bit hoarse, Lu Qingzhou hurriedly cleared his throat. Luo Shun, to which realm has your base's Lord Town envoy cultivated? When the others heard this, they also hurriedly pricked up their ears and were filled with curiosity. I'm sorry, but the realm of the Lord Town Counselor has been classified as top secret, and only he himself and the Senate by decree have access to it. All right, Lu Qingzhou nodded slightly, but his heart was still a bit shocked. Was this the supreme, celestial pride that possessed the heavenly elemental divine body? At the age of just graduating from high school, he was actually able to hunt down a god-ranked ferocious beast from the savage planet. If it could grow up smoothly, just how far could this kind of absolute heavenly pride go? The sky. Seemingly sensing the detection of the Tai battleship, Lin Che turned to look. Then he opened the martial spirit ring again and contacted Luo Shun. After instructing some precautions to this AI brain, Lin Che quickly returned to Base 1 with the beast god wreckage. Outside Base 1, boom, the loud bang. It stirred up countless birds and beasts and a sky full of dust. Deputy Army Chief Wang Dalai was instantly dumbfounded as he looked at this divine skeleton that was leaning against a mountain, but was even more massive than a mountain. He wasn't the only one who was dumbfounded. Both the Legion team that was out preparing for the exploration mission and the Legion team that was stationed in the base. What's going on? An earthquake? Look, guys, what the hell is that? A ferocious beast corpse. It seems so. Hundreds of people in the base looked at the tall mountain range a few kilometers away and subconsciously gulped. The 4 Marshall Zone level powerhouses within the Luo Shin Legion flew into the sky and rushed to the first scene. Ahem. On the way back from the God King Tree domain, I ran into this storm-winged Dragon King and slaughtered it in passing. Lin Che said succinctly. The deputy army commander and the 3 battalion commanders stared blankly at each other. Right at noon, the base of Los Angeles was cloudy, like it was going to rain heavily. Lin Che had just returned from the spatial rift not long ago when he received a communication from Xiao Weiyang. Lord Town Marshal, something has happened in Zephyr. Lin Che's face was full of questions. What happened? Half of Zephyr's 200 bases were flooded, and with the ferocious beasts taking advantage of the situation to wreak havoc, Zephyr's side suffered heavy losses. Xiao Weiyang's voice sounded a little heavy. The Zephyr side has now reported to the Senate for national support. I see. I'm heading back to the townhouse now. More specifics when I get back. Yes, Lord Town Counselor. I'll be waiting. Video interruption. Lin Che opened a short video platform, and the situation of Zephyr's disaster on it was really all over the place. After the bases where many people live were flooded, videos were taken to document the current situation at the major bases in Zephyr. In the video, heavy rainfall can be seen cascading down the sky, flooding the river that inundates the base, displaced citizens. as well as countless water demon beasts that fell from the sky. At the end of the video, the base has become chaotic. Everywhere was filled with the excited and strange cries of various water demons and beasts, as well as cries for help. The scene is apocalyptic. Chapter 35. Supporting Zizhou, arriving at Fushan Base. Inside the town hall's war room, high-ranking personnel from the town hall, the army, and the city lord's mansion gathered. The people were stony-faced and waited silently for the arrival of that lord. Soon, the door to the conference room opened automatically. Lin Che, who was dressed in a town guard uniform, walked in, having just finished attending an emergency meeting of the Senate. Lord Town Councilor. The crowd rose and saluted. "Sit down, everyone. I'll make this short." Lin Che waved his hand and sat down on the chair of the conference room. This morning, Zephyr State suffered a flood, and the ferocious beasts within the cloud Dreaming Marsh wreaked havoc. Nearly 100 Zephyr State bases were destroyed and suffered heavy losses. It's suspected that there's a god-level ferocious beast behind all of this, but no tangible evidence has been given by the Zephyr side yet. But it is indeed an indisputable fact that Zephyr Prefecture is flooded with ferocious beasts and the major bases are surrounded by them. Virtual projections appeared in the conference room, presenting the current state of Zephyr. 1 first-class base, 24 second-class bases, 280 third-class bases, and a star-studded number of subsidiary bases. All appear within this projected map. A large portion of the bases close to Yunming's were all marked red, and the first-class base, Yunming Base, was even deeper into the siege. Yunmingzhou was the largest body of water in Zizhou, with many ferocious beasts, and had always been classified as a dangerous area. Every year, there would be martial artists going to hunt, and it had been going on for almost 100 years without incident. But I didn't expect this year to suddenly explode, and a large number of powerful water demon ferocious beasts surged out from within the cloud dream Zephyr. The Zephyr side was really made to suffer a big loss, ruthlessly, due to the fact that the eastern continent and the Huangzhou side are being pestered by oceanic behemoths. Many of the town guard ambassadors can't spare any time. The Senate has ordered me to lead the reinforcements from all the states to rush to Zizhou to relieve the siege of Yunming and suppress all Yunming ferocious beasts. Lin Che looked at the group of Central State executives. "Do you all have any considerations regarding our Central State reinforcements? Lord Town Guardian, why don't we pull out 2 battalions from the Luo Shen Legion, and then a portion of the elite from the city defense forces of each base, thus building a legion of support troops? How about this?" The old city lord suggested. "This will work. If Zephyr doesn't have a divine class fierce beast, all difficulties will be solved. If anything, one needs to be steady and cautious." Vice Legionnaire Wang Dalai nodded. The crowd then discussed the specifics of the march. This includes the marching routes of the Central State Support Corps, logistical support, rendezvous locations with other state corps, and many other issues. Once this combat meeting was over, the departments of Central State began to move quickly, issuing missions, bringing together forces, securing logistics. At 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning of the next day, the Central State Support Corps was ready and began to rush to the front line in Zizhou in large carrier planes. Same time, Zizhou, the Great Lake complex of Yunming's. Rumble. On the vast surface of the lake, dark clouds rolled over and densely covered, and thunder roared, as if ancient chariots were rolling in. The torrential rain fell into the lake like a waterfall, clattering loudly. It was as if the whole world had become a land of water. Bleak, secluded, wet, and cold. Woo. Just then, the sound of a majestic horn blew. The rippling surface of the lake quickly flooded with magnificent waves as countless ferocious beasts densely broke through the water, looking up at the churning clouds in the sky, letting out a roar of excitement. Sanshui Cloud Jiao, Flipping Sky White Ape, Golden Scale Great King, 7-star Metaphysical Turtle, Beatao Water Essence Beast. Dozens of powerful martial zone-level ferocious beasts were even directly riding the wind and waves, charging straight up into the high clouds. Eyes excitedly looked towards the slender and stretched-out black figure within the clouds, letting out a roar of excitement. "Great Lord Black Dragon King, your faithful followers can finally have an audience with you, huh?" Between these martial zone-level ferocious beasts, a human wearing a black robe stepped into the air. He looked at the giant layer of dark clouds that kept churning and covered his ruddy face, letting out a laugh so loud that it was insane. The demeanor was unbelievably frenzied. At the same time, A powerful pressure gradually covered the churning clouds. The majestic and indifferent voice slowly sounded as if it came from the 9 heavens above. I'm going to make those hateful human races pay. I will lead you to establish the 1,000-mile Zephyr Kingdom and restore the Aqua Clan to its former splendor. We have waited 100 years for this day. It's time to make that group of people pay. Spanning thousands of meters, the Tsangming Black Dragon revealed its true form in the churning clouds, looking down on the multitudes of Yunmings. Make them pay. The dozens of powerful, ferocious beasts treading the waves high in the sky let out frenzied sounds. On the lake below, countless ferocious beasts roared even more excitedly. They've been holding back for far too long these past 100 years. This time, they will take back the territory that rightfully belongs to them from the people with interest. To turn this vast land into a 1,000-mile swamp, transformed into an aquatic paradise. Under a bleak sky, the wind and rain swayed outside the window. Inside the front cabin of the town hall's special flying machine, Lin Che quietly looked at the real-time situation map of Zephyr. Nowadays, many of the bases in Zizhou near Yunming's have fallen, flooded by the great waters and occupied by ferocious beasts. Countless citizens who still survived continued to flee toward the bases, still holding out to the east. Among them, the Yunming base, the capital of Zizhou, was even surrounded and blockaded by countless ferocious beasts. There's no word. To this day, Lin Che did not know the specifics of the situation there. To be able to cover the entirety of Zephyr State with dark clouds, raining torrential rain nonstop, this kind of heaven and earth greatness. It seems that the rumor that there are divine-grade ferocious beasts in Zephyr State is indeed true. Lin Che closed the martial god terminal, looked out the window at the bleak sky, and stroked his chin. I just don't know how strong this divine-grade ferocious beast is. I hope it's a bit stronger, so when the time comes, I'll devour and refine it just in time to break through directly to the sixth sky of martial god. Just then, a cool voice came from outside the hatch. Lord Town Councilor, we are about to arrive at the floating mountain base. Okay, I got it. Fushan Base, one of the secondary bases in Zephyr, has millions of permanent residents. At the same time, it was currently one of the foremost bases for fending off the ferocious beasts of Yunmings. Inside the Fushan airport, as soon as the town hall's special flying machine had stopped inside the runway, a floating mountain city, Lord's exclusive automobile, had already been waiting for a long time. The top leaders of the floating mountain base had gotten out of their cars and came to greet that Lord of the Central State with umbrellas. The craft escalator slid slowly down, searchlights bright, through streaks of transparent rain. Lin Che walked down the escalator indifferently in a gilded black robe, wearing a black town guard envoy's order on his waist. Next to her, Xiao Weiyang, who was wearing a long black trench coat, followed closely with an umbrella. Behind them are several assistants to the Secretary General. Lord Town Councilor, Lord Secretary General, you are very welcome. In front of the escalator, the old city lord of the floating mountain base was calm on the surface, though. However, Lin Che could still feel the excitement within the other party. Floating mountain city lord, tell me about the current situation in Zizhou. As you wish, Lord Town Councilor. The flying car slowly started up and drove towards the central base tower of the floating mountain base. Chapter 36. 1,000 miles of Zephyr, fierce beasts attack the city. Zephyr territory. The water network is dense, with many lakes and marshes. Since the time of the Great Cataclysm, many of the water demon fierce beasts here had begun to absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth to gain life evolution. To this day, lakes and swamps are dangerous areas. Every year, the official Zephyr State would issue the summer hunting order, summoning martial artists to hunt the water demon fierce beasts. It was both to prevent the water demon ferocious beasts within the Yunming's Great Lake complex from growing, as well as to obtain a variety of expensive ferocious beast materials. Therefore, for the human martial artists, the many aquatic ferocious beasts had a deep-rooted hatred. But under the orders of the Tsangming Black Dragon King, the ruler of Yunming's, many powerful ferocious beasts had to hide into the depths of Yunming's and hold back for 100 years, only to accumulate power and turn the many states of the human race into 1,000-mile Zephyr country. Now that the rainstorms are continuous and the water vapor is abundant, the Tsangming Black Dragon King has established an alliance with the oceanic giants. It is the time for them to take revenge on the founding of the nation. Many water demon ferocious beasts frantically vented their inner resentment and excitement, capturing and destroying every steel base of the human race. At the same time, slaughtering and devouring the many citizens affected in the fallen base. Lord Black Dragon King, reinforcements sent by the human race from other states are already on their way. After the 4 or 5 a.m. aquatic mobilization meeting ended, a high-ranking Shin turtle came up and reported, Lord Black Dragon King, since the reinforcements from the human race are about to arrive, should we attack Cloud Dream Base in one fell swoop? That's right, completely overrun the human race's Yunming base and turn Zizhou into a zephyr. I'm going to swallow that city of 1 million people into my stomach, so that the human race can also taste what it's like to be skinned and boned, cooked and fried. Ha ha ha. Well said, Golden Scale King. That scene must be wonderful. The other high-level aquatic ferocious beasts present also spoke out. There's no need for you to be in a hurry. I'm going to use Cloud Dream Base as bait to fish for those reinforcements to take the bait and have them come over to die. In the churning clouds, the majestic and indifferent voice of the Tsang Dream Black Dragon King rang out. Lord Black Dragon King's plan is truly wonderful. That Yunming base is the capital of Zephyr State. That group of humanoids will definitely be foolish enough to come to the rescue. When the time comes, we'll lay out a pocket, first feigning defeat, letting them go deeper into the hinterland, and then finally closing the pocket that much. When the time comes, directly let these human reinforcements have no return. High in the air, the 7-star Xian turtle, who had stepped on the wind and waves and transformed into a humanoid form, stroked his white beard and nodded in praise. Good. Let the human race in that base live for a few more days. That's right. It won't be too late to turn back and clean up after the human reinforcements are eliminated in one fell swoop. Hearing the Xian turtle's explanation, the other high-level aquatic ferocious beasts also nodded their heads in agreement. Dream Dragon, you have been active in human society for years. Can you learn the specifics of the reinforcements? High in the air, the Tsang Dream Black Dragon King looked again at the only human among the group of ferocious beasts. Reporting back to the great Lord Black Dragon King, as far as I know, a new town guard envoy has recently appeared in the human hinterland. The beast god sect's 5th elder, Ming Long, was dressed in a black-robed elder's uniform, with a black dragon tattoo engraved on his strong chest muscles that were bare and wet on the upper half of his body. He looked at the Tsang Dream Black Dragon in the clouds and clasped his hands with an obsessive and respectful demeanor. The moment these words came out, the surrounding high-ranked ferocious beasts looked at each other in dismay. After all, the human race's town guard envoy, that was a god-level powerhouse, killing them like a dog. You guys don't have to worry too much. That town guard envoy was just promoted not long ago. He's just a low-ranked martial god. Press is no match for Lord Black Dragon King. 5th Elder Qin Minglong sneered and said with disdain. The town guard envoys of the other states have been firmly tripped up, and he can't make much of a splash as a low-ranked martial god. There is now no one who can stop the establishment of your kingdom, Lord Black Dragon King. We, the beast god cultists, are willing to always follow your command, my lord. Great! A majestic and cold voice came from above the churning clouds. Now that you and the other great demons have returned to your respective war zones to stand by, I will accumulate cloud water, raise the wind and waves, and eliminate the reinforcements. Win the battle to establish a nation, by the order of Lord Black Dragon King. Inside the floating mountain base, at 5 or 6 in the morning, countless people are still asleep. At that moment, the ear-piercing red alarm sounded abruptly. Warning! The base has detected the invasion of a large number of ferocious beasts and will enter a state of level 1 combat readiness. All citizens, please lock your doors and windows and prepare for battle. What the hell? The beasts have invaded again? How many times has this happened? Shit, can this broken ferocious beast die a death when I become a martial artist? I will have to kill all of you. Countless people woke up from their sleep and looked out through the windows, and their hearts thumped. Only in the sky, hundreds and thousands of aquatic ferocious beasts fell from the clouds along with the wind and rain, swooping straight into the interior of the base. A large number of unmanned fighters broke away from the major defense base towers and quickly flew into the air to enter combat. And the dense artillery fire from the defense base towers formed a dazzling network of anti-aircraft fire, constantly strangling and killing the various water, demon ferocious beasts that fell from the sky. At the same time, a pillar of light shot straight up into the sky and began to form an energy shield to defend against the invading ferocious beasts. Rumble. Thunder rolled, and lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the dull sky for a moment. On the outermost periphery of the base's walls, a large number of densely packed aquatic ferocious beasts came down the murky river, constantly emitting excited roars. Amasi Viziga Vabagan, Lord Town Councilor. If it weren't for the fact that the floating mountain base was built on the floating mountain and had a high foundation, I'm afraid that it would have been flooded and destroyed like the other bases. On the center console of the central base tower, the old city lord of the floating mountain base looked at the battlefield screen and couldn't help but slightly shake his head and sigh. Nowadays, although Floating Mountain is located at the forefront of the battlefield, it is like a sea pin, firmly fixing the surrounding torrent. Let these Yunming's ferocious beasts not dare to march eastward in a big way and encroach on the eastern half of Zhou. To the side, Lin Shay looked at the battlefield posture map and faintly smiled. If you didn't come, Lord Jinsho, we Floating Mountain might not be able to hold out for long, and only when you came did we Floating Mountain dare to call it a pin in the sea. Hearing these words, the Floating Mountain City Lord's face, which was still sad, instantly smiled with joy. Lord Town Guardian, the support legions from the various states have arrived one after another in large carrier planes in the territory of Zhou and are requesting a landing site. At this time, Secretary General Xia Weiyang reported. Have they encountered the interception of the ferocious beasts? It was not encountered, and the journey was unimpeded. Xia Weiyang shook her head slightly, and her eyes carried a few moments of incomprehension. Logically speaking, that gang of Cloud Dream, Zephyr ferocious beasts had mastered the cloudy skies. It was impossible for them to let these reinforcements arrive in Zephyr so easily. That's a bit strange. The highest of this siege was the appearance of the S-ranked ferocious beasts, and we didn't see any of the other big fish. And I don't know what I'm going to do. Lin Shay looked at the battlefield screen with some suspicion. He had wanted to strike later and catch a few big fish out to kill them in passing. I didn't expect this group of high-ranking ferocious beasts to press on and not show their heads. Could it be that these ferocious beasts guessed that you came here, Lord Town Guardian? Xia Weiyang suddenly thought of something. It's possible. These high-ranked ferocious beasts are quite cautious. Lin Shay nodded slightly. His whereabouts were classified, and only a handful of the top brass of the Central State Town Hall knew about it. This gang of ferocious beasts should have guessed that he might come to the Zephyr Town disaster, so they hid themselves. It only dared to let a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals and fish boys come over to attack the city and send them to their deaths. In that case, I'll have some fun with these Cloud Dream Zephyr fierce beasts. Secretary General, you tell those reinforcements to land close by, clean up the surrounding water demonic ferocious beasts, and rescue the refugees. I'm going to decimate these ferocious beasts attacking the city and find a few big fish along the way. Roger that, Lord Town Councilor. You take care of everything. Chapter 37. Though I have no intention of pursuing the deer, I can't help the suffering of the people. The outermost walls of the floating mountain base. The sky was cloudy and the thunder rumbled like a chariot rolling. The pouring rain fell with a crash, but it couldn't suppress the excited roars of the countless water demon fierce beasts. They frantically attacked the dilapidated walls and looked at the base city inside, which was shrouded by a protective shield, and a bloodthirsty color flashed in their eyes. The one guarding the forefront of the first city wall was the head of the floating mountain base city defense army, a strong person of the sixth guy of Marshall Zone. Though 50 or 60 years old, he still looked middle-aged and bearded in his 30s or 40s. At this moment, he had some doubts in his eyes while wearing black battle armor to kill the enemy on the city wall. These water demon ferocious beast attacks were indeed ferocious and good, but no ferocious beasts of the same level as him appeared. It's perverse. Could it be that these high-ranking ferocious beasts were planning some shocking plot? But there's no need for that. I'm afraid that with their floating mountain base's guarding force, it would be difficult to last more than 3 days under the frontal and strong attack of these high-ranked ferocious beasts. No need for any conspiracy at all. Just then, he suddenly felt a divine might quickly cover the entire field. The entire body instantly shook and hastily looked up. Only in the sky, a gilded black-robed figure stood silently, the energy pressure around him even causing space to become distorted. Even the dark clouds that covered the sky around them quickly melted away, shedding bright sunlight that hadn't been seen for days. This is the Central States Town Guardian, that supreme talent who ascended to God at the age of 18. Seeing this scene, this army chief was immediately shaken. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that there was such a sun-like character in the world. Meanwhile, the water demon fierce beasts on the battlefield instantly panicked. It only felt like their chests were tight, and they couldn't breathe, like a big mountain was suppressing them. Brothers, it's Lord Town Guardian, the one from Central State. He's coming. Is this the Yenwang godchild? It's too strong. Countless people in the battlefield were instantly disoriented, staring blankly at the dazzling sunlight. But soon, they were awakened by the shocking waves of killing shouts from the battlefield, and turned around to plunge into the middle of the battlefield. The situation was instantly lopsided. Countless water demon fierce beasts began to scatter and retreat, while the black armored city guards kept chasing and blocking. While Lin Che was in the sky above, he was using his Yuan Shin power to search for traces of the great demon. With great effort, he quickly locked onto a high-ranked ferocious beast that was secretly spying on him in the thick clouds. A dozen kilometers away in the sky above the pitch-black clouds, a golden-scaled fish demon king was horrified in his heart, feeling as if he was being targeted by an overwhelmingly ferocious beast. Frightened, it hurriedly rode the wind and rained to escape to the fallen area. It wasn't until he confirmed that the other party wasn't catching up that he breathed a sigh of heartfelt relief. Yo, what's wrong with you, Golden Scale King? A look of shock. That's right. Thanks to you being a great demon, you don't have any strong manners at all. In the air above the fallen region, two late martial zone level great demons leaned over and uttered taunts. One was turquoise, beastly, and quadrupedal, with a human mouth. The other, a white-browed water ape holding a basalt iron, was grinning in derision. Come on, you two, don't talk about the sarcasm. I almost had to go see my ancestors just now. The golden scale great king rolled his eyes, still having palpitations. What happened? Did you encounter a human town envoy who came to support you when you attacked the city? When the white-browed water ape saw its wretched appearance, it also became curious. But you're right, I just looked at the man from a distance, and I was spotted. I was so scared that I immediately ran back. It was horrible. I should have known better. I almost took my life. The golden scale great king patted his chest with a look of fear. Look at you. You have no talent. Are you that scary? When facing Lord Black Dragon King, you didn't seem to be scared like this. Besides, he's just a low-ranked martial god. Can he still cross dozens of kilometers to instantly kill you? The white-browed water ape sneered and said with disdain, "It seems to work." Just then, an unfamiliar clear voice rang out. What man? With a jolt, the three great demons hurriedly followed the voice. Only a black-robed teenager was standing not far away, smiling and waving his hand at them. Centrastat Town Guardian, Linke. That looked like when good friends meet and greet each other with a smile. A human townsman? The three great demons were instantly horrified, and their first reaction was to flee. That instinct that is always in the genes is the fear of the strong. Spatial solidification. But in an instant, they were solidified and all the skills to escape could not be used even if they wanted to. For a middle-ranked divine beast like the Stormwing Dragon King to be trapped for even a second, let alone these martial zone-level ferocious beasts. Even if he didn't reinforce the space and gave them half an hour, he was afraid that it would be difficult to break free. Didn't you guys say just now how strong I could be as a low-ranked martial god? See it now. Hey, even light can't escape when it enters my field of vision. The corners of Lin Che's mouth rose slightly as he slowly walked up to the three great demons. Then, in their horrified eyes, an ethereal black hole slowly opened up, devouring and refining them quickly. Three high-ranking ferocious beasts at the late martial zone level, and as a result, they couldn't even refine 100 strands of Yuan Shin power. Lin Che looked at his divine mansion and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Sure enough, the difference between the clan master level and the martial god level is just too great. If you don't enter the martial god, you'll end up as an ant. After refining his chi and blood, Lin Che began to read the large amount of memory fragments that had flooded in again. That Somling Black Dragon King, taking revenge on the human race, restored the original area of Yunmings and established a 1,000-mile Zephyr country spanning multiple states. This god-level ferocious beast is quite ambitious. In addition, according to the memories of these great demons, this black dragon had already broken through to the divine level 30 years ago, only that the time hadn't yet come and had been holding back. I wonder what realm I've broken through to nowadays. After reading it, Lin Che began to ponder slightly in his heart. The advancement speed of ferocious beasts was much slower than that of the human race, and the other party's 30 years of cultivation was equivalent to his 3 years of cultivation. Without the heavenly materials and treasures, at most he would be at the martial god's second heavenly realm. However, the Yunming's was extremely large in scope and rich in yuan qi, so there would definitely be many heavenly treasures born. With the addition of these heavenly treasures, it was likely that that black dragon was at the same intermediate rank martial god's rank as he was. After slightly predicting the opponent's strength, Lin Che placed his gaze within a fallen base below. Yunhai Base, one of the secondary bases in Zizhou, had a permanent population of 2 to 3 million. It wasn't far from Yunming's, so the entire base was flooded with water and corpses were everywhere. Seeing this scene, Lin Che's heart sank slightly as he let out a light sigh. I had no intention of pursuing the deer, but I am sorry for the suffering of the people. Just as he was about to turn away, suddenly, he noticed that dozens of kilometers away, several streams of light were engaged in a chase. What's going on here? Lin Che's gaze stared, and a few moments of curiosity rose in his heart. He then transformed into a stream of light and prepared to go over to take a look. Chapter 38, Chu Anren, Lord of Yunmeng City. Heavy rain poured down under a bleak sky. Several streams of light with varying energies collided at breakneck speeds and withdrew once again. The fluctuations generated by the hand-to-hand combat of the martial zone level powerhouses resounded through the heavens and earth like thunder. City Lord Chu, you won't be able to escape. That's right, you think that just by being a martial zoner, you can also break free from the heavenly dragnet we laid. How ridiculous. Haha, he ran away just in time for the three of us to take him all to ourselves, and our strength will be able to rise to another level. The voices of the three ferocious beasts spread around like a tidal wave, drowning out the noisy thunder and rain. The beasts! Cloud Dream Bay City, Lord Chu Anren couldn't help but clench his fists, his teeth itching fiercely. During this period of time, I don't know how many generals and soldiers who followed him in the battle to crush the ferocious beasts were divided and eaten by these water demon ferocious beasts. Since last month, he had issued the summer hunting order, enlisting the Zephyr City Defense Force and civilian martial artists to round up the ferocious beasts that flooded and ravaged the Yunmings. However, he did not expect that there would be so many vicious beasts of the Cloud Dream Zephyr martial zone level, as high as 50 to 60 of them, far more than several times them. At the end of the siege, they were instead besieged by the ferocious beasts inside the city, and countless generals died tragically. By the time he was forced back to base and realized that things were bad, it was too late. The entire Yunmeng base communication was completely cut off. Even the satellite was cut off by the dark clouds, completely becoming an isolated city. Every day, in addition to the water demon beasts in all directions, it is the endless torrential rain and floods that cover the sky. He, the city lord, was even more restless, completely unaware of how the situation in Zephyr had been in the past few days. He then gathered the senior management of Yunmeng Base and started the breakout plan. The intention is to seek assistance from the outside world to solve the siege of Yunmeng Base being trapped. However, he didn't expect that this group of water demon ferocious beasts would surround the base, with ferocious beasts guarding the sky and the ground. He had no choice but to lead the breakout group in a hard charge. After the near total destruction of the army, he was the only one who came out hard. However, he was also seriously injured and was also firmly entangled by three ferocious beasts of the same rank, unable to get away. Chu City Lord, give up your struggle. We'll give you a pain in the ass. Jie Jie Jie. The leader of the three high-grade ferocious beasts, the green toad demon that had transformed into a humanoid form, Jie laughed strangely. Hee, you guys are delusional. Our Chu family only has ghosts who die in battle, not people who give up. Chu Anren gritted his teeth and sneered, while at the same time thinking somewhat anxiously about a way to break out. Given his current physical condition and level of yuan qi consumption, he was only a few minutes away from running out of gas. If he couldn't think of a way to get rid of them again, he would have to burn his whole body and fight to the death. Hee, Chu City, Lord, even if you escape with your life. So what? The Zephyr State under your administration has already been fully captured by our water clan. If you don't believe me, take a look at the base of your people down there. Another large crab demon laughed cheaply in the storm. What? Chu Anren's heart sank as he quickly looked downward. Only the base city below was submerged in water, with collapsed buildings everywhere. Tens of thousands of human corpses floated in the water and were casually devoured in their bellies by passing aquatic ferocious beasts. Seeing this scene, Chu Anren was as if he had suffered a blow to the head and his eyes went black. All he felt was a wave of fainting vertigo spreading across the sky. His Chu family, as generals, had guarded the security of Zhezhou for generations. I didn't realize that in his generation, he was guarding nothing. How can he face the folks in Zephyr? How can he face the ancestors of his family? What's the point of me living alone? The whole of Zephyr has fallen at my hands. Chu Anren bitterly smiled and shook his head. The whole person lost his mind, as if he was hit hard. Jie, do it, and partake of him. The green-toed demon let out a strange laugh and spat out a long tongue with sharp barbs, curling toward the continuously falling Chu Anren. Is it over? This nightmare. Chu Anren watched this scene dumbfounded, unable to lift a single bit of strength in his entire body, quietly waiting for his fall. I don't think it has yet, because the dark cloud hanging over Zephyr hasn't been torn away yet. A light voice rang out. In this moment, the wind stopped howling and the raindrops stopped falling. The teenager wearing a scalding black robe stepped into the air one step at a time. The entire space seemed to freeze and become still. However, if one looked closely, one could see that those three huge, ferocious beasts had terrified eyes and were constantly struggling all over their bodies, though. But that struggle with all the strength of his body was nothing more than a subtle tremor. You're the Cloud Dream Base's Chu City Lord, aren't you? How do you do? I'm the Central State Town Guard Envoy Lin Che. Lin Che took out a bottle of divine recovery potion and handed it to Chu Anren, whose black armor was badly broken in front of him. Central State Town Guardian, Lin Che. As soon as Chu Anren came to his senses, his face armor automatically opened, revealing his handsome and mature face. He took the divine recovery potion and drank it in one gulp. Thank you, Lord Town Councilor. Then looking around at the still and frozen space, he couldn't help but have his pupils shocked and sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Those three late-stage martial sect chasing him were unexpectedly instantly fixed, powerless to fight back. Is this the power to confine space? Just how strong was this teenage heavenly pride who had just been promoted to martial god not long ago? In better shape? Chu City Lord. Chu Anren froze slightly, and when he came back to his senses, his expression instantly tensed up. By the way, Lord Town Guardian, the situation in Zhezhou. The voices are getting smaller. Hundreds of bases close to Yunmeng's have fallen so far, and the battle lines are still being drawn. But support legions from all states have arrived today. Reclaiming lost ground and tearing through the dark clouds is just around the corner, I'm sure. Lin Che looked into the depths of the cloud, dreaming marsh, his obsidian-like eyes incomparably determined. If I hadn't been gullible and careless this time, how could so many innocent citizens have died? Chu Anren looked gloomy. Remembering the floating corpses was like a knife in the heart. And how am I going to explain this to the people of Zephyr? At those words, Lin Che held onto this outstanding martial artist's shoulders. Chu City Lord, pull yourself together. Now is never the time to blame yourself. Our battle with the cloud, dreaming Zephyr ferocious beasts is not yet over. It has even just begun. Our legions still need your strength to clear out the ferocious beasts and regain lost ground. You need to end this nightmare yourself. City Lord Chu, let more of the people of Zephyr see the sunlight again. They've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Lord Lin Che, you're right. This is never the time for me to feel sorry for myself. Chu Anren took a deep breath and looked at the black-robed teenager in front of him. I need to atone for my sins, and I need to try my best to undo all of this. That's right, we can't change the established facts of the past, but we can work to open up the future. Let the future be better, and let the people of the future be happier and more successful. Deep in the cloud, dreaming marsh. Within the churning superclouds, the pale dream Black Dragon King quietly opened his vertical pupils and gazed to the east. Lord Black Dragon King, my subordinates are incompetent, letting that Chu City Lord escape, and the three generals who were chasing him have also disappeared. It didn't take long for the 7-star Xian Turtle's voice to come over. I've known it for a long time. A voice of majestic indifference rang out, and I have detected the aura of that human town envoy, and the incident in which City Lord Chu and the generals of the Eastern Front battlefield lost contact was related to him. Well, the 7-star Basilisk Turtle was a bit hesitant. With the millions of people in that city, they will come sooner or later. Proceed according to the original plan. Lay down a large formation and wait for the fish to take the bait. As you wish, Lord Black Dragon King. Chapter 39. The whole army strikes to recover the lost ground. Inside the floating mountain base. After Lin Che brought Cloud Dream Base, Chu Anren back to the central base tower, the crowd also learned the specifics of this besieged capital. Simply put, it's a four-way street. It was fortunate that the food reserves could still supply for a month, and coupled with the strict security management, the entire base did not have any internal disorder. However, if the siege of Yunming Base could not be lifted by the time the food ran out, it was feared that the millions of people in this base would soon fall. In the face of this crisis situation, Lin Che convened an impromptu combat meeting, inviting all the state support army chiefs to arrive at Floating Mountain Base to participate in the meeting. Finally, after discussion among the people, it was decided to advance step by step to the Western Front, steadily recovering the fallen cities and rescuing the fleeing victims. The specific situation in Zephyr was also reported to the Executive Council of the Senate, requesting them to dispatch all kinds of required military material support. Inside the temporary town hall set up in Fushan. Elder Jiang, this is the exact situation. Lin Che sat on a chair in his luxurious office and looked at the virtual projection of the bundled-haired youth. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the overcast sky and the bright sunshine, one west and the other east, were distinct. Pale Dream Black Dragon King, 1,000 miles of Zephyr. Zhang Luli pondered for a few moments before he smiled bitterly and said, I didn't realize that such evil was brewing behind Zephyr's 100 years of tranquility. Little friend Lin Che, regarding the situation in Zephyr this time, we have to work hard for you again, no matter what. We can't let Zephyr be built. Otherwise, when the time comes for them to join forces with those oceanic behemoths, we'll be attacked from the back and from both sides, and the Yanhuang Kingdom will be in danger. I've considered these hazards, but don't worry, Elder Jiang, the 1,000-mile Zephyr Kingdom can't be built because I'm here. Lin Che said indifferently, his obsidian-like eyes shining with incomparable confidence. With the addition of the Divine King-level talent Xian Huang Dragon Battle Body and various other divine-level talents, his current battle power was completely comparable to that of a high-ranked martial god. Completely unafraid of a divine-ranked ferocious beast that was at best middle-ranked. Junior friend Lin Che, it is possible that Black Dragon King may have advanced to a mid-stage martial god over the years, and you should pay more attention regarding this point. Zhang Luli said with some concern. Regarding the Zephyr side, it's best to stabilize the focus and give up on supporting the Yunming base if necessary. It's not too late to regain lost ground when our side is freed up. Hearing this, Lin Che spoke out. Elder Jiang, the approach of maintaining the status quo is certainly sound, but it will forever leave behind a latent landmine. That Black Dragon isn't stupid. You send other town envoys, and once it hides deeper into the cloud dreaming marsh, it can spy in the dark again. Wait until the time is right to make waves again and flood all directions. Why don't I make a move to directly kill it? If I'm not defeated, I'll retreat again and hold on to the city. Little friend Lin Che, how much certainty do you have in decapitating that Black Dragon? Zhang Li wrinkled his eyebrows and said slowly. He understood Lin Che's idea, but it was too risky, and if he failed to defeat the Black Dragon, he would inevitably lose a lot of money. 80 to 90%. No matter if it's a middle or low rank, it will surely die. Hearing these words, Zhang Li was instantly shaken and looked at the black-robed teenager with a face full of dismay. Who gave you the courage? You've just broken through to martial god in less than 2 months, and you dare to kill a middle-rank martial god? You! Zhang Li pondered for half a day, not knowing what to say for a moment. After thinking about it, he took a sip of his tea, ready to calm down. By the way, Elder Jiang, I've broken through to the 5th sky of martial god. What? Cough, cough. Having just glanced at the boy, Zhang Li couldn't hold herself together and hurriedly used her white sleeves to cover her disorientation. What did you say? Martial god, 5th heaven. Elder Jiang's eyes widened and his voice was urgent. It was almost impossible to believe his ears that there could be someone whose cultivation speed was so fast. Exactly. Dots of white gold aura emerged from Lin Che's fingertips. Normal people might not be able to see anything, but the frequently killed martial zone level ferocious beast knew. Every ray of aura here could easily kill them all over again. This is the manifestation of cultivating the Tai sacred canon to the middle stage. Looking at those few wisps of platinum aura, Zhang Li had to accept this extremely outrageous fact. To think that someone could really become a middle-ranked martial god in a month or two simply turned his imagination upside down. Is this the Jedi pride? Thanks to the ancestors, it's really God's blessing for Yin Huang. Maybe this teenager could break the desperate destiny of their martial god. Jianglu Li's thoughts turned 100 times and finally exhaled deeply and, little friend Lin Che, I will keep your cultivation speed a secret for you. Also, regarding the Zephyr side, I really don't want you to take the risk, but I'm surprised you've decided to, so go for it. But remember, no matter what, you have to put your life first. If you find that you can't beat them, please pull out and withdraw in time. Don't be in a hurry to fight for a moment. With your talent, it won't take more than a few years before you become the strongest person in the world. Don't worry, Elder Jiang. I understand. Lin Che nodded his head indifferently. Good. In addition, I will pull out a group of Dragon Rider mechs and go over to support you, to make up for the lack of Zephyr's martial zone level combat power. Finally, little friend Lin Che, I wish you triumph. End of video. Lin Che looked out the window, the half-bright, half-dark world, and muttered, the world of the Black Dragon King is perennially shrouded in clouds, but someone always lifts the clouds and sees the light again. Zephyr Front. The war machine is in full swing. A large black armored vehicle full of black armored soldiers passed through the muddy water and swamps, quickly heading to the designated combat site. In the sky, a rocket flew by, constantly bombing the area against its designated target. The 6 state support legions plus the military forces drawn from Zizhou formed a total of 30,000 armored martial artist legions. Begin to split into 6 paths along designated battle routes to recover fallen foundations while rescuing citizens who may still be hiding in hidden shelters. High in the air, with every step the armored combined corps pushed further into the western front, Lin Che melted away a portion of the sheer dark clouds. Let the sun shine again on the devastated earth. The battle went well. In just one day, the combined forces recovered nearly half of the fallen bases on the western front, saving tens of thousands of surviving disaster victims. A large number of aquatic ferocious beasts were beaten back and fled toward Yunmengze in a sorry state. Inside the Cloud Dreamer, the sky was dark, torrential rain poured down, and dozens of water tornadoes shot straight up into the sky. The super clouds above kept churning, and the thunder rolled. Within the clouds, a black dragon with a slender body that stretched for thousands of meters slowly opened its golden vertical pupils. How is the heaven-covering formation prepared? The majestic and cold voice covered the surroundings like a tidal wave. Back to Lord Black Dragon King. The heaven-covering formation has been prepared, and all the generals are on standby at Yunmengze. The 7-star Xian turtle, which had transformed into a humanoid shape, said with a smile. As long as that human town envoy dares to bite the hook, this black water overlaying sky formation will definitely make it difficult for him to escape. Furthermore, Lord Black Dragon King, with all due respect to my humble servant, a mere low-ranked martial god doesn't even need you to labor so hard. With your strength, my lord, you can suppress him with a lift of your hand. Amidst the clouds, the Black Dragon King stretched his body and looked up to the east. When a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength, and I don't want to see any variations. Chapter 40, Wind and Clouds Sky Covering Formation. Near Yunmeng's, within the area of the fallen base. All around them were debris and dried-up corpses. At the center of the base, the branches of a 40 to 50-story tall sacrificial demon tree spread all around. Scarlet energy continuously flowed from the circumference of the trunk to the crown portion of the tree. Several rosy red fruits, the size of a fist, then slowly condensed. It's finally knotted out, condensing the power of tens of thousands of people's essence and blood. It's not worth it for me to wait for so long. Chen Minglong, the 5th elder of the Beast God sect, looked at the sacred blood fruit in front of him and grinned. As the holy blood fruit condensed from the sacrificial demon tree was plucked, the entire demon tree began to become withered and lose its vitality. Reporting to Lord Elder, the central staging with troops have been pointed here. Just then, a red-robed priest below hurriedly arrived, his voice sounding a bit anxious. Hee, Yin Huang Godchild Lin Che, it won't be long until your death anniversary. You think you're a match for Lord Black Dragon King? How ridiculous. 5th Elder Chen Minglong looked to the east and couldn't help but let out a sardonic laugh. He then looked down at the hundreds of kneeling worshippers below and waved his hand. Get the faithful off this base and head for Cloud Dreamer. where another capital base awaits us. Yes, Lord Elder. Inside the rolling mountain ranges near Yunming's, a hidden research base lurks tens of meters underground. Lord Executive Officer, why aren't we evacuating yet? The Central State's Jinghua envoy is on the verge of suppressing this beast tide. That town envoy already knows the location of our base. If he frees up his hands, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave. Inside the base, Faustus Zephyr base supervisor, a white-robed old man with glasses and a serious face, said with an urgent voice. Suppressing a beast tide? Do you really think that the riots in Zephyr are just caused by that group of high-ranked ferocious beasts? In front of the old man, the middle-aged blonde man with a raven feather mask sneered. Oh, God, isn't it? My dear supervisor, with all due respect, you've never even felt the power of God. If you had the power of a god like I do, you would know that Zephyr has 3 gods now. The blonde man with the raven-feathered mask snorted and said slowly. 3 gods? Lord Executive Officer, what do you mean? The old man with glasses and a serious face was a bit puzzled. Those old guys in the council think this is a good opportunity to weaken the Yin Kingdom. Let me help that black dragon build its kingdom, and if it succeeds, we won't have to lose these precious bases. The man with the raven-feathered mask shrugged. Not to mention that Lord Godson of the Yin Kingdom killed the most outstanding heir of the Newhouse family. This is great. The old man of the Newhouse family is completely furious, smashing the entire home, including those antiques worth hundreds of millions of dollars. After that old man made an offer that I couldn't refuse and told me to slaughter that divine son. Why wouldn't I do such a good deal that kills 2 birds with 1 stone? So the council's decision is for us to stay and slaughter that damned Yin godchild? The old man with glasses and a serious face said excitedly, gesturing with his hands. My dear supervisor, you can interpret it that way. But Lord Executive Officer, what if you don't succeed? The white-robed, competent old man still felt that this decision was not well thought out. But the next moment, he was suddenly like falling into an ice cellar, chilled all over his body, his heart filled with unspeakable fear. Lord Supervisor, are you questioning the strength of me and that Black Dragon King? Or do you think that a martial god who has just been promoted not long ago can exterminate our 2 veteran martial gods? The man with the raven-feathered mask turned. Although it was a smile, it was as cold and piercing as the cold wind. No, don't dare. Lord Town Guardian, traces of the beast god cult have been found within the fallen base ahead. On the martial god intelligence terminal, Xiao Weiyang sent a video message. These rats, they're behind every beast wave. Lin Che's sight skimmed over the fallen base in front of him, and his gaze went to the giant city dozens of kilometers away, Cloud Dream Base. The round protective shield resisted the raging storm and was surrounded by several large-sized, high-ranked ferocious beasts. It could be said that if these ferocious beasts wanted to attack, the Cloud Dream Base wouldn't last long at all. Lured us here specifically to try to wipe us out? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Lin Che's mouth. Then I'll see if your clouds are thicker or the sword in my hand is sharper. Lord Town Guardian, a large number of ferocious beasts have been spotted appearing on the left flank of the group's army. Lord Town Guardian, a large number of ferocious beasts on the right flank of the group's army have begun to launch an onslaught. Lord Town Guardian, the group's vanguard forces have discovered signs of a counterattack by the fierce beasts. Soon, a large amount of battlefield information was reported to Lin Che's eyes. Secretary General, the duel has begun. Notify the Dragoon Legion group and have them intervene on the battlefield in support. Roger, Lord Town Councilor. On both sides of the battlefield, there was a clear distinction between the torrential rain on one side and the bright sunshine on the other. Missiles streaked across the sky, and the sound of intense artillery fire and killing shouts continued. A powerful behemoth riding the wind and waves began to intervene in the battlefield. At the same time, sonic booms rang out in the sky. 10 squads of Dragon Rider mechs weaved through the battlefield and began to support all around. Lin Che raised his eyes and looked at the motionless clouds and was instantly somewhat puzzled. Doesn't this black dragon show up yet? In that case, Lin Che snapped his fingers, and his Yuan Shun power condensed several golden, brilliant, mighty divine clouds. Rumble. In an instant, a large amount of golden divine thunder began to fall into the battlefield, constantly killing various aquatic ferocious beasts of huge size. In just a few seconds, it made the entire battlefield dynamic change. A large number of ferocious beasts had fear in their hearts and began to rout. Kill! Brothers charge! Yunming Zhe really doesn't have any god-level ferocious beasts. Seeing this scene, countless generals were instantly demoralized and chased forward. High in the air, Lin Che then frowned. What on earth was this Black Dragon King up to? Could it be that he was fearful and ran to the depths of Yunming's to hide? If that's the case, that's a problem. He didn't like the idea of a time bomb hiding in his territory every day. Just as he followed the front of the group's army step by step to the bottom of Yunming Bay City, the change rose steeply, only to see the gusty wind suddenly rise and the dark clouds in the sky rapidly churning and spreading. The water of the Moat River quickly rose and turned into a giant water wall, trapping the vanguard army like a maze of cages. Each water wall was guarded by a martial zone-level ferocious beast and had a black array-patterned fate behind it. A total of 779 channels. This should be some sort of enemy trapping formation. Perhaps there are other functions as well. Lin Che looked around with interest. For other martial gods, this formation could trap them to death. However, for those with spatial abilities, it could be treated as absolutely nothing. Just then, the sky clouds surged up in a giant whirlpool, accompanied by a dragon's roar. A terrifying majesty quickly descended. It's good that it's not gone. It's good that it's not gone. Lin Che raised his eyes and instantly smiled with his eyebrows. Chapter 41, Black Dragon Appears, Martial God Battle. Near the Yunming base. What's going on here? We've been ambushed. The many armed generals at the front of the group's army looked around at the ferocious beasts that surrounded the wall of water and were suddenly in a state of shock. Don't panic, the Lord Town Councilor is here. After the commander of the vanguard army, Chu Anren, bellowed, the armed generals calmed down. One after another, they looked at the upright black-robed figure in the air. At the same time, as a dragon's roar sounded, dark clouds surged up into a vortex, and a terrifying pressure quickly surged into the grand formation. Tisk! Lin Che looked at the black divine might that had condensed in a substance as it pounced on his face, and let out a light laugh. Terrifying Yuan Shin power erupted from him, transforming into a platinum energy field that spread in all directions. Rumble. Two strands of divine might that had condensed in a substance continuously exchanged blows high up in the sky, sounding like thunder and setting off a fierce astral wind. Is this the battle of a martial god? Below, countless generals watched this scene, and their eyes widened. That horrible energy fluctuation makes their hearts jump. If they're not careful to take a fallout, I am afraid that half of their lives will be directly accounted for. Chu Anren was even more filled with fascination before he thought that he was one of the top prides of Yanhuan country, cultivating to the late stage of martial zone at only 30-something years old. But now that I have met the real pride of heaven, I realize how ridiculous my previous thoughts were. Middle-ranked martial god. At this time, amongst the sky's churning clouds, the Tsang Dream Black Dragon King's golden vertical pupil was also a bit stunned. According to the previous intelligence, this new Humantown Guard envoy had only been promoted to martial god for a month or two, right? Why were you suddenly promoted to a middle-order martial god? He, as expected of a Yin Huang Divine Son, he really is gifted. If I hadn't kept my eyes open, I really wouldn't have been able to keep you today. A majestic and cold voice rang out. Oh, is that so? I'm afraid you won't be able to keep me at your fourth heavenly realm, right? Is it hard for you to expect those shrimp and crab generals around? Lin Che smiled faintly. Is that so? Then you can try to see if we can keep you. Run the grand formation. Rumble. Thunder boomed and torrential rain poured down. The Tsangming Black Dragon King, with its slender and sinuous figure, hovered in the super cloud, looking down on all beings from above. With the order, in the midst of a crowd of high-ranking ferocious beasts, jubilant sneers, the surrounding black water sky covering grand formation began to operate rapidly, constantly mobilizing the water-attributed Yuan Qi in the heavens and earth. The Great Lake cluster of Yunmings and the countless swampy water network rivers have surged up with water tornadoes, leading straight to the super dark cloud mass in the sky. Under the formation and the powerful scheduling ability of the Tsangming Black Dragon King, the super large formation that encompassed the entire surroundings of the Cloud Dream Base was based on 77049 water walls, transforming into a super water tornado. Under the enhancement of this grand formation, the fourth heavenly skies Tsang Dream Black Dragon King directly possessed an energy dispatching power comparable to that of a sixth heavenly sky martial god. This formation is quite directly allowing this black dragon to rise 2 levels in a row. Although his realm was 1 level lower, Lin Che was not afraid in the slightest. Since his ascension to God over a month ago, he had yet to encounter an enemy that could make him go all out. He was also curious as to where exactly his battle power ceiling was. Looking around, there were black water tornadoes that covered the sky as far as the eye could see. Lord Black Dragon King, kill this human town envoy. Yes, kill him, kill him. Avenge our aquatic brothers. Hee. I want to taste a bite of his flesh and blood. I haven't tasted the flesh and blood of a martial god yet. Noisy voices rang out as a large number of high-grade ferocious beasts were hidden in the black water whirlpool, eyeing them intently. Glancing at the Vanguard Legion below in a state of vigilant readiness, Lin Che instantly arrived in front of Chu Anren. City Lord Chu, lead this legion to enter the base first. What? Chu Anren was filled with dismay. What about you? Of course, it's to let go of the battle and strike a blow against their arrogant flames. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Lin Che's mouth. But Chu Anren was still a bit hesitant. Can you guys resist the martial god aftermath? When these words came out, Chu Anren was instantly speechless. I understand, Lord Town Councilor. We will never be a burden to you. Soon, the Vanguard Corps began to move towards the Cloud Dream Base with full force. Along the way, countless black dragon water waves came tearing around, all of which were blocked by Lin Che's hand pinching the Xuanwu seal. Regarding this human army, the Tsang Dream Black Dragon King didn't care much about it. Its attention was more on Lin Che. As long as they slaughtered this human town envoy here, then the human base behind them would be their reserve granary. After covering the Vanguard Legion's entry into Cloud Dream Base, Lin Che's obsidian eyes revealed a hint of coldness. It's my turn to play with you ferocious beasts. The sound spread like a tidal wave, and the platinum divine domain covered by Yuan Shin power was even more of a party of its own in this auxiliary grand formation. Arrogant, Lord Black Dragon King, this human town envoy is just too arrogant. Do it. Let him know how powerful our water tribe is. The sounds of countless high-grade ferocious beasts roaring echoed within this grand formation. The surging tide instantly surged and swept towards Lin Che like a tsunami. The tide was even torn by countless black dragons. Storm Lord! In an instant, the surrounding wind and rain were instantly mobilized by Lin Che, turning into a giant wind wall against the raging tide. Brilliant mighty divine thunder. Green dragon divine martial deity. As soon as the tide receded, a thunder dragon glowing with golden arcs of electricity quickly spread out within the tide. Within a few seconds, the miserable screams of several high-ranked ferocious beasts came out, and there was even a roasted smell emanating from them. You guys think you'll be okay if you hide behind a wall of water? Sorry, water conducts electricity. Lin Che's eyes were cold. The surrounding high-level ferocious beasts were so frightened that they retreated backwards, no longer daring to come close enough to attack. Without the defensive protection provided by the array formation, a middle-ranked martial god was not something they dared to mess with at all. Seeing this scene, the Tsang Dream Black Dragon King could no longer sit still. This Yin Huang godchild's methods were already beyond its imagination, even stronger than it had expected. If the other party was allowed to slaughter these high-ranked ferocious beasts, the grand formation would break without attack, and no one would ever operate it again. As a dragon roar rang out, countless black dragon heads appeared high in the sky. They opened their huge mouths, and a wave of black light quickly shot down like falling stars. Lin Che was not the least bit afraid of this kind of large-range group attack. Yuan Shunli's shield, Xianwu's shield, and multiple spatial barriers were opened one after another. No matter how these dragon heads attacked, he loomed large in the air since. And against these attacks, step up to the storm clouds. Black Dragon King, you can't be only this strong, can you? Arrogant human race. The Tsang Dream Black Dragon King's golden vertical pupils flashed with biting coldness. The huge body that stretched for thousands of meters stretched and swam in the clouds, and the surrounding wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were all mobilized. It transformed into a powerful wind blade, a ferocious, tearing water dragon, and a dazzling wave of lightning light. Cross attacks with biting intensity. The entire interior of the cloud instantly brightened and thundered. Chapter 42, Faustus Executive. Ice-winged extreme, cold emperor bird. Rumble. Thunder rolled, torrential rain cascaded, and the sky was dim. Countless soybean-sized raindrops fell onto the base shield, stirring up a splash. Skyscrapers lined the bustling base city below. Countless citizens came out of the streets, looking at the giant cloud in the sky with fear and worry. It seems like there are strong people fighting. Is it the human powerhouse that came to our rescue? The reinforcements must win. I'm really going to starve to death if I'm stuck in the city any longer. Inside the third line of defense of the city wall covered by the shield. City Lord Chu, why don't we go and support Lord Town Guardian? Do we really have to watch here? Do nothing. Many senior officers within the Vanguard Corps and the Cloud Dream Base City Defense Army gathered together and asked somewhat reluctantly, "Who dash?" Chu Anren took a deep breath, his gaze merely staring at the superstorm cloud. The only thing we can do now is to not become a burden. The engagements of the martial gods are simply not something we can participate in. Even those high-ranked ferocious beasts are hidden in that black water formation. Us going out now is like sending them to their deaths for nothing. Instead of doing that, we should protect this base with what we have left. Hearing these words, a group of senior officers also fell silent. A battle of this level was indeed not something they could intervene in. If you don't become a martial god, you'll end up as an ant. Outside the Black Water Grand Formation, a grueling wilderness battle continues. Countless Yunming, Zay ferocious beasts had their morale boosted after seeing the heaven-covering array activated. Led by dozens of high-ranking ferocious beasts of hundreds of meters, they launched a counterattack on the left, right, and center flanks of the human group army. "Captain, something's not good. That Central State Town Guard envoy is caught in a large formation. This gang of ferocious beasts even knows how to set up great formations. Does it mean that it's that divine-level ferocious beast Songming Black Dragon King that has never shown its face?" Within the tactical channel of Neverwinter Night Squad, news continued to come in. Ji Qianye frowned as he looked toward the black water array that seemed to isolate heaven and earth several kilometers away, and his mind couldn't help but recall the appearance of that teenager. A flicker of worry flashed in his ice-blue eyes. This gifted son of heaven wouldn't fall in the Great Formation, would he? If that was the case, then the situation in Yanhuang Kingdom would be really dangerous. "Who dash?" Ji Qianye said in a cold voice. "All Dragon Rider mechs listen to the order. Turn on the maximum power and make every effort to clear the battlefield of S-Class or above ferocious beasts." "Roger that. Understood." A message quickly traveled through the tactical channel. In the sky, a Dragon Rider mecha, glowing with different energies, swiftly swept past, setting off waves of terrifying sonic booms. Frontline Battlefield Temporary Command Center. A video message continues to come in, depicting the rapidly changing situation on the battlefield. "Lord Secretary General, the situation is a bit bad. The Fierce Beast Army has fully counterattacked, and both the Lord Town Guard and the Vanguard are caught in a wall of black stormwater." Watching the video of the battlefield information that was transmitted, Xia Weiyang frowned. She forcibly suppressed the worry in her heart, her voice cold. "Trust the Lord Town Counselor, and please trust our army as well." Above the Black Water Grand Formation, inside the superstorm clouds, countless wind blades, water dragons, as well as thunder dragon spits that appeared from time to time, came from all directions like a sky. Lin Che quickly looked around, his body flashing like instantaneous lightning. The CC Yuan Shin power surrounded him within 100 meters of his circumference, like a big, bright platinum star. It was weaving to avoid the intense storm lightning attack that was coming at it. Those that could not be avoided were also hard to penetrate his triple three-dimensional defense. In less than 3 minutes, Lin Che crossed dozens of kilometers and arrived in front of the Tsang Dream Black Dragon King. What came into view was a massive black dragon, its body snaking and hidden in the clouds. After seeing Lin Che's arrival, the Tsang Dream Black Dragon King once again protruded a thunder breath. The black torrent of lightning arrived in an instant, extremely fast. Rapidly tearing through the peripheral Yuan Shenli shield that was up to 90 meters thick, it touched the Xianwu shield. The moment the Xuanwu shield was about to crack completely, this lightning spit also ended completely. "Pale Dream Black Dragon King, you're a bit ineffective." The sound spread like a tidal wave. That song Dream Black Dragon King's golden vertical pupil flashed with deep scorn while being annoyed. It did not expect that this human town guard envoy would be so powerful, under the power of the big formation, and it was even difficult to deal with itself. Human race, don't be too complacent. Let's show you the power of the 9 septic weak water. A mighty and indifferent voice rang out as the Tsang Dream Black Dragon King spat out a metaphysical dragon pearl. In an instant, countless amounts of black water surged out, turning into waves that assaulted Lin Che. The 9 weak waters? Lin Che was a bit surprised. As far as he knew, weak water was a legendary divine water that originated from the 9 heavens and fell to the 9 specters. Ancient texts record 3,000 weak waters are deep, goose feathers can't float, and rushes are set to sink at the bottom. It can be said that weak water is the softest and weakest water, not at all buoyant. Even something as light as a gossamer reed will sink deep into the water and be unable to extricate itself. Being cautious, Lin Che condensed a wall of storms to block it. But this wall of storms was soon engulfed by the weak water, without raising a single storm. Silent as stagnant water. A little something. The corners of Lin Che's mouth rose slightly as he drew back to dodge the raging weak water. The figure sped like instantaneous lightning, leaving behind a trail of residual shadows. Extreme ice seal. Just then, a playful voice rang out. Only to see a large amount of cold currents coming in steeply, the surrounding rainstorm instantly condensed into solid ice. The blow came too suddenly. Lin Che only had to use his Yuan Shin power to defend against the attack. The white cold stream instantly invaded the Yuan Shin shield he had constructed. At the same time, the raging weak water swept in, quickly disintegrating the platinum shield on the periphery of Shinrong. The Yuan Shin shield behind him that resisted the cold current was still holding out, but the shield in front of him was rapidly melting away. No matter how much Yuan Shin power he replenished into it, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, without any half-echo. This made Lin Che doubly surprised. I didn't expect that this 9 septic weak water would be so bizarre. Soon, the raging weak water completely engulfed his figure. Seeing this scene, the Tsang Dream Black Dragon King let out a sigh of relief. Once they entered the weak water, even if the other party had heavenly skills, they could not make any waves. Honorable Lord Black Dragon King, it seems that your great work is about to be completed. Looking at the weak water that was no longer moving, the middle-aged man wearing a raven feather mask smiled. He was surrounded by an extremely cold beast god aura, and he was clearly also an old middle-rank martial god. I'm more curious about what you are than the great work of this black dragon. Before the Black Dragon King could speak, a ghostly voice came over, only to see that Lin Che appeared in front of the 2 martial gods intact, without even the corners of his clothes being wet. How is this possible? The golden vertical pupils of the Black Pale Dream Dragon King were filled with incredulity. How could a martial god caught in the 9 underworlds of weak water escape? Oh, that's surprising. I thought Lord Black Dragon King and I had it in the bag. I didn't expect Lord Godson to have extraordinary skills. It seems we all underestimated you. The blond man in the raven-feathered mask shrugged and spoke in an exaggerated tone. Your Faust executive? Lin Che looked him up and down. Guessed correctly. Too bad there's no reward. The blond man in the raven-feathered mask smiled playfully. The body began to expand and grow larger, alienating into beast form and emitting an even stronger beast god aura. The world says that you, Yin Huang Divine Son, have only been ascending to martial god for a month or 2. But in my opinion, the so-called ascension to god for a month or 2 is just a front for the Yin Huang kingdom to hide your true strength. At today's sight, it seems to be true. The strength of a martial god's 5th sky is indeed astounding. But if you want to deal with 2 middle-rank martial gods, the Black Dragon King and I, at the same time, I'm afraid your strength isn't enough. Today is the day of your fall. The words changed to the hiss of a ferocious beast. An ice-winged extreme, cold emperor bird with a body size of tens of meters long appeared in front of Lin Che, emitting beast god power that formed its own cold ice realm. Chapter 43. Battle power in full force, turning the tide. Yes, Lin Che smiled blandly and looked at the 2 middle-ranked martial gods in front of him without the slightest fear. He stretched out his right hand and gripped the long, ghostly blue blade that appeared out of thin air. Then I'll have some serious fun with the 2 of you as well. Lin Che's calm response caused the Tsang Dream Black Dragon King to suddenly feel a little uneasy. For a moment, it couldn't feel the reality of this human town envoy in front of it, as if it was facing a bottomless abyss. Godson Sama is really confident. If I were you, I would have thought about how to escape long ago. The Icewing Extreme Cold Emperor Bird laughed conspiratorially. With a wave of his wings, the sky covering cold air transformed into countless sharp blades. All the clouds and rainstorms along the way were turned into a world of cold ice. At the same time, the Tsang Dream Black Dragon King also activated the weak water treasure pearl once again. The raging black weak water transformed into hundreds of black dragons, spanning thousands of meters and engulfing the sky. Tisk! Lin Che raised his eyes, and several razor-sharp blade chi swung out, spanning hundreds of meters. The incoming cold ice and black dragons were all chopped to pieces. The next moment, the black water and cold ice storm rolled back in. Xian Huang Dragon Battle Body. For Elephant Divine Martial Deity. The blood and CC Yuan Shin power began to boil, and the temperature around them rose dramatically. Lin Che's all-round strength rapidly soared. The 5 astral deities of the Green Dragon, White Tiger, Xuanwu, Vermilion Bird, and Yinglong coalesced around him as beast gods. The black water and cold ice storms that rolled in around them were constantly shattered and dispersed. Means were used, but they were simply unable to stop Lin Che's advance. Vark God, how is this possible? The Icewing Extreme Cold Emperor Bird was horrified, completely unable to imagine what kind of monster this was. Surprisingly, he was able to crush 2 martial gods of the same rank with his own strength. It had completely overturned its perception of a middle-ranked martial god. Oh no! It was just about to wave its wings away again when it saw a green dragon astral energy harnessing storm winds and golden thunder arriving in an instant. The divine dragon swings its tail, and the wind and thunder are like whips. Caught off guard, the ice-winged extreme cold emperor bird's protective ice was instantly broken, and its body was directly hit, paralyzing and unbalancing it on the spot. Instant shadow thunder prison flash. A golden thunder flashed, and Lin Che appeared directly in front of it. Swinging the long, ghostly blue blade in his hand, he fell straight down. Zanjin, Batajutsu. No! The Icewing Extreme Cold Emperor Bird hissed unwillingly. Inwardly, it was filled with remorse. Had it known that the strength of this human town guard envoy was so terrifying, it shouldn't have come to this muddy water. Should have just stayed comfortably in the back and continued to be his executive lord. As Deicide's blade fell, it was as if several divine-level ferocious beasts appeared in the eyes of the Icewing Extreme Cold Emperor Bird. 6-winged Amethyst Basilisk, Phantom Blue Thunder Demon Dragon, Stormwing Dragon King. Several terrifying, god-level ferocious beasts continuously tore into its divine soul, as if it was about to fall into eternal darkness. In an instant, the ice-winged, extremely cold Emperor Bird was killed on the spot, and its divine soul was chopped into pieces and split into separate spirits. Afterward, Lin Che instantly flashed in front of its continuously falling body and took out the beast god crystal core that emitted an icy aura. Seeing this scene, the Tsang Dream Black Dragon King was horrified. The strength of this human town guard envoy was simply more terrifying than the high-ranking beast gods it had seen. The 9 Sephirotic weak water that it was proud of also couldn't engulf the other party at all. Instead, it was constantly being crushed and unable to get close. Now it's your turn, Pale Dream Black Dragon King. Lin Che looked at the black dragon that loomed within the storm clouds and let out a faint smile. Human town guard envoy, it's us who have underestimated you. But just wait, we'll make a comeback again. Honorable Lord Black Dragon King, when you say that, you're not trying to escape, are you? To fight to the death when you know you're not going to be defeated, that's something only fools like you and the others of the human race would do. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Tsang Dream Black Dragon King's figure faded into the clouds. Within seconds, a voice came over like a tidal wave. You won't be able to escape, Black Dragon King. Obediently bind your hands and surrender. The head of the Tsang Dream Black Dragon King turned his head to look, only to see Lin Che appear as a white gold ball of light. Oh, bind your hands, you dream. You really think I can't get away? A majestic and cold voice rang out. A large amount of the 9 underworld's weak water once again surged out from within the weak water dragon pearl, turning into a black dragon that engulfed it. Stubborn. Lin Che's figure instantly flashed to thousands of meters in front of him, and he turned around with a dazzling blade light. That Song Dream Black Dragon King's golden vertical pupil was full of consternation, and it was too late to dodge at this time. One could only dispatch a large amount of 9 sepulchral weak water into a swirling wall of water that resisted in front of him. But it didn't expect that the 9 Sephiroth's weak water, with its strong defensibility, would not be able to completely resist that blade on. The huge body instantly suffered a heavy blow, and his figure fell downward in an unstoppable manner for a moment. Inside the Yunming base. Look guys, another ferocious beast has dropped. Why is there another one? Could it be that this is the divine-level ferocious beast that appeared in our Zephyr state? The crowd looked at the giant dragon falling from the sky and instantly widened their eyes. A giant white bird had just crashed down, and they were still speculating if this was the divine-level ferocious beast behind the curtain. I didn't expect it to be long before a giant dragon came crashing down from within the cloud. Which Lord Town Guardian is this? It's too fierce. I'll go great. Our Cloud Dream base is saved. It's too strong, isn't it? Is this a strong person? In the future, I must become such a powerful martial artist. Inside the base, countless citizens cheered at the sight of this scene. Many people are even more mesmerized by it and adore it. Great Lord Godson is too strong too. Our base is saved. On the city walls, there were senior officers waving their fists excitedly. The other officers were also beaming. Don't worry, that black dragon is just injured. We can't take it lightly. Chu Anren kept taking deep breaths, his gaze tightly fixed on the high sky, not daring to slack off for a moment. The others sniffed and looked to the sky once more, only to see that Song Dream Black Dragon King take flight once again with the power of the raging storm within the formation. And dispatching the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, he once again launched a new round of the triple onslaught of wind, rain, and thunder. Lin Che looked down at the black dragon below and directly ignored these attacks as he once again took a step closer to his opponent. He was in full battle power at this moment, completely presenting an invincible crushing stance. Even if this black dragon was empowered by the formation and could dispatch the water vapor of Yunmeng Zhe, it would not be able to resist the current him. As the slashes fell, that Song Dream Black Dragon King continued to bleed in the air above, his aura declining. How could Lord Black Dragon King fail? No, that's impossible. Didn't that human town envoy just break through to martial god? How could it be so strong? Lord Black Dragon King is obviously so strong. Why can't he beat a town guardian ambassador? Inside the large formation, the many high-level ferocious beasts could no longer sit still and instantly panicked. If Lord Black Dragon King fell, they would be in trouble as well. Might as well run away now. But if Lord Black Dragon King isn't dead, enough! You windbags. You're useless when it comes down to it. The 7-star Xian turtle cursed angrily and, we're going to help Lord Black Dragon King and help it bounce back. That's a big feat. But Lord Xian Turtle, we are just some high-level water clans. In front of the human martial god, we are just slightly bigger ants. How can we help? That's right, Lord Xian Turtle. It's not that we don't want to help, but we can't do anything about it. The other high-ranked ferocious beasts murmured. Oh, a bunch of pig brains. That human martial god is here to save the base. But you mustn't forget that we still have this base. If we take control of the base, we can completely threaten that human town envoy with the people inside, making the other party throw in the towel. The 7-star Xian Turtle looked down at the human base below and sneered. Chapter 44. The Great Formation declines. Fierce beasts disperse. But what if any of the human town guards don't eat this? Yeah, wouldn't that be useless? There were also quite a few high-level ferocious beasts that hesitated. Oh, that's better than you guys doing nothing. A cold laugh sounded as Chun Ming Long, the 5th elder of the Beast God sect, walked over. If you take the lives of the human race as a threat, 1 or 2, maybe the other party won't care. But the lives of millions of people will surely be able to shake that Zhengzhou Jingguo envoy. And by shaking up the other side, we can provide an opportunity for Lord Black Dragon King. Upon hearing these remarks, quite a few high-ranked Cloud Dream Zephyr Fierce beasts nodded their heads. There's no time to lose. Let's get right to it and relieve Lord Black Dragon King of his troubles earlier. Soon, a group of ferocious beasts began to activate some of the power of the formation, mobilizing the raging floods towards the Cloud Dream base. In the meantime, Chun Minglong, the fifth elder of the beast god sect, transformed into a half-dragon form and led a portion of the high-ranked ferocious beasts to directly launch an onslaught at the base shield. Inside the base, the Kita alarm echoed continuously. Countless citizens began scrambling toward nearby shelters. City Lord, I'm afraid this gang of ferocious beasts are desperate. On the city walls, quite a few senior officers looked at the several high-ranked ferocious beasts above the protective shield, their brows furrowed. I'm afraid this is the last battle. Chu Anren drew his battle sword and took a step into the sky. Behind them, several martial sect members followed closely behind. The defense-based towers and unmanned fighters are fully activated, and the entire base is in full combat level 1. Countless people took deep breaths and waited for the final battle. The storm thundered under a bleak sky. The Tsang Dream Black Dragon King was still resisting tenaciously, constantly utilizing the triple power of wind, rain, and thunder to counterattack. But in Lin Che's opinion, this was nothing more than a dying struggle. The opponent's attacks couldn't even break through his defense. On the contrary, he was able to heavily damage the opponent with every slash. It won't take long to take it down completely. And at this moment, the Tsang Dream Black Dragon King was also completely inspired with ferocity. He began to fight for his life, exchanging injuries for injuries, wanting to exhaust his opponent with his powerful physique. But it despaired and realized that in the end of the fight, the only one who kept on getting bloodied and injured was itself. Not even the corner of the other's coat was broken. The difference was so great that the dragon despaired. A few days ago, this was something it wouldn't have dared to think about. Obviously, the lion wrestles the rabbit and also uses its full strength, but in the end, it turns out that the rabbit is the real dragon with a pure white coat. Who is the hunter and who is the prey? The pale dream Black Dragon King didn't know, nor did he want to know. It was now red-eyed and full of thoughts of biting off a piece of flesh, even if it had to. It must not be so suffocating to die. Just as the two martial gods were fighting furiously to a white heat, an arrogant voice came like a tidal wave that, Central State Town Guardian Lin Che, listen, the Cloud Dream Base is now in our hands. If you don't want all the citizens of this city to die, stop immediately. High in the air, Lin Che was somewhat surprised and turned to look. Only a black-robed man and the giant 7-star Xian turtle were seen hanging over the city, looking at him with a cold smile. While below, the Cloud Dream Base was ablaze with flames of war, and several high-level ferocious beasts were destroying the city with impunity. Find and control a shelter to hold hostage. The City Defense Army and the Vanguard Army, on the other hand, resisted desperately and suffered heavy losses for a while. Countless warriors have fallen forward and spilled their blood. Taking in this scene, Lin Che's eyes flashed with biting, killing intent. Do these ferocious beasts really think he's soft? And at that moment, the Black Dragon King, who saw Lin Che distracted, did not hesitate to pounce and bite. As long as it entangled the other party, then the situation would only become more and more favorable to it. Unless Lin Che really didn't care about the deaths of those millions of people. However, to its dismay, Lin Che's figure had instantly disappeared. In the next second, it appeared over Cloud Dream Base. I hear you guys call me? Looking at the black-robed teenager with cold eyes, Fifth Elder Chen Minglong and the 7-star Xian turtle instantly stared with wide eyes full of disbelief. How is this possible? This is impossible. How could you suddenly instantly move over a distance of over 10 kilometers? This is simply impossible. Chen Minglong, who had transformed into the form of a half-dragon man, hissed continuously, his brain a complete mess at this point. The body also trembled uncontrollably. He worshipped the Black Dragon King madly, and that was because the Black Dragon King had once given him great power. It made him change his fate of being bullied and humiliated, and he was no longer the weak wretch he once was. Instead, it was the elder of the beast god cult that had caused countless people to fear him. But why? Why is there a monster more powerful than the Black Dragon King? That's it. Lin Che was suddenly infuriated and laughed. Scared of me like this? How dare you threaten me with others? Wouldn't it be better to honestly run for your life? Do you guys really think I'm going to stop because of someone else's life? Am I really stupid and naive? Ridiculous. He raised his hand, and brilliant golden divine thunder bloomed over the city. This can't be. After a golden heavenly thunder, the hissing fifth elder was instantly turned into charcoal. The 7-star Xian turtle, which had a stronger defense than this beast god sect elder, only lasted 3 seconds longer. High-ranked ferocious beasts, in Lin Che's eyes, were nothing more than slightly larger ants. As a brilliant, mighty divine thunder fell from the sky, the several ferocious beasts that were rampaging within the Cloud Dream Base were scared out of their wits and hurriedly fled. However, in less than a minute, all of these Cloud Dream Zephyr great demons were struck to death by the brilliant, mighty divine thunder. Is this a god? Countless citizens watched the scene dumbfounded, in a trance, red-hot. It was as if the giant ferocious beasts just now were all an unrealistic illusion. The great demons of Yunmeng Zhe, who were maintaining the operation of the formation around them, were even more fearful to the extreme in their hearts when they saw this scene. There were proctors on the spot. As the first Cloud Dream Zephyr Great Demon began to escape, the remaining great demons all abandoned the Great Formation and followed to escape within the Cloud Dream Zephyr Great Lake. The entire black water sky covering Grand Formation instantly weakened, and the power to dispatch the greatness of heaven and earth continued to diminish. However, at this moment, the Tsang Dream Black Dragon King didn't care because it was also escaping. Whoa! The rainstorm continued to fall, stirring up water everywhere. Several 5 or 6 meter tall dragon rider mechs broke through a wall of water and entered this dimly lit world of the Great Formation. Captain, something seems to have happened to Cloud Dream Base. The team's voice came, looking off into the distance at the base city that was flaring with fire. Ji Chinya's heart sank. Could it be that the worst had already happened? The crowd hurriedly rushed to the vicinity of the base at full speed, only to be dumbfounded to find a high-ranked ferocious beast fleeing in the sky. It was as if something horrible was chasing them. And within the flaming city, countless people raced and cheered. All of the large ferocious beasts around them were turned into black charcoal. Is this a win? Ji Chinya looked at the black-robed figure in the sky above the base, his ice-blue eyes flashing with deep surprise. I didn't expect this Yin Huang Divine Son to be so forceful. As soon as he approached, he realized that Lin Che's figure had suddenly dissipated. Remnants? Chapter 45. End of the incident, counting the harvest. Rumble. Clouds churned over Cloud Dreamer. Thunder rolled and energy shimmered. A black dragon that stretched for thousands of meters was using the power of wind and rain to speed towards the depths of Yunmeng's. Right at this moment, the black dragon suddenly stopped, its golden vertical pupils filled with incredulity. He had run so far himself, and the other party had managed to catch up. Black Dragon King, let's end this today. Lin Che was holding a long, ghostly blue blade, and his eyes were cold. He wouldn't do something as silly as releasing a dragon into the sea, especially jealous of one's adversaries. You actually mastered the power of space. The Tsang Dream Black Dragon King sounded indignant. Since just now until now, the other party had been instantaneously shuttling back and forth before it was convinced that the other party possessed the power of space. It looks like I'm in trouble today, but don't be too complacent. You and other human races hunted and preyed on the beings of my water race, and this revenge will be remembered in the hearts of my water race for generations to come. Without me, there will be another Lord of Cloud, Dream Zephyr. We'll make a comeback. It looked up at the large platinum star several kilometers ahead, its vertical pupils ablaze with rage. Last words out of the way, then it's time to hit the road. Lin Che was unmoved. The Calamity World is weak, and every race is fighting for survival. How much of this is right or wrong? Lin Che wouldn't dwell on these issues because he was a human martial god. Space solidification, chopper drawing technique. In an instant, the brilliant and dazzling blade aura split the churning clouds in two. Summoning Black Dragon King fall. Large swathes of divine-level dragon blood spilled into the sky. Below, countless aquatic ferocious beasts swarmed within the great lake of Yunmeng's. Divine-level dragon blood. Even getting just a trace of it would be of great benefit to them, these low-ranked ferocious beasts. The several high-level ferocious beasts peering from the shadows watched this scene with incomparable gluttony. However, due to the intimidating power of the human martial god above, no one dared to show their heads to fight for the dragon's blood, ignoring the low-ranked ferocious beasts that were going crazy in the lake below. After Lin Che removed the precious blood and crystal cores from the black dragon god skeleton, he raised his eyes to look at the churning clouds in the sky. Stretching. Well, it's time for the skies to clear in Zephyr. Recently, The divine beast tide riot that erupted in Zephyr Prefecture has been suppressed by Lord Lin Che, the Central Prefecture Zhun guarding envoy, with his troops. On August 26th, the week-long Zephyr beast tide riot has now completely subsided, and this beast disaster has caused the people of Zephyr to suffer great losses. Shocking. Lord Lin Che, the Central State Jin Guardsman, led his troops in his Zephyr Prefecture for 3 days, and then he calmed the tide of divine-ranked beasts that swept through hundreds of bases in Zephyr Prefecture. According to our reporter's report, the reason behind the outbreak of a large-scale beast tide in Yunming's this time is that Yunming's has birthed a divine black dragon. It's been 3 days since the Zephyr beast tide incident, but the heat of the story is still enduring online. Zhongzhou town guardian Lin Che was even on the internet on yet another hot search, and his fame could be said to be a household name. This was also the first time that countless people knew that legendary Yin Huang divine son's real name turned out to be Lin Che. The story of Yin Huang Shinxi's beheading of the god bird and the black dragon was even more widely circulated on the internet. There were even countless people in Zhezhou who jointly requested that this Yin Huang divine son be able to come to Zhezhou to serve as a town envoy. In the meantime, since that pale dream black dragon king had been decapitated, the beast god cultists and Faust members lurking within Zephyr had also been purged and captured by the group's forces. Along with the trail, it also cleared out a number of criminal organizations and martial arts families that were involved with the beast god cult and Faust. The entire Zephyr remained on high alert for the entire Yunmings while rebuilding after the disaster. After all, there were still quite a few high-level ferocious beasts lurking in the depths. However, after this battle, these still surviving ferocious beasts were afraid that they would not dare to show their heads for decades. At this point, Lin Che had already returned inside the Central State Jinsho Mansion. After these few days of special daily check-ins, he had harvested a divine-grade healing elixir and a divine-grade perfection battle skill, the floating cloud treading void technique, as well as 4 S-rank or higher Zongsha resources. He had taken them and distributed them to the Luo Shin Legion as additional contribution rewards. In addition, after testing, Lin Che discovered that the floating cloud treading void technique had an extremely strong ability to avoid injury. And once it was turned on, it was like disappearing into nothingness. The airtight cultivation room. After Lin Che finished refining the precious blood of the 2 god-level ferocious beasts, his cultivation level was raised to the late 5th heavenly layer. Afterwards, he took out the biggest harvest from this trip to Zephyr, the beast god crystal cores of the pale dream black dragon king and the ice-winged extreme cold emperor bird. One emitted a rich black water elemental energy, while the other emitted an extremely cold white chilling energy. As for the 2 beast god Rex, they were handed over to the relevant authorities to be dealt with, receiving hundreds of millions of national merits in the process. As for the rest of the battle merit and merit points are still being tallied, and it is expected that they will be handed out before too long. At that time, another wave of cultivation resources could be exchanged. Hold your breath. Lin Che summoned the underworld black hole and began to devour and refine these 2 beast god crystal cores, 1 white and 1 black. In less than 3 minutes, his divine mansion was filled with Yuan Shin power to 160,000 strands, spinning like the stars of the universe. Subsequently, he began to impact the 5th heavenly bottleneck. Under the surging impact of a large amount of Yuan Shin power, cracks soon appeared in the bottleneck. Not 5 minutes later, the bottleneck of the 5th heaven was completely shattered. A large amount of Yuan Shin power poured in, and the divine mansion once again doubled in size. After completely refining these 2 beast god crystal cores, Lin Che's cultivation had also increased to the middle stage of the 6th heavenly layer. The CC Yuan Shin power within the divine mansion was as high as 250,000 strands. It was more than 6 whole times more than the 4 heavens martial god who had just broken through. At the same time, he also gained 2 brand new talents, Wind and Rain Mastery, Ice Age. Among them, Lord of Wind and Rain was a divine king level talent, condensed from Lord of Storm and Lord of Water and Swamp. A thought of wind and rain moving, a thought of wind and rain extinguishing can innately dispatch the power of wind and rain. Powerful. Afterwards, Lin Che opened the virtual personal panel with a thought. A name, Lin Qi. Level, Martial Spirit Realm, 6th Heaven. Technique, Divine King level, she hosts Sacred Cannon. Battle techniques, Divine Perfection, Divine Battles Word Art, Divine Perfection, Floating Cloud, Treading Void Art, divine perfection. For elephant, divine martial deity. SSS perfection, instantaneous prison thunder shadow flash. Apparatus. SSS grade battle armor black scale and golden feather. High-ranking divine weapon, blade of broken space. Middle-ranking divine weapon, time and space magic machine. High-ranking divine weapon, 9 spectral weak water dragon pearl. Martial arts talents. Wu Dao Tong Shen. Underworld heavenly candle body, taboo. Spatial talent, brilliant mighty thunder, ice age. Xian Huang dragon battle body, divine king. Storm master, divine king. Looking at this powerful personal panel, Lin Che couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Not only did his cultivation skyrocket during this trip to Zephyr, but he also gained 2 more talents, a battle skill and a divine martial treasure, multiplying his battle power. Thinking of this, Lin Che took out the 9 spectral weak water dragon pearl that he had obtained from the Black Dragon King from within his spatial ring. This dragon pearl is the size of a palm, glowing and moist. At a glance, one could see a silent lake of black water within the dragon pearl, which was none other than the 9 underworld's weak water lake. And within the weak water lake, there was a black dragon divine soul drowning. It was that pale dream Black Dragon King from Zephyr. How can a divine martial artifact work without an artifact spirit? With this thought in mind, Lin Che detained this black dragon divine soul within the weak water lake. Even though there were no restraints, it would be difficult for the opponent to escape from within the weak water. Of course, the dragon soul wouldn't die as all. It was only in the past few days that Lin Che realized that this black dragon had a somewhat fiery temperament. He was even less kind to him, and no matter what, he was dead set against becoming a Dragon Ball weapon spirit. In response, Lin Che wasn't in a big hurry and just kept leaving it out for 3 days. Come back today and see how it goes. With a thought, Lin Che entered the weak water dragon pearl world. Chapter 46, Black Dragon Divine Soul, Dark Currents Surge. Inside the Dragon Ball world, it was barren. There was only a thousands of meters long lake of the 9 underworlds of weak water that existed silently. After Lin Che erased the beast god imprint left behind by the Tsang Dream Black Dragon King, he then placed his own Yuan Shin imprint within this treasure, and then took charge of this 9 spectral weak water dragon pearl. The 9 sepulchral weak water, the softest and weakest, although its offensive ability was not very strong, its defensive ability and ability to disintegrate seals was extremely strong. Anything and everything that was engulfed by the weak water of the 9 sepulchres would all drown in it, making it difficult to break free. This is like sealing some creatures that won't be drowned within the weak waters forever, begging to be freed. Come to the center of the weak water lakes. Lin Che's mind moved, and the weak water automatically separated. Soon, a black dragon divine soul flew out, with 4 claws and 2 horns, and golden vertical pupils burning with rage. The body was tens of meters long, and black dragon scales were hidden. Even if it was only the divine soul state, the strength was not comparable to that of an ordinary martial zone level powerhouse. Human Town Guard Envoy, the king must not be insulted. If you don't want to extinguish my divine soul and make me reincarnate, then you can let me go back to Yunmingza, and in 100 years, I'm going to fight you again. If I fail in 100 years, I'll promise to be your artifact spirit. An icy voice rang out, and although his physical body was destroyed, he was still imposing and full of a sense of majesty. Tisk! Lin Che couldn't help but smile. Black Dragon King, after 100 years have passed, I might have long since become the master of the endless starry sky. Wouldn't it be too bullying to fight you again? A fool's dream, and the lord of the endless stars. Just you? A tiny human race? Oh, when that global disaster arrives in a few years, you'll be lucky if you can keep from being devoured by those giant beasts. The Tsang Dream Black Dragon King rolled his eyes, full of disdain. Oh, it's really not certain who will devour who in a few years' time. Human Town Guard Envoy, I admit that your talent is indeed good, far surpassing the other races, breaking through to the middle martial god stage in just a few years. But in the face of those otherworldly behemoths, even if you break through to a high-ranking martial god in the past few years, what can you do? Just wait, you'll end up no better than me. The Tsangming Black Dragon King sneered. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Lin Che bristled. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm not in the habit of mistreating my captives, I would have to tell you to look at me. Hearing this, the Tsang Dream Black Dragon King blinked. Only then did he remember his status as a captive, and for a while his temper didn't dare to be so arrogant. However, It still maintained the cold and arrogant attitude of the Black Dragon King. In any case, it will never give in. Wait, what are you trying to do to me? Right at this moment, the Tsang Dream Black Dragon King's voice suddenly became a bit flustered, only to see the surrounding weak water of the 9 Sephiroths pouring towards it. It wanted to escape, but the entire space was solidified and could not move at all, so it could only watch. Do what? Of course, to send you back to the small dark room for a good introspection. Whenever you figure it out, I'll let you out. Do you hear me? Black Dragon King. Human Town Guard Envoy, you asshole. The site was covered, and the weak lake returned to tranquility. T-Sich, in 3 days, you'll be given another chance to think it over. The border area between the East Sea and the North Sea of the Yanhuang Kingdom. Rumble. At this time the clouds were dark and the wind was gusting. The pouring rain fell with a crash, and the dark waters continued to ripple. Giant water tornadoes on the surface of the sea lead straight into the interior of the dark clouds, as many as dozens of them. It's like something is sucking up seawater. Inside the churning clouds, a giant ferocious beast was perched on all sides, its 1,000-meter-long form looming in the clouds. The divine might emanating from them nearly caused the entire cloud layer to become twisted up and heavy to the point of distortion. Latest news, that Black Dragon King has failed. The Thunder Dragon surrounded by purple electricity was the first to speak, breaking the dull atmosphere. These days, we have held back so many of Yin Huang's martial god for it, but what about that Black Dragon? It can't even defeat a newly promoted Human Town Guard Envoy. It really failed the trust we placed in it. I had hoped to use its 1,000-mile Zephyr Kingdom to hold those martial gods at bay, but now it seems truly delusional. A dull, thunderous voice echoed. The choppy, shadowy seawater broke open, and a behemoth over 5,000 meters long was revealed to the surface of the water, shooting straight up into the sky. It was like a giant Kuin from the northern underworld, with a ghostly blue light emerging from its body as it swam in the sky. We're running out of time. They're almost here. A voice rang out with a hint of fear. It was a giant from the deep sea, a deep-sea dragonfish, with a gray body, a mouth full of fangs, and an ugly appearance. Recently, I was approached by a human who claimed to be the Beast God sect master, and he said he was willing to cooperate with us. The sultry voice rang out. A stunning woman in a red dress exposed a large portion of her skin as she lazily lay inside the bedchamber of the immortal temple above the sea. The scene disappeared in the next second, turning into an immortal island of divine light, with countless immortal herbs and divine medicines blooming with spiritual light, as if they were within reach. It then changed into various scenes of ferocious beasts. It's a sight to behold. Mirage, a kind of augur, with dragon horns and red scales, like a long snake, spitting out mist that can change in 1,000 different ways. Beast God Cult. Interesting, we don't have many choices. That's right, we need more power to help us open up. The Beast God Cult is familiar with the human race. It's a good choice. The churning clouds gradually grew louder. Inside the Beast God Church Roundtable. It is not that I will not be able to fulfill this month's expansion quota, Lord Godfather. Rather, in this short month, the prestige of our Beast God Cult has been greatly diminished. Not only were the roots of the Central State and the Zephyr State annihilated one after another by that damned Yin Huang Divine Son, even the 5th and 9th Elders have fallen one after another, while our Beast God sect can only cower and dare not show anything. It's made a lot of the gray organizations that are watching already skeptical of us. A black-robed elder said helplessly. That's right, Lord Sect Leader. Recently our sect's forces in the interior have been hit one after another, and many of the doglegs even think that our sect is in decline. It's starting to bite its master. It seems like there's really a need to do a big event so that those lapdogs can get a good look at the strength of our Beast God Cult. That's right, the target of the blow should be that newly emerged Yin Huang Divine Son, who really doesn't know the heights of heaven. Soon, quite a few black-robed elders began to discuss. From church events, discussions to implementation sites, to program execution candidates. It's weirdly good to discuss, but do you guys really have the strength to deal with that Yin Huang Godchild? The other party was able to decapitate the Black Dragon King and Zephyr. His strength is at least a middle-ranked martial god. Can you make all the beast gods behind you descend to deal with him? There were also black-robed elders who couldn't help but speak out and sneer. At these words, the field instantly quieted down. Oh, the great power has not yet arrived. You need not be in a hurry. A tiny Yin Huang divine son can't stop the great power from coming. The red phoenix, black-robed, beast god sect master on the side shook his head, then revealed a cold smile. As for an event you guys are talking about, it's fine to go ahead and do it. Let's choose the location in the Eastern continent and let the outside world see what we're capable of. As for that Yin Huang divine son, he will make an excellent sacrifice when the great power arrives to celebrate the arrival of the new era. The third elder listened quietly without speaking, just playing with the white hair, drooping red eyes wandering off into the sky. Everyone is so caught up in their own beautiful dreams that they can't help themselves. But how long can this beautiful dream sink in? Chapter 47, Large Gold Mine, Jiangzu's Birthday Banquet. Lord Jinghua, during the time you were traveling to Zizhou to provide support, the Luotian Legion that stayed behind at the Yuan Central Realm discovered a large gold mine. In addition, the restoration project of the Taiyei battleship was officially launched yesterday, and a large number of relevant experts were deployed within the ruins. Inside the office of the town hall, the light shone brightly through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Xiao Weiyang stepped on her black low-heeled shoes and handed Lin Che the information of the work documents of these few days to check. A large gold mine? Lin Che looked at the information and immediately lit up. Gold ore is a good thing. It's totally hard currency in Blue Star. Whether it's war mechs or equipment and instruments to build, gold is a rare precious metal that needs to be used. And gold is a completely non-renewable resource in Blue Star. Only supernova outbursts or neutron star collisions can produce heavy elements, including gold. These rare golden gems drifted through the universe for ages before crashing down to the planets. This is why gold is also known as stellar debris. And this is a lot of gold, with nearly 200 million ounces of proven deposits in this gold mine alone, equivalent to 10 years of production from all of Blue Star's current gold mines combined. With all this gold, our central state is directly rich this time. Exactly. Xiao Weiyang pursed her lips and smiled lightly. In fact, the gold mines were just one of the many harvests of the Luotian Legion. There were also a large number of spiritual herbs and precious medicines that were being researched, and if things went well, there might be several more transcendent potions coming out. For the gold mining aspect, it will be up to the city lord's office to tender for military heavy industry enterprises and send large mining mechs to run the operation. When the approval comes down from the Senate, we'll pick a time to start. Also, that alien battleship restoration project needs to be given more protection by the Legion, and the logistical aspects of the researchers need to be kept up. If you encounter any difficulties in the Yuan Central Realm, report to me promptly, and I'll be there at the first opportunity. Lin Che propped up his cheeks and quickly flipped through the paperwork page by page. In fact, he was just talking off the cuff, and as a dumping ground, he left all these matters to the entire team of secretaries. He never bothered or was interested in such trivialities. Unless there were divine-grade ferocious beasts present, he'd go slaughter a few of them and take an experience elixir to boost his talent and level. Understood, Lord Town Councilor. Xiao Weiyang picked up these signed documents and raised her eyes again to speak. By the way, Lord Town Guardian, Ancestor Jiang has distributed an invitation to the Town Guardian's residence, inviting you to attend his old man's 230-year birthday. The birthday will be in 3 days. Ginger Joe? Lin Che was slightly stunned and quickly realized that the Jiang ancestor in Xiao Weiyang's words was referring to Jiang Lu Li, the Zhenghua Grand Elder. It was also the oldest ancestor of the Jiang family, a martial arts family in the Jinghua base. I see, but his old man's 230th birthday was quite a surprise. Lin Che raised his eyes and smiled. The first few times we communicated and chatted, the other person still looked like a flamboyant nobleman. But who would have guessed that this was an old man in his late 20s and 30s? Well, Lord Jiangzu has a special physique. His appearance ages extremely slowly, and his lifespan is also extremely long. There was once a research team that did a study and found that Lord Jiangzu's cells age extremely slowly, with a lifespan of up to tens of thousands of years. That's why Lord Jiangzu is also known as the Eastern Green Emperor by the other kingdoms. Xiao Weiyang explained, and there was also some envy in her pair of autumn water almond eyes between her words. She was at the early stage of martial master's cultivation, and her lifespan was only about 200 years, and her appearance was feared to be aging at the age of 60. Hundreds of thousands of years. Hearing this, Lin Che was somewhat staggered. An ordinary martial god's lifespan was only a few thousand years, I believe, but that was only the physical body's great limit. As long as the divine mansion remained, an ordinary martial god could still turn to the divine soul state and continue to survive. Only without the protection of a material body, the divine soul is still more fragile and will continue to decline, unless there is a popular belief in the will to sustain getting stronger. That said, Wei Yang, what do you think would be a better gift to give on this birthday celebration to Huangzhou? How about the Aqua Divine Jade? It was seized by the Legion last time from a high-ranking great demon in Zephyr, and it is now stored within the town treasury. The township treasury is the same as the national treasury and can be exchanged for all kinds of cultivation resources in the central state, except that the township treasury is exclusively open to the Luo Shin Legion. Some of the various treasures inside were captured, such as the battle armor of the Zephyr fierce beasts, essence blood, inner pills, precious medicines, spirit jades, and so on. There were also cultivation resources, advanced weaponry, and so on that the Senate had plucked down. There was also a portion that Lin Che had put in, such as the low-level cultivation resources that came out of the system sign-in, or the various and used treasures that he had searched for outside. These need to be exchanged for the military credits you get every time you go on a mission. Jasper Divine Jade would be fine. Lin Kinodid, a divine gray jasper, was a priceless treasure no matter where it was, and countless people would rush to it. It could accelerate the cultivation speed of water attribute martial artists. But it wouldn't matter to him. After all, it wasn't like he could increase his battle power. The Kyowa Base Megacity Cluster, as the capital of Yinhuang Country, and the only special base in the country. It is economically and culturally prosperous, easily accessible, and inhabited by tens of millions of people. There was even a martial god who had set up a god-level defense array based on the outer walls of the base. Due to the fact that the wave of ferocious beasts from the North Sea that swept through several base cities had just faded not long ago, many bases were still under martial law at this time, and within the Jiang family manor in the core city area of the Jinghua base. It was only 7 or 8 in the morning, but it was bustling with activity. A costly luxury car drove into the interior of the estate in turn. Nationally renowned martial arts families and celebrities from all walks of life were present in droves, talking to each other and taking pride in being able to participate in Jiangzu's birthday. At this moment, somewhere in the courtyard inside the manor, Lin Che changed into casual clothes and leaned against the corridor railing, looking at the slightly rippled lake. Was a little bored. He just went to the weak water dragon Pearl again to find that black dragon to catch up. But a piece of sincere heart in exchange for only a word roll. It is really chilling. He arrived yesterday on a special plane than the guests outside who arrived in the morning, and he was arranged by the contemporary Jiang family head to live in the courtyard of the manor. Along with him came Secretary General Xiao Weiyang. I heard her say that the old city lord of the Luo Shin base and some of his Xia family's children would also be arriving, but Lin Che didn't see them at the moment. This time in the morning, Xiao Weiyang went to the manor hall to congratulate and send gifts on behalf of the Zhongzhou Town Hall. Instead, he waited for someone in the courtyard in boredom. As promised, we'll meet at 8, which is still a few minutes short. It was already early fall, and the weather was cool. A breeze ripples across the crystal-clear surface of the lake. Steady footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Although subtle, it was hard to escape Lin Che's detection of every move in his surroundings. He turned to look. Sorry, little friend Lin Che, for keeping you waiting. Only to see the great elder of the Pillar State, Jiang Luoli, the protagonist of the birthday party, come in a suit of ink and white clothes with a smile on his face. Fortunately, it didn't take long. Lin Che shook his head slightly, and at the same time, he was somewhat puzzled. Elder Jiang, are you looking for me for something? Chapter 48, The Past of Jiangzu. It's nothing important. I just had nothing to do and wanted to talk to you for a while. Jiang Luoli walked out onto the promenade and looked at the lake with a warm and elegant smile on his face. So, the corners of Lin Che's mouth twitched slightly, and in his heart, he didn't believe it 10,000 times. Every time this grand elder approached him for communication, it was under the guise of chatting. The conversation went on to work. He didn't believe that this pillar grand elder was specifically looking for him, this time just to chat. Little friend Lin Che, you're only 18 years old this year, right? Oh, yeah? Lin Che nodded slightly. Do you have a girl in mind? Huh. Lin Che looked at the grand elder beside him, his face filled with dismay. You're not going to play matchmaker for him, are you? Come to think of it, an 18-year-old martial god and town guardian envoy who wouldn't be confused when looking at his conditions. I'm afraid those who want to be his in-laws can line up from here all the way to the EC. Even if it was the top martial arts family in Yanhuang country, the Jiang family, I'm afraid that they would hate to shove their daughter directly to him. Lin Che recalled again the blazing to hair-raising eyes of the Jiang family's head when he received him yesterday. Can't help but be a little staggered. He didn't really have any plans to talk about marriage right now. After all, with his potential, he would definitely be able to step into that endless starry sky in the future. I'm as old as you are, and I have no plans to talk about marriage. At that time, the Yanhuang kingdom had just been established not long ago and was surrounded by enemies on all sides, so I was bent on becoming stronger and defending my family and country. But at that time I was poorly endowed, and they all laughed at me, but I didn't want to give in, and I was determined to become strong. Zhang Loli held onto the railing and looked at the ripples of the lake, her voice ghostly. Poor martial arts talent? Doesn't your old man have a special physique? Of course. Lin Che didn't say anything and just listened quietly. Later, the first global catastrophe arrived, and many powerful ferocious beasts came tearing through space. It was a desperate battle in which the vast majority of the world's god-level powerhouses all died in battle. Countless bases have been destroyed, countless countries have been wiped out. Just when I despaired that human civilization was going to be destroyed, those horrible ferocious beasts departed. We, the survivors, rebuilt the Yanhuang kingdom again in the midst of the ruins, and slowly prospered. Zhang Luoli's voice was slow, as if he was catching up on something. In the new 100 years, a subspace called the Kunlun Mysteries has appeared in the snowy realm. I later entered the Kunlun Mysterious Realm to explore it and gained a great chance inside. The speed of cultivation also skyrocketed, and when I was 130 years old, I broke through to the martial god realm. Secret subspace? Lin Che was a bit surprised. This was the first time he had heard of something like a secret realm in the Yanhuang kingdom. Well, the secret realm of Kunlun is only open at certain times, and inside, the heaven and earth is rich in yuan qi and possesses all sorts of exotic treasures. The great chance I received was an evergreen Dao fruit, which directly endowed me with a divine grade martial Dao physique. Moreover, I was limited in strength at the time and had not been able to explore the Kunlun mysterious realm more deeply. Zhang Luoli shook her head with some regret. Only a very small number of martial gods knew about the secrets of the Kunlun secret realm as well. Elder Jiang, what time does this Kunlun secret realm open? Lin Che immediately asked with some curiosity. I'm not sure. As far as I know, the Kunlun mystery realm has only appeared once, that time over 100 years ago. The two moved to the outside of the courtyard, talking as they walked. Only 5 or 6 years after I became a martial god, the second global catastrophe came again. Those terrifying beasts once again descended in the same manner, and our martial god tried to resist and defend the base, but suffered heavy losses. When he said these words, Jiang Lu Li's mood was a bit heavy. Many of his comrades in arms are the ones who will sleep forever in that era. A god-king level ferocious beast has appeared. Yes, it is that very same hell red lotus dragon phoenix within the image of that alien warship, and it can be said that no one in our time can resist it. Until I met you, Lin Che. Zhang Luoli looked sideways at the teenager next to him. Me? Lin Che raised his eyebrows and laughed. Elder Jiang thinks I can fight against that divine, king-level ferocious beast? Little friend Lin Che, do you know how I survived the last disaster? Zhang Luoli shook her head slightly and did not answer Lin Che's question, but instead threw out another question. Is it hiding? Lin Che's heart stirred. Yes, I did desert. Zhang Luoli looked up at the bright sun. At that time, the previous Zhengguo Grand Elder said this to me. He said, Luo Li, that our Yanhuang kingdom needs the martial god as a spark to guard the next generation of legacies. I promised to live another 100 years. Lin Che was somewhat silent. The martial god, who had a lifespan of thousands of years, was so short-lived in this era. Is it like that rice and wheat, harvested season after season by the reaper wielding his scythe? Zhang Lu Li lowered her eyes and smiled. Though it was a smile, there was no laughter in his eyes. Like hell. Lin Che also smiled. Perhaps this was the price of weakness. Obsidian eyes burned with the fire of battle. But he's here, and it's time for the world to change. Elder Jiang, you mean if the Reapers come down and want me to be the next generation of fire? Exactly. Zhang Luli nodded, looking at Lin Che with hope in his eyes. Not just you, but all the gifted martial gods of the new generation. If it really comes to that, whether or not the next generation can break their destiny depends on you. I see. Lin Che raised his eyes to the blue sky and white clouds, put his hands in his pockets, and answered. If he could break through to Divine King before the disaster struck, he wouldn't mind pulling the Yin Huang kingdom strings. But if he failed to break through, he naturally wouldn't try to be a hero, and it was time to take a step back. A short closing of the fist is for better power. Of course, he still felt that within these few years, the possibility of breaking through to the God King realm was still quite high. After all, in about 2 months, he had broken through to the sixth sky of martial god. Still need to find more experience pills for that. Little friend Lin Che, I don't know if you're interested in the Zephyr Prefecture Town Guard envoy. Just as he was lost in thought, Jiang Luoli's smiling voice came over. I knew it. Lin Che rolled his eyes in his mind. It's been a while since the people of Zephyr requested him to be the town crier, and it's been all over the internet. After all, Zephyr was directly in front of the Yunming's Great Lake Complex, and it was true that there was a lack of martial gods to hold down the fort. It's been 100 years of peace and quiet, and I didn't realize it was holding it back for the people of Zephyr. Tens of millions of Zephyr people were affected in one strike, and the dead were countless. This is the kind of thing that doesn't panic anyone who puts it on them. It couldn't be better to have a martial god-level powerhouse to hold down the fort. Well, Lin Che pondered for a moment. It's not really a big deal to be the town guardian of Zhongzhou and Zizhou. Little friend Lin Che, the Senate can offer you double the pay, legally and in compliance. Jiang Lu softly persuaded. Upon hearing this, Lin Che immediately said with great righteousness, Elder Jiang, am I that kind of person? Even if there's no pay, I'm still willing to guard Zephyr and defend the side. Jiang Luoli pursed his lips and smiled without saying anything. Right at this moment, Lin Che suddenly noticed that there were more and more lines of sight around him. It turned out that without realizing it, the two had already walked near the entrance of the banquet hall. Many of the guests exchanged pleasantries as they noticed the arrival of the two. Chapter 49, Jinhai Martial God Jiang Luoning. Hey, Red Grapefruit, your family's old man is here. Wow, go on, still so young. Last time I saw him was 10 years ago, I think. Didn't think it all looked the same at all. In the shade of the tree outside the banquet hall, Wing Knight squad member Zhang Taiyong wrapped his arms around himself and grinned a big grin. TSK, our old ancestor has a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, even if all of us children and grandchildren have hiccuped. And his old man will live. Jiang Hongyu, who was wearing sunglasses, followed Zhang Taiyong's line of sight and looked, only to see his own old ancestor and that teenager in casual clothes were walking side by side. Couldn't help but wail sadly that, ugh, my old lady used to think I was the pride of heaven, but ever since this kid came out of nowhere, I don't want to use that word anymore. My heart is tired. When she finished speaking, she turned to look at the stunningly beautiful young man next to her, his long white hair tied up in a ponytail with blue satin, draping down to his waist like a waterfall. Ice blue eyes shone like stars and moved. When they first met, Kang Hong Yuzu thought that, like her, she was a stunningly beautiful woman, but she didn't expect. What's wrong? Seemingly sensing something, Ji Chinya's line of sight shifted to look at this red-haired imperial sister in white and black dress of his own, his icy blue eyes tinged with disbelief. Captain, when are you going to take that step to reclaim your reputation as the #1 heavenly pride of the new generation? Ginger Red Grapefruit's magnificent eyes seemed to be ablaze with fire and fighting spirit. Recently, I've been experimenting with the method of resonating the condensation of spiritual energy and cold ice yuan qi. Although the progress is not very smooth, it is still the first step. As for reclaiming the reputation of the first heaven's pride, or whatever, forget it. Ji Qinya shook her head slightly, her ice blue eyes unconsciously looking towards a teenager who was in the limelight. Ever since strolling to the guest area with Jiang Luoli, the great elder of the Pillar Kingdom, Lin Che only felt a pang of heart fatigue. From time to time, there would be prominent state family heads and martial sect powerhouses coming over one by one to greet them. And as the lord of the fiefdom, he naturally could not avoid being flattered and pleasing by these several people. Jiang Lu, on the contrary, looked as normal and responded freely, making people feel like spring breeze. Master, I wish you blessings like the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain. Another congratulatory sound rang out. Lin Che raised his eyes and looked over, only to see Qin Lang Tian, the Beihai base's Xinghua envoy, leading some of his attendants as he walked this way with a smile on his face. This young martial god, who was just over 40 years old, was not only handsome and imposing, but he was also unmarried. Along the way, it immediately attracted the eyes of countless guests, secretly calculating how to betroth their daughters to this Qin martial god. There are also many pregnant young ladies around, only to feel the deer in the heart, the line of sight for a long time unwilling to move away. Luang Tian, the last beast-tide invasion in the North Sea, was really hard on you. Zhang Luli looked at this young martial god who had been raised by his own hand, and not only did he feel a little emotional. Master is really joking. Guarding the North Sea is originally my duty. There's no such thing as hard work or not. The corners of Qin Longtian's mouth rose slightly before he looked at Lin Che next to him. Elder brother Lin Che. Luangshan, how can you forget the manners you learned as an hour when you're older? Use honorifics. Hearing this, Jiang Luoli's willow brows wrinkled slightly, somewhat displeased. Oh, I'm sorry. I was a bit excited to suddenly see Ambassador Lin Jinsho, so I forgot about it. Jinsho Envoy Lin, you won't mind, will you? Qin Langtian rubbed the back of his head and hurriedly smiled with an apologetic smile. It was just that there was still some dissatisfaction building up inside. How could Master Teacher reprimand him because of an outsider? The other guests also looked different when they saw this scene. It didn't occur to him that this newly promoted junior martial god had such a high status in the Grand Elder's heart. Even the exceptionally gifted Qin Wushun was reprimanded. Don't worry, Elder Qin, I'm not that careful. Lin Che laughed lightly on the surface, but inside it was an MMP. This Qin Wushu god seemed to really want to press him, putting himself on a high pedestal as soon as he came up. However, with his current strength of the 6th heavenly layer, he could already completely care less about what this Qin martial god thought. Then I'm grateful for Jinsho Lin's understanding. By the way, Jinsho Lin didn't suffer any injuries last time when he beheaded that black dragon from Zephyr, did he? Qin Langtian forcibly suppressed the displeasure churning within him and said with a smile. Luckily, there weren't any injuries and the process was fairly easy. Looking at Lin Che's glib look, Qin Longtian's face sunk slightly. Although he didn't know the exact strength of that black dragon, but to be able to cover the entire Zephyr state, its strength was bound to be not weak. And according to what he knows about the battlefield in Zephyr, at that time, that Black Dragon King had also set up a divine grade formation that could mobilize the power of the Great Lake swarm of Yunmangs. But this kid was able to decapitate that black dragon against the Great Formation, and so lightly? What heaven has this kid cultivated to? Could it be that the legendary heavenly elemental divine body cultivation effect was that powerful? Of course, these doubts. Qin Langtun didn't ask them to his face. After all, the timing wasn't right. He had come to wish his master a happy birthday, not to ask questions. Just then, there was a clamor in the distance. Lord Jinhai, martial god, has actually come this time? Really? I saw it with my own eyes. At that time, she was still talking to the Jiang family head, and now she's probably already coming this way. Hearing the conversation of these guests, Qin Longtian's face instantly glowed with joy. This birthday elder sister had even come. Regarding this female martial god, Lin Che had also heard some legends, and some curiosity rose in his heart. Jinhai martial god, named Jiang Luning, one of the 3 pillar elders of the Yanhuang kingdom. At the same time, he was also the most gifted martial artist in this century, far surpassing the other heavenly prides of his contemporaries. This title, as of before Lin Che, came out of nowhere. Jiang Luning was born 10 years after the second global catastrophe, when the population of Yanhuang was reduced to only a few tens of millions. Her parents died due to the beast calamity, and she was adopted and raised as a baby by Jiang Lu Li, who came here to suppress the beast calamity. She had outstanding martial arts talent since she was young, and had long followed Jiang Luoli to the various states to suppress the rebellious beasts. At the age of 13, he became a full-fledged martial artist and awakened his special physique, the 9 abyssal divine body. At the age of 16, he left to become a strong martial artist. At the age of 23, he had broken through to a martial zone level powerhouse. At the age of 30, he condensed his Yuan Shin power and opened the Divine Mansion. Later on, he spent 10 years creating his own divine level technique, the 9 abyssal sea suppression decree. After that, he advanced all the way up, and at the age of 60, he stepped into the 9th heaven of martial god and became the 3rd Zhanggue elder. It is also the only town elder born so far in this century. Currently, he is over 80 years old and has been defending the eastern continent for more than 40 years. Along the way, he witnessed the Yanhuang kingdom go from withering and decaying to thriving and prosperous. In the hearts of countless people, there was a high level of prestige. Lord Jinhai, martial god. Goddess Jinhai is here. Go over and take a look. As Jiang Luoning came along with the various generations of the Jiang family, the distant intersection was instantly surrounded by a large number of guests. Loring is much more popular than an old man like me. Jiang Li watched the scene from afar and smiled and snickered. Come on, let's go over there too. Chapter 50, Big Star Ji Xiaoming. Lord Jiangzu is here. Make way for Lord Jiangzu. Soon, the guests who had gathered around made way for an avenue. That teenager is this year's newly promoted town guard envoy, right? Damn, ruthlessly envious. He's only 18 years old this year, and he's cultivated to the martial god realm. If I hadn't gotten the seal of approval from the state, I wouldn't even dare to believe it now. Yin Huang Godchild, I super worship you. Lord Linke, I want to marry you. Dense lines of sight were projected all around, with a strong sense of excitement and curiosity. Compared to Jiang Zhu and the veteran martial god Qin Langtian, the point of discussion was still more on the teenager in casual clothes. The result made Lin Che's scalp numb from listening to it, and he couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground to drill into. Sinning, why did he have to follow Elder Jiang to this kind of place? He secretly found a place to watch, not just... But having come, Lin Che could only walk forward with a hard head and a flat face against the sight of countless guests. It's all about his superb acting skills when he's out and about. Following Elder Jiang along the way, Lin Che finally met that legendary female martial god. Only to see Jiang Luoning dressed in a long azure dress. Her face was absolutely beautiful and tranquil. Her azure eyes were unperturbed, and her long black hair fell down to her waist like a waterfall, dancing with the wind. At this moment, it was steadily coming in with low blue heels, with a group of Jiang clan and their personal disciples following closely behind it. It was a little soft. Lin Che blinked and muttered in his heart. Senior brother, long time no see. After greeting them one by one, Jiang Luoning looked at the clean-cut young man who had followed along. The rippling blue eyes were more than a little curious. Little friend Lin Che, hello. Master teacher has mentioned you to me many times, ascending to the position of martial god at the age of 18, unrivaled in the world. Thank for the compliments, Senior Jiang. Afterward, the crowd proceeded to the banquet hall and were seated at the banquet table in order. A total of 11 town envoys came to Jiang Zhu's birthday this time. All the others sent congratulatory gifts. By the time the party dispersed, it was evening. The setting sun renders the blue sky and white clouds golden. What's next, Lord Town Councilor? The entrance to the hall wasn't much farther away, and Xia Weiyang looked at the teenager beside him and inquired. She stood silently on the steps, the hem of her white trench coat uniform hanging down to her ankles, the setting sun stretching her reflection. When will the Summer City Lord and the others go back? Lin Che stretched his back and asked with a curious glance back. Grandpa and the others are returning to LA tomorrow morning, and there's a performance event tonight, so they might stay a little longer. What gig? It's a concert by a very famous legendary singer, Ji Xiaoming. I grew up listening to her. As if recalling something wonderful, Xia Weiyang's originally cold face revealed a smirk. Legendary singers? Any hot singers lately? Lin Che looked at Xia Weiyang's moving face with a smeared smile and instantly recalled the short videos he had brushed these days. But it still doesn't seem to come back to me. It was an old singer who had long since retired 20 or 30 years ago, and it was a huge hit at the time. Xia Weiyang's autumn water almond eyes glared slightly as she took out a poster, her voice no longer as flat as usual. It's so pretty, that said, white hair and red eyes. Is this some kind of special physique? Lin Che glanced at it and was instantly a bit surprised. On the poster, there was a great beauty in an elegant long dress, with white hair and red eyes, and a curved crescent moon, filled with a sweet and gracious smile. No, I heard she dyed it. It was a popular style at the time, so she kept it. And it's as if this sister's singing voice carries magical powers. Every time I listen to her, it's as if I can fall into a beautiful dream. Even the mind and body are delighted after listening to it. Songs with magical powers? Really? So amazing. Lin Che was a little surprised and looked at the stunningly beautiful woman on the poster a few more times. Then again, does this big star also practice martial arts? Still so young after so many years of retirement. I guess so. Her cultivation level seems to be the same as mine, also in the martial master realm, so her appearance is well maintained. It's just that I didn't hear anything for so many years. I thought she retired and married someone else. I didn't expect to be back on the singer-songwriter circuit and touring this month. I guess she wants to sing again, which is normal. She's a person who really loves music purely. Xiao Wei-yang twittered. Lin Che still saw this secretary general like this, and it was obvious that she really liked that big star named Ji Xiaoming. Did you get the tickets? Huh. Xiao Wei-yang was first stunned. Then her eyebrows arched. Is Lord Town Guardian preparing to watch the concert? The tickets have already been bought. Well, Unchained, you and your family can go see it together. Lin Che pondered for a moment. If it's not too late in the evening, I'll go over. Is there anything else for the evening, Lord Town Councilor? Do you need my help? Xiao Weiyang collected herself and returned to work. No need. The great elders and the others are looking for me for something. I guess it's another conversation or something. I don't know how long it'll take. I'm giving you the night off, Lin Che said with a smile. So it is. Xiao Weiyang nodded thoughtfully, then spread her smile and said, Then I'll thank you, Lord Town Councilor, and you can take this ticket and get in until 9 o'clock. Tisk. Looking at Xiao Weiyang's brisk pace all the way, Lin Che couldn't help but smile a little. He looked at the concert tickets in his hand. Ji Xiaoming, the show time is from 8 to 10 in the evening. Not far above the steps. Loring, are we holding this kid up? Grand Elder Jiang Lu Li said with an odd expression. Master, I'm not sure. Jiang Luning shook her head slightly. She was not good at matters of love. Hearing his daughter's answer, Jiang Lu Li's face darkened, forgetting that this was also an emotional idiot. I'm afraid if he had been a little more enlightened, he would have had grandchildren. The two of them moved and arrived in front of Lin Che. Good day, two elders. What is it that you guys are looking for me for? I've collected quite a few exotic treasures over the years. Would little friend Lin Che be interested in going to see if there's anything he needs? Could it be Elder Jiang, your personal petty cash? Sort of. Hearing this, Jiang Lu Li let out a bitter smile. A great war is likely to come. It would be a waste to not use those things anymore. The three of them then left the Jiang family manor. Looking at the departing backs of the trio, Qin Longtian's face was gloomy, and he felt a little uncomfortable inside. That kid is also too highly regarded by his master. Lord Qin, where is Lord Jiangzu taking that kid? Beside him, a young adjutant in his 20s or 30s asked with some curiosity. Where else can I go? Master's Treasure Pavilion. Qin Langtian sneered. Che, this kid is also really lucky to have awakened the heavenly Yuan divine body, directly reaching heaven in one step. The young adjutant said sourly. Qin Langtian let out a deep breath and adjusted his mind before speaking faintly. Talent grows on that boy. What can you do? Lord Qin, where are we going? The Lake Island. Chapter 51. The Blossoming of Forgetfulness. Lokisura Islam. Located in the core area of the ruling division of the KYW base. This is also the place where Jiang Lu Li's daily office resides. It's surrounded by heavy guards, and no one can enter without a permit. Over the Lake Island, Lin Che followed the two elders and arrived here. The lake reflected the golden sunset, rippling slightly. Jiang Lu Li took out a specially made Blacktown Guard Envoy Order, Jinghua. With the activation of the Blacktown Guard Envoy's order, the formations lurking around them were instantly in operation. A large whirlpool began to appear in the sparkling center area of the lake. A large palace then slowly rose up. Hiss, want to go in the water? Looking at this scene, Lin Che immediately asked with some curiosity. Protected by a formation. Jiang Lu Li softly explained. This is the core area of the entire Jinghua Base City Cluster formation, which is usually guarded by me personally. In this treasure pavilion, was also set up by the previous generation's Grand Elder to privately reward the proud sons of heaven with outstanding martial arts talent. So it is. Lin Che nodded thoughtfully. No wonder he was invited. It seems that he is that heaven's pride son with outstanding martial arts talent. He then followed the two elders inside the treasure pavilion. But what came to his eyes was not a variety of divine light overflowing with precious medicines and divine weapons, but instead a variety of dull and dull scrap iron rune paper, arranged in a booth as if it were a museum. Isn't that disappointing? Jiang Lu Li covered her mouth and snickered. Back when Luan Ning and Luang Tian came here for the first time, they had the exact same expression as you, full of dismay. Jiang Luning's azure eyes were slightly annoyed. At first, she was filled with joy, thinking that her master was going to reward her with divine-level treasures. It turned out to be a pile of broken brass. The corners of Lin Che's mouth twitched slightly as he cried and laughed a little. It was also true that if there were really any god-grade heavenly treasures, why didn't he go to the martial god's treasure trove to exchange them for merit? But these scrap iron runes? Lin Che stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the exhibit tables within the palace. Although these things are unimpressive and dull, they are all special items unearthed from some ancient relics or secret territories. Almost every piece has something special about it. Little friend Lin Che, you can use your Yuan Shun power to sense it, and if it resonates with you, you can take it away and make it work. Behind him, Elder Jiang and Jiang Luaning followed, both a little curious about what items this teenage heavenly pride would choose. This talisman. Next to booth number 9, Lin Che stopped in his tracks. He saw symbols representing infinite space on this rune. However, the spatial power on this talisman paper had long since dissipated over the long years, nearly reduced to waste paper. When Jiang Lu Li and Jiang Lu Ning saw Lin Che stop, they looked at the ancient and simple talisman paper made of unknown materials. This talisman paper is from the ruins of civilization number 6, and many other talisman papers were unearthed during the same period, only that the vast majority of them have become ineffective. Little friend Lin Che, have you found anything? Jiang Lu Li asked curiously. I see symbols representing space on this rune paper. Space symbols? Jiang Luoli was a bit surprised. Regarding the laws of space, even a top martial god like him had yet to comprehend them. And Lin Che could even tell at a glance? You mean the graphic ideograms on this rune are space? It should be, whenever I see this symbol, it's like I'm seeing the infinite space. Little friend Lin Che, why don't you take this talisman paper back to study it? It's okay. Lin Che nodded. He suddenly wanted to imitate a spatial spirit talisman out. If it really can be copied, it would definitely be a big seller. Several people then looked toward the other booths one by one. It had to be said that many of the divine weapons here had lost their spirit due to age and had become scrap metal. When he arrived at booth number 99, Lin Che once again stopped in his tracks. It was a 3-foot ancient sword, not knowing what material it was made of, and its body was as dark as the endless night sky. He stopped because the system's voice appeared in his head. Ding! Divine King level inheritance detected. Is it to be inherited? God King level inheritance? Lin Che's heart jumped, and he instantly felt like he couldn't move his eyes away. This ancient sword is very odd. No matter how much Yuan Qi and spiritual power is injected into it, it doesn't respond, as if it's an abyss. And it was like it was unsharpened. It didn't have any killing power, and in the end, it could only be put into the treasure cabinet to be treasured. Seeing Lin Che stop, Elder Jiang explained the origin of this ancient sword again. Landing on the blue planet along with a meteorite from the sky? It's really rare. After hearing this, Lin Che immediately guessed that this might be an ancient inheritance left behind by some unknown power. Elder Jiang, I really like this sword. Then take it with you, and let it see the sunshine outside too. Jiang Lu Li shook his head and smiled. The sword has been in circulation for many years, but it's all just sitting on the shelf as a decoration. He had scanned it many times with his Yuan Shin power, but the results were stone cold and unresponsive, so he could only leave it here to eat dust. It would be best if someone could really unlock the mysteries of this heavenly sword. After a period of excursion, Lin Che finished looking at over 100 collections in the entire Treasures Pavilion. In the end, he only took 2 pieces, the spatial talisman paper as well as that heavenly sword. After that, he bid farewell to the 2 Jingguo elders and left the lake island. Nightfall. The bustling city center is neon and bright. The venue where seasonal summer dreams sang was crowded and dimly lit. Countless people waved glow sticks and swayed to the relaxing and upbeat songs. As a superstar singer from 2 or 3 decades ago, now returning with a vengeance, it naturally generated a high level of buzz across the internet. Countless people have come to visit. Tickets for the concerts were even more hyped. Even if you didn't get a ticket and couldn't get in, there were many people walking around outside the concert listening to the songs. Even the organizers thoughtfully put up a big screen so you could see the live stage from outside. And at that moment, Lin Che was strolling outside the concert. Of course, he didn't miss the time, he just didn't bother going in. Anyway, for him, there was no difference at all between listening outside and inside the press. Inside the big screen was the main character of this concert, Ji Xiaoming. Despite being in her 50s or 60s, the years seemed to have left no mark on her face at all. White hair and red eyes, an elegant white dress, holding a microphone, a sweet smile rippling across her stunning face. Xiao Weiyang said the big star's voice had magic. After listening for a while, Lin Che realized that there seemed to be something. The other party's voice carried a special kind of yuan qi fluctuation, one that could build a scene for a person to immerse themselves in. Whether the built scene is good or bad is entirely up to this singer-songwriter. As he arrived, it was halfway through the half. It didn't take long for the concert to come to a close. Ji Xiaoming, a big star, also sang her last song, Forgetting the Blossoms. The songs are felicitous and the scenes built are simple. There is a beautiful flower in this world that can make people forget the sadness and sorrows of life. Let people always revel in joy and live a happy and joyful life. It's clearly a light-hearted, happy song. But for some reason, Lin Che heard a hint of calm sadness. Chapter 52. Returning to the base, Forgetfulness Flower Shop. The day after the concert, Lin Che and Xiao Weiyang returned to the Central State Town Hall again in a special airplane. Xiao Weiyang began to deal with handing over various matters again. Instead, he returned to the cultivation room, taking out the black sword that he had obtained yesterday within the Grand Elder's Treasure Pavilion. Void Burial. Contains a Divine King-level sword intent inheritance. Looking at the information notes given by the system, Lin Che's heart burst with ecstasy. I didn't expect to pick up a Divine King-level inheritance after a trip out. Ding! Divine King-level inheritance detected. Is it to be inherited? Inheritance. Lin Che's mind moved. In the next moment, a sword intent emerged from the black sword, like an endless black night, taking in the soul. In an instant, it was as if Lin Che was in the middle of an infinite void. Endless information flooded into the mind. He saw a picture of arcane visualization presented before his eyes, and saw the evolution of the void from its birth to its collapse. This process seemed incomparably long. But by the time Lin Che came back to his senses, it was only a short 1 or 2 seconds. He rubbed his brow and muttered under his breath. The Void Burial Sword Cannon uses the process of visualizing the collapse and destruction of the void to condense the burial sword intent to destroy the void. It's worthy of being a top God King level treasure art that can directly destroy the space that all beings rely on for survival. Afterward, with a thought, Lin Che opened his personal panel. A name. Lin Qi. Level. 6th Heaven of the Martial Spirit Realm. Technique. Divine King level, she hosts Sacred Cannon. Battle techniques. Divine King Grade Entry Void Burial Sword Cannon. Divine Grade Perfection Zhenshin Battling Art. Divine Grade Perfection Floating Clouds Treading the Void. Divine Grade Perfection for Elephant Divine Martial Deity. SSS Grade Perfection Instantaneous Prison Thunder Shadow Flash. Apparatus. SSS Grade Battle Armor Black Scale and Golden Feather. High-ranking Divine Weapon, Blade of Broken Space. Middle-ranking Divine Weapon, Time and Space Magic Machine. High-ranking Divine Weapon, 9 Spectral Weak Water Dragon Pearl. Martial Arts Talents. Wudao Tongshin. Underworld Heavenly Candle Body, Taboo. Spatial Talent, Brilliant Mighty Thunder, Ice Age. Xianhuang Dragon Battle Body, Divine King. Storm Master, Divine King. I didn't think that I had just observed the destruction of the void to rebirth, and then to destruction so many times, and only just got started. Lin Che looked at the information panel and was slightly surprised. But after all, it was a Divine King level top treasure art, so it was only natural to have a bit of a donut. I'll just have to take my time to realize it later or wait for the system to sign in. After closing the system panel, Lin Che logged back into the Martial God's treasure trove within the Intelligent Terminal. Prepare to exchange for some divine cultivation resources. The last time he went to Zizhou to suppress the beast tide, he had reaped a total of 3 first-class merits and hundreds of millions of merit points. All have now been issued. After exchanging the 3 Yuan Spirit Divine Crystals, Lin Che then exchanged some of the divine level resources. This is the only way to end this shopping with satisfaction. 5 o'clock in the evening. Lin Che left the central base tower and walked towards the nearby commercial neighborhood. Every day at the end of the day, he walks along the street for a while and then arrives home. Of course, due to his special status, he was too easily recognized and thus mobbed. So whenever he left Kita, he would change into casual clothes in the living area of the townhouse. Then put on a plain human skin mask and disguise yourself as a young passerby. It didn't take long for a floral scent to waft in with the evening breeze. Lin Che looked around and saw that a flower store had opened up along the street at some point. And the store was busy, with quite a line out the door. Forgotten Flower Shop? It's supposedly based on the name of that Forget the Blossom song that was a big hit on the internet. Looking at the store door from afar, Lin Che was slightly surprised. It seems that the big singer named Ji Xiaoming is really hot these days, and there are people imitating that song Forgetting to Blossom to open a flower store. Have you heard? In a day or two, Ji Xiaoming will be coming to our Luotian base for a concert. Really? 1,000 times over, she's already been to our central state. I saw it on her video feed, and she's going over to Zephyr afterward for a national tour. Alas, it's a shame that the tickets are too expensive for us poor students to afford. Hey, look, there seems to be a new forgotten flower shop over there. It's not rubbing it in, is it? I guess so. There's a pretty big line. Let's go over there and check it out. A steady stream of voices came from the street at the curb. Just in time for the end of the school day, there was a steady stream of pedestrians. It didn't take long for that new florist to fill up with people. Inside the flower store, there were constantly people coming out with pots of spiritual plants in their hearts. Lin Che glanced carefully for a few moments. What variety of spirit plant is this? It's quite pretty. Only on the potted plant, the spirit plant bloomed with blue-white flowers, and the edges of the petals were flooded with faint silver spots of light, as gorgeous as a dreamy sky. It gives off a light fragrance that is pleasant. It's a pity that there are too many people, or I would go over and buy a pot to look at. The next few days, Lin Che would see a large and growing number of people buying flowers here every time he passed by. Demand exceeds supply every day. And this was uploaded online, and many people within the comment section amped it up and recommended it specifically. It says that the flowers are beautiful, and the fragrance of the flowers is particularly light and pleasant. The most important thing is that this flower can make people sleep peacefully and have a beautiful dream. A beautiful dream that you never want to wake up from. This flower is also known as the forget-me-not flower. Moreover, some experts have researched and claimed that forget-me-not flowers have the effect of calming the mind and helping to sleep, which is very helpful for people who are worried and have insomnia. Over time, fueled by online opinion, forget-me-nots have exploded on the internet, becoming the most popular flower in recent years. Even big star Ji Xiaoming's hotness followed and soared once again. Listening to the song Forget the Blossoms, countless people came to a realization. It turns out that there are really forgetful flowers in this world, which can make people forget their troubles and sorrows and enjoy happiness and joy. As the heat of forget-me-nots soared, forget-me-nots florists popped up in every base city for a while. Of these, based on videos and comments uploaded online, it would be Zephyr and Midland that have the highest number of florists, making up the majority of the country. The reason is also simple. It hasn't been long since a major disaster struck the Zephyr, and countless Zephyrites have lost friends and family, and the mood is one of deep sorrow and sadness, and there is a high demand for forget-me-not flowers. And Zhongzhou was heard to be the original cultivation place of forget-me-nots, with a sea of forget-me-nots, which was being taken care of by a specialized spiritual plant company. Of course, this is just what the internet has heard. No one has ever seen that sea of forget-me-nots, and not a single photo has been circulated. Regarding the forgotten flowers that had exploded on the internet, Lin Che was just looking at the hustle and bustle. After all, spiritual plants like this that could improve the quality of sleep weren't that rare, and there were 5 or 6 of the same type on the market. Only not as inexpensive as forget-me-nots, which can be purchased for only a few $100s. This, coupled with the explosive song Forget the Flowers, has invariably contributed to the explosion of Forget the Flowers. So he didn't care too much about the matter. In addition, during the days when that big star Ji Xiaoming was touring in central China, he was also preparing for the job matters of serving as the town guardian of Zhezhou. Chapter 53, Sea of Forgetful Flowers, Heavenly Kingdom of Ultimate Bliss. After the preparations for taking up the post of Zephyr Town Councilor were completed, the official Zephyr State officials also immediately released a video officially announcing that Lin Che would serve as the Zephyr State's town guardian, as well as the Central State's town guardian. This official announcement video was released and immediately caused a furor online. One man to guard 2 states. It could be said that throughout the history of the Yanhuang Kingdom, there had never been such a move. But there's also very little naysaying on the internet. It's all praise. After all, the water demon scourge in Zhezhou was the one that the teenage Jinghua envoy had personally led the troops to quell. And it took just under a week. In this special era where the greatness of heaven and earth were all in one place, the strong were undoubtedly the most worshipped. The people of Zephyr were even more delighted. They had hoped that a strong person would be able to defend Yun Mingze, but they didn't expect their wish to come true. In addition, these days, Lin Che had not only prepared for matters related to his position as Zephyr State's town marshal. There is also frequent travel to and from the battleship Taiyei for daily check-ins. With the blessing of the God King level special scenario, he had harvested quite a few God level rare resources. Even the SSS grade battle skill, instant prison thunder shadow flash, an explosive displacement battle skill, had been upgraded to the divine grade consummation, thunder god instant shadow flash. This morning, bright sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows and onto the wide desk. Lin Che, who had nothing else to do, was studying the spatial talisman paper that he had obtained last time. Prepare to copy a space spirit talisman out. Just then, a communication came from Xiao Weiyang. Lord Town Guardian, the cultivation resources you exchanged at the Martial God's treasure trove have been deposited by the escort commissioner at the designated location. In addition, there is also a set of divine grade armor that has been made, and it is the same divine grade fierce beast six-winged amethyst shimber that you killed more than 2 months ago. This delivery was pretty fast. When he saw this message, the corners of Lin Che's mouth instantly rose slightly. Immediately, he got up and left the townhouse to retrieve the courier package that was stored in the base tower. A few minutes later, Lin Che returned to the office. He took out several piles of divine grade talisman paper made from special materials and another talisman pen for drawing. Compared to the prosperity of the potion discipline in Yinhuang country, the spirit symbol discipline could only be considered a niche genre. For one thing, it's just getting started and hasn't been in development for too long. Secondly, it is expensive and only the rich can afford it. But even so, the influence of the spiritual symbols discipline should not be underestimated. After all, it is simple, convenient, and easy to use. Lin Che hadn't covered this aspect of knowledge before. However, with the powerful Yuan Shin power, it was still easy to draw some simple medium and low-rank spirit talismans. This time, he had exchanged a set of divine grade spiritual symbol supplies within the Martial God's treasure trove. The purpose was to copy that space spirit talisman. Soon, Lin Che began to copy the spatial symbols on the talisman paper with his Yuan Shin power against the spirit talisman. The process of drawing required concentration, and the slightest distraction could cause the rune pattern to distort and bend. For him, a powerful martial god, copying these simple spatial symbols was simply easy. It didn't take long to finish a finished product. The next step was to inject the power of space. The morning rushed by. Could it be that I'm actually a rune genius? Lin Che couldn't help the corners of his mouth from rising as he looked at the 3 talismans on the desktop. Though with 30 pieces of talisman paper, only 3 ended up being successful. The others were either scrapped on the spot due to power fluctuations, or in the process of making them, they were distracted and touched the power of space and disappeared. But at least it managed to replicate the space spirit talisman. After Lin Che's test, he discovered that the spatial power contained in these spirit talismans could instantly move a maximum of 100 meters. If he were to improve it some more, he might even be able to instantly move even farther. Mid-September. After refining the cultivation resources that had arrived, Lin Che's strength increased to the late 6th heavenly layer. It was also only about 10,000 strands of Yuan Shin power away from consummation. During this period of time, he signed out quite a few more heavenly materials and elixirs. For example, the Yuan longevity pill that can increase lifespan by 100 years, the Shinmu X ion that can heal wounds, and so on. In the evening of that day, just as he was preparing to head to the Yuan Central Realm once again to hunt ferocious beasts and search for precious medicines. Instead, the terminal suddenly received an urgent notification from the town hall. It's urgent. The beast god cult is in rebellion in many parts of Huangzhou and the eastern continent. After clicking in for a quick look, Lin Che couldn't help but furrow his brows. This group of beast god cults were really capable of making a demon, and they were making blood sacrifices at various satellite bases and remote bases in the eastern continent and Huangzhou. After thinking about it, Lin Che decided that it would be better to be stationed in the present world for the time being. He held the power of space, and if there was a beast god cult scourge in any of the places he was guarding, he would just instantly move over and crush these evil devil apprentices to death in the first place. Over the next few days, according to the first line of information held by the town hall, after the officials of the eastern continent and Huangzhou were attracted to the attention of the beast god sect, those giant beasts of the eastern and northern seas were also once again making small moves. Even the South Sea Siren Kingdom, which had not moved for a long time, seemed to have revived and started to make things happen. It caused all the coastal bases of Yinhuang Kingdom to enter a state of first-degree combat readiness. However, the Central State and Zephyr State, which Lin Che was guarding, were safe and sound during this time. Zephyr, not long after the catastrophe, is also methodically working on its base rebuilding program under the tens of billions of dollars of reconstruction funds allocated by the Senate. During this time, that big star, Ji Xiaoming, had also left Zhongzhou and went on a tour to many places in Zhejiang. The heat has been high on the internet for a long time. Along with that, Forgetfulness Flower Shop has been opening more and more in Zephyr, and the sales are getting higher and higher. Many Zephyrs still trapped in the shadows of the past are more than a handful. After they got their hands on it, they were surprised to find that this beautiful forget-me-not flower could actually make them forget their past fears and pains. The only beautiful thing is that you still have to face this bloody reality every day when you wake up from sleep. Zephyr, near the capital of Yunming, a satellite base called Chushui. After the scourge of the aquatic ferocious beasts, this county-sized satellite base was rebuilt once again, and many citizens affected by the disaster were resettled here. In recent times, the spiritual plant company that grows and cultivates forget-me-nots has purchased a large amount of land from the local government here, and is in the process of establishing a large-scale cultivation and breeding base for forget-me-nots. Along with the satellite bases around the Chushui base, as well as the Yunming capital, a large number of forget-me-not flower stores had appeared, and it's selling like hotcakes with demand outstripping supply. Although the plantation does not allow passersby to go in and visit the site, a large number of videos of the sea of forget-me-nots have been captured. The sea of flowers was blue and white, rippling with the wind and flickering with a bit of spiritual light, just like a dreamy sky, extremely beautiful. Once released, there was an extremely high level of heat, causing millions of netizens to like and pay attention to the retweet. Of course, there are a lot of netizens who are puzzled. Isn't this a new incubator? Why are there tons of forget-me-nots blooming within days of being built? In response, the spiritual plant company called Forgotten Heaven responded that the forget-me-not flower, with its short growth cycle, only takes about a month from the time the seed breaks ground and germinates. After research by experts in the field, it was found that this is indeed the case with their growth cycle. Late that night, a flying car passed the identity verification and entered inside the Forgotten Flower Cultivation Base located in the suburbs. Under a dark and pitch-black sky, the sea of forgotten flowers bloomed with a beautiful and splendid silver-white spiritual light. Forgotten Lord, welcome. In front of the sea of flowers, a red-robed priestess saluted with respect and adoration. Behind her, an employee, dressed in gray robes, stood in two long rows with a frenzied demeanor. The car door opened, and the black high heels under the cover of the long red dress stepped out first, revealing the backs of her white feet. This moment has finally arrived. The woman clad in a black robe to hide her face, her vermilion lips gently opened, her voice loving. She looked up at the sea of flowers, her rosy eyes demonically beautiful in the night. Chapter 54. The Will of the Flower Sea Descends. The sea of silver and white flowers is gorgeous in the darkness of the night. Are the holy weapons and spells ready? The red-eyed woman clad in black robes walked towards the depths of the sea of flowers on her high heels, her red skirt swaying in the wind like a stream of fire. Behind her, the red-clothed woman priest said respectfully, Lord Forgetfulness, everything is ready. Very well, Lord Flower God is about to descend, and we will finally return to the ultimate heavenly kingdom. The red-eyed woman in black robes nodded slightly, her voice flat but with a hint of weariness. We believers welcome the coming of Lord Flower God to welcome the suffering beings on earth to the kingdom of ultimate bliss and to enjoy ultimate bliss for all eternity. Upon hearing this news, the congregants around them were overjoyed, their eyes wild. The land of ultimate bliss, that is a world free from worries and sorrows, where all desires and thoughts are realized. It's like a beautiful and tantalizing dream for extreme pleasure. Although they, the devotees, have not yet reached the land of ultimate bliss, they have practically experienced the wonders of the land of ultimate bliss. This moved their hearts, and they could not wait to immediately travel to the land of ultimate bliss and enjoy the wonders of ultimate bliss forever. Soon, the formation set up by the red-clothed priests activated. The red-eyed woman named Forgetfulness walked into the center of the formation, and the rest of the congregants knelt down and prayed with words on their lips. In the center of the formation, black and red energy flowed in accordance with the formation pattern, emitting a powerful astral wind. The woman took off the hood of her black robe, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, devoid of sadness and joy, with red eyes that were bland. It was clearly the big star Ji Xiaoming, who had recently re-emerged in popularity. Ji Xiaoming stretched out her plain hand and removed the black and red sword hairpin with a tassel hanging on her head, and her long white hair that had been coiled up fell and fluttered like a waterfall. The flower of the kingdom of heaven descends on this day. She raised her eyes to look at the dark void, and the black and red sword hairpin in her hand gathered the black and red chi around her, transforming into a sword light that shot out explosively. In an instant, space shattered like a mirror. Countless forget-me-not flower scents raged out, strong and pungent. Inside the spatial rift, in that flat land, countless blue-white forget-me-not flowers bloomed with light under the night, as far as the eye could see. No one knows how big the sea of flowers is. The congregants have been mesmerized by the beautiful flowers and the rich scent of the flowers. I wish that the world's creatures would have no more sorrows and troubles. I wish that all the world's living beings would blossom and smile with happiness. I will bring ultimate happiness to the world's creatures. This is the moment when the will of the sea of flowers descends upon the world. Late night, the forget-me-not flowers in front of countless beds seemed to suddenly sway as if they were alive, releasing an even stronger aroma than usual. It was a night when the corners of the mouths of countless sleeping protagonists, men and women, young and old, large and small, were turned up. Early the next morning, on the way to the townhouse, Lin Che then saw quite a few passers-by hemming and hawing and giggling as if they had encountered something heavenly good. Hey, another good dream yesterday, and a lucid one at that. Such a coincidence, me too, It was especially cool to do whatever I wanted in that dream. I still remember it clearly even now. What did you do in your dream? This, that, I got it. By the side of the road, two students with backpacks and bicycles passed by and left a heck of a strange laugh. Really, this spirit plant is so amazing that it can even make people lucid dream. Lin Che's heart flooded with mutterings after hearing these words. At 6 or 7 a.m., the Forget-Me-Not flower shop in the Lothian base is open. In front of the store, there was a large van parked right in front of the store, looking like it was being restocked. Seeing this scene, Lin Che's heart stirred. There weren't many people in the morning, just enough to skip the line and be able to purchase the Forget-Me-Not straight away. He'd like to see if it was really that amazing, haha. Soon after, he spent $500 in the ocean on a Forget-Me-Not flower that had just bloomed. Well, it doesn't seem to feel like it. There's absolutely nothing like the feeling of feeling very happy as soon as you smell the flowers that is rumored on the internet. It was only after Lin Che's internal vision that he realized that as soon as the medicinal power of the forgotten flower scent entered his body, it would be directly melted by the CC Yuanshin power. No wonder it has no effect. It's directly immune to the medicine. Never mind, it's nice to bring it home as a decoration. Shaking his head, Lin Che arrived at the townhouse and began his day of intense and exciting fish finding. According to the latest news he got, the war machine of the Yanhuang Kingdom was currently in full swing. A large number of martial artists from various legions were dispatched to the coastal base defense line to kill the oceanic ferocious beasts that landed ashore with the help of the typhoon. A number of town guard envoys even personally joined the battlefields of the East Sea and the North Sea, killing a number of incoming god-level ferocious beasts. In addition, small groups of the Beast God sect in the back of the eastern continent and Huangzhou had sprung up like spring bamboo after the rain, doing nasty little things inside some poorly guarded satellite bases in an attempt to attract more attention. As for the more specific situation of the battle, Lin Che had no way of knowing right now. Late at night, affected by a typhoon that kicked up in East China, it was raining heavily outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the second-floor bedroom, clattering with water. The cool wind blew through with a gust of moisture, and Lin Che subconsciously wrapped the quilt around his body while playing the game. On the nightstand next to it, blue and white flowers swayed in the wind, glowing with a silvery white aura. It's past 12, so I'll go sign in inside the Tai battleship later and see what I'll sign out. Lin Che glanced at the time on the smart terminal and was just about to lift the comforter when he suddenly noticed something. It feels like the floral scent has gotten stronger. There was even a hint of decay. Lin Che frowned slightly. For some reason, he suddenly felt a hint of oddness and wrongness. The next morning, inside the town hall's office, after reporting her work, Xia Weiyang unconsciously yawned, her apricot eyes that looked like autumn water carrying some weariness. Unchained, wait. Xiao Weiyang turned around, some doubt in her eyes. Is there anything you wish to order, Lord Town Councilor? No, but looking at you, you look sleepy. Did you not sleep well yesterday? Lin Che looked at Xiao Weiyang with some suspicion, and had some hidden guesses in his heart. Hearing this, Xiao Weiyang frowned slightly. She was also a little puzzled by the fact that she had obviously had a very sweet dream yesterday, and had slept well. Why is it that when I wake up, I'm still a little sleepy, and even want to go to sleep? Thinking of this, Xiao Weiyang's almond eyes widened slightly, and she became alert inwardly. Lord Town Councilor, I'll do a full body scan later to see if some hidden disease has erupted in my body. Why don't I take a look at your body? Linky blinked. Hey. Xiao Weiyang's cool face was filled with dismay. Don't get me wrong. I'll use my Jinjutsu power to sweep it for you. Lin Che rubbed his eyebrows. Xiao Weiyang's ears were slightly red, but she still maintained her cool face and explained. Lord Town Councilor, I didn't misunderstand. I was just afraid of delaying you. Delayed? Delay in getting to work to touch the fish? Lin Che blinked and decided that it was better to hide the fact that he was touching the fish. Coughing lightly, it's fine. Scanning the body won't hold it up for long. Okay then, thank you, Lord Town Councilor. Xiao Weiyang looked at the black-robed teenager in front of her, her cool voice carrying some doubt. Do you need me to do anything? No, just ask your permission. Lin Che frowned slightly. He had already finished scanning once. There really is something wrong with that forget-me-not flower. Chapter 55. Infiltrating the Forgotten Flower Cultivation Base. Scanned by the power of the Jinjutsu, he realized that Xiao Weiyang's lungs had developed a spore-like, fungus-like substance. Red dust particles, kind of like pollen, more like seeds. These subtle substances are emitting fluctuations that lure the host to sleep and into that wonderful dream world. As for what happens after the host goes to sleep, that's unclear. When he thought of so many people up and down the country purchasing forget-me-not flowers, Lin Che couldn't help but wrinkle his brows. It looks like he's going to have to look into this and try to take precautions. Lord Town Councilor, is my hidden disease serious? Looking at the black-robed teenager who was wrinkling his brows, Xiao Weiyang was instantly a bit stunned. She usually lived a regular life and was standardized and reasonable in her practice and diet. It's reasonable that the body shouldn't have such a big hidden disease, right? Ahem, it wasn't serious. It's sorted out now. After Shi He Yuan Shin power traveled through Xiao Weiyang's body in all directions, all of these spore fungal substances were extinguished. Xiao Weiyang only felt as if she had been basking in the sun. Her body was warm. Even the mental state was renewed, and that sleepiness was gone. Before she could inquire, she heard Lin Che speak. Weiyang, about that forget-me-not flower that's been so hot lately, are there any experts doing research on it? Although puzzled, Xiao Weiyang quickly answered. Yes, Lord Town Councilor. Recently, Dr. Xie from the Spirit Plant Research Center has been doing research studies in this area. I'll go back and organize the research information about the forget-me-nots and give it to you. Just after saying those words, Xiao Weiyang's body paused. She wasn't an idiot and quickly figured out why Lord Town Councilor wanted the research information on the Forgotten Flower. Lord Town Councilor, you suspect that the Forgotten Flower is a safety hazard? There was some surprise in the cool voice. Exactly. Lin Che nodded his head slightly, his obsidian-like eyes a bit gloomy. I've just seen a number of tiny particles in your lungs that are of the same family as the forget-me-not flower, and suspect that the flower is behind your drowsiness. I've solved your problem, but there are estimated to be millions of other citizens within Yin Huang who have the same problem. You immediately take that Dr. Shea and get some patients to study and investigate the nature of those fine red spores. Let's see if there are any other adverse conditions besides drowsiness. Xiao Weiyang was stunned while understanding that this matter was of great importance. I understand, Lord Town Guardian. She then left in a hurry. On the other side, Lin Che also began to retrieve the information related to the Forgotten Flower. After some roaming in the Luo Shin database, his eyes finally locked onto a spiritual plant company called Extreme Bliss Heavenly Kingdom. The Forget-Me-Not Flower is exactly one of the explosive spiritual plants released by this company. He even took it upon himself to open hundreds of Forget-Me-Not florists at major bases, in order to meet the needs of the market. Recently, a new cultivation base for forget-me-not flowers was even built at the Chushui base in Zizhou. Why don't we go to the Chushui base and investigate that cultivation base? Thinking of this, Lin Che immediately took action. After a change of clothes, he disguises himself as an ordinary, casual teenager. He then piloted the space demon god machine and after inputting the coordinates, he instantly jumped to the outskirts of Chushui base. According to the guidance of the navigation, Lin Che quickly found this newly constructed forgotten flower cultivation base. The security of the entire cultivation base is extremely strict, except for the transportation trucks can go to and fro. All idle people are exempted from entering. In fact, it serves as the base for the Netflix that exploded onto the internet. There were quite a few young men like him who came on their little electric donkeys. All of them are just idly coming over to clock in and take a ride. Of course, it would be a beautiful thing to see the endless sea of forget-me-nots and take photos to upload. Traffic and heat directly quake to increase upwards. With the mindset of getting attention, there were quite a few young bloggers quietly discussing how to sneak in and take pictures. Lin Che was eavesdropping right next to them. In fact, he was figuring out how to sneak in and observe a bit. Today, I met these two young bloggers and I was able to find organization. These two bloggers are cousins, one big and one small. It also has a small following of tens of thousands of followers on short video platforms and has been lukewarm. I've seen forget-me-nots exploding in popularity lately, so I thought I'd come over and rub it in a bit. After some exchanges, Lin Che expressed his desire to go in and take pictures as well. So the three men coincided. There was a flurry of glancing around this incubator base, looking for the best place to sneak in. At this time, the sky was gray and drizzly due to the East Island typhoon. But that didn't stop the trio from diving in. Come here, this way, this way. Soon, the older young blogger beckoned, signaling Lin Che and the two of them to hurry over. There was a high wall in front of them, but it couldn't stop the wolf-like trio. Soon, the trio tumbled inside the incubator. After looking around and realizing that no patrolling security personnel were present, Lin Che's few people were like the most thieves as they cautiously rushed towards the planting area at the back of the base. The closer you get, the stronger the scent of the flowers. It also carries the distinctive earthy fragrance of rain. Crap, a space rift. No man, this company is kind of awesome. As soon as they entered the planting area, the two young bloggers stared at each other in disbelief and gave a strange cry. Only a shattered rift in space hung low in the sky under a gray drizzle. All around, a sea of blue and white flowers swayed in the wind, scattering points of silvery white light. Shit, it's so beautiful. Quickly, upload it to the internet. We're definitely on fire this time. No, man. Why is there no internet here, grass? If you don't have internet, you don't have internet. Let's film it first. Unlike the wild excitement of the two people next to him, Lin Che's brows were slightly furrowed. How could something as dangerous as a spatial rift exist within the cultivation base of a spiritual plant company? Moreover, within the spatial rift, there was surprisingly an endless sea of forgotten flowers as well. There's something about this Aurora Heavenly Company. Just as Lin Che was thinking, he suddenly noticed that the surrounding area had been surrounded by a security group. The men were dressed in black uniforms and armed with electric batons, with impish smiles at the corners of their mouths. Looks like the Sea of Flowers is going to add 3 more nutrients today. TSA, it's really the case that if there's a way to heaven you don't go, there's no door to hell you don't break into. It just so happens that the Sea of Flowers lacks nutrients to nourish it, and these 3 little brats broke in. That's right. Even though it's just mosquito meat, it's still a contribution to our enjoyment in the ultimate heavenly kingdom in the future. Listening to these words, Lin Che's brows furrowed in thought. Holy shit. What do you guys want? We're tourists. Right. And it's a legal society now, so don't mess around, and watch out, I'll call the police. The 2 young men beside him were completely flustered. They just sneaked over to shoot a video. Where have they seen such a big battle? Even if he wanted to run, I'm afraid it would be difficult to escape from these dozens of security now. Call the police? Oh, the signals here are all blocked, kid. Who are you calling the police to? Unbridled jeers rang out. The leader then sneered. All right, hurry up and send these 3 brats on their way. Don't delay my old man from playing cards. On the road, the 2 young bloggers were completely dumbfounded and stared. You're not going to kill us, are you? Not so much, right, big brother. We just sneak in to take pictures and punch in. It's not like we're breaking the law of heaven. Right at this moment, Lin Che suddenly said, You guys aren't cultists of the beast god cult, are you? Oh, I can't believe we've been found out. Yes, we are the cultists. A few of the approaching cultists gave a sardonic laugh, and the electric batons in their hands cracked and snapped. How is this possible? No, isn't this the company of the kingdom of ultimate bliss? How could you be the beast god cult? The 2 young bloggers shook their heads like rattlesnakes, unable to accept this cruel fact. Fool, The extreme bliss heavenly kingdom is our beast god's sex property. Huh. Well, don't bullshit them. Kill them early. End it early. Just as the cultist smiled and approached, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. Wait. Lord Forgetfulness has ordered them to test the flower seeds. Chapter 56, Elder Ji Xiameng. Greetings, Priestess Sama. A woman in a red dress and jeans was seen approaching, and the rest of the security staff bent over and clasped their fists. Test the flower seeds? How do I test it? Lin Che's three people looked at this scene in disbelief, not knowing whether they should cry or laugh. Good news, no need to be clubbed to death. Bad news is going to be used as a test case. You three are also lucky. After taking this forgetfulness flower powder, soon you will be able to forget your fears and worries. The woman in red took out the bottle containing the pollen and looked at Lin Che's trio with a cold smile. You're breaking the law. Yeah. The police won't leave you cultists alone if we go missing. The two young bloggers turned pale, and their words stuttered with fear. They looked left and right at the grinning cultists, and their hearts fell into despair. You really don't know what's good for you. This is a miraculous pill that will allow you to travel to the kingdom of heaven. How many people beg for it and still can't get it? The woman in red's voice was cold. You guys hold these three brats down and break their mouths open. No, you guys stay back. Shit, run. The two young bloggers subconsciously stepped back, then turned violently to try to escape. But they were surrounded by reformed cultists, and it was simply not something that the two of them ordinary people could deal with. In less than 3 seconds, the two were held down, filled with despair and endless regret in their hearts. Had they known that this was the lair of the beast god cult, they wouldn't have come over even if they were beaten to death. You seem pretty calm, pretty boy. The woman in red looked at Lin Che, who was standing still, and said with interest. No, he's just stunned. The two young bloggers being held down thought with some desperation. This priestess Sama, you just said that this pollen can allow us to enter the kingdom of ultimate bliss. How do we enter? Lin Che raised his eyes and inquired with some curiosity. The woman in red frowned. There was something wrong with this kid. Ordinary people would have already lost their minds in fear when they saw this scene. And this kid was even able to talk and laugh. It's simple. Just taste the pollen and you'll see. Just eat it and you'll be eternally happy. The red-clothed woman looked incomparably infatuated. Bullshit. Why don't you guys eat such a good thing? You're just experimenting on us? You beasts. Evil demons. Let go of me. Bastards. Next to him, the older young blogger kept struggling and hissing. But after taking a few hits, it was instantly honest. Oh, we are the enforcers of the kingdom of heaven on earth. And when the mission is completed, we will return to the kingdom of heaven. The woman in red glanced at him coldly. Her words were full of dislike. Forget it. It's better to beat goods like you to death with a messy stick, so that you don't even know how to enjoy your blessings. Huh? No, my lord, I was wrong. I'm willing to enter the kingdom of heaven. I'm willing to be experimented on. Looking around at the electric batons that were splitting and snapping, and the evil demonic disciples that were revealing fierce smiles, panicked voices begging for forgiveness continued to ring out. But the woman in red just sneered, and the surrounding cultists laughed as they raised their electric batons, then smashed them down hard. No! A mournful, desperate voice rang out. At that moment, the world fell silent. The surrounding crowd stood as still as statues, not moving a muscle. Lin Che walked to the woman in red, and the other party's hand holding the pollen vase was still trembling slightly. It seemed to be fighting desperately against the frozen space around it. Lin Che took the pollen vase from this beast god cult priest and glanced inside. Only a myriad of fine red dust was seen inside, with a familiar rich scent. Heck, it was that spore fungus-like substance. Kind of interesting, just decided it was you. Lin Che looked around and arrived in front of the cultist who was holding his electric baton high and showing a fierce smile. The pollen vial was then placed under the other man's nose as he looked on in horror. Between tiny breaths, the red pollen kept entering the other side. The amount of pollen in these flowers is hundreds of times greater than the spores that the forget-me-not flower secretly releases in the middle of the night. It didn't take long before changes began to rapidly occur within the cultist. In order to observe this reaction more closely, Lin Che lifted the spatial solidification. Instantly, everyone in the room was relieved. At the same time, the crowd of cultists looked at the casual teenager in front of them with shocked faces. Just now, they were as if they had been subjected to a fixation spell, as if their limbs had been frozen, and they could not move at all. It's horrible. What? What the hell are you? The red-clothed woman's shocked face held deep scorn. Me? Lin Che raised an eyebrow, then removed the human skin mask from his face, revealing the teenager's clear face. Recognize it now? You're Lin Che, the Central State Town Guardian? The woman in red was filled with dismay. Then panic was visible to the naked eye. What? It's that Yin Huang divine son? It's over. Our stronghold has been discovered by him. The surrounding cultists also panicked. The name of Yin Huang divine son Lin Che was a formidable one within their beast god sect. It had only been a short month or two, and 2 black-robed elders had died within their sect. Not to mention them, the ordinary religious. The 2 young bloggers were so full of confusion that they felt like they were dreaming today. It's fucking outrageous. Divine Son Sama, you came a few days earlier than I expected. I was expecting to wait until a large number of people were experiencing lethargy before you came to my door. Just then, a loving and melodious voice came. Lin Che turned to look, only to see the stunningly beautiful woman clad in black robes stepping on black hollowed-out high heels, her red skirt hanging down, revealing her white calves. White hair and red eyes. Lin Che's eyes stared slightly. Ji Xiaoming, what an honor to be remembered by the divine Prince Ama's name. Ji Xiaoming took off her hood, her long white hair falling open, her magnificent eyes containing a smile. I didn't expect Big Star Ji to be an elder of the Beast God sect, so you're the one behind the Forgetful Flower? Exactly. Ji Xiaoming admitted it with a big smile. I'm not hiding it from Lord Townkeeper. I've wanted to push the Forgetfulness Flower to the whole country for a long time, but I'm just suffering from a lack of timing. What is the purpose of your doing this? For that so-called kingdom of ultimate bliss? Lin Che frowned and asked in confusion. Yes, it is all for the purpose of bringing all people to the land of ultimate bliss. Ji Xiaoming's voice was light, but firm and strong. To make all people smile and live the life they dreamed of. She came to the beast god cultist who had taken the pollen. The rest of the group's eyes went to her, only to see that the devotee had already gulped his breath and died at that moment, his body blooming with a blue-white forget-me-not flower, rooted in flesh and blood, yet holy and beautiful. He has traveled to the land of ultimate bliss. Ji Xiaoming looked at the happy smile that remained on that religious man's face, and the corners of her mouth also rippled with a smile. She loved it when people smiled. That way she would be happy along with them for a long time. When she was a little girl, she loved listening to music in her family's flower store and looking out at the bright sunshine and flowers. Growing up, she also wanted to share this joy with as many people as possible. To that end, she began her journey as a part-time musician. Unfortunately, she doesn't have the same exceptional talent as other musicians, and even her voice isn't that great. Becoming a popular indie singer will always be an unattainable dream in her life, until the will of that sea of flowers chose her. Everything has changed. Perhaps she and the sea of flowers share the same traits. Bring happiness and joy to as many people as possible. Chapter 57. The Kingdom of Paradise. The Great War begins. Ji Xiaoming was heard to say, he has traveled to the land of ultimate bliss. The surrounding cultists immediately showed envy, wishing that they were the ones sucking the pollen at that moment. The 2 young bloggers, on the other hand, looked at this scene, but their faces turned pale and they couldn't stop trembling. If Lord Godson hadn't been present, I'm afraid they would have become nourishment for those flowers as well. Just thinking about the image of the forgotten flower just growing out of the corpse, the 2 of them felt a vicious chill. Becoming the sustenance of the forgetfulness flower is what you mean by traveling to the land of ultimate bliss? Lin Che was infuriated and laughed, but he couldn't stop laughing at the thought that so many people up and down the country might be infected with the forget-me-not spore fungus. If left unattended, I'm afraid it will really be what Ji Xiaoming said. The whole country will first suffer from lethargy and then grow forgetful flowers in their bodies. They are not the sustenance of forget-me-nots. Ji Xiaoming shook her head slightly, her rosy red eyes full of seriousness. Instead, they are incarnated as forget-me-nots, and the spirit enters into the world of flowers and enjoys joy and happiness. If Lord Town Guardian doesn't believe me, I'm willing to open the gate of heaven for you, and you can verify it yourself with your Yuanshin power. Hearing these words from Ji Xiaoming, Lin Che was silent for a moment, then laughed and said, all right, I also want to see what the ultimate heavenly kingdom you speak of is really like. The rain kept falling as the sky was clouded over. Ji Xiaoming stood amidst a sea of forgetful flowers swaying in the wind. The silver-white points of light converged and transformed into a holy portal constructed by spiritual power. Seeing this, Lin Che mobilized a CC Yuanshan power and entered within the portal. What comes into view is a sea of blue and white forget-me-nots swaying in the wind. On each blooming forget-me-not flower, a spirit sleeps, constantly emitting pleasant mental fluctuations. It seemed to be dreaming extremely happy dreams. Above the sea of flowers, a round of silver-white moonlight hangs high in the sky, dropping a stream of white light that lights up and sustains the entire world of the ultimate heavenly kingdom. Only at this time, this round of silver-white moonlight looked a bit dull. Obviously, the Lord of Heaven's kingdom had consumed too much Yuanshan power by maintaining this sea of spiritual flowers that made countless souls' dreams come true. If it is not replenished, the entire kingdom of ultimate bliss will collapse. Seeing this scene, Lin Che had figured out many things. Ji Xiaoming, the Big Star's plan, should be to use the forget-me-not flowers to put the people into a deep sleep and become part of the sea of forget-me-not flowers. And the bodies of those populace are the nourishment for the sea of flowers, providing an energy supply for the entire sea of flowers to support the kingdom of ultimate bliss. In this way, the kingdom of ultimate bliss can continue to function. However, this mode of operation of tearing down the east wall and repairing the west wall has a fatal drawback. That is, the sea of spiritual flowers in the land of ultimate bliss is expanding in order to realize the grand goal of every person living the life of their dreams. This resulted in the sea of flowers needing more and more energy to support it, and the Lord of the Sea of Flowers had to expand extremely hard to devour more energy. If the supply fails, the kingdom of ultimate bliss is headed for collapse. The countless souls inside will also go up in smoke. Thinking about this, Lin Che couldn't help but be a bit silent. He looked toward Ji Mingxia, who stood in the sea of flowers, her black robe bulging and her skirt swaying in the wind. Big Star Ji, everyone who transforms into a forgetful flower can enter the heavenly kingdom of ultimate bliss? That's right, that's what this sea of flowers has always wanted, and that's what we, the devotees, want. Seemingly recalling something wonderful, the corners of Ji Xiaoming's mouth rippled with a smile. Let everyone live a happy, happy life. You should know full well that's not going to happen. Hearing this, Lin Che shook his head slightly, his black trench coat soaked by the rain. The ultimate destiny of the ultimate bliss heavenly kingdom is to go to destruction. You should know that all too well, shouldn't you, Elder Ji? Upon this statement, the surrounding cultists dared to speak out in anger. The smile on Ji Xiaoming's face slowly disappeared as well. I can't understand what you're saying, Lord Town Crier. Lin Che frowned. The operation of the extreme bliss heavenly kingdom requires the consumption of huge amounts of energy. How these energies come from, Elder Ji, you know it all. Even if I don't stand in the way and let the sea of flowers devour and transform all the living beings, then what? Can the extreme bliss heavenly kingdom afford to supply such a huge group? The ultimate destiny remains towards collapse and destruction. Instead of that, let the fate be in each man's own hands. Hearing these words, Ji Xiaoming fell silent. As a surrogate for the Sea of Flowers, she understands more than anyone else these problems that exist in the Sea of Flowers. But even then, she was willing to fight for her ideal country until the very end. Lord Town Guardian. So what if the ultimate heavenly kingdom will eventually be destroyed? At least we once created a perfect world. At least we have made it possible for countless people in pain and despair to forget their sorrows and sufferings and to live in joy and happiness. At least we came. The kingdom of ultimate bliss is like a rolling stone on a high mountain. Once it starts, it can never be stopped. At this moment, God-level pressure poured out. Boom! The two God-level pressures went toe-to-toe. The haze-shrouded sky twisted and distorted, and the rainwater in the sky turned into smithereens. The surrounding crowd was shocked when they saw this scene. The exchanges between God-level powerhouses were not something they could participate in at all, and even a single extra glance could result in them being beaten into a bloody mist by the aftermath. Lord Town Counselor, join us in the kingdom of ultimate bliss. Let's create a happy and joyful world together. Ji Xiaoming made a final attempt, surrounding her body with the power of the martial god's third sky. Big star of the season, I think I made it clear that fate should be in the hands of the people themselves. Lin Che raised his eyes, his aura soaring around him step by step. instead of following you all the way to destruction. Lord Town Guardian, it seems that this battle is destined to be unavoidable. Ji Xiaoming's voice was loving, holding a black and red longsword. Her rosy red eyes were devoid of sadness and joy. Lin Che's obsidian-like eyes were high with battle intent, and his 6 heavens of Yuan Shin power surrounded his circumference within 100 meters, forming a white divine domain that flowed with golden splendor. Big Star Ji, let me see the strength of your extreme bliss heavenly kingdom. The sea of flowers swayed. The scent of the flowers grew stronger and stronger, and the spore fungus, hard to see with the naked eye, filled the surroundings. Lin Che turned around and looked at the 2 young bloggers who were fleeing for their lives not far away. In the next moment, the 2 were instantly moved thousands of meters away from him, and many of the cultists present soon fell into a beautiful sleep after inhaling large amounts of pollen. Growing a flower of forgetfulness, the soul returns to the kingdom of ultimate bliss. Martial God 6 Heaven? Lord Town Guardian deserves to be known as the Yin Huang Divine Son. I wonder how many people's worries can be solved with this speed of cultivation. Ji Xiaoming's rosy red eyes were a bit surprised. The last time this divine son beheaded the black dragon, he was only at the 5th heavenly layer, but he didn't expect to break through to the 6th heavenly layer in less than a month. However, after seeing the gap in strength, Ji Xiaoming didn't see any panic. For behind her is that sea of flowers, the whole sea of flowers holding up the blissful kingdom of heaven. Chapter 58, Red mist spreads, super giant forget-me-not flower. Gray skies and rain kept falling. Rumble. A loud noise like thunder came. Inside the Chushui base, many passing citizens have been startled, but just thought it was thunder and didn't think much of it. Just then, a strong scent of flowers drifted along with the wind and rain. It smells so good. This aroma should be the floral scent of the forget-me-not flower. Inside the base, countless citizens were intoxicated by the fragrance of the flowers and felt a little sleepy without realizing it. Especially in this rainy weather, it makes you want to sleep. In the meantime, in the outskirts of Chusui K, the sound of terrifying thunder continued to ring out. The Platinum God Domain and the Black-Red God Domain. These 2 strands of metamagic power constantly exchanged blows, and the aftershocks blasted the entire cultivation base into ruins. A large number of broken forget-me-nots fluttered in the wind. On the road outside the cultivation base, the passing vehicles and pedestrians were horrified when they saw this terrifying energy fluctuation. I don't know what's going on. Lord Town Councilor, if that's all the strength you have, then you'll be reduced to the nourishment of the sea of flowers. Ji Xiaoming waved the black and red longsword in her hand, and terrifying sword marks streaked across the 4 directions. That sword was definitely a high-ranked divine martial. Lin Che's eyes were slightly condensed, and his expression was somewhat solemn. It was only under the triple protection of the Zixihe Yuan Shin Shield, Xuanwu Divine Deity, and Spatial Barrier that he was able to withstand the might of this sword. If he was hit by the sword light a few more times, I'm afraid that even with the protection of the 6-winged amethyst shin armor, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. In that case, let's show you my true strength. Lin Che took out his long, ghostly blue blade, and his sharp blade Qi streaked across the room. The incoming black and red sword Qi was quickly crushed. With the addition of his powerful Yuan Shin power, he quickly gained the upper hand of the situation. And the figure of Ji Xiaoming, who was wearing a black robe and red skirt, was like a black and red butterfly, and could only keep dodging in midair. From time to time, he waved his long sword and sent out a black and red sword Qi spanning hundreds of meters to counterattack. Floating cloud treading art. The Yuan Shin power quickly condensed, and outside the triple shield, it once again formed a vaporous boundary that looked like a floating cloud. The sword Qi wielded by Ji Xiaoming, after passing through this boundary, was quickly weakened and decomposed, its power dropping by nearly half. It could only cause a crack to appear in the protective Xuanwu divine deity. Seeing this scene, Ji Xiaoming frowned. The strength of this gifted teenage town envoy far exceeded her imagination. Even though she was holding a high-level divine martial art, it was actually difficult for her to resist. The battle continues. The fierce wind and rain came whistling and turned into ice, and a golden divine thunderbolt struck down from the sky. The sharp blade Qi stretched across the sky and earth for thousands of meters, indestructible. All of this made Ji Xiaoming tricky and difficult to deal with. Right after she had just dodged a brilliant mighty divine thunder, a blade chi came face to face. Ji Xiaoming just wanted to swing her sword to resist, but the space around her suddenly froze for a split second. The whole body seemed to be suppressed, and it was extremely difficult to move. Her rosy red eyes could only watch as the blade energy swept by like a swift wind. It seems that this battle is over, and now I announce as the town guardian ambassador that you are under arrest, Ji Xiaoming. Lin Che stepped into the air with a single step, his eyes bland. The violent wind and rain around them also stopped quietly. The end. Ji Xiaoming covered her severely injured body and glanced sideways at the sea of flowers in that spatial rift. Rose's eyes were firm. No, the real battle has just begun. As soon as the words fell, a large amount of flower sea yuan shin power came from within the crack. Countless silver-white streams of light streaked across, building an illusory scene of the ultimate heavenly kingdom in the sky. Countless forget-me-not flowers swayed within the scene like a sea of blue and white flowers. But the soil that supported the endless sea of flowers was black and red. I wish that the world's creatures would have no more sorrows and troubles. I wish that all the world's living beings would bloom and smile with happiness. I will bring ultimate happiness to the world's creatures. At this moment, the Lord of the Kingdom of Ultimate Bliss, this powerful cluster of consciousnesses assembled from countless forgotten flower consciousnesses, would fully descend into the world. This was a week earlier than Ji Xiaoming had planned. But it doesn't matter, the entire beast god religion has moved on. Now that Zephyr and Zhongzhou only had one town envoy who could participate in the war, it was the right time for Flower Sea to expand. By defeating this obstructionist town guard envoy, no one in the entire Central and Zephyr states would be able to stop the Sea of Flowers from descending. At that time, there will be countless living beings entering the kingdom of ultimate bliss, enjoying endless joy and happiness. Ji Xiaoming was located in the extreme bliss heavenly kingdom, and a large amount of flower sea yuan shun power surged into her body. At this moment, she was one with the entire flower sea consciousness group and could completely dispatch the entire flower sea and heavenly kingdom. At the same time, her body shape was changing. In order to accommodate the power of a more powerful sea of flowers that descends into the present world, countless black and red branches and vines appeared within Ji Xiaoming's body, transforming into a giant blue and white forget-me-not flower that was thousands of meters tall. The silver-white stream of light from the ultimate heavenly kingdom above his head was rooted in the endless sea of flowers, radiating monstrous divine might. This power, high-level beast god, Lin Che held the long, ghostly blue blade with some battle spirit. Although he was only a martial god's sixth heaven, with the addition of the multi-doctrine talents and divine martial arts, a high-ranked beast god was not unbeatable. It just so happens that you can also use this to test just how far your battle power can go. Inside the Chushui base city, defense Kita sirens blared through the city. Countless citizens looked at the forget-me-not flower that appeared tens of kilometers away in the suburbs, thousands of meters high, and the shadow of the ultimate heavenly kingdom behind it. Momentarily confused. Wow, what happened? At the same time, a large, thin, pollen-red mist visible to the naked eye began to spread into the city. Countless citizens watched this scene and turned around in fear and ran towards the nearby underground shelters. Although they didn't know what it was, based on their years of experience in running for their lives, it was definitely not something good. Those who ran slower, after being covered by the red mist, collapsed on the ground in less than a second or two with a weird smile on their faces. It didn't take long for black and red branches and vines to grow inside these people, accompanied by a bud that had yet to bloom. Seeing this bizarre scene, countless people's scalps tingled and a vicious chill ran through their hearts. When the base tower alarm sounded, the leaders of Chushui Base launched a distress message to Yunming Base, the capital of Zizhou, at the first opportunity. What? Forget-me-not flowers thousands of meters high? The weird red mist? After roughly understanding the situation, the Cloud Dream Base's City Lord's Mansion immediately launched a distress message to the town hall. It didn't take long for Xiao Weiyang to call Lin Che with an urgent communication. Lord Town Guardian, the Chushui Base in Zephyr has suffered an emergency, and it is suspected that a divine-ranked ferocious beast has appeared. It's about the forget-me-not flower. On both ends of the video call, there were two short videos attached of the red mist spreading through the urban area and of forget-me-nots reaching thousands of meters high. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Weiyang, who was far away inside the townhouse, sensed that something was wrong. She saw the video footage changing rapidly, and there were terrifying black and red sword chi sweeping by on one side, making a loud roar that tore through the air. What is the town councilor doing? Chapter 59, Flower Sea Disillusionment, Heavenly Kingdom Collapse. Lord Town Councilor, are you fighting? Ahem, yes. I was at the scene of the incident you mentioned. Lin Che's voice came steadily. Xiao Weiyan was a bit stunned, not expecting the Lord Jinsho envoy to arrive at the Chushui base so quickly. It's like you can save for a rainy day. Yes, I understand. Lord Town Councilor, be careful. I'll take care of the rest of the affected work. Yes. In a video screen, Lin Che stood hundreds of meters in the air, raising his eyes to look at the huge figure not far away. One could only see the blooming blue and white forgetful flower, holding a huge black and red sword that was hundreds of meters long, constantly waving its sword energy. Even the sky, which was shrouded in gloom, was torn out by a sword mark. Behind it was the shadow of the ultimate bliss heavenly kingdom, a round of moonlight hanging high in the sky, emitting channels of silver-white streams of light, like sharp swords coming at Lin Che. Below that, it was rooted in a sea of flowers, a red mist formed by countless red-powdered spores spreading in all directions. With the powerful strength of the high-ranking beast god, the black and red giant sword held by Forgetful Flower's hand doubled in power a dozen times over. Each black and red sword light could tear through the sky and easily destroy a city. Facing one black and red sword light after another, Lin Che continuously dodged and wandered with the power of space. At the same time, it's looking for a moment to counterattack. Brilliant mighty divine thunder. The green dragon astral energy, surrounded by golden thunderbolts, traveled through the clouds and dropped a golden divine thunderbolt. It continuously chopped the giant forget-me-not flower dozens of times before dissipating. And under such a tight lightning attack, Forgetful Flower's sword light attack slowed down. Seeing that the time had come, Lin Che did not hesitate to gather his strength and swung out a dazzling blade light. Zanjin, Batijutsu. Boom! Terrifying energy fluctuations were wantonly declared out. A dead, god-level ferocious beast continuously attacked the extreme bliss heavenly kingdom held up by the sea of forgotten flowers. And that giant forget-me-not flower, transformed by the seasonal summer dream, collapsed. Although the Yuan Shin power level is that of a high-ranked beast god, the defense ability isn't as good as a middle-ranked Song Dream Black Dragon King. Seeing this scene, Lin Che was also slightly relieved. But to his dismay, as the sea of flowers Yuan Shun power converged, the forgetful flower reared back to stand up with its giant sword. Even the slash marks on his body were rapidly disappearing. Why are you stopping us? We want every living being to live happily ever after. What's wrong with that? You and others should not fear our coming. The giant forgetful flower raised its giant sword. In an instant, the winds and the clouds are surging, and the gates of heaven are wide open. We are sworn to defend the kingdom of ultimate bliss to the death. A huge heavenly kingdom army formed by divine souls quickly surged out and formed large battle formations. The might was straight from a sixth heavenly martial god. No matter how good a dream is, there's always a day when you're woken up. This battle cannot be avoided. The Xian Huang dragon battle body activated, and the Yuan Shin power and blood began to boil, releasing an even greater power. Lin Che wielded his spectral blue longsword, and with just a single slash, he dealt a heavy blow to the Heavenly Kingdom's army. We will defeat you and make you feel eternal joy and happiness too. Countless forgotten flowers cried out and waved the huge black and red swords in their hands. The moonlight in the sky even continued to rain down countless streaming sword blades, as dense as rain. Lin Che's figure constantly flickered and wandered, dodging the incoming black and red sword lights. As for the silver-white sword rain in the sky, it couldn't penetrate his multiple defenses at all. The bubble of a dream will eventually be disillusioned. Today I'll be the one to puncture it all. Wind and rain sprang up, and divine thunder fell. As a dazzling blade light chopped out, the giant forget-me-not flower once again collapsed. It's no use. No matter how many times we are defeated, we will continue on. We will make every living being live happily ever after. Countless flowers see Yuan Shin power converge once again, restoring the wounds on the giant forget-me-not flower. Phew! Lin Che took a deep breath as he gazed at the sea of flowers within the spatial crack. Since the opponent could continuously recover through the sea of flowers, he would exterminate that sea of flowers. Afterward, his figure instantly disappeared and appeared above the sea of flowers within the crack. The sea of blue and white flowers is endless, radiating silver and white points of light, and is beautiful and pleasant. And who would have thought that that vast spiritual world was built by these very flowers? Lord Town Guardian, do you really want to destroy the ultimate heavenly kingdom? Lin Che looked along with the sound, only to see the black-robed and red-skirted Ji Xiameng appearing not far away, her white hair cascading with the wind. Surrounding her were countless blurred, soft figures. It is these flower spirits that form the clusters of consciousness in the sea of flowers, and they are also the governing runners of the kingdom of heaven. I'm sorry, but I think it's time to wake up from this beautiful dream. I will never allow you to invade the present world. Lin Che shook his head slightly, then took out the abyssal-like heavens beyond sword, his obsidian-like eyes penetrating with determination. If the kingdom of ultimate bliss collapses, what will happen to those hundreds of millions of sleeping souls? I'm afraid those souls will fall with them. Ji Xiameng's figure dissipated, leaving behind only a firm voice. This is a situation that we will never allow to occur. For the sake of eternal happiness and joy, we will fight until the last moment. Lin Che turned to look. Only a black and red sword light was seen speeding in. Boom! The sound of space shattering rang out. The original tens of meters of spatial cracks rapidly widened. At the same time, countless black and red yuan shin power within the sea of flowers transformed into vines and thorns, rapidly sweeping towards Lin Che. It doesn't work. Lin Che raised his eyes and gently waved the abyssal-like heavens beyond sword in his hand. Void burial. In an instant, this world was silent. The black sword intent of silence enveloped the void in pitch blackness. Everything is buried in the void. When the sunlight shrouded this void again, the sea of forgotten flowers in front of Lin Che had been completely buried. All that was left around was bare rock and broken space, turbulence everywhere. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Lin Che couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Worthy of being a divine king-level sword technique. Even if it was only a preliminary introduction, it could directly collapse space. After cutting down the sea of forgetful flowers with a single sword strike, Lin Che turned around and looked, only to see a thousands of meters long spatial crack appear in the sky, like a giant passageway that led straight to the present world. And that giant forgetful flower that Ji Xiameng had transformed into was already dying of serious injuries at this point. Even if it was just the aftermath of the burial sky sword intent, it was not something that this forget-me-not flower with its weaker defense could withstand. How is this possible? Ji Xiameng looked at the sea of forgotten flowers that had been erased, and her heart was suddenly empty. She had also fantasized about this moment, about the destruction that would sooner or later befall the sea of forgotten flowers. But when the moment actually came, she still couldn't accept it. Creating the kingdom of ultimate bliss and allowing everyone to live happily ever after is the ideal that Hanami and she strive for. Even if she knew that the kingdom of ultimate bliss would one day fall apart, even if she had been weary. But she never wanted to give up either. But when she saw the destruction of that sea of forgotten flowers, she realized that it was all over, that the moment had finally come. Without the sea of flowers to hold it up, the blissful kingdom of heaven in her hands would inevitably wither and crumble. That sea of flowers failed after all. Maybe it was meant to be. Ji Xiameng thought calmly. Farewell, Lord Town Crier. It raised its huge black and red sword, and the residual yuan shin power from the sea of flowers converged, transforming into a terrifying sword blade. Only this sword wasn't chopping at Lin Che, but rather, it was itself. The black and red giant sword swept over the thousands of meters of forgotten flowers, and the blue-white flowers tilted and fell. The sea of extreme bliss heavenly flower that it was rooted in, and the silver-white moonflower above its head, also began to grow dim, heading towards collapse. Countless souls were awakened in the sea of blue and white flowers. One after another, they fled the blossoming sea of blissful heaven and drifted confusedly through the present world until they were completely dissipated. The sky was shrouded in gloom, and the rain kept falling. Lin Che quietly watched the scene and listened to the wailing of the soul. Chapter 60, Harvest, Collapse, and Renewal, Emergency Meeting Invitation. Lin Che wasn't clear on just how many souls the extreme bliss heavenly kingdom carried. He only saw countless balls of light flying and fleeing in that collapsed spirit world, filling the sky. It was as if a rain of light had fallen from the gloom-shrouded sky. These spirits had been immersed in a beautiful dream for who knows how long, and now they were suddenly awakened to the real world. The painful worries and sorrows of the past returned one by one. This huge drop caused them to panic and fly around like a headless fly, until it dissipates into the heavens and earth. Like a dreamy sea of sky flowers, it can make people forget their troubles and sorrows and immerse themselves in beautiful dreams. But what is the price of a beautiful dream? What lies behind the sea of forgotten flowers? Lin Che shook his head slightly as he looked at the souls that were flying in the sky, but faded away in the twinkling of an eye. With a movement of his mind, a beast god crystal core emerged from the collapsing extreme bliss heavenly kingdom. It was a blue and white dreamy jewel with a sea of blue and white flowers in the center of the jewel and a beautiful sky moonflower above it. Below was a black and red, a flower watered by blood, blooming in every human being. Beautiful dreams are beautiful, but there will come a day when you wake up. Lin Che put away the heavenly treasure pearl and that black and red sword hairpin and looked at the souls roaming the sky. Hopefully, at that point, we still have the courage to move forward. Evening. 2 to 3 hours had passed since Lin Che pacified the beast god cult. The entire Chushui base has still not been de-alerted. Chu Anren, the city lord of Zephyr Cloud Dream Base, led the crowd to personally come and pay his respects to Lin Che, the town guardian envoy. After understanding the specifics of the situation and pacifying the masses, the Zephyr and Zhongzhou sides immediately and urgently arranged for medical and spiritual plant experts to set up a special group for forget-me-not flower research. Begin targeted research on the red mist spore fungus at the base of Chushui to find a cure for forget-me-not pollen infestation. At the same time, in order to avoid causing excessive panic among the masses, the network regulator also blocked the incident about the appearance of forget-me-not flowers in the Chushui base to a certain extent. After arranging the matters to be dealt with by the various major city lords' mansions at the Chushui base, Lin Che returned to the cultivation room of the town hall. He began to work on refining the high-grade beast god crystal core that he had obtained that had condensed from the sea of forgotten flowers. This treasure bead has at the very least a massive amount of beast god power from the seventh heaven of the martial god. If I refine and absorb it, I should be able to move up another level. He was at the late 6th heavenly layer at this time, and was only one step away from breaking through to a high-ranked martial god. Soon, a black hole appeared out of nowhere and began to rapidly absorb the power within the Heavenly Kingdom treasure pearl. Under the refinement of the underworld black hole, he could achieve complete absorption without worrying about situations such as the treasure pearl's power going to waste. The CC Yuan Shin power in his body skyrocketed, filling up the divine mansion in less than a few minutes. Afterward, Lin Che revolved the Shiha's sacred cannon to begin impacting the bottleneck of the martial god's 7th heavenly layer. With the Heavenly Kingdom treasure pearl's enhancement, the Yuan Shin power impacted the divine mansion boundary like a wave. Over and over again, a steady stream of the Yuan Shin power was constantly being consumed while it was also being rapidly replenished. Soon a hint of cracks appeared in the bottleneck, which then continued to spread in all directions. Seeing this, Lin Che's heart rejoiced. It then continued to follow the original rhythm, controlling the power to impact the boundaries of the divine mansion. Within a few minutes, there was a boom, and the divine mansion shook continuously. Even Lin Che's entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. The warm and blazing Shiha Yuan Shun power was like a wave, washing over his limbs, meridians, and spirit points. It is as intoxicating as being immersed in a hot spring. Martial artists who had cultivated to the martial god stage would see a qualitative change in their Yuan Shin power every 3 heavens. And when Lin Che broke through to the 7th heavenly layer, the Yuan Shin power within his divine mansion also morphed from white on the outside and gold on the inside to the dazzling color of golden splendor. The price was that the original 320,000 strands of Shiha Yuan Shin power in his body was condensed to about 60,000 strands. Hiss! No wonder the opponent's attack would be so overwhelming when hitting the forgetfulness flower transformed by that seasonal summer dream. It turns out that the value difference is as much as 5 times. Looking at the concentrated golden divine splendor within the divine mansion, Lin Che was somewhat staggered. After settling his mind a little, he began to continue refining this heavenly kingdom treasure pearl. After a few minutes, The treasure bead completely disappeared, and the Yuan Shin power in Lin Che's body came to 100,000 strands, occupying 1/6 of the entire divine mansion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine King level talent, Lord of Illusion. Lord of Void? God King level talent? Lin Che's face was delighted as he quickly opened his personal panel. A name, Lin Ke. Level, Martial Spirit Realm, 7th Heaven. Technique, Divine King level She hosts Sacred Cannon. Battle Techniques, Divine King level Entry, Void Burial Sword Cannon. Divine level Perfection, Jun Shin Battling Art. Divine level Perfection, Floating Cloud Treading Void Art. Divine level Perfection for Elephant Divine Martial Gang. Divine level Perfection, Thunder God Instant Shadow Flash. Apparatus, SSS Class Battle Armor Black Scale and Golden Feather. Low Rank Divine Armor 6-Winged Amethyst Armor. High Rank Divine Armor Blade of Shattered Space. Middle Rank Divine Armor Time and Space Magic Machine. High Rank Divine Armor 9 Spectral Weak Water Dragon Pearl. High Rank Divine Armor Sword of the Delusional Heavenly Kingdom. And High Rank Divine King's Treasure Burial Heavenly Sword. Martial Arts Talents, Wu Dao Tongshin. Underworld Heavenly Candle Body. Taboo. Spatial Talent, Brilliant Mighty Thunder. Ice Age, Xinhuang Dragon Battle Body, Divine King. Master of Wind and Rain, Divine King. Lord of Delusion, Divine King. Lord of Delusion, God King possessing the power of illusion and delusion. The world is born of illusion and destroyed by delusion. The power of illusion and delusion. Lin Che's mind moved, and his Yuan Shin power transformed into black and red delusion power and silver and white illusory power. This is the power of that sea of flowers. Right, I almost forgot about that high-grade divine martial. Refine it first. Lin Che took out the black and red sword hairpin, sword of the delusional heavenly kingdom, and began to refine it, imprinting it with his own Yuan Shin imprint. Sword of delusional heaven. High-grade divine martial arts, a golden weapon buried deep in the soil of the sea of flowers, absorbing the power of blood and delusion, and forged over a long period of time as a sharp sword. Late night. Second floor bedroom. On the nightstand against the floor-to-ceiling window, moonlight poured through dark clouds and fell on a blue and white forget-me-not flower, exuding silver-white points of light like a holy fairy. Click! The sound of the doorknob twisting rang out, and Lin Che, who was in a happy mood, walked in humming a little song. He was dressed in soft white pajamas and was toweling off his wet hair. After noticing the forgetful flower, Lin Che walked over, his obsidian eyes carrying a smile and seriousness. Big Star, let me fulfill your unfulfilled wishes for you. I will utilize the power of delusion to reestablish a brand new ultimate heavenly kingdom in the ruins. A true land of joy, only to see a spiritual world emerge from the forgetfulness flower, with a round of moonlight hanging high in the sky, emitting channels of silver-white streams of light. Only the vast soil below was filled with only 9 forget-me-not flowers. Ji Xiaming's soul and the other flower spirits quietly slumbered in it, with a tranquil smile on their faces, as if they were dreaming of something beautiful. Buzz! Just then, an emergency meeting invitation suddenly appeared within the Martial God terminal. An emergency Senate meeting? Did something happen? Lin Che's brows furrowed as he instantly recalled the war between the Eastern Continent and Huangzhou. Without much time to think, Lin Che joined the meeting and arrived at a virtual space. Chapter 61, Incident in the Eastern Continent, Emergency Meeting of the Senate. A figure appeared in the virtual conference hall. All of the martial god level powerhouses that were usually rare to see in the Yanhuang Kingdom were gathered together. There were even quite a number of patriarchal reserve patriarchs who appeared in the conference hall. Obviously, this is an expanded Senate meeting. Lin Che looked around the crowd that had arrived, only to see many of the Eastern Continent and Huangzhou's Jinghua envoys and old patriarchs all frowning with grave expressions. The Great Western Continent, Mountain State, Snow State, Shu State, and other town guards all looked puzzled. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Many of the surrounding martial spirits and martial zones had curiously looked at Lin Che a few more times after seeing him appear. If it were usual, they would have come to talk and get to know each other, but now the people were not in the mood. Soon, the 3 pillar elders of the Senate also arrived in turn. Jiang Lu Li, the town marshal of Huangzhou, Jiang Lu Ning, the town marshal of the Eastern Continent, and Li Guowu, the town marshal of the Great Western Continent. Grand Elder, what happened this time? Li Guowu said with a frown. His voice was so strong and powerful that it could be heard clearly throughout the conference hall. As the military chairman of the Yanhuang Kingdom, Li Guowu, like the Grand Elder, was also a relic of the previous era, the perennial guardian of a host of beast gods in the great Northwest. Upon hearing Li Guowu's voice, many uninformed patriarchs and reserved patriarchs also looked to the main seat and listened with their ears. Grand Elder of the Pillar Kingdom, Jianglu Li, looked at all the patriarchs present with a somewhat grave expression on his face. Yesterday, there was a sudden change in our eastern continent, and Wang Xiaoyan, the town envoy in charge of guarding the Daesan base in the eastern continent, colluded with the East Sea beasts and chose to commit treason. And in the Eastern Sea upper domain battlefield, he stole an attack on the eastern continent's Juka base, Jingwa, Elder Zhantai Xian, and the Nanjing base Jingwa, Elder Dongfang Yu, causing General Zhantai Xian to fall to the East Sea, and General Dongfang Yu's whereabouts are unknown due to his severe injuries. What? Upon hearing this piece of news, the entire conference room was in an uproar. How is this possible? How could Jingwa envoy Wang Xiaoyan defect to the enemy and rebel against his country? Our Yanhuang Kingdom has clearly treated him well. Bastard, this insidious brood has harmed Genpai Zhantai Xian and Genpai Dongfang Yu. Grass, this son of a bitch. I'm so pissed off. Chief Li, let me lead the troops to kill this traitor. Within the conference hall, countless patriarchs were furious, their hearts pressed to accept this matter. Lin Che was also extremely shocked and infuriated inwardly. It is not easy for a martial god to appear in the country, but this Wang Xiaoyan is good, directly causing 2 martial gods to disappear with 1 dead and 1 seriously injured. There are a total of 13 military super bases in the eastern continent from top to bottom. They are Daesan, Juku, Nanjing, Dongshin, Xinzhou, Huagai, Xanadu, Huitong, and so on. Among them, the 3 super military bases, Daesan, Juku, and Nanjing, had the main goal of fending off the invasion of the giant beasts from the upper regions of the East Sea. But now the town envoys of these 3 super bases, 1 defected, 1 died, and 1 was seriously injured and disappeared. All 3 martial gods are gone. If this kind of news were to reach the people and martial artists of the Yanhuang country, it would definitely cause a huge social upheaval. It could be said that at this moment in time, the upper region of the East Sea had already appeared in a war power vacuum, completely exposed to the claws and teeth of the East Sea beast. The situation is urgent. Grand Elder, we need to immediately transfer the town envoy to plug the gap in the East Sea defense line. A calm and strong voice rang out, and the conference hall gradually quieted down. Although Li Guowu was also furious in his heart, what great storms had he not seen within these 200 years? Understand that it is imperative to fend off the beast of the Eastern Sea, or hundreds of millions of people will lose their lives for it. Well, Elderly is right. Time waits for no one. Zhang Luli nodded and looked at the patriarchs. Can any of the town envoys be willing to guard the 3 super bases in the Eastern Sea upper region? The moment these words came out, the entire room fell silent, and many of the town guard envoys looked at each other in disbelief. The entire Yanhuang Kingdom has a total of 34 town guardian envoys. The eastern state occupies 13 places, Huangzhou occupies 6 places, the northern cold state occupies 2 places, the great western continent occupies 5 places, the South Sea state occupies 4 places, and the cloud state and the snow state each occupy 1 place. These 7 states are all important border areas, and generally speaking, these 32 town guard envoys will not be easily mobilized. The only 2 that can be used are the inland Shuzhou town guardian and the newly promoted Zhongzhou and Zizhou town guardian, Lin Che. However, there was also a spatial rift in Shuzhou that had once appeared with a god-level ferocious beast, and generally speaking, this town guardian envoy wouldn't be able to move easily. After all, Shuzhou, as a heavenly capital with a thriving economy, was an important backbone for the Yanhuang Kingdom to rely on. The other 2 places, the mountain state and the ancestral state, did not have a township envoy and were only guarded by strong martial zone-level individuals. The only one who could truly mobilize flexibly was that Yanhuang Divine Son. Thinking of this, quite a number of patriarchs turned their gazes towards Lin Che, who was dressed in pajamas. Wait a minute? Pajamas? No. Who's a god-level martial artist who sleeps? It was only at this time that many patriarchs were dismayed to discover that this proud son of Yanhuang Kingdom's heaven was not in his regular clothes or town envoy's clothes, but in his sleeping clothes? Cam, could this little brat really take up the heavy responsibility of defending the Eastern Sea upper region to guard the upper East China Sea? Ignoring the odd gazes of these patriarchs, Lin Che, on the other hand, was instantly somewhat excited as his heart stirred. There were numerous god-level ferocious beasts in the eastern continent, and if he could refine all of them, his strength could definitely soar once again. Elder Jiang, I am willing to travel to the eastern continent to suppress the giant beast. Lin Che got up, his voice clear and translucent, and his soft pajamas attracted extra attention. Inside the conference hall, the murmurs of martial gods and martial sectors from all the states resounded. That one is the newly promoted Zhongzhou and Zhezhou town guardian, Lin Che. That's right. Don't you dare believe he just turned 18 this year. This son is as terrifying as he is. His future is boundless. Alas, to think that we are a great age, yet we are slow to take that step to ascend to God. We really have lived to a dog's death. Yes, when I saw this son-like teenager today, I suddenly wanted to retire. Ahem. The meeting fell silent. Jiang Li looked at Lin Che with a smile in his eyes. It's naturally great that Lord Lin Che is even willing to take on this important task. Why don't we take over the Zhuge base guarded by Elder Zhang Taiyan? And as for the Nanjing base guarded by Elder Dongfang Yu, it will be handed over to you, Lord Luaning, to temporarily stand in for him. Okay. Jiang Luaning nodded slightly. The Dongshan base she was guarding wasn't far from the Nanjing base. Other martial gods may not have the ability of one person to subdue two places, but she is a peak martial god, and those East China Sea behemoths are all going around when they see her. Not to mention the fact that one person was protecting two super base city complexes, something she had done before. In addition, the Daesan base guarded by the traitor Wang Xiaoyan will be handed over to the Dragon Rider Legion to guard on his behalf. Elderly, if we need nuclear support on the Eastern Front, I'm counting on you. Jiang Li looked at Li Guowu. The two had fought together for nearly 200 years and had formed a deep friendship. Don't worry, Grand Elder, I understand. Li Guowu nodded, his face grave. A forbidden weapon like nuclear weapons, once used, means that the Yinhuang state has entered the countdown to its demise. Historically, they've only used it twice. Jiang Li then named a number of town guard envoys in Nanhai Prefecture and Huang Prefecture, ordering them to form a reserve force. As soon as the situation is unfavorable, immediately draw support to the most dangerous places. At the end of the meeting, the Senate collectively passed a mandatory kill order for the traitor Wang Xiaoyan. This was the first time since the founding of the country that the Senate had issued this order to a martial god-level powerhouse. Anyone who kills Wang Xiaoyan will be rewarded 20 Yuanling divine crystals by the state. As soon as this reward came out, many of the town guard envoys were immediately moved. For example, Lin Che, a rare divine cultivation resource like the Yuan Ling divine grade, was naturally more than enough. He will kill Wang Xiaoyan, the former town guardian of Daesan Base. Chapter 62, Forgetful Flower Falls, Eastern State departs. Junior friend Lin Che, this time, when you head to the Eastern Continent's Jurassic base to hold down the fort, you must be careful for the best. The situation in the Eastern Continent isn't like the inland. Those god-level beasts are numerous and possess a not-so-low level of intelligence, and will cooperate with each other and act jointly. As soon as you enter the Zhuge base, take charge of the city protection formation. Even if 4 or 5 god-level behemoths attack the city together, they won't be able to help you. As for the other super base city clusters you don't have to worry about, we'll deploy other town guard envoys to guard them for support. Inside the virtual conference room, Jiang Li said in a serious tone to Lin Che, who had stayed behind. He then looked at the old man on the side. This is Zhang Taichung, the city lord of the Zhuge base. He will assist you in taking over the city guard array when you arrive at the Zhuge base. Although the old man's face was calm, but there was sadness in his eyes, it was obvious that the fall of the town guardian envoy, Patriarch Zhang Taixin, had inflicted quite a mental blow on him. However, after hearing Jiang Li's words, he still managed to force himself together, and a smirk appeared on his face. Lord Lin Jinghua, I await your arrival. A day sooner you come, a day sooner we, the people of the Eastern State, will have peace of mind. Elder Chung, don't worry. I'll take off and arrive at the Jutsu Bay City complex as soon as possible. Lin Che looked at the old man and nodded his head slightly, then said with some doubt, but I'm still a bit puzzled as to why that Wang Xiaoyan town envoy betrayed his country. At these words, many of the patriarchs who remained behind to discuss the situation in the Eastern State frowned with disbelief in their eyes. They're also wondering why that asshole chose to commit treason. Perhaps it's because of dissatisfaction with the last distribution of cultivation resources? Xinhai martial god Jiang Luning's voice rang out, but it also carried a few moments of doubt. Although she was the chief town guardian of the eastern state, she actually did not interfere much with each of the large bases. For quite a few eastern state town guards have also not been known in depth. The last time the giant beasts invaded, she had stumbled upon a precious water elemental divine bead, and many of the town envoys were greatly impressed, including Wang Xiaoyan. When the reward was given, it was not given to Wang Xiaoyan, the Juka Township Guardian. Perhaps that's why the other side harbored a grudge and chose to commit treason? In any case, Wang Xiaoyan's treason has become a fact, and is extremely bad in nature. No matter what the reason for his treason is, he must be beheaded. The great elder of the Pillar State, Jiang Luoli, said in a decisive manner. The other patriarchs nodded approvingly. Regardless of the reasons for Wang Xiaoyan's treason, the death and serious injury and disappearance of the two town envoys he caused was extremely bad. The safety of hundreds of millions of people in these three base city complexes was completely abandoned. Next day morning, inside the office of the town hall, Secretary General Xia Weiyang was reporting on the specifics of yesterday's incident regarding the Forgotten Flower. Lord Town Councilor, after yesterday's all-night research, the Forgotten Flower Research and Medical Team has made significant progress and developed a viable sterilization plan. It's estimated that in 2 or 3 days at most, a healing potion will be developed. Okay, I know, but this is a sloppy matter. You guys need to take more care. Lin Che, who was sitting on a chair and propping up his cheeks, nodded slightly. Now that the Sea of Forgetfulness had been extinguished, ordinary forgetfulness flowers wouldn't be taking the initiative to sow flower seeds in the middle of the night. Those ordinary people who inhaled the flower seeds, even if they developed narcolepsy, were estimated to be 5 or 6 days away. Healing time is perfectly timed. However, one could not be careless. After all, the ultimate heavenly kingdom had been destroyed by him. Now transformed into a forgetful flower, there is no blissful heaven to go to, but only to die without realizing it. Lord Town Councilor, I understand. Well, there's one more important thing about the eastern states. Dongzhou? Lord Town Guardian, what happened in Dongzhou? Looking at Lin Che, who was rubbing his eyebrows, Xia Weiyang's cool features were somewhat surprised. The eastern continent had been unsettled in the last few months, and she had heard about it. However, only the senior members of the Senate of the Yinhuang Kingdom knew what the specifics were. Yesterday, the Senate held an emergency meeting, and Wang Xiaoyan, the former town guardian of the Daesan base, committed treason. And on the battlefield of the upper domain of the Eastern Sea, it caused the Juka base guardian Zhang Taiyin to fall and the Nanjing base guardian Dong Fangyu to be seriously injured and disappear. Lin Che sighed quietly. He then began to speak for Xia Weiyang about the decision of the Senate and the situation in the Eastern State. Xia Weiyang frowned slightly. So, Lord Town Guard Envoy, you're heading to the Juka base city complex to guard it? That's right, but we have to do a good job of handing over. And when this forget-me-not flower infection incident subsides, Zephyr and Zhongzhou should be at peace for a while. Of course, if something really big happens, I'll be the first one back to calm it down. Lin Che looked out the window at the overcast clouds, his obsidian eyes full of confidence. With his current strength, it would not be a problem at all for one person to guard multiple places. Whether it was the Beast God cult or any Beast God, as long as they dared to come, he would definitely let them go out lying down. The next 2 or 3 days, Lin Che and the Luo Shin Legion began their war preparations, preparing to head to the eastern state for support. At the same time, a sterilizing agent for infections of the forget-me-not flower species was developed and free treatment for the population was begun. And the internet has been in an uproar over the joint release of official briefings on forget-me-nots by Central and Zephyr states. Countless people were dismayed to discover that the forget-me-not flowers and the ultimate heavenly spirit plant company that had exploded all over the internet were actually the ghosts of the Beast God sect. No wonder they're getting drowsy and listless all day long these days. It was good that the officials had already developed a healing potion and investigated and arrested all the spirit plant companies in Zhongzhou and Zizhou that were related to the extreme bliss heavenly kingdom. A large number of Beast God followers lurking within the community were captured. Recently, there were also rumors on the internet that the previous great singer Ji Xiaoming was the mastermind behind this forgotten flower incident and was an elder of the Beast God cult. Quite a few people believed it. After all, the other side did look very much like they were campaigning for the explosion of forget-me-nots. But there are many who don't believe it, and for that reason, the two groups have been arguing online all day long. No official confirmation has come out so far. After all, In the battle at the Chu Shui base a few days ago, the relevant beast god sect middle and high-level personnel had all been decapitated by that town guard envoy. What the truth is, only that Lord knows. But the town councilor didn't say anything, and they didn't dare to ask. Anyway, the incident had subsided, and the beast god cult's layout in the central and Zay states was ruined, with those who died and those who were captured suffering heavy losses. As for Ji Xiaoming, she disappeared from public view after the concert tour ended. No more online voices. Some say she's retired again, while others say she's fleeing from crime. Many people tried to investigate this mysterious big star, but nothing could be found out. No one knows where the big star went, but her fans still look forward to her next comeback, her next concert. Reporting to Lord Town Guardian, the Luo Shin Legion is ready. Well, go. Lin Che turned around, his hot black robe rising with the wind. The whistle of the armed train sounded as it made its way away from the Lorcan base and headed for the endless wilderness. Chapter 63, Attack on the Road. In the virtual meeting of the Beast God cult, several black-robed elders lined up in order, wearing Beast God masks. Only compared to the previous meetings, the number of elders in this meeting today was half less. It didn't even reach 10 figures. The atmosphere of the meeting was for a moment somewhat hushed and stayed. Latest news, the third elder has indeed had an accident, and it has been confirmed that he has fallen at the Zephyr State Chushui base. Finally, Beast God Sect Master Yang Yongxing spoke. With these words, the atmosphere that was originally somewhat stagnant was instantly broken. Lord Sect Leader, how is this possible? That woman possesses power comparable to that of a martial god, not to mention that she is also the spokesperson for that sea of flowers. That's right. If that sea of flowers descended, the Yin Huang godchild would simply be no match for the sea of flowers. So how could he have fallen? That's right, Lord Sect Leader. I'm more inclined to think that the sea of flowers has not yet descended, and that the third elder is just hibernating for the time being. Many of the black-robed elders simply didn't believe it. That woman was able to rank in the top 3 in the Beast God sect in just over a decade. Her strength was definitely beyond the imagination of the crowd. Sending her to hold back that Yin Huang Divine Sun and the other town guard envoys, in conjunction with the actions of the Eastern State, would have been a foolproof thing to do. But now, they had unexpectedly lost contact for many days, and even that Yin Huang Divine Sun of the Central State had embarked on the road to the Eastern State. What the hell is that third elder doing? Oh, well, look at these pictures then. Sect Leader Yang Yongxing sneered. A dozen images appeared out of thin air in the meeting. They were the space passage on the outskirts of Chushui base, the red mist spreading in the urban area, the huge wreckage of the Forgotten Flower, a messy battle scene, and so on. Looking at these photos, many elders frowned and fell into silence. Obviously, a fierce battle did break out at the Chushui base. Could it be that Yin Huang Divine Sun has already broken through to a high-level martial god? No, that's impossible. Some black-robed elders hastily shook their heads in negation just after this shocking thought appeared. That Yin Huang Divine Sun had only broken through to martial god for 2 or 3 months, and it would be heavenly if he could cultivate to the 4th heaven of martial god. So how could he be a high-ranking martial god? Sect Leader, the third elder was really killed by that piece of shit god's son? Just then, a cold and hoarse voice rang out. The elders looked over, only to see a black-robed figure appear within the meeting. He was not wearing the beast god mask, revealing a somewhat handsome and pale face of what looked like a chiseled man in his 40s or 50s. The exposed forehead bangs are a mix of black and white like gray. It was holding the conference table with a grim face at the moment. Grand Elder, you've come just in time. When Sect Leader Yang Yongxing saw this person, he nodded slightly and, from the news we've gotten so far, the third elder did indeed fall at the hands of that Yin Huang Divine Sun. According to my guess, that Yin Huang Divine Sun should have long since broken through to the martial god 4th heaven, which is why the third elder fell to Zizhou. And the third elder should have failed to make the sea of flowers behind her descend, otherwise the ending should have been reversed. Huh. Hearing these words, the gray-haired middle-aged man known as the Grand Elder's face was gloomy, revealing a cold smile. If I remember correctly, this some bullshit god son killed 3 of our elders, right? Right, Lord Sect Leader, Great Elder, we can't let that kid continue to be so arrogant. Or else, before the great power descends, we elders will be killed by him. That's right, I've heard that he'll be traveling to the Eastern State Juka base this time. So we can take this opportunity to join forces with that group of Eastern Sea beasts to set up an ambush to kill him. The other black-robed elders were also disgruntled. Ambush! Sect leader Yang Yongxing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately sneered. Since he refuses to stay honestly in the central prefecture and wants to come to the eastern prefecture to stir up trouble, then let him pay the price and know that the road is not easy to travel. Boom! Rumble! The sky flashed with lightning and thunder, and thick, dark clouds rolled in. Gusty winds slant and roll the torrential rain, mercilessly pounding on the glass of the speeding train. Xiao Weiyang, who was wearing a long white trench coat dress, looked out the window at the churning dark clouds, her eyebrows slightly knitted. Due to the EC beast making waves, the entire eastern state was within the influence of that super typhoon at sea. Who knows what lies within those dark clouds? Hopefully, they would be able to reach it without any problems this time when they traveled to the eastern state Juka-based city cluster. Right at this moment, Lin Che in the opposite seat suddenly opened his eyes. A ferocious beast is coming. Enemy attack? Xiao Weiyang was a bit stunned. You have to realize that this is only just entering the territory of the eastern state, still in the hilly and mountainous region, not even seeing the sea. How could a ferocious beast attack? Yes, in the sky. It looks like it's been waiting for us for a long time. Lin Che folded his hands and propped up his chin, looking out the window at the churning dark clouds, a smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. Our whereabouts exposed? Xiao Weiyang wrinkled her eyebrows, instantly realizing something. Generally, only the Senate and the higher-ups of the Central and Zephyr states are aware of this operation. For these EC ferocious beasts to ambush them here, someone must have leaked their whereabouts. Maybe. Lin Che got up and stretched. The Secretary General notified the Legion's warriors to prepare for battle. Yes. Windows. In the skies, churning clouds, the sound of thick ancient horns masked the sound of thunder and spread like a tidal wave. In an instant, countless ferocious beasts fell from the sky like meteors. Riding the storm sweeps in. Above these descending ferocious beasts, the two EC beast gods that emitted a terrifying aura gradually revealed their massive figures. Golden Emperor Crab, a radiant golden beast god power, surrounded his entire body, incomparably dazzling under the dim sky. Storm Eater Shark, surrounded by storm clouds and rain, it was like a swirling black hole that devoured people, flashing with lightning and thunder. Tisk, two middle-ranked beast gods, they really look up to me. The corners of Lin Che's mouth rose slightly as he took one step into the sky, and his encircling Yuan Shin power was like a golden great sun that shone clear through everything. At the same time, the Lokshin legionnaires who were going to support them this time were all armed for battle and stepped out of the armed train in order on sword-like flying skates. 3 men in a combat squad, ready to meet the enemy. These people were all elite geniuses of martial artists selected at various levels with top-notch armor equipment and strength, and the lowest strength was that of a mid-stage martial artist. The armed train braced its metamagnetic shields while still moving swiftly forward. As the siren fierce beast approached the ground, the battle was imminent. Since it's two middle-ranked beast gods, let's have a quick battle. In the sky, Lin Che took out the phantom blue longsword. The figure then flashed, like instantaneous lightning instantly appearing in front of the storm-eating sea shark, bursting with dazzling blade light. Like a ray of daylight, and like a breeze, it swept through the entire swirling black hole. The storm-eater shark was horrified and wanted to vanish into the wind and rain to hide, only to find that at this point the wind and rain suddenly began to flow against the wind and current, constantly impeding it. And even the space around it seemed to become frozen. It was like a dead fish on the shore, unable to swim at all. It could only watch as that one daylight shone down on its massive body, chopping out profound knife marks. In the next moment, several more slashes of blade light cut across the sky, completely depriving the storm-devouring sea shark of its vitality. It was like a kite with broken strings completely falling downwards. Behind Lin Che, the golden king crab that looked like a huge golden mountain looked at this scene and stared at the crab eyes in disbelief. It had only just arrived, and this storm shark had been slaughtered by this human. Grass! Didn't the human race of the beast god sect say that he was a martial god fourth heaven? Is this general being lied to? Chapter 64. Killing the beast god, arriving at Juka base. Boom! A huge sound resounded, and the earth trembled. The wreckage of a storm-eating shark, thousands of meters in size, crashed at high altitude. The ambushing siren ferocious beasts noticed this scene and were dumbfounded. That was the overlord of the East Sea, an existence that commanded countless sirens and ferocious beasts, and as a result, he fell in less than a minute after the ambush. It's fake, right? Countless siren ferocious beasts' hearts and minds shook with unbelievable thoughts. Even the hot blood that filled their bodies seemed to have been drained. Morale fell to freezing point. Even the ancient trumpet sounds that penetrated the churning clouds had stopped at some point. Shark Emperor startup is not half, and the middle of the road blood collapse. On the contrary, on the side of the legion of the Lorax. Seeing the mighty beast god who had just been unbeatable in the clouds in the blink of an eye, he had turned into an icy godly skeleton and fallen to the earth. There was a lot of dumbfoundedness and brain buzzing upon seeing the two beast gods ambush. They were all prepared to fight a nasty and bitter battle to break out, but they didn't expect a beast god to die in the blink of an eye. Knowing that their own town guard envoy was strong and had killed countless god-level ferocious beasts along the way, but no one had ever told them that they would be this strong. Killing a beast god was as simple as killing a chicken. After a brief moment of stagnation, the generals of the Luotian Legion were demoralized and launched counterattacks at the surrounding sea demon beasts. Kill! Let this group of ferocious beasts see how powerful we are. High in the sky, thunder rolled. Lin Che turned to look at the golden emperor crab that was rushing over, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Now it's your turn, big crab. The golden king crab was still a bit confused at this point. It had always been intangible to believe that the sea-devouring shark with the power of the storm would fall so easily. Even a fish on a knife board knows how to jump twice. How come that stupid shark didn't even dodge? It doesn't make sense. But as things stood, it had no choice but to go for it. In terms of speed, it didn't dare to compare with that storm eater sea shark, but in terms of defense, it was able to shake off the other party by several blocks. The golden emperor crab waved a pair of giant pincers, continuously condensing sharp golden light as it exploded towards Lin Che's position. A golden light crossed under the dark sky. Lin Che took idle steps, and while his body continuously dodged the golden light attacks, he wielded his long, ghostly blue blade to chop out a brilliant blade light. Zip! The sound of metal cutting rang out. Fierce and dazzling sparks continuously emerged from the golden emperor crab. But in the end, it only left a deep depression and did not break the defense. This golden crab is still really hard. Even a high-ranked divine marshal can't break through the defense. Lin Che was slightly tongue-tied. Haha, human, you can't hurt this general. The golden emperor crab somewhat proudly spat out human words, his voice rolling like thunder. Its golden imperial armor is indestructible. It was precisely because of this that it was able to kill other sea, demonic, ferocious beasts, grab treasures, and become the overlord of the East Sea all the way. Now that he saw that this human swordsman could not break through its defense, he was greatly relieved. Yeah? I'm also curious about how thick your crab shell is. Lin Che smiled faintly, directly condensing the white tiger, divine deity. The power of the attack once again rose a notch. Every blade light that went down would inevitably bring out a streak of golden blood on the golden emperor crab. The golden emperor crab ate the pain and was horrified. Its proud golden emperor armor had been breached. Thinking of this, it couldn't help but feel a sense of withdrawal in its heart. Originally, it was it and that storm eater sea shark that had rushed together to kill this human town guard envoy. It was to take advantage of the fact that the other party had not yet taken over the big formation and was unsteady on his feet to catch him off guard. I didn't expect the storm eater shark to be killed just after coming up for less than a minute. How else is it going to continue the ambush? Although it had a strong body and defense, it was hard to deal with a nimble human. It can only be returned. Thinking of this, the golden emperor crab figure began to gradually retreat back into the clouds. Even the sound of the retreating trumpet spread throughout this land. An ambush that hadn't lasted 5 minutes, and a tiger retreating in disarray. But the golden king crab wanted to leave, but Lin Che wouldn't let this experience pack that was delivered to his door leave. Xian Huang Dragon Battle Body activated. Yuan Shin power and chi and blood began to burn, and while energy consumption soared, the quality of Yuan Shin power also rose another step here. It completely surpassed the power possessed by a high-ranking martial god. Lin Che's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of the golden emperor crab in the clouds. It was like a blazing golden sun, bright and dazzling, dissolving the surrounding clouds. Human Town Guard Envoy, we have already retreated, and you still dare to pursue us closely. Do you really want to fight to the death? The golden king crab roared with color. For some reason, it was extremely panicked inside, an instinctive reaction to danger. This human town envoy is even more dangerous than before. Oh, come when you want, leave when you want. Do you really think this is your home? Lin Che sneered. A dazzling blade light burst out from within the blazing golden great sun, spanning thousands of meters. The golden emperor crab was extremely regretful at this time. Before coming here, it thought it was a beautiful thing, not just ambushing a human town guard ambassador without the support of a large array. Simple. It didn't expect to come, and then it realized it was a total giveaway. It is not good at the art of escaping, and at this moment, it can only fight to the death. But even if it burned its golden blood and counterattacked with all its might, it couldn't change the situation of being crushed. Accompanied by the battle cry of the ferocious beast, a terrifying blade light streaked across the sky. It wasn't long before the dark sky returned to silence, leaving only the sound of clattering rain. You guys, the fight seems to be over? Next to the stalled armed train, surrounded by the corpses of siren, ferocious beasts. Many of the legionnaires had stopped their task of cleaning up the battlefield and looked up at the dark, cloud-surrounded land in the distance where the sunlight had poured down. Only a golden emperor crab, thousands of meters high, was seen descending from the sky like a falling golden stream of light. Could it be that Lord Town Guardian has decimated the second beast god as well? Just what realm has Lord Town Guardian cultivated to this greatness of the heavens? Is this really a power that people can possess? This is too terrifying. No, what's really scary is that the town envoy is younger than us. I can't imagine how great he'll be in the future. A legionnaire removed his glasses and wiped them. Somehow, no matter how worried I am, my heart slowly settles down when I see that warm beam of sunshine. Outside the train, Xiao Weiyang, who was wearing a white trench coat and long skirt, looked at the place where the sunlight sprinkled down, her eyes showing a faint smile. Beside them, many of the Luo Xin Legion's high-ranking generals were also bursting with admiration. This kind of heavenly greatness is mind-blowing no matter how many times you see it. After half an hour of battleground tending, the train started again. The Legion took the most valuable feral beast material on the scene. As for the divine skeletons of the Golden Emperor Crab and the Storm Eater Sea Shark, the same was true. Only because the mountain-like divine skeleton was too huge, the Legion could only take a small portion of the divine blood at the moment. The rest of those could only be sent to be transported once they reached the Jataka Base city complex. Lin Che, on the other hand, took away 2 middle-ranked beast god crystal cores, intending to take the time to refine them after arriving at the town hall of the Juka base. Soon enough, the armed train quickly pulled into the confines of the Jataka Base city complex. Through the train windows, the huge shroud of light could be seen far below the dark clouds, as well as the outskirts of the huge city walls, war fortresses, and defense-based towers, which were permeated with a cold and solemn metallic luster. Chapter 65, The Eve of the Storm. Town Guardian Envoy Lin, I heard that you were attacked by the beast god on your way here. What is the situation? Zhang Luning's figure appeared in the video screen. All is well. No one was killed or injured, and 2 beast gods were slaughtered in the process. Lin Che said gently. He glanced out the window, no longer surrounded by wilderness, but a city of human gatherings. The armed train was still moving at an even pace, traveling within the major outlying cities of the Jutsu base. Slaughtered 2 beast gods? Zhang Luning's serene and stunningly beautiful face was instantly a bit stunned. If she remembered correctly, Lin Che had only broken through to martial god in the last few months, right? To have the ability to kill 2 beast gods in a row? Even if these 2 beast gods were both of a lower rank and relatively weak, it was enough to surprise her, the Eastern Prefecture's town guardian envoy. Well, I looked up the information, and these 2 beast gods have code names, which are Golden Emperor Crab, Storm Devouring, Sea Shark. Lin Che gently laughed. I didn't expect that as soon as they arrived in the eastern state, the group of behemoths would send a meet-and-greet gift through their connections. He had to laugh it off with tears in his eyes. Golden King Crab, Storm Eater Shark. Zhang Luning murmured under his breath, and then his azure eyes widened slightly, somewhat dismayed. The Golden Emperor Crab she had fought against, although she could completely crush that giant crab. However, the hard Golden Emperor Crab's Golden Emperor armor still made it a bit tricky for her, and she could only let that Emperor Crab escape back to the deep sea by chance. And with the terrifying wind and wave power and speed of the storm-devouring sea shark, even a high-ranked martial god would not be able to chase after it well. After all, a high-ranking town envoy from the eastern state had complained to her. But they didn't expect that these two middle-ranked East Sea beast deities would go to ambush Lin Che. But they would all be killed on the spot in return. This made Jiang Luning feel a bit unimaginable and even a bit confused in his head. As far as she remembered, this Yin Huang divine son, who had appeared out of nowhere for 2 or 3 months, seemed to have the strength of a martial god's third heaven. Even if one broke through to the middle-ranked martial god, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to leave all of these two beast gods behind, right? After a moment of silence, Jiang Luoning looked deeply at Lin Che. He only felt that this 18-year-old was too demonic, and his strength was as unfathomable as that abyss. However, she didn't choose to inquire about Lin Che's strength, but instead gave an account of the general situation in the eastern state. Tough on you, Jinshou envoy Lin. The situation in the upper, middle, and lower ward domains of the eastern prefecture has not been too good lately, and a beast tide may be imminent. And the situation in your upper domain is the most serious. The enemy may choose there as a breakthrough. You have to be more careful. Be sure to firmly grasp the city guard formation in your own hands and subdue the sentence Chu base. Don't worry, Chief Town Councilor, I understand. The video call is over. Jiang Luning was slightly relieved that the teenager was in better shape than she had imagined. It could even be said to be like that churning black sea, unfathomable. This saved her a lot of heartache. The stronger this divine son who rushed to support her, the more favorable it would be for the next battle. The other side. It didn't take long for the train to pull into the bustling center city of Jataka Base. It's full of high-rise buildings and cars. Even in a state of war alert, it is still bustling. Inside the platform, a group of officials at all levels of the sentence Chu City Lord's Mansion and the city guard generals had already been waiting anxiously for a long time. Especially when they detected the fluctuation of the battle at the border of the eastern state, they guessed that the Lord Jinghua envoy who had come to support them might have been attacked. He was so anxious that his whole body felt like it was on fire. Luckily, it wasn't long before they received a good report from the townships of Zhong, Zhe, and Juku, and they were slightly relieved. When they saw the assaulted black-robed teenager walking down the train, these people instantly surrounded them impatiently. There was curiosity and respect in his eyes. Welcome Lord Lin Che, the town guard envoy, to our base city town guard. Elder Chung, hello again. Lin Che nodded slightly, his gaze looking towards the leader of the group, Tantai Chung. Lord Town Councilor, you've had a hard journey. Seeing that Patriarch Lin Che had arrived intact and safe, the boulder in Tantai Cheng's heart suddenly fell. After all, a Juka base without a town guardian ambassador was like a piece of tasty fat meat that could be taken down in one bite by a giant beast outside at any time. Okay, the crowd exchanged pleasantries and then got to know each other. Lin Che then looked at Tantai Chung and said indifferently, Elder Chung, take me to the center of the city guard formation. I need to hand over my authority. Lord Town Guardian, we have prepared a reception banquet for you. Let's go ahead and hand over the permissions before we do. They won't be good enough to wait for us to have a feast. Lin Che raised his eyes to look at the churning dark clouds outside the shield and shook his head slightly. As you wish, Lord Town Councilor. Tantai Chung also had a clear sense of priorities. The City Protector formation was a completely different concept in the hands of them, the old patriarchs, and in the hands of a martial god. By the way, I slaughtered 2 beast gods on my way here, by the way. Their divine remains are still there. You guys cooperate with the Luotian Legion to recover them. On the way out of the platform, Lin Che said indifferently, 2 beast gods? The officials and city defense army warlords who greeted them around them were instantly dumbfounded. They knew that this Lord Town envoy had been attacked on his way, but they didn't realize that it was the 2 beast gods themselves who had ambushed him. What's even more desperate is that those 2 beast gods have all fallen. Tantai City Lord, the locations of those 2 divine skeletons have been sent to the City Lord's Mansion. Beside him, Secretary General Xia Weiyang said, well, thank you Lord Undine. Returning to his senses, Tantai Chung hurriedly thanked him. Although his mind was still a bit confused at this time, those were 2 beast gods, and they just fell with their hands like that? Deep in the East Sea, dark clouds covered the sky, churning and swirling. The terrifying water tornado rotated at extreme speed, sucking in the water chi of heaven and earth. The downpour of rain fell with a crash, and the dark waters of the sea continued to make monstrous waves. Inside the churning and swirling pitch-black clouds, a giant beast of the East Sea was perched on all sides, its 1,000-meter-long form looming in the clouds. At this moment, they were staring at an SSS-ranked fish-headed, three-pointed fork-wielding siren. Lords of the beast gods. Little demon doesn't dare to lie. The fall of the two beast god lords was truly witnessed with my own eyes. That human town envoy was too terrifying, holding a long blade in his hand and decapitating two beast god lords in just a few strokes. It's horrible. The fish-headed siren shivered and said, "This is impossible. Even a high-ranked martial god couldn't possibly decimate both of their beast gods. Not to mention a martial god who only has 4 heavens at best." The eyes of the mirage dragon that had transformed into a woman in red stared and snorted. Lords of the beast gods, little demon would never dare to lie, and there are some other surviving brethren who have seen it with their own eyes. The siren said in fear, "Lord Thunder Dragon King, Lord Mirage Dragon, could it be that we have all been deceived?" In fact, the ones who came this time were high-ranking martial gods, and Storm Shark and Emperor Crab both fell because of carelessness. A giant beast hidden in the clouds guessed. A high-ranking martial god? Could they have been transferred from the South Sea State or the Great Western Continent side? Mirage Dragon's eyes narrowed slightly. Why don't we inform the beast gods of the South Sea and the Great Western Continent of this information and let them try it out? Yes, inform them to launch a general attack together in 3 days. And this time our attack will focus on the Daesan base of the Yanhuan Kingdom. We will focus our efforts on eliminating the human town envoys who dare to defend the city, while the other human bases will be watched by beast gods. As long as those town envoys dare to leave the city, we'll go all out to break through their city guard formation, Daesan base, or the base of their own town. Those town envoys can only choose one. A thunder dragon surrounded by purple electricity loomed in the dark rotating clouds, sounding like rolling thunder. We obey, Lord Thunder Dragon King. Chapter 66, Acquiring a Talent, Beast Tide Attacking the City. The entirety of the Jutsu base city cluster consists of 1 first-class base city, 18 second-class base cities, and more than 200 satellite bases. These satellite bases and secondary bases arch around the Juku core base like a cluster of stars in a clear hierarchy. The Jukumote was built on the basis of these base cities. Through the large Yuan power resonators, Yuan power spitters, and base defense systems built within the major bases, a 3-tiered city protection array was constructed with an outer perimeter, an inner perimeter, and a core. Ever since Tantai Xin, the former town guardian of the Juka base, had fallen a few days ago, the core authority of the city protector formation had been left vacant. Until Lin Che's arrival. Lord Town Envoy. This is the core area of the city protector formation. You only need to place your town envoy order into the center of the formation. Inside the Juku core base Jingu Mansion, Tantai Ching looked at the black-robed teenager beside him and said with a respectful face, "Elder Sung, the handover procedure is that simple?" Lin Che was slightly taken aback after placing the Black Town Guard Envoy order into the center of the formation. Lord Town Guardian, the core authority is currently vacant, and the sentence curve array spirit system will automatically recognize the handover. Tantai Chung explained. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the voice of auxiliary intelligence to ring out. Identity verification complete. Central State and Zephyr State Town Guardian Lin Che, welcome to logging into the sentence quarter formation spirit system. In the process of accepting the core permissions of the Great Formation. Soon, layers of invisible energy waves spread out in all directions from the center of the formation. Lord Town Counselor, these metamagnetic waves will be directed to the array nodes of the other secondary bases and satellite bases, and it will probably take about 10 minutes to receive full authority. When the time comes, you can dispatch the power of the Great Formation anywhere within the base's boundaries by virtue of the Town Guardian Envoy's order. So, Lin Che nodded thoughtfully. It was also the first time he had seen this kind of city guard formation with such a large scope. Like the Zephyr and Zhongzhou states that he was defending, there was no such protective city formation at all, and at best it was a Yuan energy dome. Core permissions have been inherited. Welcome, Lord Lin Che, the Juku Town Guardian. You may dispatch the power of the Juku City Protector Formation System with this Town Guardian's order. 10 minutes hurriedly passed, and the intelligent sound of the sentence song formation spirit sounded once again. Lin Che retrieved the Town Guard Envoy's order, and his Yuan Shin power was slightly linked. Soon the Town Guardian order was activated, and the various functional modules of the Great Formation appeared on the Town Guardian Order in the form of virtual panels. Area, attack, defense, resonance, energy storage. After a few minutes of study, Lin Che roughly understood the functions of these formation modules. The region refers to the state of the major bases covered by the city guard array, as well as the state of the various array infrastructures inside, and the function. The offensive and defensive systems, on the other hand, are the artillery of the major bases, the drone fighter systems, and the defense systems of the city walls, the base tower sky domes, and so on. Resonance and energy storage, referring to the construction of large metaforce resonators and metaphor spitters. These large-scale facilities could assist the martial god in dispatching the yuan qi of heaven and earth, and dramatically increase the quality of the yuan qi, increasing the individual greatness of the martial god. Even if a low-ranked martial god was in charge of a grand formation, with the added power of these grand formation facilities, they could still be comparable to a high-ranked martial god. This couldn't help but make Lin Che think back to the way he was on his way up, those huge circular buildings. After dealing with a series of chores, it was completely dark and the neon glow of the bustling city was outside the window. Retracting his line of sight, Lin Che arrived within the cultivation room of the Juka Town Hall. He took out the beast god crystal cores of the golden emperor crab and the storm-devouring sea shark. A gold and a black floated in front of them, surrounded by amazing energy fluctuations. I should be able to get a good defense aptitude this time. With some anticipation, Lin Che opened a miniature black hole out of thin air. It began to frantically absorb the energy of the beast god crystal core. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine grade talent golden emperor armor. In less than 10 minutes, the two middle-ranked beast god crystal cores completely disappeared. The Yuan Shin power in Lin Che's body also skyrocketed to more than 200,000 strands, entering the middle stage of the 7th heavenly layer. Only one new talent. Could it be that Storm Eater Sea Shark's talent was duplicated with the Lord of Wind and Rain, so it was offset? Lin Che was a bit surprised. After opening the system panel and looking at it, I realized that this was indeed the case. On top of that, he also realized that the enhancement effect brought about by his absorption of the middle-rank crystal cores had become much weaker. It is assumed that the quality of the middle-order crystal cores cannot keep up. It seems like I need to hunt high-ranked beast gods to break through the realm quickly. Thinking of this, he opened the relevant beast god information that Jiang Luning had sent him. There had been a total of 4 high-ranking beast gods in the East Sea, namely the Thunder Dragon King, the Mirage Dragon, the Deep Sea Dragonfish King, and the one-horned Overlord Whale. 2 high-ranking beast gods had appeared in the North Sea, namely the North Underworld Giant Kuan and the Xian Underworld Dragon Turtle. As for the middle and low-ranked beast gods in these 2 seas, the ones that have been recorded so far add up to nearly 80. No wonder the beast tides of all sizes in the Eastern Prefecture and the Huang Prefecture haven't subsided over the years. So there are so many beast gods along the coast. Lin Che was slightly tongue-tied. But on second thought, it's exciting again. With so many beast gods, if all of them were slaughtered, their strength could definitely skyrocket. The next 2 or 3 days, the typhoon is gradually approaching the coast, and raging storms are raging. If it wasn't for the protection of the Heavenly Dome Shield, I'm afraid that many of the items in the base would have been swept up into the sky by that terrifying storm. During the period when he was holding down the Jurassic base, Lin Che had also obtained a Yuan Spirit Divine Crystal through signing in. Although he didn't encounter a beast tide attacking the city, he understood that this was just the eve of a storm. The atmosphere is becoming increasingly tense and heavy. As the storm approached, even night and day were indistinguishable. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day, red sirens, large and small, resounded through the sky in the Jataka base city complex. The tide of beasts has finally come. Densely packed siren ferocious beasts landed from the coastline. The small ones were only a few meters tall, and the big ones were hundreds of meters tall, as far as the eye could see. And in the dark clouds, many siren ferocious beasts drifted down like a raging wind and rain, attacking the human base. Warning! Beast tide invasion detected. Jataka base will enter a state of war. All ordinary citizens are requested to proceed to the underground shelters in an orderly manner. Skydome shields about to deploy. All maintenance personnel are requested to leave the maintenance area immediately. 10, 9, 8. The outermost city clusters of the Jutsu base activated their sky dome shields at the first opportunity. Then a drone fighter took off, and giant armored fighting vehicles full of armored soldiers rolled out of the major defense base towers. Reinforced the major wall defenses. Tisk, surprisingly, no divine-grade ferocious beasts have appeared. Lin Che walked idly high above the city, looking towards the front line with a slightly disappointed gaze. Forget it. You guys don't dare to come and attack the city. I'll come over to you later. The golden CC, divine power, blazed with light, like a great sun reigning over the world, dissolving the dark clouds in a circle of tens of thousands of meters. Even the storm, which was violent enough to overturn a heavy truck, subsided as if it had touched some kind of boundary. Holy shit, guys, look at this. The sky is clearing up. Many of the armed warriors on the major walled defenses suddenly stared in disbelief, only to see that the sky shrouded by dark clouds suddenly broke through a hole, and countless golden sunlight poured down, illuminating everything. And the hole is getting bigger. The dark clouds are receding step by step. Even the siren ferocious beasts that came to attack the city began to gradually be illuminated by the sunlight. Shit, I'm not dreaming, am I? It's an 18-step typhoon outside the Sky Dome. Brothers, this kind of heaven and earth greatness. It's a martial god powerhouse. It must be Elder Shin striking. The surrounding defense fighters were suddenly agitated. And at this moment, many of the sea demon ferocious beasts attacking the city were already confused. Where are my big clouds in the sky? Where's my storm? How am I supposed to cast spells without these? Chapter 67. Daesan Base in Danger. But as a golden divine thunderbolt fell, they instantly came to their senses. The screams of his kind were constantly ringing in his ears. Turned into coke. Many of the siren ferocious beasts were so scared that they turned around and ran away, or burrowed into the mud and sand and chose to hide in the earth. High altitude. While clearing the small monsters with the brilliant, mighty divine thunder, Lin Che looked into the depths of the continuously churning and pouring dark seawater. Hopefully a few big ones will come out. But I don't know whether they received the news or what. None of these beast gods in the East China Sea dare to venture out. These beast gods are too wimpy. I'm so arrogant. I don't even come out to fuck me. Lin Che couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Since there were no big ones showing their heads, he also sped up his clearing of the smaller monsters. For a while, the dense beast tide that had just attacked the city for a short while showed a trend of decline. The scene was somewhat chaotic as they frantically fled towards the sea. The defenders also took the opportunity to launch a wave of counterattacks, and rockets were constantly streaking across the sky. A mushroom cloud of flames blossomed in the chaotic tide of beasts. Leave the rest to them. Seeing this, Lin Che also lost interest and turned around, ready to leave. Just then, he suddenly felt a gaze watching him. Turn and look, only to see a huge-sized, ghostly blue whale shark floating on the surface of the sea, surrounded by lightning, within the choppy dark ocean dozens of kilometers away. Seeing that its peeping was detected, this ghostly blue whale shark quickly dived into the sea. But in the next moment, it suddenly realized that a god-level pressure appeared on the sea. Accompanying it was an extremely dangerous radiant blade light. The phantom blue thunderstorm whale shark was horrified. His body's blue lightning surged, wanting to quickly escape from the range of the blade light. However, it found that the previously smooth and lubricated seawater was now as heavy as lead, and it could not swim. One could only stay where they were, dumbfounded, and take that horrible slash. A low-rank beast god, that's fine. In the air above the sea, Lin Che unfolded the underworld black hole and completely swallowed the battleship like spectral blue whale shark. The Yuan Shin power in his body once again skyrocketed by tens of thousands of strands. At the same time, he gained a divine talent, Thunderstorm Mastery. Lin Che tried it out, and if it was used in combination with the brilliant mighty divine thunder, the power could instantly skyrocket dozens of times. Clearance efficiency was again greatly improved. On the way back to the base town hall, Lin Che suddenly received an emergency notification issued by the Jutsu Township Guardian Office that the Daesan base was in danger. The beast tide started less than 10 minutes ago, and the Daesan base is in danger? Lin Che was a bit stunned. As far as he knew, after Wang Xiaoyun's treason, the Daesan base was handed over to the Dragon Rider Legion to guard it on his behalf. And although the Dragon Rider Legion only had 300 people, these people were all Yin Huang elites. The Dragon Rider fighter pilot had the strength of a Martial Zone level powerhouse at the very least, and coupled with the Daesan City Protector formation, how could it possibly endanger itself so quickly? Wei Yang, give me an update on the Daesan base. Roger, Lord Town Councilor. Inside the center console of the central base tower of the Juka base, Xiao Weiyang quickly uploaded the intelligence gathered to Lin Che. The core base area of Daesan Base is currently under heavy attack from the Beast Tide, and the other bases on the periphery and inner perimeter are also being overrun one by one. Hearing Xiao Weiyang's clear and cold voice, Lin Che was a bit confused. It had only been a few minutes since he was pushed by a ferocious beast to push the crystal. He hurriedly asked, how many beast gods appeared in the Daesan battlefield? According to the reports from the major base towers, 13 beast gods have already intervened in the battlefield, with as many as several hundred S-rank or higher ferocious beasts. After saying this, Xiao Weiyang was somewhat silent. A sense of despair welled up in his heart. The other commanders in the center console were equally desperate. The base of Daesan is hopeless. 13 beast gods descended on Daesan, and the Dragon Rider Legion guarding Daesan only had 3 god-level mechs. Even the Daesan base's city guard formation was operated by a group of patriarchs. How should this battle be fought? If it was a deadly battle, the country would lose all the old money it had saved up over the years for the Dragon Riders. If they were to give up, the tens of millions of people in the Daesan base city complex would all be abandoned, reduced to cultivation rations for the Beast God sect and the EC beasts. At the same time, the Daesan base would be used as a springboard to push Huangzhou upwards, attack the Juka base downwards, and then deeper down, it could push straight into Zhongzhou and threaten the hinterland of Yanhuang Kingdom. The situation is precarious, and the consequences of a loss of defense are unimaginable. Has the Senate sent backup? Lin Che settled his mind and inquired. The Grand Elder has already drawn the 4 Lord Jinghua envoys in reserve to go over to support them, and has also ordered that the Daesan base can be abandoned if necessary to preserve the force. Few I know. Lin Che took a deep breath. Weiyang, notify the other Zhongsher-level generals and have them immediately head to the important nodes of the Grand Formation and prepare to take over the formation. Lord Town Guardian, could it be that you're heading to Daesan base for support? Xiao Weiyang's cool features were instantly filled with dismay. That's right, but don't worry. I have the spatial ability to make sure I'm safe. Lin Che explained. Also, if the Jutsu base encounters a beast god attack after I'm gone, notify me in time and I'll be back soon. Xiao Weiyang was silent for a while before she slowly said, I understand, Lord Town Guardian. If the situation in Daesan is too dangerous, please make sure you come back in time. Lin Che possessed the power of space, something she knew before, because the other party had given her a bunch of her own hand-drawn space spirit talismans. But even so, she was still a little worried. After all, the ferocious beasts had put too much power into the Daesan battlefield, and it was completely imperative. On the surface, it looked like 13 beast gods had intervened in the battlefield, but who knew how many other cards were hidden under the surface of that choppy sea? This trip to support is bound to be treacherous, and all she could do was offer silent support and prayers. The video leading to the center console ends. Lin Che contacted a few more senior generals of the Luo Shin Legion and the Juka City Defense Army and explained the specifics to them. Even though there was some concern, these generals quickly supported Lin Che's choice. One after another, they took over the important nodes of the Grand Formation, preparing for the second wave of beasts that might come next. After stabilizing the interior, Lin Che summoned the Space Demon God Machine to input the coordinates of the Daesan base and prepared for a long-distance spatial transit. By doing so, those high-level ferocious beasts outside would not know that he had left. Even if the beast tide was unleashed again, there would be no beast god monitoring the Jutsu base that would dare to show his head and attack the city. Huangzhou, within the core area of the Jinghua base. Zhang Li wandered inside the lake island with a frown on his face. A message from the front kept coming to him. It included the 6 base war reports from Huangzhou and also the 13 base war reports from Dongzhou. One of the things that caused him the most anxiety was the situation at the Daesan base in Dongzhou. That war zone had turned into a deep vortex. If that group of oceanic giants were truly ruthless in putting in their power, I'm afraid that 13 beast gods would only be an appetizer, even if it reached 30 beast gods. Thinking of this, Zhang Li couldn't help but prepare for the worst. If necessary, he will use the tens of thousands of nuclear missiles in his arsenal to completely nuke the Daesan base. That group of behemoths dared to descend so densely on the same war zone. So let's bury them all at the Daesan base. Linke? Just then, Zhang Li suddenly noticed an uploaded message and was a bit startled. He sighed. shaking his head slightly. This kid doesn't properly guard his own base, but has to go to that vortex to join in the fun. Just as well, surprisingly, having mastered the power of space, there is still room for self-preservation. Young people just happen to exercise a little more, and after experiencing the baptism of blood and fire, they will walk more steadily on the road in the future. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh at the thought. Who would want to go through that if they could live in peaceful times? With a flash of his body, he arrived at the frontline outpost base within the battle-ravaged Jinghua base. The eyes looked longingly away. A giant koan of the northern underworld with an aqua-blue luster lingering all over its body was swimming in the continuous clouds of the sea, as if waiting for something. At the more northern end, a dragon head and turtle body like a huge warship behemoth, quietly hovering in the depths of the North Sea, eyes closed to rest. The waves of the North Sea below were turbulent, lifting huge waves up to 100 meters high. Chapter 68, The Fallen City. The sky dome shrouded the outside of the Dongshan base. Torrential rain poured down and the wind howled. Within the dark, churning clouds in the distance, the terrifying purple thunder dragon shadow loomed. Below, countless siren ferocious beasts came from the tsunami waves, and the sound of killing shook the sky, constantly attacking the defenses of the major cities on the outskirts of Dongshan base. Dressed in a black town guard uniform, Jiang Luning stood high above the storm, the watery blue mixed sky Aya surrounding his body. She gazed silently into the distance, and below, her brow furrowed. It didn't take long for the communication link to work. A virtual image of a black-robed teenager was presented to her, surrounded by a pitch-black rainstorm. Elder Jiang, I have arrived at the Daesan base. The teenager's clear voice came steadily through the clattering rain. All right, Town Envoy Lin, since your mind is made up, I won't stop you anymore. Jiang Luning frowned slightly, his voice somewhat helpless as he said. Originally, he had wanted to communicate with this son of heaven, but he didn't expect the other party to act so quickly. In the blink of an eye, he ran from the Jataka base to the Daesan base. Don't worry, Senior Jiang, I don't do things I'm not sure of. Lin Che laughed, his voice extraordinarily warm on this cold and windy rainy day. In addition, the walk was also a spatial instantaneous transfer, not attracting the attention of those sea demons. And for a while those ferocious beasts didn't dare to attack the city with all their might. Okay. Jiang Luning nodded slightly. After associating it with the strength displayed by this heavenly pride, the frowning brows also stretched a few points. She then admonished, Jinshou Envoy Lin, you should be careful after arriving at the Daesan base, and focus on your own well-being. In addition, the Grand Elder has also urgently dispatched 4 town guard envoys to support them, so pay attention to cooperating with them. Lastly, the Daishan base is in your hands. If the worst does happen, please also pull out and withdraw in time. With your natural talent, you will be able to regain the lost lands sooner or later. Don't worry, Elder Jiang, I won't head iron. A confident smile appeared at the corner of Lin Che's mouth. With his current strength of easily slaying beast gods, he was only afraid that the experienced Dan from the base of Daesan would not be enough. Maybe he was being coy in the early stages, but having developed so far, he just wanted to hit hard and harvest a quick wave of experience. The video call is over. Jiang Luoning unconsciously looked toward the north, and a hint of anticipation actually welled up in his heart. Perhaps this Yin Huang Divine Son could really give them seniors a surprise with this trip. But the thought hadn't long arisen before she shook her head to dismiss it. In its place was a lingering hint of worry. She only hoped that this exceptionally gifted teenage divine son would not fall in that vortex. The other side, Lin Che strolled over the Daesan base. It appeared that each step was taken slowly, but in reality, each step was spanning thousands of meters of space. In a matter of seconds, he arrived at a base city that hadn't completely fallen, only to see that most of the originally prosperous and glittering modern city below had been reduced to ruins. Everywhere there were fires, broken walls, rampaging siren beasts, and mutilated corpses all over the ground. Gale-force winds uprooted the trees, and heavy rain poured down on the sky. The sound of artillery, cries, and roars were endless. It's like a piece of hell on earth. Even so, the remnants of the city guards and civilian self-defense forces still hold the small half of the city. Countless surviving citizens hid in shelters, cowering in each other's arms. But at the sight of that hideous sea scow that was thousands of meters huge coming through the rain and fog, slowly prancing, The fighters still holding out are desperate. They're just molehills. A real mole. The predator sea jiao did not make a move. Underneath it lay an overwhelming sea of highly venomous sea serpents surging in, opening their fangs and tearing impatiently. Fight! A hiss of despair sounded. Countless heavy chariot firearms bloomed with tongues of fire. Even the only remaining defense bastion behind them was firing its artillery relentlessly. But everyone knows that this is just the dying struggle of the human race. It was only a matter of time before it fell. All of them will be gnawed and eaten away by the sea serpent. Rumble! Thunder came from the sky. Nobody cares. The long-slain human warriors waited for a fiercer storm. But instead of a fiercer raging storm, what fell was a golden thunderstorm. Collapse! A terrifying thunderstorm resounded through the sky. Countless golden thunderbolts fell like tree branches, illuminating the pitch-black battlefield. One after the other without stopping. The entire base city was completely enveloped by golden divine thunder. In an instant, countless rampaging sea serpent ferocious beasts were turned into charcoal. The splendor of heaven is nothing more than that. The black, hideous sea auger suspended in the air was even given focused attention. In less than 10 seconds of being bathed in a golden thunderstorm, he fell on the spot. The gigantic body of thousands of meters crashed into the ruins, billowing black smoke. In order to prevent the other party from faking his death, Lin Che used the light of the knife to inspect the corpse again. After a few slashes, this low-grade divine sea jiao that was pretending to be dead completely perished. The siren ferocious beasts of all levels that raged throughout the city were either turned into charcoal or luckily hid in the brilliant thunderstorm. Seeing this, Lin Che's Yuan Shin power quickly spread out, crushing the hiding ferocious beasts one by one. Another black beast god crystal core inside the predator sea jiao was taken. He then looked to the still surviving populace, his clear, steady voice spreading across the room like a tidal wave. I am Town Guard Envoy Lin Che. All the ferocious beasts in that city have been purged by me at the moment. Surviving personnel, please reconstruct your defenses in time. Treat the injured, and wait for good news. Town Guardian Lin Che. In the devastated ruins of the city, countless surviving populace raised their heads and looked at the black-robed figure in the air, lost in thought for a long time. There are 1,000 words in my heart, but I can't say a word. I only feel my nose is sour. They were finally saved. On the outskirts of the base city, feeling that terrifying pressure, countless ferocious beasts turned their heads to escape, not daring to approach. After resolving the crisis in this peripheral city, Lin Che continued on to the core city of Daesan Base. That was the core area of the entire city guard formation, and it was also the main target of the ferocious beasts attacking the city. As long as the core base was breached, the formations operating in the rest of the bases would all fail. A few steps later, Lin Che arrived in front of a city that had completely fallen. The city was located within the perimeter of the base, and all military installations in the city were destroyed, including stretched walls, straight defense-based towers, circular metaphors resonators, metaphor spitters, all in flames. It could be said that this part of the node of the entire city guard array had been completely paralyzed and disabled. Lin Che's Yuan Shin power swept through, quickly probing the fallen city. Prepare to see if a rescue is worthwhile. But the sight that soon came quickly made him frown. Only the major areas within the city were littered with corpses. Beside these corpses, there were constantly orcs hissing excitedly. They had long thorn whips in their hands and kept beating the people who were crawling on their knees like dogs. Drive these people somewhere in the city. Obviously, these orcs were all members of the beast god cult. When they take the gene potion, they turn into a savage and ferocious orc form. Any woman, young or old, who crawled slowly and cried on the road would be mercilessly beaten to death. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. White bones, miserable. The surrounding congregants, on the other hand, laughed ha-ha and gave vent to the animalistic desires in their hearts. Chapter 69, Beast God Cult? Traitors? Hang them all! Seeing such a beastly behavior, Lin Che's eyes were cold. With a thought, the Yuan Shin power directly squeezed these beast god cultists transformed into half-beasts into a bloody mist. The many orcs around them looked dumbfounded. But when more and more orcs screamed miserably and turned into blood mist, only then did they flee frantically with faces full of panic. There were cries of terror. A ghost. But within the range of Lin Che's Yuan Shin power, Where could these beast god cultists escape to? One by one, they turned into blood mist and exploded. There are no bones left. When the surrounding crawling populace saw this scene, their dull eyes slowly returned to their senses, and they cried, "The heavens have eyes." Yuan Shunli continued to probe towards the center of the city. The only thing that could be seen was the constant stream of people from other areas of the city being escorted like dogs and pigs, their bodies whipped and bloodied, their eyes dull. In the center area, besides the black-robed elders, red-robed priests, and ordinary members of the Beast God sect, there were also quite a few martial arts clans around that chose to defect to the Beast God cult, becoming accomplices to this sacrifice ceremony. And in the distant alley area, there was still the constant sound of gunfire coming from a fierce alley battle going on. But with the sacrifices of top-level combatants, these remnants of the defense force are not far from running out of ammunition. It could be said that the fallen city was completely under the control of the Beast God cult, and these surviving populations were reduced to lambs to the slaughter. Gentlemen, have you noticed a spiritual force sweeping by, like a breeze? The black-robed elder, who was talking to the other traitorous family patriarchs, suddenly frowned and said, "Lord Seventh Elder, could it be that there are still surviving patriarchs in this city after Lord Sea Dragon God left?" The remaining 3 clan heads who had defected looked at each other in dismay, then said cautiously, "Cowering so much, this secret snooper is just a mole after all." The 7th elder of the Beast God sect was disdainful. He had already reached the 9th sky of martial zone for many years, and he didn't even put an ordinary zongsure in his eyes. The 7th elder waved his big hand, his black robes hunting and dancing with intent. "Prepare the blood sacrifice formation." Boom! Thunder rolled in the sky. The young man wearing a scalding black robe appeared out of thin air in front of the crowd of beast god cultists, his aura internalized. Countless people were dismayed. The 7th elder even stared with glaring eyes and scolded, "Who are you?" "Griffin in your mouth." Lin Che sneered. If he hadn't been concerned about the innocent citizens around him, he would have been able to crush this beast god sect elder to death with the pressure he released. Elder, he's wearing a town envoy uniform. Behind him, a family patriarch who had defected to the beast god sect stared with wide eyes and stuttered in shock. The town councilor's uniform. Yin Huang Divine Son. He's Yin Huang Divine Son. Great, we're saved. Voices continued to ring out from all around, gradually becoming agitated from the initial murmurs. The 7th elder looked at the black-robed teenager. His mind went blank, and his body trembled unconsciously. The name of the man, the shadow of the tree. Even if Lin Che hadn't released any of his mighty pressure, the surrounding beast god cultists had been pressurized to the point where they couldn't breathe. "No, this can't be. This is Mount Dai. There's no way that Yin Huang Divine Son would come over. You're a fake. You're definitely a fake, wearing a fake and coming to play God. You think you can fool this elder?" The 7th elder roared hysterically, trying to fight the fear inside by doing so. But when he met Lin Che's cold eyes, he instantly fell into an ice cellar. Not a word could be said. The beast god cult elders have brutalized the people. Their crimes are so heinous that they should be sentenced to death. The biting words rang out. With a single sentence, this martial zone 9 Heaven 7th elder was instantly set to live or die. "No!" The black-robed elder covered his neck and struggled to death, as if an invisible force had choked him and lifted him up. Even the blood-bane power that surrounded his protective body seemed to be imprisoned, and it couldn't break through the orifices to surge out of the protective body. The difference is too great, big enough for the 7 elders to despair. This was a true martial god. Crushing him was as simple as an ant. He could only watch as the golden dark cloud in the sky rapidly took shape. Then boom, the bang. The whole body was like fire, turning into ashes on the spot. Gulp. Watching the beast god sect elder, who had just been unbeatable, directly turn into ashes. Everyone stared with wide eyes and subconsciously gulped. Afterwards, Lin Che looked over at the group of red-robed priests and the several clan leaders who had defected to the enemy. "Your turn." "No." These people were instantly filled with horror. Stop. Yin Huang Divine Son, right? I'm warning you, the lives of these people around you are in our hands. If you make a single move, all these people will have to be buried with us." Right at this moment, a family patriarch with a general's belly suddenly made a hasty move and roared with color. The brains of the other beast cultists who were escorting the populace reacted. A number of orcs clamored at once. And, yeah, the hostages are in our hands. What are we afraid of? That's right, what a shit, Yin Huang, divine son. I have hostages now. If you don't want them to die, obediently kneel down for me. Upon hearing these violent arguments, many of the populace looked indignant, clenching their fists for a moment, but then powerlessly loosening them. Seeing so many beast god cultists backing him up, this family patriarch with a general's belly was suddenly arrogant. Godson Sama, right? You're still young. If you still want these people to live, then obediently listen to us. Otherwise, these people will die without burial. The other two patriarchs and the red-robed priest pinched a cold sweat as they listened to these words. If this Yin Huang divine son didn't care about the deaths of the rest of the populace, then they would be the ones to die. Are you stupid? Lin Che was filled with speechlessness. There was something about the brain circuitry of these things that he didn't understand. What did you say? The patriarch with the general's belly was furious as his face rose to a pig's liver red as he yelled. Do it, kill one or two of them first to set an example. Stop! A red-robed priest hurriedly stopped it. But it's already too late. Many of the religious who had transformed into orcs laughed and swung their spiked whips. But with a crisp, ringing finger sound, all of them were instantly frozen motionless, the looks on their faces clearly visible. Especially the family patriarch with a general's belly. His muscles trembled desperately, trying to break free from his confinement. However, they couldn't break free no matter how they messed with it, including those beast god cultists. The arrogance on his face also slowly transformed into horror. He finally realized what kind of terrifying existence the black-robed teenager in front of him was. Not at all the teenage saintly dumbass he thought he was. Lin Che absently glanced at the martial god terminal. He'd been spending 3 minutes in the fallen city. Thinking of this, Lin Che couldn't help but feel coldness in his heart. A bunch of idiots who wasted his time by hanging. Countless Yuan Shin power condensed an invisible chain, quickly lassoing all the beast god cult members present, including those family members who rebelled against the enemy. Another ringing finger sounded. The spatial solidification lifted, and tens of thousands of beast god cult members in the entire fallen city were instantly lifted out of thin air. A time of wailing. All of the cultists and traitorous family members desperately stared at their legs and kept struggling to get out of the suffocating pain. There was no longer a smile on his face, only a face full of pain. The countless surviving populace around them looked at this scene and stared with wide eyes, their hearts relieved, and at the same time somewhat unbelievable. This was the first time they had seen so intuitively just how terrifying the power of a martial god could be. Time to stand up. Clear voices spread like a tidal wave. Countless populace instantly climbed to their feet and straightened their backs, even if there wasn't a single piece of good flesh on their bodies from the whipping. They were filled with excitement, their eyes glistening with tears as they looked straight at the black-robed teenager. Tried to say something, but all that came out was a whimper. Finally, the cries grew louder and louder. Countless relatives and friends died tragically along the way, and they finally made it through. Chapter 70, Daesan Base, Core Area. LOL. Looking at these surviving populace, Lin Che could only let out a light sigh. Perhaps this is the cruelty of war times. With a thought of his mind, several senior generals of the remnant city guards were instantly moved around. These few generals of the martial master realm looked at the black-robed teenager in front of them, as well as the wailing cultists and crying surviving citizens around them. Quickly responded. He was full of excitement and said, My humble servant / last general sees the Lord Town Councilor. Greetings, my name is Lin Che, the town guardian envoy who rushed to provide support, and currently the entire urban area of the Beast God cult has been executed by me. Lin Che's voice was indifferent, and his black robe sleeves danced with the incoming raging storm. The white palm in his sleeve flipped. The dozen or so cases of water of life potions and hundreds of cases of mineral water that he had gotten from signing in earlier were piled up on the ground like a small mountain. These medical potions aren't much, but the grade is S rank at the very least. You guys dilute it with water and take it. It'll work wonders for healing injuries. Use SSS ranked ones if you're badly injured, and S rank diluted potions if you're lightly injured. Lin Che instructed. Thank you, Lord Town Councilor. We will live up to our promise. Several generals with armor subconsciously saluted, their voices agitated. With these medicines, I don't know how many people can break through the ghosts. Time waited for no one, and these generals quickly took the less injured young and strong from the populace and formed ranks. moving supplies and redeploying people into large nearby buildings to shelter from the rain. As these people moved, Lin Che looked faintly at the beast god cultists who were hanging in the air, as well as the clans that had defected. It had only been hanging for about a minute or two, and many of the cultists who had been transformed into orcs were still struggling in pain. Moreover, these genetic modifications are tenacious in their vitality, and there is no telling how much time they will have to hang around before they die completely. After thinking about it, Lin Che still decided to use divine thunder to strike them to death. It's simple, brutal, convenient, and God's soul is destroyed in one step. It can save a lot of time. Above, golden dark clouds rolled, rapidly brewing thunderstorms. Soon, a tree branch-shaped divine thunderbolt shone throughout the bleak sky. Under the precise guidance of the Yuan Shin power, it slashed at the cultists hanging in the air with unerring accuracy. For a while, a large number of miserable screams and wails rang out. Being struck by lightning is like being burned by fire. And although it is only for a moment, it is an eternity. After all, when you're happy, the years are like days. And when you're miserable, the days are like years. That moment of burning agony was a long, long time for these cultists. Execution by thunder is extremely fast. In less than a minute, the vast majority of the cultists had all gone up in smoke. After the wailing, there was only the silence of the wind, the rain, and the rolling thunder. Countless people walked out of the temporary gathering place and looked at the golden thunderstorm that filled the sky, their hearts and minds shaking. Your turn. Lin Che looked at the beast god sect's red-robed executives and the group of martial arts family members who had defected to the enemy with a cold gaze. Ho ho! The face of the family patriarch with the general's belly was suffocatingly red, shaking his head feebly, and his mouth seemed to be trying to say something begging for mercy. The other family patriarchs and the red-robed priests all glared at him. If the stupid pig hadn't gotten smart, they would have at least begged for mercy instead of choking to death like they were now. Lin Che didn't care what these people were thinking. Bayek's palms slightly pressed downward. Boom! A golden thunder rapidly flashed across the sky. All the resentment, grudges, pain, and remorse dissipated into smoke and ash. After handling this fallen base, Lin Che's figure flashed and appeared high in the sky. Continue to the core city area of the Daishan base. Even from a distance, he could hear the shocking fluctuations coming from over there. Daishan base core city. The 7 beast gods were leading countless siren beasts to attack from all directions. Densely packed, the roar shook the sky, and a glance could not be seen to the end. Several waves of energy, light shone through the pitch-black rain curtain, and the sky dome shield instantly shattered. Explosions rang out one after another, and the neon-lit city was instantly ablaze. While the sky dome shield continued to be repaired, countless siren beasts took advantage of the opportunity to pour into the urban area. The city's red alert keeps going off. In an instant, the defense-based towers and unmanned fighters bloomed with fire, instantly building a dense network of fire defenses, shining throughout the dark curtain of rain. Attention all Dragon Rider squads, protect military installations, and kill invading ferocious beasts. Execute immediately. Gunstar squad copy. Flare squad copy. A communication screen came through. Ji Qinya took a deep breath and looked toward the hideous beast that appeared in the sky above the city. The icy blue eyes were unmistakable. As the leader of the Dragon Rider Legion's Ace Neverwinter Nights squad, and the driver of the god-level Mecha Neverwinter Nights Apocalypse. He also served as the overall commander of the Dragon Rider Legion for this base defense battle. Soon, the 90 Dragon Rider mech stationed within the core base quickly rose into the air to carry out the task of decapitating the giant beasts. At this time, outside the sky dome of the core base, the leader of the Dragon Riders is leading a group of elite soldiers in a deadly battle with the Sacred Sword Pact. The 5 or 6 meter tall red and white cloaked mech holding a long sword is holding multiple beast gods by one person with the support of the city protection array. The remaining 100 or so Dragon Rider mechs were like stars in the night sky under the leadership of the deputy army chief. The same constantly intercepted the EC beasts outside the city walls. The Dragon Rider Legion? Oh, you guys spoiled a lot of good things for my religion before. In today's battle, let you become history. On a high-rise building in the city, a middle-aged man with a full head of gray hair sneered. He took out a black war knife, reflecting the fire around him under the dark rain. Little ones, it's time to move. After this battle, let's establish a new order. Roger, Grand Elder. As you wish, Lord Elder. In the earphones, the voices of the other black-robed elders and the red-robed priests rang out one after another. I didn't realize that after 40 or 50 years of defending the city, I would have to destroy it with my own hands today. The gray-haired, middle-aged man stood on a tall building with a sword, gazing at the city in flames, his black robe swaying with the waves of air. What? Our Daesan Town Guardian Lord can't give it up. A flirtatious voice rang out. Wang Xiaoyan looked back, only to see Beast God Sect Master Yang Yongxing walk over. A smile of excitement appeared at the corner of his mouth under the hood of his black robe. The new world of the future will inevitably be a world where the Beast God and the Beast God cult rule together. We will create a new order without war. Hearing these words, Wang Xiaoyun shrugged his shoulders. He wasn't interested in a new order, and there was only one thing he sought from the beginning to the end: power. Unrivaled power. Power, status, treasure, beauty, fame, etc., all of which are but adjuncts to strength. He would throw away everything for power. Thus, he chose to betray the Yin Huang kingdom and accepted the deal between the Beast God cult and that group of beast gods. After all, Yin Huang couldn't give him what he wanted. There's no point in keeping it. Might as well sell out his country for something useful that will make him stronger. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoyan's body was surrounded by green-colored yuan, shun power surging like a gale, and he swung his sword at one of the military facilities in the city. Chapter 71, Martial God Melee. Boom! Under the horrible blade, a defense-based tower with blooming artillery collapsed, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Even the several large yuan power resonators and yuan power spitters that were shining brightly in the distance were completely transformed into dazzling flames. Warning! Warning! The defense-based tower is damaged. The Dyson formation is being sabotaged. For a while, the entire base was constantly flashing a red alert of danger. As the base tower collapsed, the sky dome shroud, which had lost its energy support, also began to rapidly shatter. A large number of siren beasts began to bypass the city walls and reach the interior of the city base from above. The core city, which had only suffered from the impact of small-scale ferocious beasts, had now completely fallen under the trampling of the giant beasts. Explosions rang out one after another, and flames dazzled the sky. The tens of thousands of city defenders stationed there were subjected to a large number of ferocious beasts gathering fire in just a few seconds. The deaths and injuries were heavy. The legions of dragon riders fighting against the behemoths in the sky also fell one after another like meteorites. It exploded like a firework after falling into the ruined city center. The change happened so fast. It was far beyond Ji Qinya's expectations. He hadn't expected anyone within the urban area to go on a rampage to destroy military installations. Intelligent Assist instantly locked the one who did it up. Wang Xiaoyan, that asshole. Looking at the screen portrait presented by the system, Ji Qinya's ice blue eyes instantly shrunk. He didn't realize that this traitor was hiding in the city. No wonder the other side was able to destroy all the important military facilities in the city with such precision. Phew! Ji Qinya took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. All squads lower your altitude and enter the alley. Roger that. The still surviving garrison mechs quickly flew low, using the tall buildings as cover. However, looking at the increasing number of siren fierce beasts within the city, everyone's hearts sank to the bottom. Can this battle really be won? Can the Dyson base really hold? Many are gripped with confusion and despair. Right at this moment, several strands of divine might descended on the entire core area of the Daesan base. I'm sorry, all you bloodbath warriors. I was delayed by slaughtering a beast god on the way. I'm late. I'm Qin Langtian, the North Sea Town Guardian. A youthful voice resounded through heaven and earth. The dark curtain of rain was rendered into a reddish haze, and countless red-colored meteorites fell, incinerating and destroying a large number of ferocious beasts. I am Zhang Hanxue, the Northern Cold Prefecture Town Guard, with orders to provide support. Cold waves swept across the sky. Torrential rain condensed solid ice, and countless ferocious beasts and sirens were instantly turned into ice sculptures. I am Fang Yi, the South Sea Prefecture Town Guardian, and I have come to provide support. The white sword chi swept through the heavens and earth like a storm, turning everything around it into smithereens. I am Great Western Continent Town Guardian Suzhen. All warriors have worked hard. Terrifying blue thunderstorms danced wildly, and the stout middle-aged man stood in the sky wearing battle armor. I'll go, for Lord Town Guardian envoys have come all at once. Daesan base is saved now. Great, we finally have reinforcements. Hearing these voices, countless warriors instantly perked up. And at this point, the top of the city's skyscrapers. Oh, just a puppet manipulated by the Senate, daring to jump into any fire pit. But since we're here, let's all stay. Wang Xiaoyan looked at the familiar four people in the distant sky, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Haha, that's right. These town envoys would never imagine what exactly awaits them. On the side, the corner of Beast God Sect Master Yang Yongxing's mouth lifted up as he laughed somewhat smugly. Both of you are here. At that moment, the mist of nothingness floated to the top of the building and transformed into a white-robed, stunning woman with a charming voice. The reinforcements from the Yanhuang Kingdom are here, and this time there are several Jinshou ambassadors coming down in one go. Lord Mirage Dragon, when do you plan to strike? Wang Xiaoyan stroked his battle sword, and a smile of excitement appeared at the corner of his mouth. So I want to try out my strength after my breakthrough. In a few minutes, it'll take time for the guys to get here. The white-clothed woman transformed by the Mirage Dragon said lazily. She then looked to the sky again and sneered. At that time, I'm afraid that even if these several town guard ambassadors wanted to leave, they wouldn't be able to do so. Boom! In the sky, the roar of the martial gods engaging in battle began to echo like thunder. The four martial gods present united with the two god-level mechs built by the nation and began to engage the seven beast gods present. And in the distance, as if sensing the commotion, a beast god that had been attacking the city elsewhere also began to gather towards the core base. Although this group of beast gods are numerous, most of them are low-ranked beast gods. They are not our opponents at all. In the sky, Qin Langtian held the red, brilliant sword and said with some complacency. At first, he had thought that the situation at the Daesan base was treacherous, but now that he had exchanged hands, it seemed to be nothing more than that. Executing the divine grade sword technique, Red Inferno Heaven Burning Sword technique, one move after another, he fought extremely freely. I'm afraid that it wouldn't take 10 minutes for him to completely decimate this low-ranked beast god opposite it. All four of their town guard envoys were intermediate-ranked martial gods, except for Su Zhen, a high-ranked martial god. Against this group of low-ranked beast deities, naturally, there wouldn't be too much pressure. Wang Tian, don't be careless. There might be quite a few enemies in the dark. Su Zhen's body transformed into a thunder domain around him, and the 6 thunder beads behind him condensed into a thunder ring that constantly rotated. He more or less understood the situation in the eastern state. There have always been many high-level beast gods in that sea, but nowadays they have not seen one at the base of Daesan where the EC beasts are attacking with all their might. It's really a bit of an anomaly. And there was also that former town guardian Wang Yunxiao, who might have joined the beast god camp as well. Various reasons forced Su Zhen to be cautious. Under the dark, bleak sky, the sky-domed shields of several cities wavered. Lin Che was at a high altitude and looked around. The surrounding area was filled with attacking siren beasts. Even some of the base cities had god-level ferocious beasts advancing, shattering the sky-domed shields with just one strike. The whole city is completely in flames. The beasts are rampant, the cultists are rampant. And when he saw the core city of Daesan base, his eyes stared slightly. Only the sound of shocking thunder continued to come from there, and the colorful Yuan Shin power rendered the sky into a mottled mess. It was obvious that there were quite a few god-level powerhouses in the melee. After thinking about it, Lin Che decided that it would be better to first kill those 2 beast gods that had separated and fallen alone, one by one, lest they rush to the core city to pool together. The closest beast god to him, it was a huge mountain-negating Xian turtle, floating in the air, surrounded by a black beast god shield. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning all go with it. It's like a god on earth. Several missiles and artillery blasts hit it, and only slightly rippled. Next to this giant turtle, there were also quite a few S-class or above basilisk turtles floating around, with the smallest size being hundreds of meters. At this time, it was continuously spitting out genjutsu water wave bombs, destroying military installations and skyscrapers in the city. After setting a goal, Lin Che instantly arrived in front of these Xian turtles, his body surrounded by CC Yuan Shin power, which was crazily injected into the ghostly blue long blade. Zanjin Batijutsu. The terrifying golden blade on split the sky in two, spanning thousands of meters. Sensing the approaching danger, a large number of Xian turtles subconsciously shrunk into their turtle shells. The golden brilliant blade awning swept by like a spring breeze, and countless Xian turtles fell on the spot. Only the low-ranking beast god negative mountain Xian turtle survived. But the tortoise shell is cracked. It's kinda hard. Lin Che raised an eyebrow, then pulled out a few more knives. In less than a minute, the beast god negative mountain Xian turtle fell on the spot. After Lin Che took out the beast god crystal core, he quickly cleared the rest of the ferocious beasts in that city. Killing rivers of blood, countless ferocious beasts were chilled. It was even more of a sight to see the countless survivors staring in disbelief. Just as Lin Che was about to go slaughter the next beast god, he suddenly noticed a terrifying pressure sweeping across the sky. I'll be damned. The beast god is starting to form a group too. He looked up, and suddenly his obsidian eyes were full of astonishment, only to see that in the surging dark clouds, a beast god was rapidly assembling somewhere. As far as the eye could see, I'm afraid there were nearly a dozen of them in the entire sky. Chapter 72. Encirclement. The beast god makes his full debut. Daesan Base Core City. The sounds of killing and roaring shook the heavens in a continuous stream. A large number of siren behemoths wreaked havoc, and the battle raged on. The three walled defenses on the outskirts of the city had been surrounded and breached by the giant beasts. For the first time, these ancient walls, which had stood for decades, crumbled into rubble and collapsed. The originally prosperous base city had already fallen by half, and there were broken walls everywhere. Even though the city defense force and the Dragon Rider Legion desperately tried to stop them, the entire internal defense of the base was still retreating. Very well, they have completed the encirclement, and the entire Daishan base is now in our possession. As for those town guard envoys, they'll stay behind completely and become evolutionary treasure medicine for us. On a certain high-rise building surrounded by ruins, the white-clothed woman conjured by the mirage looked at the gorgeous sky and revealed a smug smile. Lord Mirage Dragon, it looks like it's our turn to make a move. Beside the woman, Wang Xiaoyun's black robe and gray hair rose with the raging storm. He raised his black battle sword, his slightly aged face revealing a cold smile. It's time to say goodbye to these old friends. City Heights. In just a few minutes, the battle entered a white-hot phase. Red brilliance, cold ice, thunder, white emperor's sword chi, packed holy sword. The greatness of the martial god was declared in the sky. The injuries of the two middle-ranked beast deities and 5 low-ranked beast deities kept stacking up, yet they still fought to the death. The hissing sound was like thunder rolling and echoing in the sky. It's about time. Qin Lang Tian, who was wearing the red dragon battle armor, had a slight movement of his mind. The red, brilliant Yuan Shun power around his body condensed and resonated, surging into the red longsword in his hand. Red flame burning sky. The red, brilliant sword transformed into a red, inflamed dragon that stretched for hundreds of meters and shot straight up into the sky. It then locked onto the low-ranked beast god wave sea god spider and spewed out a fierce red inferno spit. This red flame spit was composed of countless red, brilliant sword chi that was incomparably sharp. In a moment, it tore apart the ghostly black sea net woven by the wave sea god spider through its massive body of thousands of meters. What? But to Qin Longtian's dismay, the huge body of this sea spider dissipated into white mist. It's an illusion, oh. The remnants of the mist transformed into a white woman with an eerie smile on her face. Mirage Dragon. Qin Longtian's face changed. As a martial god guarding the sea, he naturally knew something about the high-level beast god Mirage Dragon. The mirage emanating from this Mirage Dragon was able to create all sorts of illusions, making it impossible to tell the difference between what was real and what was not. Extremely difficult. If the other side joined the fray, it was hard to tell who the deer would be. It's not just that, oh, Qin Wushun from the North Sea base, look who this person is. The woman in white with overlapping figures laughed. Qin Lang Tian looked down consciously, only to see a gray-haired man in a black robe walking step by step. Long time no see. Great genius Qin. The gray-haired man with the knife sneered. Wang Xiaoyan, you traitor? While Qin Lang Tian frowned and rebuked, he felt a sense of misfortune in his heart. Traitor? Oh, where in the world is loyalty? The price just isn't high enough. And, great genius Qin, Take a good look at the sky and cherish the few lives you have. Wang Xiaoyan said somewhat playfully. What? Qin Lang Tian was stunned, only to see a beast god recklessly releasing a huge pressure in the churning pitch-black clouds. Is it surrounded? Realizing this, Qin Longtian's face suddenly changed. Hastily, he turned to look back at the clouds all around him. Moreover, the three beast gods from the rest of the Daesan base were also on their way, and they could be seen from afar. All the beast gods combined were at least 20. Not only was Qin Lang Tian the only one on the field to notice. When Wang Zhen and the other three Jinghua envoys and the head and deputy head of the Dragon Rider Legion saw this scene, they also sucked in a breath of cold air. The heart stuttered and sank to the bottom. Today is your burial place. After this battle, the world will no longer have a Daesan base. The white-clothed woman illuminated by the mirage dragon sneered. The cold voice spread across the room like a tidal wave. Hiss! The countless people and warriors who still survived in the ruined city stared in disbelief, only to see a huge beast god reveal itself in the pitch-black clouds surrounding the entire core city. It's over. Countless people are in despair. The difference in strength was simply too great, and that one beast god was simply unbeatable. All resistance and persistence is ultimately futile. Jia. All the human town guard ambassadors, you didn't expect it, but all of this is just a trap to lure you in. That's right, you've killed millions of my sea brothers over the years, and today I'm going to avenge them. These human town guard envoys were unbeatable just now, but now they've all become mute when they see us, haha. Under the bleak sky, there were constant jeers from the beast god. Upon hearing these sneers, the faces of the group of town envoys changed slightly and clenched their fists. However, it came to a point where they had to consider abandoning the Daesan base and prepare to stand out. Right at this moment, a faint voice spread across the room. Excuse me, you're in the way. Please move over. Accompanying, it was a brilliant golden blade light. A mournful scream rang out. A terrifying beast god had actually fallen on the spot with his head in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone was confused, including a host of beast gods. Looking straight at the knife-wielding teenager walking towards him, Golden Yuan Shin power surrounded his body like a great sun reigning over the four directions. The sky, which was originally dark, was also rendered into a large golden color. Linke? Qin Longtian's eyes widened in disbelief. When did this guy become so strong that he was able to kill the beast god with a single slash? Jin Shilin? The rest of the group of martial gods were also stunned. Isn't the other side guarding the Jutsu base? How dare you come to Daesan base for support too? Shit. The white-clothed woman transformed by the mirage looked at this scene, her face suddenly turning cold. Who is he? Lin Che, the infamous Yin Huang divine son who rose to fame a few months ago. Wang Xiaoyun's eyes narrowed slightly. Surprisingly, he detected a hint of danger in the other party's aura. But how is that possible? The other party was just a newly appointed town marshal. It's the newly transferred town guard envoy from Jutsu base? Oh, before we hit it up, he even took the initiative to come to the door. Do it. Leave all these humans behind. Mirage Dragon's cold voice rang out. The reacting group of beast gods had long since been unable to hold back. Terrifying energies surged through the heavens and earth, transforming into a single attacking technique, dividing this heaven and earth into 7 battlefields. Each martial god faced several times as many enemies. In addition, due to his actions just now, Lin Che had managed to attract the hatred of most of the beast gods, causing a full 4 beast gods to stare at him in the vicinity of his side. Moreover, he could sense that there seemed to be beast gods spying on him from the shadows, ready to wait for an opportunity. In response to this, Lin Che was not afraid in the slightest, and instead, he was still somewhat excited. The heavenly beast god that was as terrifying as it was in front of others was nothing more than a walking experience Dan in his eyes. Chapter 73. Kill Traitor Wang Xiaoyan. Despicable human. Do you think that we will fear you if you use your full strength to sneak up on our beast god? Cut the crap with him and directly partake of his divine mansion. That's right. We'll strike together and exterminate this human town guard envoy. A beast god screamed, his voice deafening. Tisk. Lin Che smiled blandly. His left hand raised his middle finger, then hooked it slightly and, then let me see what you can do. There's a prize for good behavior. Arrogant human. Destroy him together. He can't run away. The energy of the four beast gods surged, bringing together an offensive art. Boom! The energy roar resounded through the heavens and earth. The terrifying wind raged and strangled everything. The four beast gods mobilized the power of heaven and earth, launching rounds of bombardment in Lin Che's direction. Wind, rain, ice, thunder, fire. The five elemental forces intertwined and roared, and the mere aftermath could heavily injure an ordinary beast god who had mistakenly entered this battlefield. However, when the smoke cleared, the teenagers stood intact in the sky. Is that all you have? Trouble to step it up a bit. Let me meet your highest intensity attack. Lin Che looked at the four beast gods in front of him, and without flickering or avoiding them, he once again took a step forward. Xuanwu Divine Deity, Xia Shield, Nine Specters Weak Water Bead, Floating Cloud Treading Void Technique, Spatial Barrier, Golden Emperor Armor. One by one, they floated around him like impenetrable walls. How is this possible? When a beast god saw the intact Lin Che, they were incredulous. Even a high-ranking martial god would have to hold off when faced with this kind of joint attack. However, this human town guard envoy even avoided them without even dodging them, directly resisting them hard, as if he didn't put them in his eyes at all. Did this human spend all his time practicing defensive battle techniques? All right, since you guys aren't attacking, it's my turn. Lin Che looked at one of the beast gods and sneered. Were you the one who just clamored for a share of my divine mansion? Good, I volunteered. It was an oceanic beast of nearly 2,000 meters, shaped like an ancient Songlong, a middle-ranked beast god. His body was bathed in black lightning, and he was ferocious. Zanjin, Batajutsu. Lin Che's figure was like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of this Songlong beast, gathering chi, and swinging his sword. The bright blade aura spanned thousands of meters, like a ray of daylight sweeping across its massive body. I thought how strong it was, but it turned out to be nothing more than that. The Songlong behemoth laughed disdainfully. The light of the blade swept through the body, and instead of any consent, it felt quite warm. Just look at the bluffing beast, too. It turned out to be painless. Yes, but you're dead. Lin Che turned around lightly, without the slightest hesitation. What? No. In the next moment, golden blade marks appeared on the Songhai beast, blossoming into a brilliant blade aura. Another beast god, fallen. This is a high-level martial god. It's definitely not something we can defeat. Quickly invite Lord Mirage Dragon King. The other three beast gods were horrified when they saw this scene. It was as if that absolute blade was slashing at himself. Look at this bit of talent of yours. Are you really beast gods? It's embarrassing to say. A sneering voice rang out. Only the gray-haired, middle-aged man revealed himself from the clouds several kilometers away. His black robe danced with the wind and rain, and he held an ink sword, the green-colored astral wine behind him quickly condensing into a giant divine weapon. It was nearly 100 meters tall and held a huge green blade. Yanhuang Divine Sun, right? I'm really interested in you. Oh. Lin Che raised his eyes slightly. I'm curious. How did you break through to the martial god's seventh heavenly realm so quickly? I've heard that you're merely 18 years old. Could it be that all of this is really gifted? No. You must be hiding a heavenly chance, right? Lin Ke. Wang Xiaoyun's eyes were demented, staring at Lin Che dead on, trying to see something in the other party's expression. But to his disappointment, Lin Che's expression was always as unchanged as an abyss, without any waves in the ancient well. Have you finished your last words? Trader Wang Xiaoyun, your head is worth a lot of money. Lin Che said indifferently. Are all young people so rampant nowadays? Wang Xiaoyun smiled and shook his head, then a monstrous killing chance erupted in his eyes. Since you don't want to talk about it, I'll pry open your heavenly aperture myself to find out what's going on. The raging wind in the sky instantly transformed into bone-scraping knives that exploded towards Lin Che's direction. Wind stopped. With a single sentence, nearly 1,000 meters around Lin Che was transformed into a windless land. The gusts of wind can disappear. Wind stabilizing divine pearl. You actually have such a treasure? Wang Xiaoyun didn't know that Lin Che was gifted with divine abilities, and he was immediately greedy. Heaven and earth one slash. He raised his long sword, and the green giant godly soldiers behind him synchronized. Yuan Shin power gathered crazily and swung out a green-colored blade astral, spanning nearly 10,000 meters across heaven and earth. Lin Che didn't avoid it in the slightest. He also wanted to try out exactly where his multiple defense cap was. All around, the three beast gods looked on in awe. This was a civil war of high-ranking martial gods, not to be trifled with. Besides, some of the humans' divine-level battle techniques were even more powerful than their bloodline divine abilities. So if they could imitate them, just as these beast gods were walking away, the terrifying sword dipper instantly arrived in front of Lin Che's body. The outermost Xuanwu, divine deity quickly shattered, and even though the Yuan Shun power was frantically repairing it, it did nothing to help. It lasted less than 3 seconds. The second layer was the Xia shield condensed by Xia Yuan Shin power. Compared to the four-elephant divine martial deity of divine perfection, the Xia shield was even more fragile. It lasted less than half a second. Subsequently, the green-colored blade astral deity that was severely depleted in power plunged headlong into the weak water of the 9 underworlds, not being able to set off half a ripple. Is that the only extent of it? Lin Che was a little disappointed. He still had the floating cloud, treading void technique, the multiple spatial barrier, and the golden emperor armor that hadn't been tested yet. What? Compared to Lin Che's disappointment, Wang Xiaoyan was so shocked that he was about to stare out of his eyes. Heaven and earth / divine grade battle skill. He had practiced painstakingly for a lifetime and had reached the state of great accomplishment, and was only one step away from perfection. As a result, after striking with all his might, he didn't even break the martial god's shield of the same rank. This was his strongest offensive technique, still under the enchantment of the giant soldier. What the fuck kind of monster is this? Wang Xiaoyan looked at the breezy black-robed teenager, and fear rose in his heart. Even with his hundreds of years of experience, he had never seen such a demon. The great genius Qin that he had previously admired was not even worthy of lifting his shoes in front of this perverted demon. You just finished fighting. Now it's my turn. Lin Che blinked and said with a smile. A good battle was played as a turn-based game by him. This guy, recalling the other party's radiant blade, Wang Xiaoyan instantly tightened his body as if he was facing an enemy. White Tiger Divine Martial Deity, Zhen Shen Battling Technique. Heaven and Earth 1 slash. The golden and cyan blade awns were blasting against each other, and the terrifying wind raged, strangling everything. Even the space appeared broken and cracked. The stalemate lasted no more than a second before the green-colored blade awnings began to crumble, and the golden blade aura was only slightly dimmed. Damn! Wang Xiaoyun's face changed drastically. His wind wings unfolded, and he quickly dodged. The giant god soldier behind him was chopped up and perished on the spot. It's not over yet. Just when Wang Xiaoyan thought that he had dodged a bullet, the black-robed teenager, who seemed to be smiling, suddenly appeared in front of him. Another brilliant blade aura. No! A ray of sunlight enters the body. Wang Xiaoyan stared incredulously. He couldn't comprehend why the other party was able to execute a divine grade blade art so easily, so written and comfortable, so complete and flawless. Unlike him, who still needed to focus his mind and build up his strength. This is a perfected divine grade battle technique. But how is this possible? Wang Xiaoyan stared with disbelief and roared. He had been practicing the sword technique for 100 years, a whole 100 years. It's only a big success. The golden blade marks raged, taking away the last vestiges of his strength. It was as if the divine soul had been thrown into a vortex and drawn out. What happens when a martial arts god falls? In the past, Lin Che was curious about this. Now he knows. Chapter 74, One Sword Slash, Shocked Beast Gods. Only Wang Xiaoyun's body rapidly fell. A large amount of Yuan Shin power within the divine mansion escaped, as if a green-colored storm had been set off. In the midst of this storm, Wang Xiaoyun's divine soul, on the other hand, quickly fled with the green-colored divine core. Spatial solidification. A faint voice came. Everything around them quietly froze and stood still. Space powers. Wang Xiaoyan was horrified in his heart and desperately urged the power of the divine core origin. Even if his divine core collapsed, he would break free from this cage and gain a ray of life. With his strength gone, he could still retrain. With his life gone, there would be nothing left. But the next moment, the 9 sepulchral weaknesses surged, engulfing the entire space where Wang Xiaoyan was. Everything came to a screeching halt. At the same time, 3 terrifying energy fluctuations illuminated the bleak sky and rapidly attacked. The shield rippled slightly. T6 didn't beat you guys up, did I? Lin Che raised his eyes towards those three beast gods, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. With a flash of his body, he instantly crossed a distance of thousands of meters and burst out a dazzling blade. At the same time, the two green dragon divine deities quickly coalesced and spewed golden divine thunder, attacking the remaining two beast gods. Boom! Energy fluctuations spilled out in all directions. The beast god in front of Lin Che suffered heavy damage on the spot. The remaining two beast gods were also paralyzed for a split second, and their mobility declined. Afterwards, Lin Che quickly made up the tail blade again, completely putting away the heavily injured beast god in front of him. The entire battle was only 5 minutes long, and two beast gods and a high-level renegade martial god had fallen. This scene caused the two remaining beast gods to be completely chilled. After looking at each other, they chose to run away. They would rather surround another high-ranking martial god with Lord Mirage Dragon King than face this terrifying black-robed teenager. Attention all town envoys, prepare to break out. We can't continue to spend any more time. Just as Lin Che selected a beast god and prepared to chase after it, the voice of high-ranked town guard envoy Wang Jun came like a tidal wave. Breakout? It's only been a few minutes. Are they going to hold out? Lin Che's eyes stared, and he hurriedly looked toward the other battlefields. Only a dozen kilometers away, under the dull sky, energy fluctuations were overflowing. The four supporting town guard envoys and the head and deputy head of the Dragon Rider Legion were trying to break through the joint blockade of several beast gods, prepared to converge on a joint breakout. The four town guard envoys were in slightly better shape, and it looked like they were just consuming a lot of Yuan Shin power. However, the two Dragon Rider fighters were in danger of being surrounded by a beast god, and if they missed a little bit and were hit by the energy light wave, they would be destroyed. Around these people, the beast gods that surrounded and chased them were as high as 17 or 18. They surged with various colors of energy, their aura as terrifying as an abyss, like a demon god, sealing off the entire sky. And in the urban areas below, most of them have fallen. The siren beasts were constantly attacking the last piece of the city's defense, so densely packed that they couldn't be seen at a glance. At all hours of the day and night, soldiers of the city's defense forces give their lives. If it wasn't for the fact that there was an ice-blue god-class mecha leading the squads, constantly decimating behemoths above the S-class level, the urban area below the terror would have long since fallen completely. Looks like it's time to speed things up. After taking it all in, Lin Che let out a deep breath. The Yuan Shin power and chi and blood around his body began to burn, and his aura rapidly soared. At the same time, a large number of golden thunderstorms began to coalesce. That is, there were quite a few people in the ruined city below who noticed this scene. Captain, it's that Yin Huang Divine Son. Where's the beast god that surrounded him? Inside the crimson model dragon rider mech, Jiang Hongyue said with a face full of dismay. I'm afraid they've all fallen. Ji Qinye recalled the remains of the two beast gods that had fallen from the sky and was instantly somewhat disoriented. Previously, he hadn't known who had beheaded these two beast gods, but now he was afraid that it was that Yin Huang Divine Son. There might be hope for us in this battle. Rumble, rumble. The golden thunderstorm began to dance wildly. A golden divine thunderbolt as thick as a large water tank spread towards the sky and struck down towards the earth. In an instant, the countless water demon giants in the fallen urban area were turned into charcoal and ash flying, terrified and routed. At the same time, the dozen or so beast gods that surrounded the group of town guard envoys were also subjected to an intense attack from the thunderstorm. For a time, the wailing continued, and golden arcs of electricity constantly appeared on the thousands of meters of his body, falling in black spots. Bastard, kill this human town envoy, something that doesn't know how to die. How dare you sneak up on my father? They looked at the step-by-step figure and burst into a rage. TCH, it's a bunch of rabble. Lin Che sneered. Come and beat me up if you have the ability. Wang Jun, Qin Lang Tian, and the other 6 god-level martial artists were all confused when they saw this scene. This is the 18 beast gods, not some cats and dogs. How dare you, kid, come over alone to provoke? Do you really want to die? However, on the periphery of the encirclement, there were already several beast gods that had left with rage and began to surround and kill Lin Che, who was not far away. Jingguo Lin, danger! Seeing this scene, Su Jun and the Dragon Rider Army Chief shouted with some anxiety. Lin Che was the most demonic heavenly pride of the entire Yin Huang country, the hope of the entire country. If they fell here, they would not be able to account for it at all. All martial gods kill over and receive envoy Lin Jinsho. He must not fall here. Su Jin shouted. A blue thunderstorm coalesced out of his body to form a supreme martial god, and he rushed forward with a stride. The rest of the town guard envoys also gritted their teeth and rushed over when they saw this. Uncle Jin, Zhang Hanxue, and the army chief, are you guys crazy? Qin Langtian couldn't believe his eyes. Knowing that the beast god was now reduced, they could completely take advantage of the opportunity to escape the encirclement and complete the breakout plan. As a result, now, for the sake of that kid, they are even asked to take the initiative to drill the encirclement? It's really crazy, isn't it? But seeing the crowd leaving in droves, Qin Langtian had to follow with a stiff upper lip. In this case, falling alone will only lead to a faster fall. Oh, surprisingly, you don't choose to take advantage of the opportunity to break out. Just what we want. However, wasn't this Yin Huang divine son surrounded and killed by the other 4 beast gods? Besides, there's still Wang Xiaoyan staring at him. Why isn't he dead yet? Could it be? In the churning white clouds, the mirage dragon gazed at the black-robed teenager thousands of meters away, a little stunned. In the meantime, the several surrounding beast deities also moved in the direction of Qin Langtian and the others and quickly surrounded them. The melee broke out instantly. There were a total of 5 beast gods that arrived first. They quickly approached Lin Che's bearing against the raging golden thunderstorm. An attacking technique then erupted. Seeing this, Lin Che directly hardened himself against the attack and quickly arrived in front of a beast god. A dazzling blade, aura, exploded out. How is this possible? This beast god was horrified. It actually smelled the scent of death in this slash. But at such a close distance, it was pressurized to dodge and could only resist. The black water shield and the creature's scale armor were cut as silky smooth as tofu. It was like a ray of daylight quickly passing through the body. Afterwards, Lin Che turned around and his figure instantly arrived in front of the second beast god. Another slash was made. Boom! The Terror Blade gang raged on. In just one look, 2 beast gods actually fell into the sky on the spot. Seeing this scene, the crowd of martial gods who had just rushed to support them froze on the spot. And the crowd of beast gods that had gathered around were completely dumbfounded. No matter if it's middle or low rank, it's gone in just one slash. Even in their nightmares, they never thought they would fall so easily. A trace of cold air surged into the beast god present, occupying every crevice and corner. Tonight it's cold.